a guide to inner wisdom and higher consciousness, a guide to understanding life's journey. In the vast tapestry of human existence, we each find ourselves at various points, seeking understanding, guidance, and a deeper connection to the world around us. For many, this journey begins with questions that seem profound and elusive, questions about the nature of our being, the purpose of our lives, and the interconnectedness of all things. This book is an exploration of those questions, a companion for those who stand at the crossroads of uncertainty, ready to embrace a new perspective. It is not a manual with fixed answers, but rather a framework for contemplation, a guide to help you navigate the complexities of life with greater awareness and clarity. Within these pages, you will find insights that encourage self-reflection, promote personal growth, and inspire a journey toward a more harmonious and fulfilling existence. The human experience is a journey of discovery, a continuous process of learning and evolving. We are all students in the school of life, each seeking knowledge and understanding to navigate the challenges and joys that come our way. Yet, in our pursuit of answers, we often find ourselves overwhelmed by the noise and distractions of the world, struggling to hear our own inner voice amidst the chaos. This book aims to be a beacon of light in that journey, offering perspectives that encourage us to look inward, to connect with the deeper aspects of our being, and to recognize the interconnectedness of all life. It is a call to embrace a path of awareness, where self-discovery and personal growth are paramount. As you embark on this exploration, remember that the journey is as important as the destination. Each step you take, each question you ask, and each insight you gain contributes to the rich tapestry of your life experience. Be open to the possibilities, be willing to challenge your beliefs, and be prepared to grow in ways you never imagined. Chapter 1. Embracing the journey. The journey of self-discovery is often marked by a sense of wonder and curiosity. You, as a new student in the school of life, may find yourself standing at the threshold of a vast and unknown landscape, eager to explore and learn. This initial phase is filled with excitement and anticipation, as you begin to ask questions about your place in the world and the nature of your existence. One of the first lessons on this journey is the importance of self-awareness. Understanding who you are, what you value, and what you seek in life is the foundation upon which all other growth is built. This involves looking inward, listening to your inner voice, and recognizing the patterns and beliefs that shape your reality. As you begin this process of self-reflection, you may find it helpful to journal your thoughts and feelings. Writing can be a powerful tool for clarity, allowing you to articulate your thoughts and gain deeper insights into your own psyche. Each entry in your journal becomes a step on your path, a record of your growth and evolution. Another key aspect of this journey is the recognition of interconnectedness. You are not an isolated entity, but rather a part of a larger whole. Everything in the universe is connected, and understanding this interconnectedness can bring a sense of peace and purpose to your life. It encourages you to consider the impact of your actions on others and to seek harmony in your interactions. In your exploration, you may also encounter the concept of energy. Energy is the fundamental force that underlies all existence, and understanding how to work with energy can be a powerful tool for personal growth. This involves recognizing the energy within yourself and learning how to balance and harmonize it with the energy of the world around you. As you continue on your journey, remember that growth is a continuous process. There will be challenges and setbacks, but these are also opportunities for learning and development. Embrace each experience as a chance to grow stronger, wiser, and more aligned with your true self. In the words of the ancient wisdom, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Take that step today, with an open heart and a curious mind, and embark on the path of discovery that awaits you. Chapter 2. You stand at the threshold, a new student in a vast, complex university called life. The air is thick with anticipation, a mixture of excitement and a subtle, almost imperceptible anxiety. You look around, taking in the towering structures, the buildings of career, the halls of relationships, the dense forests of personal growth, all shimmering with potential and possibility. You see others, just like you, wandering with uncertainty, some clutching maps, others simply trusting their first steps. Your primary motivation, like most students here, is simple. You seek information. You want to understand how things work. You want to navigate this environment more effectively, to find your way towards a fulfilling experience, towards your own unique purpose. You wonder about the core principles that govern this place, the fundamental rules that shape the journey for everyone. This chapter begins to explore those principles, offering a foundational map for your studies. It delves into the very fabric of your existence within this energetic landscape, focusing on the concept of your personal energy and how it interacts with the world around you. The nature of your energy. At the heart of your being, beyond the physical form you inhabit, resides a unique and powerful energy field. This is not merely a subtle aura. It is the very essence of who you are, the energetic signature that emanates from your core. Think of it as the unique frequency or vibration that defines your individuality. It's the light that shines within, the spark that ignites your presence in the universe. This energy field is dynamic, constantly moving and changing. It responds to your thoughts, your feelings, your beliefs, and your actions. It is sensitive to the energy of those around you and equally influenced by the energy of the environment you find yourself in. Be it a place, a situation, or even a concept. Your state of being, your level of joy, peace, fear, or stress, directly impacts the quality and vibration of your energy field. When you are aligned, centered, and operating from a place of inner peace, your energy becomes clearer, brighter, and more resonant. It attracts positive experiences and resonates harmoniously with the universal energy. Conversely, when you are caught in discord, fear, or resistance, your energy field can become muddied, dense, or erratic. It may create a subtle energetic barrier, repelling what you seek and attracting experiences that mirror your internal state. Understanding this is crucial. Your energy is not just passive, it is active. It is the tool you use to interact with the world, to build your reality. It is the language through which you communicate your essence to others and the universe at large. The role of belief and perception. Your energy field is heavily influenced by your beliefs, the underlying assumptions you hold about yourself, others, and the nature of reality. These beliefs act as filters, shaping how you perceive the world and interpreting the information you receive. They are like the programming on your internal computer, constantly running in the background and directing your energy's flow. Many beliefs are operating beneath the level of conscious awareness, inherited from your family, culture, or past experiences. They form the foundation upon which your personal reality is built. Some of these beliefs serve you well, guiding you towards growth and harmony. Others, however, may be outdated, limiting, or based on fear, acting as unseen anchors that hold you back, dimming the quality of your energy. Your perception is equally powerful. How you interpret events and interactions dictates your emotional response, which in turn shapes your energy. Two people can face the exact same situation, yet perceive it completely differently. One might see it as a challenge, fueling their energy and motivation. The other might view it as a threat, triggering fear and draining their vital energy. The key to mastering your energy lies in becoming more conscious of your beliefs and perceptions. It involves asking critical questions. What am I truly believing about this? Is this perception serving my highest good? Where is this belief originating from, and does it still resonate with my soul's purpose? The energetic landscape of life itself is an energetic field, interconnected and interdependent. Everything within it, From the objects in your room to the grander structures of society and the cosmos, possesses its own energy signature. Your journey involves learning to navigate this landscape, understanding how your personal energy interacts with the energies of others, the environment, and the larger field of consciousness. You will encounter energies that harmonize with your own, creating feelings of ease, connection, and alignment. You will also encounter energies that are discordant or challenging. These interactions can be opportunities for growth, forcing you to examine your own energy state and make adjustments. They can teach you about boundaries, about the importance of energetic self-preservation, and about the power of choosing your interactions wisely. The very concept of luck or opportunity can be understood through an energetic lens. When your energy is high, clear, and aligned with your intentions, you naturally attract experiences and people that match that vibration. You become a magnet for what you seek. Conversely, a low, muddied energy can create a subtle repulsion, pushing potential opportunities away. Your personal responsibility as a student in this university, you are not a passive observer. You are an energetic being with the inherent ability to shape your own experience. You are the primary creator of your internal state, and therefore, of your external reality. This understanding brings both immense power and profound responsibility. It means that the quality of your life, the level of your joy, and the degree of your fulfillment are, to a large extent, within your control. They depend not solely on external circumstances, but on your internal state, the condition and vibration of your energy field. The path forward, therefore, involves conscious practice. It requires you to become an active participant in managing your energy. This involves intentional awareness, paying attention to your thoughts and feelings, recognizing how they affect your energy, mindful choice, consciously selecting beliefs and perceptions that serve your highest good and aligning your actions with your intentions, emotional regulation, learning to navigate challenging emotions without allowing them to completely overwhelm or dictate your energy, energy protection, setting healthy boundaries to protect your energy from unnecessary drain or discord, energetic alignment, seeking activities, environments, and relationships that uplift and harmonize your energy. This is not about achieving a state of perpetual bliss, but about cultivating a greater sense of inner peace, balance, and resilience. It is about learning to navigate the complexities of life with a clearer, more conscious energetic presence. As you stand there, feeling the energy of the university around you, take a moment. Take a deep breath. Notice the feeling in your body. Is it one of openness and curiosity, or is there a hint of tension or doubt? Acknowledge your current energetic state without judgment. This awareness is the first step on your journey. It is the beginning of your studies, the first lesson in mastering the landscape of your own life through the power of your energy. Chapter 3. The transition into a new phase of life, whether it be a new job, a different city, or the inner journey of self-discovery, often feels like stepping into an unfamiliar territory. You possess a map, perhaps sketched by others who have traveled before you, but the true landscape is uniquely yours. You are the explorer, the cartographer, and the journey itself is the primary objective. This chapter delves into the fundamental nature of the inner world you are beginning to explore, a world governed by principles far different from the external, physical reality you are accustomed to. As an adult navigating this new terrain, you bring a wealth of experience. You've learned about cause and effect in the tangible world, the importance of structure, and the necessity of action to achieve results. These are valuable lessons, rooted in the physical plane of existence. However, the inner landscape operates on a different set of rules, ones that are often less intuitive but ultimately more profound. Imagine your inner self not as a fixed entity, but as a dynamic field of energy and potential. This field is the foundation upon which your thoughts, feelings, beliefs, and experiences are built. It is the fertile ground where your consciousness grows and unfolds. The quality of your inner landscape directly influences the quality of your outer life, creating a continuous feedback loop between the two. One of the most crucial aspects of understanding this inner world is recognizing the role of your own energy. You are not just a passive observer of your thoughts and feelings. You are the creator of them through the energy you emanate. This energy is influenced heavily by your emotional state. Have you noticed how certain emotions feel heavy and dense, anchoring you down, while others feel light and expansive, lifting you up? This is the tangible effect of your emotional energy. The ancient teachings emphasize that your emotions are not just fleeting states but are powerful signals and, indeed, the very substance of your energetic field. They are indicators of the resonance you are holding within. Joy and love vibrate at high frequencies, creating a positive, attracting field. Fear, doubt, and resentment operate at lower frequencies, establishing a dense, repelling energy. Your task, as an explorer of your inner world, is to become increasingly aware of these emotional frequencies and their impact. This awareness begins with observation. Like any skill, it requires practice. Pay attention throughout your day to the emotions that arise. Where do they come from? What thoughts precede them? How do they feel in your body? This mindfulness is not about judgment. It is about understanding. By observing without attachment, you begin to disentangle yourself from the emotional experience, gaining a clearer perspective on its role in your energetic landscape. Crucially, you begin to understand that many of the emotions you experience are rooted not in the present moment, but in past experiences stored within your energy field. These energetic imprints act like subconscious programs, influencing your reactions and perceptions. They can be like invisible weights dragging you down or unseen anchors pulling you towards familiar, perhaps less than optimal, patterns. The journey into self-discovery is, in part, about identifying and releasing these outdated energetic imprints. It is an act of clearing and purification, making space for new, more aligned frequencies to emerge. This process is not about erasing the past, but about acknowledging its energetic influence and choosing whether to continue carrying its weight or to transmute its energy into something more serving for your current path. This brings us to the concept of belief. Your beliefs are the foundational structures within your inner landscape. They shape your reality, dictate your expectations, and influence the very energy you project. Many beliefs are inherited, absorbed from family, society, or past experiences. They operate largely beneath the level of conscious awareness, yet they exert a powerful force. The challenge, and the opportunity, lies in becoming conscious of these beliefs. Which ones serve you? Which ones limit you? Are they still relevant in the context of the person you are becoming? This requires honesty and courage. It means looking at yourself without the lens of societal approval or past conditioning. As you explore your inner world, you may discover beliefs that feel limiting, restrictive, or simply untrue when examined closely. The process of releasing these beliefs is similar to removing outdated software from a computer system. It allows for new, more empowering beliefs to be installed, beliefs that resonate with your higher self, your true potential, and the reality you wish to create. This exploration is not a journey you can outsource. It requires your direct participation, your willingness to look inward, and your commitment to understanding the intricate connections between your thoughts, emotions, beliefs, and the energy field that is your inner landscape. It is a process of refinement, of tuning into the higher frequencies of love, joy, and compassion that reside within you, often overshadowed by the lower frequencies of fear and separation. The landscape of your inner world is vast and complex, yet it is ultimately malleable. It is shaped by your choices, your awareness, and your willingness to engage in the ongoing process of self-discovery and energetic clearing. By understanding the role of your energy, the impact of your emotions, and the influence of your beliefs, you equip yourself with the fundamental tools needed to navigate this terrain. This awareness is the first step towards creating a life that is not dictated by the old imprints and programs but is instead built from the ground up, by you, based on your true nature and your highest intentions. It is about moving from a place of reaction to a place of conscious creation, from merely existing within life to actively participating in its unfolding. As you continue this exploration, remember that it is a journey, not a destination. There will be challenges, moments of confusion, and periods of uncertainty. There will also be moments of profound clarity, deep understanding, and heart-centered connection. Embrace the process, be patient with yourself, and trust in the wisdom that is inherent within you. Your inner world is a reflection of your outer reality, and by cultivating a landscape of high vibration, you begin to co-create a life that is more aligned with your true self and your deepest aspirations. You are the architect of your inner world, and through conscious awareness, you are building a foundation for a life of greater purpose, joy, and fulfillment. Chapter 4. The transition into a new phase of life, whether it be a new job, a different city, or simply a new year in school, often carries a familiar mix of excitement and apprehension. You stand at the threshold, looking out at a landscape that seems both vast and potentially overwhelming. You seek direction, understanding, a map to navigate the terrain ahead. This feeling, this search for meaning and guidance within the context of your personal journey, is universal. You might find yourself asking, "Who am I, really?" Not in terms of your job title or your social circle, but in the deeper sense. What is the essence that drives you? And what are the core principles that guide your choices, even when they aren't immediately obvious? This quest is not merely intellectual, it's experimental. It unfolds through the very act of living, through the challenges you face and the joys you discover. Consider your inner world as a landscape. It has mountains and valleys, forests and deserts, rivers and streams. Some areas are familiar, well-trodden paths formed by past experiences. Others are uncharted territories, filled with potential discoveries and perhaps areas that require careful navigation. This inner terrain is dynamic. It changes constantly, influenced by your thoughts, your feelings, your interactions, and your growth. Within this landscape resides your power. It is not a power that you wield over others, but a power that resides within you, a fundamental connection to the source of all creation. Think of it not as a force you must constantly strive to control, but as an inherent quality of your being. This power is your connection to the infinite possibilities that exist beyond the confines of your everyday perception. Many seek this power, this connection, but often feel disconnected from it. They feel fragmented, as if they are merely observing themselves from the outside, rather than being an integral part of the inner experience. This sense of disconnection can lead to feelings of loneliness, purposelessness, or a persistent sense that something is missing. The path to reconnecting with this inner power begins with awareness. It requires you to become an observer of your own thoughts and feelings, not with judgment, but with curiosity. Notice the patterns. Observe the triggers. Understand the landscape of your own mind. Where do you feel resistance? Where do you feel ease? Where do you feel joy? Where do you feel fear? This process of observation is not about becoming a mental scientist. It's about gaining a deeper understanding of the signals your inner world is sending. It's about recognizing that your thoughts and emotions are not just random occurrences. They are indicators, pointing you towards areas of balance or imbalance, towards opportunities for growth or areas requiring attention. As you cultivate this awareness, you begin to notice subtle shifts. You might find yourself making different choices that feel more aligned with your true self. You might start attracting different experiences, ones that resonate more deeply with your core values. This is the beginning of the journey back to wholeness, back to that intrinsic connection with your inner power. This inner landscape is also where your relationships are formed and nourished. It is through the reflection you receive from others that you often gain the most profound insights into yourself. How do you react when someone challenges your beliefs? How do you feel when someone offers support? How do you handle conflict? These interactions are not just external events. They are mirrors, reflecting back the aspects of your inner landscape that need attention or understanding. Sometimes, navigating this inner terrain can feel difficult. You might encounter what seem to be insurmountable obstacles, internal conflicts, or periods of deep uncertainty. It is during these times that the understanding of your inner power becomes most crucial. Remember that this power is not something you have to earn or achieve. It is something you already are. It is the wellspring from which your creativity flows, the source from which your intuition arises, the foundation upon which your sense of self is built. The journey through your inner landscape is not a race to a destination. It is an ongoing process of exploration, learning, and integration. It is about understanding that every experience, every challenge, every joy, is an opportunity for growth. It is about learning to listen to the whispers of your inner wisdom, even when they are soft or easily drowned out by the noise of the external world. As you continue to explore this landscape, you will begin to see it not as a place of fear or limitation, but as a vast and wondrous territory filled with infinite potential. You will start to trust the journey, trust yourself, and trust the power that resides within you, guiding you every step of the way. This is the landscape of your inner world, and it is within this landscape that the most profound discoveries about yourself and your place in the universe await. Chapter 5. The transition into a new phase of life, whether it be a new job, a different city, or simply a deeper dive into personal growth, often feels like stepping onto unfamiliar terrain. You possess a map, perhaps sketched by others or even one you created yourself, but the actual landscape reveals itself bit by bit. You are the explorer, the student seeking to understand the terrain you navigate, both outwardly and inwardly. This chapter delves into the nature of that inner landscape, a concept central to comprehending the path of personal evolution. Many who begin this journey feel a sense of disorientation. The external world offers clear signposts, traffic laws, job descriptions, social norms. Yet, the inner world operates on different principles. You might find yourself asking, who am I, truly? What drives my reactions? Why do certain patterns repeat in my life? These are not questions with simple, factual answers found in a library. They require exploration, observation, and a willingness to look beyond the surface. Imagine your inner self as a vast and complex landscape. It is not a static place but a dynamic field, constantly shifting and unfolding. Within this landscape, you will find various features: thoughts, emotions, beliefs, memories, and the energy that flows through and connects them all. Like any landscape, it has different terrains. Areas of peace and calm, others of turmoil and challenge. There are hidden valleys, mysterious forests, and perhaps even mountains that seem insurmountable. The initial exploration often begins with awareness. It's the act of noticing. Notice the thoughts that flit through your mind like birds in the sky. Don't judge them, simply observe them. Notice the feelings that arise: the warmth of joy, the coolness of sadness, the tension of anxiety. Where do they come from? What triggers them? This observation is the first step in understanding the geography of your inner world. As you become more aware, you start to identify patterns. Certain thoughts tend to cluster together. Specific emotional responses seem to follow particular situations. These patterns are like well-trodden paths across your inner landscape. Some paths lead to places of growth and understanding, while others might lead into loops of negativity or self-doubt. The challenge, and the opportunity, lies in recognizing these paths and choosing whether to continue walking on them or to explore new directions. This brings us to the concept of belief systems. These are like the foundational structures of your inner world, shaping how you perceive reality and interact with it. Beliefs can be conscious or unconscious, held deeply like ancient bedrock. They dictate your expectations, influence your decisions, and color your interpretation of events. Many beliefs were formed early in life, like osmotic imprints absorbed from your environment, family, and culture. The landscape of your inner world is profoundly affected by these beliefs. A belief in limitation, for instance, might create a terrain filled with perceived barriers and obstacles. Conversely, a belief in infinite potential can open up vast, unexplored territories of possibility. The journey of personal growth often involves identifying and revisiting these foundational beliefs, questioning their validity, and choosing to cultivate beliefs that serve a higher, more expanded version of yourself. This process is not about erasing the past or denying difficult experiences. Instead, it's about understanding how those experiences shaped your landscape and learning to reinterpret them through a lens of growth and understanding. The inner world is a place where wounds can be healed, where old patterns can be released, and where new, more empowering beliefs can be established. Think of your inner landscape as a garden. It requires attention, care, and conscious cultivation. Neglecting it can lead to weeds of doubt and fear taking over. Tending to it involves practices like meditation, mindfulness, journaling, and self-reflection. These are tools that allow you to clear away the underbrush of unconsciousness, to map the terrain with greater clarity, and to plant seeds of new understanding and belief. The atmosphere of this inner landscape can also be described in terms of energy. It's not just about the physical or mental aspects. It's about the vibrational quality of your inner space. Are you operating from a place of high, vibrant energy, or from a space of low, contracted energy? Your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs all carry energetic signatures that influence your overall feeling state and your interaction with the world. A key aspect of understanding this inner landscape is recognizing the role of consciousness itself. You are not merely a passenger on this journey. You are the conscious awareness that observes the landscape, navigates its terrain, and ultimately has the power to shape it. This conscious awareness is like the sun that illuminates the inner world, making things visible and allowing for growth. The more you cultivate this conscious presence, the clearer your perception becomes. This exploration also involves understanding the connection between your inner world and your outer reality. What you focus on internally tends to manifest externally. The patterns you reinforce within yourself are the ones that play out in your life. By understanding the terrain of your inner world, you gain the ability to consciously navigate it, choosing paths that lead towards greater fulfillment, joy, and purpose. The landscape of your inner world is vast and rich. It holds the keys to your potential, your challenges, and your path forward. It is a place of endless discovery, where the most profound transformations occur. Embrace the role of the explorer. Bring awareness to the terrain you traverse. Question the paths and the beliefs that shape it. Cultivate the energy and the consciousness that allow for growth. For it is within this landscape, through conscious exploration and mindful cultivation, that you will find the deepest understanding of yourself and the power to create the life you truly desire. The journey is ongoing, and the landscape, ever unfolding, offers endless opportunities for learning and expansion. Chapter 6. You stand at the threshold of a new experience, metaphorically speaking. You've taken the first step, perhaps by seeking understanding, by asking questions of your inner self, or by turning your gaze inward with curiosity. This is the beginning of a journey many embark upon, a path of self-discovery that leads not to a distant geographical location, but deep into the landscape of your own being. This inner world is vast, complex, and utterly unique to you. It is not a place you can easily map with conventional tools, nor is it static. It shifts, evolves, and reveals itself differently depending on your state of being, your focus, and the questions you hold. Think of it not as a fixed territory, but as a dynamic field, much like the earth itself, holding mountains and valleys, forests and deserts, oceans and clearings, all existing simultaneously yet often hidden beneath the surface. The subtle shift in perception, the primary challenge, and the primary key to navigating this inner terrain lies in perception. Your everyday life, the outer world you interact with, is primarily perceived through the lens of the physical senses and the mind's analytical processes. You see, hear, touch, taste, and smell what is immediately present, and you interpret these sensations based on past experiences, learned beliefs, and the expectations of your society. But your inner world operates on different principles. It communicates through feelings, intuition, subtle sensations, and inner knowing, frequencies that often bypass the conscious mind's critical filter. To access this landscape effectively, you must learn to shift your perception. This doesn't mean ignoring the physical world, but rather learning to integrate more of your inner experience into your awareness. Imagine standing in a forest. The outer perception might be trees, leaves, and the sound of birds, but the inner perception could be the feeling of peace, the subtle scent on the air, the vibration of life energy in the roots, the story the forest whispers. Both are valid, both are real, and both provide information. The journey inward requires cultivating the ability to access that richer, multi-layered form of perception, layers of inner experience. Your inner world isn't a single room. It's a house with many levels. At the surface, you might find the echoes of your outer life. Thoughts, worries, plans, and fleeting emotions. These are the parts most readily accessible to your conscious mind. Deeper down lies the realm of feeling and emotion. This is where the landscape takes on its most vivid colors and textures. Fear might feel like a cold, heavy stone pressing on your chest. Joy might be a warm, radiant light flooding your entire being. Sadness could be a gentle, cleansing rain washing away old layers. These emotional landscapes are powerful guides, offering feedback on your state of being and the choices you make. They are not merely reactions. They are intelligent signals from your inner self. Further still, beyond the conscious mind's reach but available through focused attention, lies the field of intuition. This is your inner compass, your gut feeling, the knowing that comes without a logical trail. It speaks in whispers, often in symbolic language or through vivid imagery. The intuitive landscape can be quiet and still, a place of deep inner certainty, or it can be a vibrant arena of insight and creative inspiration. And at the very core, many perceive a field of pure potential, a source of unconditional love and wisdom. It is a place of stillness, peace, and connection to the universal energy that flows through all things. This core is often shrouded in the mists of the ego and the busyness of the mind, requiring dedicated practice to connect with directly. Navigating with awareness and intention. How do you begin to explore this terrain? The key is simple yet profound. Awareness and intention. Awareness. Pay attention to your inner landscape as regularly as you pay attention to the world outside. Notice your thoughts without immediately judging them. Observe your feelings without needing to change them. Tune into your body. Where do you feel tension? Where do you feel ease? What subtle sensations are present? Keep a simple inner journal if it helps. Note the weather, the landscape, the dominant feelings or thoughts of the day. Intention. Approach your inner exploration with curiosity and a gentle, open heart. Ask yourself questions like, how do I feel right now? What is my inner guidance on this matter? What does this situation reveal about my inner state? What does my intuition whisper to me? Set the intention to connect, to listen, to learn. This is not about finding quick answers or achieving a state of perpetual bliss. It is about understanding the map of your own inner world, learning to read its symbols, and becoming more familiar with its different regions. It is about recognizing that the landscape you inhabit is entirely of your own creation, shaped by your beliefs, your choices, and your energy. The landscape as a mirror. One of the most profound aspects of your inner world is that it reflects your outer reality, and vice versa. The challenges you face externally often mirror internal conflicts, unhealed emotional wounds, or areas where your energy needs adjustment. The stress you feel in your job might be a signal from your inner self that you need to set healthier boundaries, or perhaps it reflects an internal resistance to taking responsibility. Conversely, the state of your inner landscape influences your outer experience. Peace and clarity within can lead to more harmonious relationships and successful outcomes. Fear and doubt can create obstacles and limit your potential. By learning to navigate and heal your inner terrain, you gain the power to consciously shape both your inner and outer worlds. This journey into the inner landscape is not a destination you reach and then stop. It is an ongoing process of exploration, refinement, and alignment. It is a path of becoming more consciously aware, more authentically connected to your own inner guidance, and more fully expressing the unique energy of who you are. So, take a deep breath. Feel the ground beneath you. Gently shift your focus inward. Listen to the whispers of your intuition, observe the colors of your emotions, and feel the energy of your connection. You are standing at the beginning of a vast and beautiful inner landscape, ready to explore, learn, and grow. The tools you need are within you. The journey is yours to undertake. Chapter 7. The landscape of your inner world. The journey of understanding the self is often described as navigating an inner landscape. For the new student, this landscape can appear vast, sometimes confusing, and occasionally daunting. You stand at the edge of this terrain, equipped with a growing awareness but perhaps unsure of the paths that lie before you. This chapter seeks to illuminate that landscape, helping you to understand its fundamental nature and the tools you possess to explore it. You have learned that your reality is not just the external world you perceive through your physical senses. There is a deeper layer, a vibrational reality that underlies the physical, influencing it profoundly. You understand that thoughts and feelings carry energy, creating a field around you that interacts with the energy of the universe and the energy of those around you. This inner terrain is where this energy field is primarily generated and managed. Think of your inner world not as a fixed location, but as a dynamic field of consciousness. It includes your thoughts, your emotions, your beliefs, your memories, and your energetic signature, the unique frequency you emit based on your current state of being. This field is the landscape you inhabit internally, and its condition profoundly affects your experience of the external world. One of the most significant aspects of this inner landscape is the concept of resonance. Everything within it, and everything interacting with it, vibrates at a certain frequency. Your thoughts of joy resonate differently than your thoughts of fear. Your belief in abundance vibrates differently than a belief in lack. Your emotional state of peace resonates differently from your emotional state of anxiety. The principle of resonance is fundamental. What you focus on, what you believe, and how you feel tends to attract more of the same. It's like a tuning fork. If you hold a tuning fork that resonates at a frequency of C, and you bring it near another tuning fork that is naturally tuned to C, the second tuning fork will begin to vibrate at that C frequency as well. Your inner world operates similarly. By understanding and managing the frequencies within it, you can begin to consciously shape your experience. This landscape also contains what might be described as programs or blueprints. These are not necessarily conscious choices made in this lifetime, but rather energetic patterns and beliefs that have been inherited or adopted from various sources. Past lives, ancestral lines, societal conditioning, and the collective consciousness. They operate beneath the level of conscious awareness, often influencing your reactions, your choices, and your life patterns without you even realizing it. Consider the analogy of a computer operating system. There are core programs that dictate basic functions. In your case, these could be fundamental beliefs about yourself, for example, I am worthy, I am a victim, about others, for example, people can be trusted, people are inherently dangerous, and about life itself, for example, life is meant to be enjoyable, life is hard. These underlying programs run the background processes of your consciousness, often without your direct input. The challenge for the new student is to become aware of this inner landscape and its workings. It requires moving beyond the surface level of daily thought and feeling to observe the deeper patterns and the energetic frequencies at play. It involves asking questions like, what am I truly thinking and feeling beneath the surface? What beliefs are operating automatically in my life? What energetic patterns seem to repeat? This process of observation is the first step towards conscious creation. As you become more aware of the frequencies you are emitting, you gain the power to choose differently. You can begin to consciously shift your thoughts, challenge limiting beliefs, and cultivate emotions that resonate with the experiences you desire. This is where the tools of awareness, intention, and focused feeling become crucial. By becoming acutely aware of your internal state, you can make deliberate choices about the frequencies you wish to amplify. By setting clear intentions, conscious declarations about what you wish to create or attract, you send energetic ripples through your inner landscape. And by focusing your feelings, by allowing yourself to truly experience emotions like joy, gratitude, and love, you activate powerful energetic shifts that realign your resonance. Your inner landscape is not just a place of potential challenges or inherited patterns. It is also a place of immense potential and creative power. It is the ground from which your reality springs. By understanding its nature, its vibrational quality, the principle of resonance, and the influence of underlying programs, and by learning to navigate it with awareness and intention, you unlock the key to conscious creation. You are not merely a passenger in your life. You are the conscious creator of your inner world, and from that inner world, you shape your outer experience. The landscape may seem complex at first, but like any terrain, it becomes more familiar and navigable with exploration and understanding. Embrace this journey of self-discovery. Observe your inner landscape with curiosity and compassion. Learn to listen to the subtle frequencies, and begin, right now, to consciously choose the resonance you wish to cultivate. Your inner world is the foundation upon which your future is built. Understand it, and you understand the power you hold to shape it. Chapter 8. The Journey Inward, the quest for understanding that begins for many as a new student in the school of life, often leads to encounters with unexpected obstacles. One of the most persistent and challenging is the voice within, the inner critic. It whispers, sometimes shouts, often disguised as wisdom or caution, yet its messages frequently erode self-worth and hinder progress. For the seeker, this internal voice can be particularly perplexing. It seems to come from a place of authority, judging thoughts, actions, and even intentions with a critical eye. It points out perceived flaws, magnifies mistakes, and offers a constant stream of what-ifs and should-haves. This voice can be so insistent and convincing that it feels almost external, a part of the universal structure itself, judging the student according to unseen, perhaps even arbitrary, rules. But this is not the voice of universal truth. It is a construct, born of old energy, of past programming, and of the human tendency to fear the unknown and the perceived consequences of error. This inner critic often operates from a place of fear. Fear of not being good enough, fear of failure, fear of judgment from others, and ultimately, fear of the self. It thrives on separation, on the idea that there is a distinct you that is inherently flawed and needs constant correction. The nature of this critic is rooted in a desire for control. It attempts to manage the complex process of growth and learning by dictating actions based on perceived safety rather than true potential. It tells the student, don't try that, You might fail, or stick to what you know. It's safer, thereby limiting exploration and the expansion of consciousness that comes with new experiences. It is a voice that has often forgotten the inherent worthiness of the individual, focusing instead solely on performance and outcome. Understanding this is the first step in learning to work with, rather than against, this internal dynamic. Recognizing that the inner critic is not an objective observer but a subjective entity, shaped by fear and past conditioning, allows for a crucial shift in perspective. It moves the seeker from a place of internal conflict and blame to one of awareness and choice. So, what is the path forward when faced with this persistent inner voice? The answer lies not in silencing it entirely, for that is not its purpose, and attempting to do so can often backfire, creating a vacuum filled by even more anxiety, but in understanding its nature and learning to respond with self-compassion. Self-compassion is not about naivety or ignoring mistakes. It is about acknowledging the human experience with kindness and understanding. It is recognizing that struggle, imperfection, and error are part of the journey, not signs of inherent defect. It is treating oneself with the same grace and support one would offer a dear friend facing similar challenges. Imagine, for a moment, a friend is learning a new skill. They stumble, make mistakes, and feel frustrated. The natural response from a compassionate friend is not criticism or judgment, but encouragement, understanding, and perhaps a gentle reminder that practice is required. This is the essence of self-compassion. Applying self-compassion to the inner critic involves several key practices: acknowledgement and validation. Instead of immediately fighting the critical voice or ignoring its messages, acknowledge its presence and the feelings it evokes. Validate the emotions associated with self-criticism, the shame, the inadequacy, the frustration, as natural human responses. Simply saying to oneself, "I am feeling criticized right now, and it feels uncomfortable," can begin to create distance from the criticism itself. Perspective taking. Remind yourself that the inner critic is based on fear and past conditioning, not on current reality or universal truth. Ask questions like, "Is this thought truly accurate? What evidence do I have for and against this belief? Is this the only way to see this situation?" This helps to deconstruct the critic's messages and see them for what they are: limited perspectives rather than objective facts. Kindness and forgive. Offer yourself the same kindness you would offer a friend. Speak to yourself as you would to someone you love unconditionally. When you make a mistake, instead of harsh self-judgment, offer yourself words of encouragement and understanding. Forgive yourself for not being perfect, for not knowing everything, for stumbling along the way. This does not mean excusing poor behavior, but rather releasing the heavy burden of perpetual self-condemnation. Focus on learning and growth. Reframe the lens through which you view challenges and mistakes. See them not as failures, but as opportunities for learning and expansion. Ask, "What can I learn from this experience? How can this help me grow?" This shifts the focus from judgment to development, aligning more closely with the path of the evolving consciousness. The inner critic is a part of the human experience, a legacy of the old energy of fear and separation. However, it does not have to define your reality or dictate your path. By understanding its nature and responding with the radical kindness of self-compassion, you can begin to transform its influence. You can learn to listen to its messages without believing them entirely, to see its fears without being controlled by them, and to replace its judgment with the understanding and support that comes from within. This is not an easy process. It requires consistent practice and conscious awareness. It is a fundamental shift in the relationship with the self, moving towards integration and wholeness. But for the student on the path of inner exploration, mastering the interplay between the inner critic and self-compassion is a crucial step. It paves the way for greater authenticity, resilience, and the courage to continue learning and expanding, guided by a deeper sense of inner worth and peace. It is, in essence, a practice of remembering your true nature, one compassionate thought at a time. Chapter 9. You stand at the threshold of a vast landscape, one both internal and external. The external world presents itself as a complex tapestry of challenges, opportunities, relationships, and responsibilities. You navigate this terrain, seeking guidance, making choices, and striving to find a sense of purpose and peace. But the most profound exploration, the most transformative journey, occurs within the territory of your own being. This inner landscape is not a static place but a dynamic field, constantly shifting and evolving. It is the realm of your thoughts, your emotions, your beliefs, your energy, and your connection to that which lies beyond the physical. Understanding this terrain is crucial. It is the foundation upon which you build your reality, your sense of self, and your experience of life. Many seek meaning and direction by looking outward, searching for external validation or answers in the world around them. They study, they work, they travel, they connect, hoping to find a signal, a sign, a map that will illuminate their path. And while these external pursuits have their place, they often lead to a sense of frustration if the true answers are not sought within. The inner landscape holds the keys. It is here that your personal frequency resonates. It is the source of your vibration, the energetic signature that dictates how you interact with the world and how the world interacts with you. Your thoughts are the seeds you plant in this inner garden. Your emotions are the water that nourishes them. Your beliefs are the soil in which they grow. What you focus upon, what you allow to take root, shapes the landscape of your experience. Consider the nature of your thoughts. Are they primarily focused on fear, worry, or doubt? Or do they tend towards gratitude, possibility, and love? The former attract energies of limitation, contraction, and struggle. They create a dense, sometimes murky inner terrain where clarity and ease are difficult to find. The latter, conversely, draw in energies of expansion, abundance, and harmony. They cultivate a landscape of light, where solutions emerge, where opportunities appear, and where a sense of inner peace becomes more accessible. Your emotions are the rivers and streams that flow through this landscape. Allow yourself to feel. Do not judge the ebb and flow of joy, sadness, anger, or fear. Instead, observe them as natural occurrences, indicators of your state of being and the needs of your energy field. Suppression or excessive indulgence in any emotion disrupts the natural balance, creating ruts or stagnant pools within your inner terrain. Emotional intelligence lies in acknowledging, understanding, and gently guiding these energies, allowing them to flow and recede naturally, enriching rather than overwhelming the landscape. Beliefs are the foundational structures of your inner world. They are the programs running beneath the surface, often operating outside your conscious awareness, yet profoundly influencing your perception and behavior. Many beliefs are inherited, learned from family, society, or past experiences. They shape your filters through which you view the world, dictating what you see, hear, and prioritize. The crucial step in navigating your inner landscape is becoming aware of these beliefs. It is recognizing that they are not absolute truths but interpretations, perspectives that can be examined, questioned, and, if necessary, updated. This is where the power of self-inquiry resides. Ask yourself, what am I believing about this? Where did this belief come from? Does it serve me in the present moment? Does it align with the essence of who I truly am? The landscape of your inner world is also a reflection of your connection to the infinite. It is a field of potential, resonating with the energies of the universe. There is a deeper layer beneath the surface of thought and emotion, a realm of pure awareness, stillness, and presence. It is the quiet space from which all creation arises, the source of unconditional love and understanding. Many who seek guidance find it helpful to cultivate practices that quiet the mind and heart, allowing them to access this deeper space. Meditation, contemplation, spending time in nature, or engaging in activities that bring a sense of flow can all serve as gateways. These practices help you move beyond the constant chatter of the mind and the pull of conditioned beliefs, enabling you to feel into the vastness within. Within this deeper space, you may begin to sense a different kind of guidance. It is not always a loud voice or a clear instruction. Often, it is a subtle feeling, an intuitive nudge, a sense of knowing that arises from a place of inner stillness. This guidance is aligned with your highest good, with the path of expansion and light, with the journey towards remembering your true nature. Navigating your inner landscape requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to explore the unknown. It is not always easy. There will be times when the terrain feels challenging, confusing, or overwhelming. There will be moments of doubt, of fear, of feeling lost. This is normal. The journey is one of incremental shifts, of learning to trust the process, and of understanding that every experience, every challenge, is an opportunity for growth. The landscape is also shaped by your relationships with others. How you interact, communicate, and empathize with those around you creates ripples within your inner field and theirs. Approaching relationships with openness, understanding, and a desire for mutual growth can help cultivate a more harmonious inner terrain, one that reflects love and connection rather than conflict and separation. Remember, the inner landscape is not fixed. It is malleable, responsive to your attention, your intentions, and your choices. By consciously cultivating positive thoughts, managing emotions with awareness, questioning limiting beliefs, and connecting with the deeper self, you can transform the quality of your inner world. You can create a landscape that is vibrant, clear, and aligned with the energies of love, light, and expansion. This transformation is not about achieving a state of perfection or eliminating all negative feelings. It is about shifting your perspective, finding balance, and operating from a place of greater awareness and choice. It is about remembering that you are not merely a resident of this inner landscape, but also its creator, its guide, and its steward. As you continue on your path, bring this understanding into your daily life. Take moments to check in with your inner terrain. Notice the quality of your thoughts and emotions. Gently question the beliefs that may be operating beneath the surface. Create space for stillness and connection with the deeper self. Embrace the journey of exploration and transformation within. For it is in the landscape of your inner world that the most profound discoveries await. It is where you find the resources to navigate the external challenges, where you connect with your true purpose, and where you experience the fullness of your being. This is the territory over which you hold ultimate sovereignty. This is where your power resides. This is where your journey truly begins. Chapter 10. The journey of understanding often presents itself as a series of unfolding layers, each revealing a deeper perspective on the self and the nature of reality. You, the seeker, find yourself navigating this landscape, armed with a growing awareness that the world is far more malleable and interconnected than commonly perceived. You stand at a crossroads, not just of physical location or career path, but of perception itself. How you interpret the events unfolding around you and the intentions you place upon them. This chapter delves into the heart of choice, exploring how your vibrational state, shaped by belief and emotion, interacts with the vast energetic landscape of possibility. It is a landscape far richer and more responsive than a simple map of cities and highways. It is a vibrational terrain, governed by the principles of resonance and frequency. You have learned that everything in your perceived reality, from the grandest structures to the subtlest interaction, exists on a spectrum of vibration. Your own energy signature, a complex tapestry woven from your thoughts, feelings, beliefs, and intentions, is a powerful beacon. This beacon does not merely illuminate your path. It actively shapes the environment around you, drawing towards you experiences and encounters that resonate with its current frequency. Consider the concept of resonance. A tuning fork, when struck, does not merely produce sound. It influences nearby tuning forks of the same or similar frequency, causing them to vibrate as well. This is a fundamental principle at play in the energetic universe. Your own vibration acts as a tuning fork within the cosmic symphony. When your frequency is aligned with abundance, love, and peace, you naturally attract circumstances and people that echo these states. Conversely, when your vibration is caught in the frequencies of fear, doubt, or limitation, you tend to draw experiences that reinforce these feelings. This is not about fate or predestination. It is about energetic alignment. The universe, or what you might perceive as the collective field of potential, is a vast ocean of vibrational possibilities. Your unique energetic signature allows you to navigate this ocean, but only to the extent that it matches the frequencies present. You cannot simply wish for a specific outcome and have it appear out of thin air, disconnected from your state. You must first attune your own energy to the frequency of what you seek. Think of it as learning a new language, the language of vibration and intention. As you practice speaking this language through conscious choice and emotional alignment, you become more fluent in navigating the vibrational landscape. You learn to choose your thoughts more deliberately, understanding that they carry energetic weight. You learn to manage your emotional responses, recognizing that feelings are the immediate energetic expression of your internal state and significantly influence your resonance. The landscape itself is dynamic. It is not static or unchanging. The collective consciousness of humanity, and indeed the state of the planet, shifts and evolves. This means the vibrational weather of potential changes. What was once difficult to manifest may become easier, while other frequencies might rise or fall in prominence. Your role remains the same: to attune yourself to the frequencies you desire, regardless of external circumstances. This requires a degree of inner stillness and self-awareness. It involves quieting the noise of the external world and listening to the subtle guidance of your own inner knowing. It means observing your thoughts and feelings without immediate judgment, but rather with curiosity, understanding that they are indicators of your current vibrational state. Are you operating from a place of certainty and trust, or from a place of uncertainty and caution? Your answer provides valuable feedback on your energetic alignment. Developing this awareness is the first step. The next is conscious choice. Choice is not merely about reacting to the world. It is about proactively shaping your energetic signature. When faced with a decision, ask yourself, what choice aligns most closely with the vibration I wish to embody or attract? This might mean choosing a different perspective, speaking words of encouragement instead of criticism, or taking an action that feels aligned with your higher purpose, even if it feels slightly uncomfortable or unfamiliar. The power lies in the consistency of your energetic choice. Small, consistent shifts in thought and emotion can, over time, dramatically alter your overall vibration. This, in turn, transforms your experience of the world. You begin to see opportunities where before you saw obstacles, to feel connection where before you felt isolation, and to attract people and experiences that support your growth and well-being. This understanding empowers you as a sovereign being within the universe. You are not merely a passenger on the tides of life. You are a navigator, using the compass of your intention and the map of your vibration to steer your course. The vibrational landscape is vast and infinitely responsive. Your task is to learn its language, attune your own energy, and make choices that resonate with the reality you wish to create. As you continue your journey, remember that this is an ongoing process. It requires patience, self-compassion, and a persistent commitment to understanding and aligning with your highest vibrational potential. Each choice, each intention, each moment of conscious awareness is a step on the path towards mastering your energetic signature and navigating the infinite possibilities with greater clarity and purpose. The landscape awaits your attuned presence, ready to reflect back the reality you choose to embody. Chapter 11. The journey of self-discovery is rarely a smooth, linear path. It is more often a winding road, filled with unexpected turns, moments of confusion, and, inevitably, encounters with one's own shadow self. Among the most persistent and challenging aspects of this inner landscape is the voice often referred to as the inner critic. For many seeking greater understanding and inner peace, this voice is a familiar, sometimes unwelcome, companion. It whispers doubts, magnifies perceived flaws, and offers a constant, often harsh, assessment of one's actions, thoughts, and worth. It acts as a filter, coloring one's perception of the world and oneself through a lens of judgment and criticism. This chapter delves into the nature of this inner entity, exploring its origins, its purpose as perceived through the teachings, and how to begin the process of working with and transforming its influence. From an omniscient perspective, it is observed that the inner critic is a complex phenomenon. It is not a single, unified consciousness but rather a collection of energies and thought patterns that have become ingrained within the human psyche. These patterns often originate from a lifetime of experiences. The criticisms received from others, the societal norms and expectations internalized, the comparisons made to others, and the fear of failure or disapproval. These elements, left unprocessed and unexamined, form the bedrock upon which the inner critic builds its voice. The teachings suggest that this voice is, in many ways, a misinterpretation, a distortion of a more complex inner guidance system. It often arises from the part of the self that carries the heavy burden of responsibility for one's experiences and outcomes. This part, deeply concerned with control and protection, sometimes mistakes the lessons of life, the necessary challenges and difficulties that foster growth, for personal failures or shortcomings. The inner critic takes these lessons and twists them into messages of inadequacy. Consider, for instance, the experience of facing a significant challenge. A healthy part of the guidance system might offer the perspective that this challenge is an opportunity for learning and expansion, a chance to strengthen certain qualities. The inner critic, however, might seize upon the difficulty, focusing only on the perceived failure, and declare, "You can't do this," or "You always mess things up." It ignores the potential for growth and instead emphasizes the negative outcome, reinforcing a sense of limitation. Furthermore, the inner critic often operates from a place of fear. It fears the judgment of others, the consequences of perceived mistakes, and the loss of control. This fear fuels its critical messages, creating a cycle where self-doubt leads to avoidance, and avoidance leads to further self-doubt. It speaks a language of shoulds and shouldn'ts, reflecting the internalized expectations rather than the authentic desires or the true guidance of the soul. Understanding the inner critic is the first step in learning how to relate to it differently. It is helpful to see it not as an enemy to be vanquished, but as a part of oneself that carries specific, often outdated, information. This part has likely served a purpose in past lives or even in this life at earlier stages, perhaps helping to ensure survival or conformity within a specific context. However, its methods are often outdated and counterproductive to the higher dimensional goals of love, light, and authenticity that many are now seeking to embody. The key to transforming the influence of the inner critic lies not in suppression, but in awareness and reprogramming. It begins with recognizing the voice when it arises. Notice the specific language it uses, the feelings it evokes, fear, shame, inadequacy, and the thoughts it attaches to your experiences. Simply observing it without judgment begins to weaken its hold. The next step is to question its messages. Is this truly the whole story? Is there another perspective? Is this thought serving my highest good? The teachings encourage replacing the inner critic's harsh judgments with kinder, more compassionate self-statements. This is not about naivety or denial, but about aligning with a more constructive and loving internal dialogue. Instead of "you failed, try this was a challenging experience, and I can learn from it." Instead of "you're not good enough, try "I am doing the best I can, and I am worthy of love and kindness, just as I am." This process requires consistent practice. It is like learning a new language. The critical voice may still arise, but with practice, the more compassionate self-talk becomes the dominant narrative. It involves cultivating a deeper connection with one's inner wisdom, the part of self that offers guidance based on love and understanding rather than fear and judgment. Working with the inner critic is also about extending self-compassion. Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a dear friend who is struggling. Recognize that imperfection is a part of the human experience and that growth often occurs precisely through navigating challenges and learning from difficulties. This shift in perspective can fundamentally alter the relationship with the inner critic, gradually reducing its power and influence. Ultimately, the journey with the inner critic is about reclaiming your power. It is about recognizing that you are not defined by the criticisms of others or the judgments of this part of yourself. You are a sovereign being, capable of creating your own reality and defining your own worth based on your essence, your connection to love, and your commitment to your soul's path. By understanding its origins, questioning its messages, and replacing its judgments with compassionate self-statements, the inner critic can transform from a source of fear and limitation into a tool for growth and self-awareness. It is a significant step on the path of self-mastery, leading towards a more authentic, loving, and empowered way of being. This process, while challenging, is ultimately liberating, opening the door to a deeper connection with oneself and the infinite potential that lies within. Chapter 12. The nature of the inner landscape. The journey inward, the path of self-discovery, is often depicted as a mystical adventure through unseen realms. Yet, for the seeker, the landscape of the inner self can feel just as complex and sometimes confusing as the outer world. It is not always a place of pure light and sound, but a terrain rich with textures, emotions, and subtle energies. Understanding this inner landscape is crucial for navigating the challenges and realizing the potential that resides within. Many who begin this exploration find themselves encountering what seems like noise or conflicting feelings. There might be a part of the mind that argues, a part that fears, and another that yearns for connection. This is not necessarily a sign of weakness or imbalance, but rather a reflection of the multifaceted nature of consciousness. You are a composite being, a blend of past experiences, learned beliefs, innate intuition, and the ongoing process of becoming. Consider your inner world as a field. Just as a physical field can contain patches of dry earth, flowing water, vibrant flowers, and shadowed areas, your inner landscape holds a diversity of states. There are moments of clarity and peace, times of deep emotion, periods of confusion, and moments of quiet contemplation. These are not separate entities but aspects of a dynamic whole. The challenge, and the opportunity, lies in learning to perceive this field with awareness rather than judgment. The ancient perspective suggests that much of what you experience internally is a result of your own energy interactions. Your thoughts create ripples. Your feelings generate currents. Negative self-talk, for instance, can create stagnant energy pools, while affirmations of self-worth can clear paths and foster growth. It is not about forcing emotions away, but about understanding their source and learning to navigate them with grace. This inner terrain also holds the echoes of your life's journey. Past wounds, unprocessed grief, or lingering fears can manifest as energetic patterns within you. They are like old tracks in the soil, reminders of where you've been. Recognizing these patterns without judgment allows you to understand their origin and, more importantly, to see that you are not bound by them. You have the power, through awareness and intention, to gently redirect these energies, clearing the path for new growth. Crucially, this inner landscape is not merely a place of internal conflict. It is also a gateway to deeper connection. The quiet spaces within, the moments of stillness where the mental chatter softens, are where you can begin to sense the subtle guidance that flows from your higher self and the universal field of intelligence. It is here that intuition speaks, often in whispers, offering insights that logic alone cannot provide. Developing sensitivity to this inner terrain requires practice. It is much like learning to navigate a physical landscape. You start by observing, noticing the different landmarks, your thoughts, feelings, physical sensations. You learn to read the weather, the emotional climate of a moment. Over time, with consistent practice, you become more adept at moving through this landscape with intention, recognizing opportunities for growth and healing. This includes learning to differentiate between the self and the egoic mind. The ego often operates from a place of fear and separation, creating narratives of limitation and conflict. The higher self, on the other hand, operates from a place of love, unity, and infinite potential. Learning to quiet the egoic chatter and listen to the whispers of the higher self is fundamental to understanding the true nature of your inner landscape and your place within the larger universe. Remember, this inner journey is not a destination you arrive at, but an ongoing process of exploration and integration. There will always be new facets of yourself to discover, new layers of understanding to embrace. Embrace the complexity of your inner world. See it not as a problem to be solved, but as a rich tapestry waiting to be understood. By cultivating awareness, practicing self-compassion, and remaining open to guidance, you can transform this inner landscape from a place of confusion into a sanctuary of wisdom and power. It is within this landscape that the true work of personal evolution unfolds, leading you ever closer to the authentic expression of who you truly are. Chapter 13. The Journey Inward, the Path of Self-Discovery and Personal Empowerment, often presents unexpected challenges. One of the most persistent and insidious obstacles encountered is the inner critic. For many seeking growth, this voice, often loud and convincing, acts as a significant barrier, questioning worth, magnifying perceived flaws, and sabotaging efforts towards change. This chapter explores the nature of this entity, its origins, and how to begin the process of understanding and working with it, rather than being controlled by it. Recognizing it for what it is, a part of the self, albeit an unbalanced one, is the crucial first step. From an omniscient perspective, we observe the inner landscape of countless souls navigating this terrain. The inner critic is not a separate entity, nor is it necessarily malevolent in its core programming. It often arises from a place of deep-seated protection and past conditioning. Think of it as an older, perhaps less evolved, part of the self, formed early in life. Its primary, misguided intention is often to keep the individual safe from perceived failure, rejection, or pain. It learned, perhaps through critical parents, harsh societal messages, or difficult life experiences, that certain behaviors or thoughts led to negative consequences. Therefore, this part of the self developed a set of rules and judgments. It became the voice that whispers, "Don't try, you'll fail, you're not good enough," or "Look at that person. They are so much better than you." It focuses on what is wrong, what hasn't been done perfectly, and what might go wrong in the future. It thrives on negativity and scarcity, reinforcing a belief system that limits potential and fosters insecurity. The inner critic often uses very specific tactics. It employs cognitive distortions, such as expecting the worst, personalization, blaming oneself for things beyond control, and all or nothing thinking, seeing situations in black and white, with no middle ground. It can also be very adept at comparison, constantly measuring the self against others, usually unfavorably. Understanding its origins is key. This critical voice often carries the echoes of past judgments, both self-imposed and external. It might be a reflection of messages received in childhood, filtered through the lens of adult experiences and expectations. It's important to recognize that this voice, while potentially harmful, does not represent the totality of your being. It is a part, albeit a loud and persistent one, that operates from a place of fear and misunderstanding. The journey towards working with the inner critic begins with awareness. It requires learning to distinguish its voice from the quieter, more authentic voice of your inner wisdom or your higher self. This is not always easy, especially when the inner critic is dominant. It can be helpful to simply observe its messages without immediately reacting or believing them. When you hear that critical voice, try to label it. Acknowledge it without judgment. There's the inner critic speaking, or that's my fear talking. This act of labeling creates a small but significant distance between you and the negativity, allowing you to see it for what it is. Just thoughts, often inaccurate or outdated, rather than absolute truths. Once you have awareness, the next step is gentle, consistent work. This is not about forcefully silencing the inner critic, which is often futile and can even backfire by increasing internal tension. Instead, it's about gentle redirection and counter-programming. When the inner critic offers a harsh judgment, consciously offer a more compassionate and realistic alternative. If it says, "You failed," you might respond, "I made an effort. I'm learning from the experience." If it says, "You're not good enough," you might counter with, "I am worthy, and I am doing the best I can with what I have." This process requires patience and self-compassion. The inner critic has likely been active for a long time. It won't disappear overnight. It may push back, becoming louder or more insistent when challenged. This is normal. The goal is not to win an argument with it but to gradually shift the internal landscape. Each time you consciously counter its negativity, you are planting seeds of a more positive and empowering self-narrative. It can also be helpful to explore the root causes of the inner critic's judgments. Why does it feel you are not good enough? What specific past events might have contributed to this belief? This deeper exploration, often through reflection or journaling, can help uncover the origins of these limiting beliefs and begin the process of reframing them. Furthermore, cultivating a practice of self-compassion is essential. Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a good friend facing similar struggles. Acknowledge your efforts, celebrate your successes, no matter how small, and forgive yourself for perceived mistakes. This practice helps to weaken the hold the inner critic has on your emotional well-being. The inner critic is a reflection of fear. Fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of not being enough. By understanding its nature, acknowledging its origins, and consciously working to counter its negativity with compassion and awareness, you begin to reclaim your power. You start to move from being a victim of your own critical voice to being an observer, guiding it towards a more balanced and supportive role. This is a significant step on the path of self-mastery. By learning to navigate the landscape of the inner critic, you free up energy and resources previously consumed by fear and self-doubt. You create space for greater self-acceptance, inner peace, and the courage to pursue your true potential. It is not the end of the journey, but a crucial turning point, opening the door to a more authentic and empowered way of being. Chapter 14. The journey of understanding oneself is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding path, filled with moments of clarity followed by periods of confusion, insights gained through hardship, and lessons learned in unexpected places. You find yourself navigating this path, armed with a growing awareness, seeking to integrate the profound shifts in perception you have begun to experience. One of the most challenging, yet ultimately rewarding, aspects of this integration is understanding the concept of your personal vibrational signature. It is not merely about feeling good. It is about recognizing the fundamental frequency at which you operate, the energy signature that attracts your experiences, relationships, and opportunities. It is the unique resonance you send out into the universe, and the echo you receive back. You may have heard concepts like attracts like, or the idea that your thoughts create your reality. These are not simplistic platitudes but reflections of a deeper truth. Energy follows energy. Your thoughts, your emotions, your beliefs, and your actions all vibrate at specific frequencies. When these frequencies are aligned, when your internal state is congruent and positive, you attract experiences that match that state. Conversely, internal discord or negativity can draw in circumstances that mirror that discord. This is where the idea of your vibrational signature becomes crucial. It is the sum total of your energetic frequency at any given moment, influenced by your core beliefs, your emotional landscape, your level of consciousness, and your connection to your higher self. It is dynamic, yes, but it also has a core, foundational aspect that is deeply connected to your soul's purpose and your state of being. As a new student of these deeper understandings, you might find this concept initially abstract. How do you measure such a thing? How do you know if your signature is correct or positive? The answers lie within you. Your body is a barometer for your energy, and your intuition is your guide. Pay attention to your feelings. What emotions arise when you consider your day, your relationships, or your future? Fear, anxiety, and resentment carry heavy, low-frequency energy. They create a dense vibration that can block the flow of positive experiences. Joy, gratitude, love, and peace, on the other hand, carry light, high-frequency energy. They create a vibration that is expansive, open, and inviting. Your vibrational signature is also reflected in your actions. Do your daily choices align with the state of being you wish to cultivate? Do you react from a place of love and understanding, or do you often fall into patterns of reaction born of past hurts or ingrained beliefs? Each action you take, each word you speak, each thought you hold sends out a signal, contributing to the overall signature you project. The process of raising your vibrational signature is not about forcing positivity or ignoring negative feelings. It is about awareness and choice. It is about recognizing when you are operating from a low-frequency state and consciously choosing to shift. This shift often begins with self-acceptance. Acknowledge your feelings without judgment. Understand that emotions are signals, carrying important information about your state of being and your needs. Instead of reacting, you can choose to respond in a way that aligns more closely with your highest good. Techniques can help in this process. Meditation, even for a few minutes each day, can quiet the mind and allow you to connect with your inner stillness, a place of high vibration. Focusing on gratitude shifts your awareness from what is lacking to what is abundant, instantly raising your energetic state. Visualization can help you connect with your ideal self, your highest potential, and the positive outcomes you desire. Affirmations, when felt deeply, can reprogram your subconscious mind and begin to shift your core beliefs and, consequently, your vibrational signature. Understanding your vibrational signature also helps you in your interactions with others. When your own energy is stable and positive, you are better equipped to handle the challenges of relating to those around you. You become less reactive to the negativity of others, recognizing that their energetic state is their own journey, separate from yours. You can offer support and understanding without absorbing their low-frequency vibrations. You can choose to connect with those who resonate with your higher state of being, creating supportive and harmonious environments. As you continue to learn and grow, you will begin to notice the law of attraction working more consciously in your life. Opportunities will present themselves more readily. People who are a good match for you will seem to appear. You will find yourself drawn to situations that align with your soul's purpose. This is not magic. It is the natural consequence of aligning your internal state with the energetic fabric of the universe. Remember, the journey of raising your vibrational signature is a lifelong process. There will always be challenges, moments of doubt, and periods where your energy wavers. The key is consistency and awareness. Small, daily choices to cultivate positivity, practice self-compassion, and align with your higher self make a profound difference over time. Your vibrational signature is the light by which you navigate your path. It is the energy through which you create your reality. By understanding and consciously working to elevate it, you empower yourself to live a life of greater joy, purpose, and connection. You move from simply seeking information about life to becoming an active participant in co-creating the life you truly desire, one vibrational frequency at a time. Continue to explore, to learn, and most importantly, to feel. Your feelings are your compass, guiding you towards the highest state of resonance you can achieve. The universe awaits your highest vibration. Chapter 15. The journey of understanding the self is less a quest for answers and more a process of tuning into a deeper frequency. You have learned that thoughts are not merely mental concepts. They are vibrational energies that shape your internal landscape and, consequently, your external world. You have explored the power of intention, the role of belief in creating your reality, and the importance of emotions as the very substance of your energetic being. Now, you stand at a point of integration, ready to delve into a more nuanced aspect of this energetic tapestry, the concept of the vibrational signature of your reality. This is the unique energetic fingerprint that arises from the collective resonance of your thoughts, beliefs, emotions, and experiences. It is the frequency at which your personal universe operates, influencing what you perceive, attract, and manifest. Imagine your life as a field of energy, constantly interacting with the universal energy field. Your thoughts, like ripples on a pond, send out vibrations. Your beliefs act as the depth and contour of that pond, influencing how those ripples travel and interact. Your emotions are the very water itself, the medium through which these vibrations flow and take form. When these elements are aligned, they create a harmonious and resonant frequency, a strong, clear signature that attracts experiences of a similar vibrational quality. Consider the world around you. You perceive it through your own unique vibrational lens. What you focus on, what you believe is true, and how you feel about it all contributes to the signature of the reality you experience. If your dominant frequency is one of fear and scarcity, your reality may reflect these themes, drawing experiences that seem to confirm your fears. Conversely, if your signature resonates with love, abundance, and possibility, you will naturally attract experiences that align with this higher frequency. This concept moves beyond simply thinking positive thoughts. It involves a deeper layer of understanding that your state of being is the most powerful creative force. Your vibrational signature is a direct reflection of your inner state. Your core feelings, your foundational beliefs, and your unwavering intention. To begin tuning into and understanding your own vibrational signature, you must become an observer of your inner world. Pay attention to your recurring thoughts and feelings. What themes emerge? Are they rooted in fear, judgment, or comparison, or do they stem from love, acceptance, and gratitude? Notice the emotions that dominate your day-to-day experience. Do you feel joy more often than anxiety? Do you perceive the world with curiosity and wonder, or with cynicism and doubt? These internal patterns are the raw materials from which your vibrational signature is built. By becoming aware of these patterns, you gain the power to consciously shape them. This is not about forcing positive thoughts or suppressing negative ones, but about understanding the source of your vibrational output and making choices that align with the reality you wish to create. Begin to cultivate practices that elevate your energetic frequency. Meditation is a powerful tool, allowing you to quiet the mental chatter and connect with your deeper, more resonant self. Focus on feelings of love, compassion, and gratitude. These emotions carry very high, expansive frequencies that can significantly elevate your overall vibrational signature. Visualization can also be employed to strengthen your signature. Imagine your ideal reality not just as a destination to be reached, but as a vibrational state you are currently embodying. Visualize yourself already living in that state of being, feeling the emotions associated with it, seeing the world through the lens of that reality. Hold this image with intention and feeling, allowing it to become a part of your energetic blueprint. Affirmations can anchor these new frequencies. However, they are most potent when felt. Instead of reciting them robotically, infuse them with genuine emotion and conviction. Speak them from the heart, allowing the feeling behind the words to resonate deeply within you, reinforcing the new vibrational patterns you wish to establish. Your vibrational signature is not static. It is dynamic and malleable. It shifts and changes based on your thoughts, feelings, and experiences. This means you have the continuous power to adjust the frequency of your reality. Each moment presents an opportunity to choose a higher vibration, to consciously shift your state of being. Recognize that the world around you is also a collection of vibrational signatures. People, places, and events resonate with different frequencies. By understanding your own signature, you become better equipped to discern what serves your highest good and what does not. You learn to navigate the energetic landscape with greater awareness, choosing interactions and environments that support your journey and releasing those that drain your energy. The ultimate goal is not to create a perfect, unchanging reality, but to live from a place of conscious resonance, to embody a signature that is deeply aligned with your core essence, one characterized by love, joy, peace, abundance, and purpose. This alignment allows you to perceive the richness and magic of the universe more clearly, to attract opportunities that support your growth, and to contribute positively to the collective energy field. Your life is a series of energetic vibrations coming together. By understanding and consciously cultivating your own vibrational signature, you become the master of this creative process. You learn that you are not merely a passenger in the story of your life, but the conscious conductor of the symphony that unfolds. The more you understand and work with principles of your vibrational signature, the more you will realize that the reality you experience is a direct reflection of the state of being you choose to embody. The power to shape your world lies, as always, within your own energetic heart. Chapter 16. The journey inward, the path of self-discovery and personal evolution, is rarely a smooth, linear trajectory. It is often more akin to navigating a complex labyrinth, filled with unexpected turns, hidden passages, and, inevitably, encounters with one's own shadow aspects. Among the most persistent and challenging of these inner encounters is the entity known as the inner critic. For many seeking higher consciousness and greater self-acceptance, the inner critic represents a formidable barrier. It whispers doubts, magnifies perceived flaws, and echoes societal conditioning, creating a constant internal struggle that can feel overwhelming. Understanding the true nature of this voice, its origins, and its purpose within the broader tapestry of your spiritual development is crucial for learning to coexist with it, rather than being consumed by it. From an elevated perspective, the inner critic is not an entity of pure malevolence or a separate, malevolent part of your psyche. It is, in fact, a creation of the human experience itself, born from the very mechanisms designed for survival and protection. Its origins lie deep within the subconscious mind, a product of accumulated life lessons, past experiences, particularly those involving perceived failure or disapproval, and the influence of external conditioning. The voices of parents, teachers, peers, and the broader culture. Think of it as an ancient survival protocol, honed over millennia. Its primary function was to keep the individual safe from external threats and, perhaps more significantly, from the perceived judgment and rejection of the tribe. In the past, failure could mean literal death or social ostracization, severe consequences that reinforced the importance of adhering to the group's norms and avoiding actions that might lead to negative attention. The inner critic acted as an internal guardian, constantly monitoring thoughts and behaviors, warning against actions deemed unsafe or deviant. It learned which paths led to pain and which led to acceptance. It internalized the critical voices of authority figures and societal standards, creating an internalized judge that echoed these external messages. Its language became one of caution, limitation, and fear. Don't do that, you can't handle this, you're not good enough, be careful. Its goal was not to empower or uplift, but to ensure survival by minimizing risk and maintaining conformity. In simpler terms, the inner critic is like an old, outdated software program running in the background of your mind. It was effective in its original context, but much of its core programming is no longer relevant or accurate in the context of modern life and spiritual evolution. It operates on outdated data, rigid rules, and a fear-based logic that no longer serves your highest good. The challenge arises because, over time, this protective mechanism became overly zealous. Its initial role as a cautious guide morphed into an all-consuming inner tyrant. The lines between genuine caution and paralyzing self-doubt blurred. The voice that once served to keep you safe from external harm began to turn inward, attacking your self-worth, undermining your confidence, and sabotaging your attempts at growth and joy. It thrives in the energy of fear, negativity, and resistance. It feeds on self-judgment, comparison to others, and dwelling on past mistakes. It loves to point out imperfection, errors, and ignore successes. It creates a narrative of inadequacy, convincing you that you are fundamentally flawed or incapable, thereby reinforcing the very survival protocols it was designed to uphold. However, from a higher consciousness perspective, the inner critic also holds a key piece of information, albeit wrapped in a very difficult package. Its constant pointing, its focus on perceived flaws, is, in reality, a distorted reflection of your own highest potential. It is highlighting areas where you have not yet integrated the light, where you are still embodying the old, lower self and its limitations. Think of it as a harsh, unfiltered mirror reflecting the aspects of your being that need refinement, healing, and transmutation. It sees the shadowed side, the parts of you that are still influenced by fear, doubt, separation, and old programming. Its criticism, while painful, is essentially pointing towards the areas where you need to apply more light, more love, more acceptance, and more understanding. The crucial realization is that the inner critic is not your enemy. It is, paradoxically, a part of you, a reflection of your own inner struggles and the process of evolution. It is a symptom, not the cause. The true cause lies in the energy of judgment, fear, and separation that you project onto it and onto yourself. Therefore, the path to working with the inner critic is not about destroying it or defeating it. Such efforts often backfire, creating more internal conflict and reinforcing the very energy it represents. Instead, the approach involves understanding, compassion, and conscious transformation. It begins with awareness, recognizing the voice when it arises, noticing its specific language, its tone, and the feelings it evokes. Instead of automatically believing it or reacting to its messages with fear or self-loathing, you learn to step back and observe it as an externalization of old programming. The next step is compassion, acknowledging that this voice, this mechanism, has been serving you in its own way, albeit in an outdated and harmful manner. It has been trying to keep you safe according to the rules of the old reality. Treating it with kindness, rather than anger or rejection, helps to dissolve the energetic charge that fuels it. It begins to lose its power when you no longer feed it with fear and resistance. Finally, there is the application of light and love. This is where the true spiritual work occurs. You meet the inner critic's messages with understanding, self-acceptance, and the energy of unconditional love. You counter its fear-based warnings with the knowledge of your inherent worth and the understanding that your soul is eternal and capable of infinite growth. You begin to see the inner critic's feedback not as a condemnation, but as an invitation. It is inviting you to transmute the old fear-based programming with the new energy of love, light, and acceptance. It is asking you to integrate more of your higher self, the part of you that knows you are divine, worthy, and already whole. This is a gradual process. It requires consistent practice, mindfulness, and a commitment to self-observation. It involves replacing critical self-talk with affirmations of worth, practicing self-compassion during moments of perceived failure or inadequacy, and consciously choosing to operate from a space of inner peace rather than fear. As you learn to apply more light and love to the inner critic, something remarkable begins to happen. The voice softens. Its messages become less frequent and less intense. Its influence wanes as your own internal stability and self-acceptance grow. The inner critic does not disappear entirely, for it is still a part of your human experience, but its power diminishes significantly. It becomes a faint echo, no longer capable of dictating the terms of your inner world. The true transformation lies not in eradicating the critic, but in evolving beyond its sphere of influence. It is about moving from a place of reaction and fear, dictated by an ancient survival mechanism, to a place of conscious choice, operating from the awareness of your divine nature. It is about replacing the harsh judgment of the old self with the gentle guidance of the light, the love, and the wisdom that resides within you always. In essence, the inner critic is a final, challenging hurdle on the path to self-mastery and wholeness. Understanding its nature allows you to see it not as an obstacle, but as a catalyst for profound transformation. By meeting it with awareness, compassion, and the unwavering application of light and love, you begin to transmute its energy, paving the way for a life lived from a place of greater peace, confidence, and alignment with your true divine self. The journey continues, and each step taken in understanding and love brings you closer to the evolution you came to experience. Chapter 17. The journey of understanding oneself and one's place in the grand tapestry of existence is often described as a path of discovery. It involves peeling back layers of conditioning, revealing the underlying structures of belief, and ultimately, connecting with the pure essence of one's being. In this exploration, a crucial concept emerges, one that bridges the gap between thought, feeling, and the tangible world: the vibrational signature of intent. As a new student seeking to navigate the complexities of life, you may find yourself pondering the nature of reality. You observe the world around you, the interactions, the outcomes, the synchronicities, and seek patterns, meaning, and influence. You might wonder, why do certain things happen, while others don't? Or how do my thoughts and feelings shape my experience? The answer, according to the deeper understanding accessible to those who tune into the higher realms, lies in the power and the physics of intent. Intent is far more than a fleeting thought or a passing wish. It is a focused, conscious energy directed towards a possibility. It is the seed from which creation begins. Imagine it as a laser beam of consciousness, pinpointed with clarity and held with unwavering commitment. This focused energy does not simply sit passively within the mind. It carries its own unique vibrational frequency. Think of the universe not as a collection of separate, isolated objects, but as an interconnected web of energy, vibrating at different rates. Everything, from the largest star to the smallest subatomic particle, and indeed, every thought and emotion you generate, has a specific vibrational signature. Your own unique energy field, the one that emanates from you and influences your interaction with the world, is a composite of these vibrations. When you hold a strong intention, it creates a distinct energetic signature. This signature is a reflection of the feeling quality behind the thought. An intention focused on fear or doubt carries a different energetic resonance than one centered on love, courage, or peace. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, is constantly reading these vibrational signatures. The principle is simple yet profound. Like attracts like. Your intention, with its unique vibrational signature, acts as a beacon, drawing towards you experiences, people, and opportunities that resonate at a similar frequency. It is the universe's way of aligning you with the potential you have set forth. Consider the concept of resonance. A tuning fork, when struck, vibrates at a specific frequency. If another tuning fork of the exact same frequency is brought near it, it will begin to vibrate as well, without being physically touched. This is resonance. Your intention acts as that tuning fork. It sends out its energetic frequency, and the universe, through the laws of vibrational physics, responds by bringing into your experience what matches that signature. This is not about magic or wishful thinking. It is about understanding the fundamental nature of reality. It is about recognizing that you are not merely a passive observer of life, but an active participant, shaping your reality through the power of focused consciousness. Your thoughts and feelings are not just internal experiences. They are external forces, creating ripples that extend far beyond your immediate awareness. As you seek to navigate life more consciously, the cultivation of positive and clear intent becomes paramount. It requires practice. It involves not just thinking about what you want, but feeling the emotion of having it. The vibration of the feeling is as important, if not more so, than the clarity of the thought itself. Begin to pay attention to the quality of your intentions. Are they rooted in fear, scarcity, or doubt? Or are they grounded in love, abundance, and trust? Notice how you feel when you hold different intentions. Your body and your subconscious mind often provide immediate feedback through shifts in energy, emotion, and even physical sensation. The more you practice focusing your intention with positive feeling, the stronger and clearer your vibrational signature becomes. You begin to operate from a place of inner authority, co-creating your reality rather than merely reacting to it. You become a conscious sculptor of your own experience, using the power of your focused awareness and the unwavering commitment of your heart. This understanding transforms the way you approach challenges. Instead of focusing solely on the problem, you learn to shift your perspective towards the desired outcome, holding that intention with unwavering belief and the corresponding emotional resonance. You send out a clear signal of what you wish to create, and the universe, through its intricate mechanisms of vibrational alignment, begins to bring forth the resources and circumstances necessary to fulfill that intention. The journey is one of becoming increasingly aware of the energy you project. It is about understanding that your inner state, your thoughts, your feelings, your beliefs, is the very foundation upon which your external reality is built. By mastering the art of intention, you master the key to shaping that reality in alignment with your highest good. So, as you continue your exploration, embrace the power within you. Recognize that you carry a unique vibrational signature, one that is constantly influenced by your inner world. Cultivate intentions that are clear, focused, and held with love and conviction. Feel the energy of those intentions. Understand that you are not separate from the universe, but an integral part of its vibrant, energetic fabric. Through the conscious use of your intent, you become a powerful co-creator, weaving the tapestry of your life with awareness and purpose. The universe listens, and it responds in perfect harmony with the vibrational signature you send forth. Chapter 18. The journey of self-discovery is rarely a smooth, linear path. It is more often a winding road, filled with unexpected turns, moments of confusion, and the persistent companion of the inner critic. Many seek understanding, seeking to rise above limitations and fears, yet find themselves repeatedly tangled in the web of self-doubt. This chapter delves into the nature of this persistent voice and offers guidance on how to perceive and work with it. For the seeker, the inner critic is a familiar entity. It whispers, it nags, it sometimes shouts, offering a stream of commentary that is often critical, judgmental, and focused on perceived shortcomings. It points out mistakes, magnifies errors, and reminds one of past failures. Its language is frequently harsh, mirroring the harshest words one might have ever heard from external sources, perhaps echoing parental expectations, societal pressures, or past self-judgments. This voice often presents itself as the voice of logic, reason, or even protection. It argues that caution is necessary, that aiming too high is foolish, and that settling into comfort is the only safe path. It paints grand aspirations as unrealistic dreams, discouraging the very exploration and expansion that leads to growth. It thrives in the energy of fear. Fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of the unknown. It uses these fears to keep the individual small, safe, and predictable, reinforcing old patterns and beliefs that no longer serve the higher self's journey of light activation and expansion. However, the perspective offered here is that this inner critic is not an inherent part of your true self. It is a learned pattern, a program installed through life experiences, societal conditioning, and past interactions. It is an energetic construct, built upon the accumulation of negative self-talk and external messages received along the way. It is a reflection of old energy, of the lower self that seeks control and security through limitation, rather than the higher self that thrives on expansion, love, and light. Understanding this is the crucial first step. To see the inner critic for what it is, a pattern, an echo of past programming, not a reflection of your core essence, is to begin to disentangle yourself from its power. This does not mean ignoring its messages, but rather perceiving them for what they are, external echoes, not internal truths. The next step involves a subtle shift in awareness. When the inner critic speaks, instead of immediately believing it or reacting to it with emotion, practice listening with a sense of detachment. Observe the voice as you would observe a stream flowing by, noting the words, the tone, the energy, but recognizing that it is not you, the eternal presence within. Ask yourself, gently, is this truly my voice? Is this the highest guidance for my soul's journey? Often, the answer, when held with sincere inquiry, is a quiet no. This practice requires consistent, gentle effort. It is like learning to differentiate the sound of the wind from the sound of your own thoughts. It is about cultivating a witness consciousness, an awareness of the observer that exists beyond the thoughts and emotions that arise. This witness is your connection to the deeper self, the part that holds the light and the love, the part that seeks understanding and connection. Transforming the inner critic is not about simply stopping its voice. That often leads to suppression, which the critic then uses to its advantage. The transformation comes from changing the perception of its messages. Begin to reframe the messages of the inner critic. Instead of seeing them as warnings of failure, view them as opportunities for learning and growth. Instead of accepting them as truths about your inadequacy, recognize them as old, limited beliefs that you now have the power to release. For example, the inner critic might say, "You can't do this. You're not good enough." A more expansive, soul-aligned perspective might respond, "This task feels challenging, and it is activating old beliefs of limitation. I can observe these feelings without letting them define my capacity. Perhaps this is an area where I can explore my true potential and expand my light." Incorporate practices that support this shift. Meditation, even brief daily sessions, can create the quiet space needed to observe thoughts without identification. Affirmations focused on love, worthiness, and expansion can help reprogram the subconscious patterns underlying the critic. Journaling can be a powerful tool for identifying and questioning the critic's messages. Furthermore, spending time in nature, engaging in creative expression, or connecting with others who embody light and understanding can provide supportive environments for this inner work. The journey with the inner critic is ongoing. It is a process of recognizing, observing, questioning, and gently releasing old energetic patterns. It is about remembering the nature of your true self, one of infinite potential, love, and light, and consciously choosing to align your awareness with that truth, even amidst the echoes of the past. As you work with the inner critic, you may notice a gradual softening of its voice. Its power diminishes not through force, but through understanding and the consistent application of a higher perspective. You may find yourself responding to challenges with greater courage, making decisions from a place of inner knowing rather than fear, and allowing your natural light to shine more brightly. This is the path of understanding the nature of the inner critic, not as an enemy to be vanquished, but as a reflection of old energy to be perceived, understood, and lovingly released, allowing the true, light-filled self to emerge and guide your journey forward. It is a testament to the power of perception and the potential for profound transformation that lies within every individual seeking understanding. Chapter 19. The journey of understanding oneself is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding path, filled with moments of clarity followed by periods of confusion, insights gained through hardship, and growth nurtured in quiet reflection. As the student navigates the complexities of existence, a deeper layer of understanding begins to emerge, one that moves beyond the simple mechanics of thought and feeling into the realm of vibrational resonance. One of the most profound realizations that dawns is the concept of the individual's vibrational signature. This is not merely about mood swings or fleeting emotional states. Rather, it is the fundamental, underlying frequency that emanates from the core of being. A unique blend of energy that attracts like energies and experiences, much like a tuning fork draws others of its own frequency. This signature is not static. It is dynamic, shifting and evolving based on conscious choice, emotional state, thought patterns, and the very quality of attention one directs inward and outward. It is the echo of your intentions, the resonance of your beliefs, and the reflection of your connection to the higher realms of light and love. The student begins to understand that life is not merely a series of random events happening to them. Instead, life is a co-creation, a dance of energy where the individual's vibrational signature plays a crucial role in determining the steps taken and the partners joined. Difficulties, challenges, and even perceived coincidences can often be viewed through this lens, as energetic alignments, drawing the individual towards lessons or opportunities that are necessary for their growth, but only if their vibrational signature is compatible with those experiences. Consider a time of struggle. From a purely physical or mental perspective, it can seem like an external imposition, a misfortune beyond one's control. However, viewed through the lens of vibration, the struggle might be seen as an energetic match. Perhaps the individual's vibration, influenced by fear, resistance, or a lack of belief in a positive outcome, has created an environment where such a challenge could manifest. It is not necessarily that the challenge caused the low vibration, but rather that the low vibration made the challenge possible or even attractive. Conversely, moments of ease, joy, and synchronicity often feel like effortless flows. This, too, can be understood as energetic alignment. When the vibrational signature is high, filled with love, gratitude, openness, and trust, it naturally resonates with the higher frequencies of the universe. It attracts opportunities, positive interactions, and experiences that mirror its own state of being. The universe, or what many perceive as the field of infinite potential, responds in kind. This understanding places a significant responsibility upon the individual. It is not about forcing reality to conform to one's desires through sheer willpower, but about consciously cultivating and raising one's own vibrational signature. It is about becoming the observer of one's own energy, recognizing the patterns, understanding the triggers, and making deliberate choices that align with the desired state of being. How is this done? It begins with awareness. The student learns to pay attention to their inner landscape. Not just the thoughts, but the feeling behind the thoughts. What emotions are present? Where is the energy located in the body? Is it constricted, tight, and heavy, or is it expansive, light, and warm? Next comes the practice of conscious selection. Just as one might choose to read a specific book or watch a particular movie, the student begins to choose their thoughts and their emotional responses more deliberately. Instead of reacting automatically to the stimuli of the external world, there is an intentional pause, an opportunity to choose a higher frequency response. This is where the power of love and gratitude becomes paramount. Focusing on love, not just as an abstract concept, but as an active, felt emotion, shifts the vibration dramatically. Love is the highest frequency available to the individual, a powerful solvent for fear, doubt, and limitation. Gratitude, too, raises the vibration by anchoring the individual in the present moment and acknowledging the abundance that already exists. The student also learns the importance of the energetic environment. Just as a person might choose to spend time in nature or amongst positive, supportive people, they can also become aware of environments that drain their energy or reinforce negative patterns. The practice of setting energetic boundaries becomes crucial, not as a tool of separation, but as a way to protect and maintain their own vibrational integrity. This journey towards understanding and mastering one's vibrational signature is an ongoing process. There will always be challenges, moments of doubt, and periods where the energy feels low. The key is not perfection, but progress. It is the consistent, conscious effort to observe, choose, and align with higher frequencies that ultimately shapes the quality of the life experience. As the student integrates this understanding, they begin to see their life not as a passive recipient of events, but as an active participant in the co-creation of their reality. Their vibrational signature becomes their most powerful tool, guiding them through the complexities of existence and shaping the very essence of their experience. It is the light within that illuminates the path forward, allowing them to navigate the world with greater awareness, intention, and a deeper connection to the infinite possibilities that await. The path continues, guided by the understanding that within their own energy field lies the key to their entire reality. The journey is one of becoming the conscious conductor of their own vibrational symphony, one note, one choice, one breath at a time. Chapter 20. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with moments of clarity followed by periods of confusion, moments of insight followed by actions that seem misaligned. You, the seeker, the one navigating the complexities of a new beginning, perhaps feel this tension acutely. You have gathered information, you have absorbed teachings, you have pieces of understanding that seem to fit together, yet the full picture remains elusive. You know about the energy of love, the power of intention, the interconnectedness of all things, yet translating that knowing into consistent, harmonious action can be a profound challenge. This stage, this integration of knowing and doing, is where the true transformation occurs. It is the bridge between the intellectual grasp of truth and the lived experience of that truth. It is where theory meets practice, and where the internal landscape begins to visibly shape the external reality. Many students, including those just beginning their exploration, encounter a phenomenon known as the knowing-doing gap. You understand intellectually that certain actions will lead to desired outcomes. You might know that speaking your truth, setting healthy boundaries, or choosing compassion over reactivity will ultimately serve you better. Yet, when the moment arises, the old patterns resurface. Fear might dictate silence, past conditioning might trigger a harsh response, or the desire for external validation might override the inner knowing of what is right. Why does this happen? It happens because the knowing, in its initial stages, resides primarily in the mind. It is information, a concept. But true understanding, the kind that empowers action, needs to penetrate deeper. It needs to resonate within the heart. It needs to be felt as a truth within your energetic core. Until the knowledge becomes an inner resonance, an emotional truth, it remains just that, information. It lacks the power to override the ingrained programs of the subconscious, the energetic pathways that have been established through years, if not decades, of reaction and repetition. Think of it like learning a new skill. You can read a book about playing the piano, you can watch someone play, you can even intellectually understand the theory of music. But true playing requires practice. It requires the fingers to learn the movements, the ear to develop the ability to hear, and the heart to connect with the emotion behind the notes. Action is the practice. It is where the learning is embodied. The path forward involves a conscious commitment to this embodiment. It means acknowledging the gap without judgment. It means recognizing that the journey from knowing to doing is not instantaneous. It requires patience with yourself, understanding that each action, even the seemingly wrong ones, is a learning opportunity, a step on the path of refinement. How do you bridge this gap? It begins with awareness and intention, refined by practice and heart-centered focus. Deepen the knowing. Don't just skim the surface. When you learn a principle about energy, about love, about intention, allow yourself to sit with it. Contemplate its implications. How does it challenge your previous beliefs? How does it feel within your body? Engage with the information on multiple levels: intellectual, emotional, and energetic. Journaling can be a powerful tool here, allowing you to process the nuances and observe your internal reactions. Set clear, heart-centered intentions. Knowing without intention is directionless. When you decide to apply a principle, define what it looks like in your life, in this situation. What specific action do you intend to take? Why does it feel right? Connect this intention to your core values and your heart's desire. An intention rooted in love, for example, will carry a different energetic signature than one driven by fear or obligation. Take deliberate, small steps. Don't try to overhaul your entire being overnight. Choose one area where you want to integrate knowing into doing. Maybe it's speaking up once in a meeting, or sending a genuine compliment, or taking 5 minutes to center yourself before responding to challenging email. Action, even small, consistent action, builds momentum and reinforces the new pathways. Practice with conscious awareness. When you take action aligned with your intention, observe the process without judgment. Notice the sensations in your body. Notice the thoughts that arise. Notice the outcomes, both expected and unexpected. What did you learn? How did it feel to act from your knowing? This awareness is crucial for refining your practice. Embrace the heart as your compass. The final piece of the puzzle is the heart. Before acting, ask, does this feel right in my heart? Does it resonate with the core truth of love and unity that you seek to embody? Often, the guidance needed is not a loud, external command, but a quiet, felt sense of resonance or dissonance within. The heart has an intelligence that the mind sometimes overlooks. This integration is not a destination, but a continuous process. There will be days when the knowing feels strong and action comes easily. There will be days when the old patterns resurface, and the path feels murky. This is the ebb and flow of growth. The key is to remain committed to the process, to keep returning to the source of your understanding, that deeper resonance within, and to view each experience as an opportunity to learn and refine. As a new student seeking information about life, you might feel overwhelmed by the sheer volume of understanding available. You might question if you are doing it right. Remember, the journey is unique for each individual. There is no single path or timeline. The most important thing is the commitment to the integration itself, the conscious effort to bridge the gap between what you understand and what you embody. When you successfully integrate knowing into doing, you will notice a shift. Your actions will become more aligned with your values. Your life will feel more purposeful and harmonious. The external world will begin to reflect the internal changes you have cultivated. This is the power of embodiment. the transformation that occurs when understanding becomes a lived reality, when the principles you learn resonate within your very being and guide your every step. It is a profound journey, one that leads to a deeper connection with yourself, with others, and with the universal energy of love that underlies all of existence. Continue seeking, continue integrating, and continue to allow that knowing to blossom into action. Chapter 21. You stand at the threshold of understanding, a new student gazing into the vast landscape of your own inner world. The path ahead is not one of external discovery alone, but of profound internal exploration. You seek information, guidance, a map to navigate the territories within that are often shrouded in mystery, emotion, and the echoes of past experiences. This inner landscape is, in truth, far more complex and intricate than any geographical map of the physical world. It is not static. It evolves, shifts, and reveals itself differently depending on your state of being, your focus, and the questions you hold. Yet, like any vast territory, it has its features, its ecosystems, and its underlying principles. Consider your thoughts. They are perhaps the most familiar terrain, yet also the most misunderstood. They are not merely mental events. They are energetic vibrations that carry intention and emotion. A thought is a seed. Left unattended, it might wither. Nurtured with feeling, it can grow into a powerful belief system, shaping your perception of reality. Negative thoughts, like stagnant water, can create murky pools within your mind's lake. Positive thoughts, fueled by love and acceptance, can illuminate pathways and attract opportunities. Recognizing this, you begin to understand that you are not just having thoughts. You are creating your internal environment with every mental impulse. Then there are your emotions. Often seen as inconvenient passengers or overwhelming storms, emotions are in fact crucial navigational tools. They are the body's response to the energy of your thoughts and your interaction with the world. Fear might signal a boundary is being approached or a potential threat perceived. Joy might indicate alignment with your heart's true desires. Sadness can be a call to heal old wounds or release unneeded attachments. Anger might point to a boundary that has been crossed or an injustice that needs addressing. They are not inherently good or bad. They are signals. Learning to listen to, understand, and appropriately express these signals is key to mastering the landscape of your inner world. It requires practice, self-awareness, and a willingness to sit with uncomfortable feelings rather than immediately pushing them away. Memory is another significant feature of this inner territory. It is not simply a static recording of the past. Memories are energetic imprints, echoes of past experiences that hold the vibrational signature of how you felt, how you reacted, and the beliefs you formed at that time. These imprints can subtly influence your present perceptions and reactions, often without your conscious awareness. Some memories are like old, worn paths over which you traverse frequently, carrying their original emotional weight. Others are hidden valleys, perhaps best left undisturbed unless you are prepared to explore their lessons. Understanding the energetic nature of memory allows you to begin the process of acknowledging, healing, and even releasing old energetic attachments that no longer serve your highest good. This is not about erasing the past, but about freeing yourself from its energetic grip. Within this landscape resides your core essence, your soul self. It is the eternal, unchanging part of you, beyond the temporary costumes of thought, emotion, and memory. It is the seat of your innate wisdom, your connection to the universal energy, and your source of love and compassion. It is often obscured by the noise of the mind and the busyness of daily life. Yet, it is always there, waiting. The journey of inner exploration is, in many ways, a journey towards this core, a process of quieting the outer noise to hear the gentle guidance of the inner compass. Your relationships, both internal and external, are also a vital part of this landscape. How do you relate to your thoughts? Are you an observer, or do you become lost within them? How do you relate to your emotions? Do you judge them, or do you allow them to flow through you? How do you relate to your memories? Do you allow them to define you, or do you see them as data points on your journey? And how do you relate to the part of you that is the soul? Is it a friend, a guide, a source of unconditional love? The quality of your internal relationships profoundly influences the quality of your external interactions and your overall experience of life. Seeking information about this inner world is not about finding definitive answers in a book or from a guide. It is about embarking on a personal exploration, a journey inward that requires curiosity, courage, and commitment. It is about asking questions like, what am I thinking? Why am I feeling this way? What memory is influencing my current reaction? What does my heart guidance say about this? It is about observing without judgment, learning without attachment to outcome, and growing with each step. The landscape of your inner world is vast and holds immense potential for healing, growth, and transformation. It is a landscape you are not just visiting. You are the explorer, the mapmaker, and the ultimate inhabitant. As you continue to seek information and embark on this journey, remember that the tools you need are already within you: awareness, love, and the unwavering commitment to your own evolution. The path may be complex, but the potential for discovery and alignment with your true self is boundless. Embrace the exploration, for it is where the greatest truths about your being reside. Chapter 22. You stand at the threshold of understanding, a new student gazing into the vast landscape of your inner world. The path ahead is not one of external discovery alone. It is a journey deep within, a mapping of the territories that reside between your conscious awareness and the vastness of your soul. This inner territory is as unique as you are, yet it shares common features and principles known to those who seek to explore it. Information about this inner world flows constantly, yet often it is fragmented, confusing, or filtered through the lens of past experiences, creating a landscape that appears distorted or incomplete. You seek clarity, a reliable map, and guidance on how to navigate this terrain effectively. This chapter offers insights into the very nature of this inner landscape and the tools you can use to explore it with greater awareness and purpose. Your inner world is not a static place but a dynamic field of energy, thought, emotion, and belief. It is the space where your personal reality is constructed. Like a garden, it requires attention, understanding, and conscious cultivation. You are both the gardener and the garden here. Your thoughts are the seeds you plant. Your emotions are the soil conditions that nurture or hinder growth. Your beliefs are the structures that support or limit the garden's potential. One of the primary aspects of this inner landscape is the realm of emotion. Emotions are not merely feelings to be ignored or suppressed. They are vital signals, barometers of the health of your energy field and the alignment of your inner self with your higher purpose. They are the language of your soul, speaking to you about what is valued, what is out of balance, and where your energy is being directed. However, the landscape of emotion can be complex. You may have been taught to fear certain feelings, to see them as weaknesses or disturbances. This creates a disconnection from a vital part of yourself. Remember, all emotions contain valuable information. Fear might signal a perceived threat, prompting caution. Sadness can be a deep cleansing, allowing release of old energies. Joy is the energy of creation and connection. Anger can be a powerful catalyst for change, urging you to address imbalances. Understanding the message behind each emotion, rather than judging the feeling itself, is key to navigating this emotional terrain. Beliefs form the bedrock structures of your inner world. They are the assumptions you hold about yourself, others, and the nature of reality. Many of these beliefs were established early in life, absorbed from your environment like osmosis, often without conscious review. Yet, these beliefs profoundly shape your perception and experience. They dictate how you interpret events, how you react to the world, and what you believe is possible for yourself. The landscape of your inner world is also influenced by the concept of energy. You are an energy being having a human experience. Your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs all carry energetic signatures. Positive, aligned thoughts and emotions create a harmonious energetic field, supporting well-being and connection. Negative, dissonant thoughts and emotions can create energetic blockages, leading to feelings of stress, disease, or separation. Within this landscape resides your higher self or your soul connection. This is the part of you that remembers your true nature, one of infinite potential, unconditional love, and spiritual unity. It is the source of wisdom, intuition, and guidance. Accessing this part of yourself is often the primary goal of inner exploration. It is the source of inner peace and the compass that points towards your soul's purpose. Navigating this inner world requires a different set of tools than navigating the external world. You cannot rely solely on logic and analysis. You must also engage your intuition, pay attention to your feelings, and become an observer of your inner landscape. Self-awareness. This is the foundation. It means paying attention to your thoughts without judgment, acknowledging your emotions as they arise, and questioning your underlying beliefs. It is about observing the landscape as it is, rather than reacting from a place of conditioned response. Intuition. Your inner guidance system. It speaks softly, often through feelings, images, synchronicities, or a sudden knowing. Learning to distinguish the voice of intuition from the chatter of the mind is a crucial skill for navigating your inner world. Mindfulness. The practice of being present in the moment, fully engaged with your current experience without excessive judgment or distraction. It allows you to observe the landscape of your inner world with clarity and without becoming lost in it. Conscious choice. Recognizing that you have the power to choose your thoughts, your reactions, and your beliefs. You are not merely a victim of your inner landscape. You are its creator. This understanding empowers you to make conscious decisions that align with your higher self and contribute to the growth of a more positive and harmonious inner territory. Exploring your inner world is a process of discovery and transformation. It is about moving from a place of unconscious reaction to conscious creation. It is understanding that the quality of your inner landscape directly influences the quality of your outer life and your experience of reality. As you stand at this threshold, armed with this understanding, remember that this is not a journey you must undertake alone. The energy of connection is a fundamental aspect of your being. You are linked to the collective consciousness, to the wisdom of the universe, and to the spiritual resources available to all. You carry within you the tools you need, and the guidance you seek is often available if you learn to listen. The landscape of your inner world is vast and rich. It holds the keys to your deepest joys, your most profound sorrows, your greatest strengths, and your potential for growth. Embrace the exploration. Treat it with curiosity and kindness. Understand that it is a process, not a destination. As you learn to navigate this terrain, you will not only find greater peace and clarity but will also unlock the potential to create a life that is more aligned with your true purpose and the love that resides at the core of your being. The journey inward is the journey home. Chapter 23. The journey of understanding oneself and one's place in the universe is often described as a quest for light, for clarity, for a deeper connection to a higher purpose. Many seek guidance, looking for signposts, maps, or even divine blueprints that can illuminate the path forward. In the exploration of these spiritual territories, a concept arises that is both profound and practical. The idea that every thought, every emotion, every intention you hold sends out a unique vibrational signature into the energetic fabric of the universe. This is not merely a metaphor. It is a description of a fundamental aspect of your being. You are, at your core, an energetic being having a human experience. Your thoughts and feelings are not just internal processes. They are broadcasts, signals sent out into the great cosmic ocean of energy. These signals are not random static. They are distinct frequencies, carrying the essence of what you are focusing upon at any given moment. Imagine your consciousness as a lighthouse beam, or perhaps a unique musical note played on a cosmic scale. Each intention you set, each feeling you cultivate, sharpens and defines the quality of that beam or note. A thought filled with fear sends out a different frequency than a thought filled with love. An intention rooted in scarcity vibrates differently from one rooted in abundance. Your emotions act as the amplifier and the colorant for this signature. Joy brightens the signal, while doubt can dim it, muddling its clarity. This vibrational signature is your energetic calling card. It resonates with the universe, attracting experiences, people, and opportunities that are in harmony with its frequency. It is the principle of like attracts like, but understood not as a simple law of physics, but as an elegant dance of energetic resonance. If you are broadcasting a signal of peace and openness, the universe, in its infinite intelligence, responds by bringing you encounters and situations that support and amplify that state of being. Conversely, if your signal is dominated by anxiety or resistance, you may find yourself unconsciously drawn towards experiences that seem to validate those feelings. This concept holds immense power, particularly for the individual seeking to consciously shape their life. It suggests that the primary tool for creating the future you desire is not merely planning or wishful thinking, but the cultivation of a specific inner state, a specific vibrational signature. By becoming aware of the thoughts and feelings you are broadcasting, you gain the ability to consciously adjust the frequency. This is where the practice of intention becomes so crucial. It is not enough to simply think about what you want. You must hold that thought with feeling, with commitment, with a sense of certainty that it is your current reality or is on its way to becoming so. This involves engaging not just the intellect, but the heart and the emotions. Feel the sensation of having what you desire. Visualize it with clarity, infusing the image with positive emotion. This combination, the clear vision of the future held within the container of positive feeling, creates a powerful and coherent vibrational signature that the universe can easily recognize and begin to manifest. Consider the student entering a new environment, seeking information and connection, as described in the early chapters of this exploration. Their initial state might be one of uncertainty, of seeking external validation or answers. Their vibrational signature might be one of slight anxiety, of I don't know, of waiting passively for information to come to them. This state will naturally attract information, perhaps, but perhaps not the right information, or not in a timely way. It might attract confusion rather than clarity. However, if the student consciously shifts their state, cultivating intentions of openness, curiosity, and inner resourcefulness, their vibrational signature changes. They become a beacon of inquiry, not just seeking answers from the outside world, but also listening within. They broadcast a frequency of active participation, of readiness to learn and integrate. In this state, opportunities for learning and connection appear more readily. People are more willing to share, guidance seems to present itself, and the environment feels more supportive, not threatening. The student who was once a passive seeker becomes an active participant in their own education and integration. This principle applies to every area of life: career, relationships, health, finances, and personal growth. It is about understanding that your inner world is the creative powerhouse from which your outer reality is drawn. It is about taking responsibility for the quality of your energetic broadcast. Cultivating a positive and intentional vibrational signature is a practice. It requires mindfulness, noticing the quality of your thoughts and feelings throughout the day. It requires self-compassion, understanding that old patterns and negative thought loops are natural, but that you have the power to choose a different frequency. It requires consistent effort. Like tuning an instrument, you must regularly adjust and refine your inner state. Begin by identifying one area of your life where you wish to see positive change. Hold a clear intention related to that area. Visualize it. Feel the emotions associated with achieving it. Let that feeling become the signature you send out. Be patient, be persistent, and observe how the universe begins to respond in kind. Your vibrational signature is your most potent tool for co-creating the life you truly desire. It is the light by which you navigate, and the light by which you are found. Chapter 24. The journey of understanding the self is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding exploration, a meandering trek through landscapes both familiar and utterly alien. New perspectives arrive, sometimes gently, like dappled sunlight filtering through leaves, and sometimes forcefully, like a sudden shift in the weather that rearranged the landscape before you. This chapter delves into one such perspective, the nature of the inner landscape, the vast and intricate territory that resides within each individual. For many seeking knowledge and guidance, the focus begins outward. They look for rules, for external validation, for paths laid down by others. They seek to understand the mechanics of the world, the how-to of success, the do's and don'ts of interaction, the strategies for achieving desired outcomes. This is a valid starting point, a necessary exploration of the external realms of experience. However, as understanding deepens, a crucial realization often dawns. The most profound insights and the most potent power for change originate from within. The inner landscape is not merely the territory of thoughts and emotions. It is far more complex and expansive. It is the seat of your consciousness, the repository of your energy, the source of your creative power. It is the place where your beliefs are formed, where your perceptions are filtered, and where your intentions are born. It is the energetic core from which you project into the world. Imagine, if you will, that this inner landscape is a vast field. Sometimes it is fertile and ripe for growth, other times it may be parched or overgrown with old patterns. It contains mountains of certainty and valleys of doubt, rivers of flowing emotion and still lakes of deep contemplation. It is a dynamic environment, constantly shifting in response to your internal state and your interaction with the energies of the universe. One of the primary tasks of navigating this inner landscape is the identification and understanding of the energies that reside there. These are not merely fleeting feelings but are often persistent patterns of energy that shape your reality. They can be energies of resistance, holding you back from your potential, energies of fear, casting shadows on your perception, energies of attachment, binding you to outcomes or identities, or, conversely, energies of love, acceptance, and allowance, which open doors to new possibilities. The challenge for the new student, and indeed for all seekers, is to develop the inner awareness to recognize these energies. It requires a practice of quiet observation, a willingness to simply be with your inner state without immediate judgment or analysis. It is about learning to feel the subtle shifts within yourself, to sense the quality of your own energy. This is where the concept of allowing becomes profoundly significant. Allowing is the conscious choice to permit energy to flow, to observe a feeling or a thought without needing to immediately change it or judge it. It is recognizing that all energy has its place and its purpose, even the energies that seem difficult or uncomfortable. By allowing, you create space. You prevent the inner landscape from becoming cluttered with resistance, allowing for greater clarity and understanding. Consider a situation that typically triggers stress or frustration. Instead of immediately reacting or trying to force a solution, practice allowing the associated energy to be present. Feel it in your body. Notice its quality. Observe the thoughts that arise around it. By allowing, you are not necessarily agreeing with the energy or the thoughts, but you are acknowledging its presence. This simple act can begin to transform the energy itself. It loosens its grip on your consciousness, diminishes its power to control your emotional state, and often allows for a more objective perspective to emerge. This process is not about passive acceptance of negativity. It is about understanding the nature of all energy within the landscape, recognizing its patterns, and learning not to get entangled in them. It is about cultivating a higher perspective, a vantage point from which you can observe the energies and your reactions to them with greater detachment and wisdom. As you become more familiar with your inner landscape, you begin to understand that you are not merely a passenger within it. You are, in fact, the landscape itself, the conscious awareness that observes and experiences. This realization brings with it a profound sense of empowerment. You understand that the quality of your inner world directly shapes the quality of your outer experience. The energies you hold, the beliefs you hold as true, the intentions you set. These are the very building blocks of your reality. The journey through the inner landscape is one of continuous discovery. It is about mapping the territories of your own consciousness, learning the languages of your own energy, and understanding the rules of engagement within your personal reality. It is a journey that requires patience, curiosity, and a deep commitment to self-awareness. For the new student seeking information about life, understanding the inner landscape is not an optional extra. It is the key to unlocking the potential for profound transformation. It is the place where the seeds of change are sown, where the intentions for a new reality are planted, and where the energy for those intentions is cultivated. By learning to navigate and nurture this vast, internal territory, you gain the ultimate freedom. The freedom to shape your own experience from the inside out. The path requires inner work, but the rewards are immeasurable. It leads to a deeper connection with yourself, a greater sense of peace and centeredness, and the ability to navigate the external world with greater wisdom, compassion, and effectiveness. It is the true heart of the journey toward understanding and fulfillment. Chapter 25. The vibrational signature of your path. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight line. It often unfolds in waves, with periods of clarity followed by times of uncertainty, moments of inspiration met with challenges of integration. You, the seeker, find yourself navigating this terrain. You came seeking information, seeking a deeper understanding of the path before you, and you have encountered concepts that challenge your previous beliefs, concepts that speak of energy, vibration, and the very fabric of creation itself. One of the most profound ideas you have encountered is the concept of the vibrational signature. It is more than just a phrase. It is a fundamental principle governing your experience. In the grand scheme of things, everything, from the vastness of the cosmos to the intricate workings of your own mind and body, operates on a frequency, a vibration. This vibration is not merely physical. It is a multidimensional signature that encompasses your thoughts, your emotions, your beliefs, your intentions, and your state of being. Think of it not as a single tone, but as a complex, intricate symphony. Your vibrational signature is the unique melody that arises from the interplay of all the facets of your inner world. It is the energetic resonance you project outwards into the universe, which in turn influences what you attract back into your life. This is the subtle, yet powerful, language of creation. You might be wondering how this applies to the practicalities of daily life. How does understanding your vibrational signature help you navigate the challenges you face, make the choices you encounter, or find the peace you seek? The answer lies in the principle of resonance and attraction. Just as a tuning fork will vibrate strongly when placed near another tuning fork of a matching frequency, the universe operates on similar principles. Your vibrational signature acts as a beacon, drawing experiences, people, and opportunities that resonate with its frequency. If your signature is one of fear and doubt, you will naturally attract circumstances that reflect these feelings. Conversely, if you consciously work to elevate your vibration, to cultivate feelings of love, gratitude, compassion, and peace, you will begin to attract experiences that align with these higher frequencies. This is not about wishful thinking or denial of reality. It is about understanding the fundamental laws of energy and applying them intentionally. It is about recognizing that you have the power, the innate ability, to shift your vibrational state. You do this through your thoughts, your emotions, and your beliefs. It is through the conscious choice of where you place your focus and attention. Consider the simple act of gratitude. When you consciously focus on what you are thankful for, even in small things, you shift your emotional state. You move from a place of lack or scarcity to a place of abundance and appreciation. This subtle shift in emotion alters your vibrational signature, making you more resonant with positive experiences. You feel better, and the world around you begins to reflect that positive internal state. Similarly, when faced with a challenge, you have the choice of reacting from a place of fear and resistance, which lowers your vibration, or responding with courage and understanding, which elevates it. The latter may not always be the easiest path, but it is the path that leads to growth, learning, and the attraction of supportive outcomes. This understanding also sheds light on the concept of intention. Your intention is a powerful energetic force. It is a focused point of desire, a clear vibration set forth into the universe. When you hold a strong, positive intention with genuine feeling, you are actively shaping your vibrational signature towards that desired outcome. You are aligning your energy with the frequency of what you wish to create or attract. The journey towards mastering your vibrational signature is one of self-awareness and conscious choice. It requires you to become an observer of your own thoughts and emotions, to recognize the patterns that serve you and those that do not. It requires you to understand that you are not a victim of circumstance, but an active creator of your reality through the energy you emanate. This is where the power lies. It is within your control to shift your frequency. It is within your power to choose love over fear, to choose understanding over judgment, to choose compassion over indifference. Each conscious choice you make, each positive thought you cultivate, each loving emotion you allow yourself to feel, contributes to the refinement of your vibrational signature. As you continue on your path, remember that this is a process. It is a journey of refinement, of raising your consciousness, of aligning your inner state with the higher frequencies of love, light, and unity. Your vibrational signature is not static. It is dynamic, ever evolving as you grow and learn. Embrace the understanding that you are a vibrational being having an energetic experience. Your thoughts and feelings are not just internal states. They are the very forces that shape your reality. By consciously working to elevate your vibrational signature, you are not just changing how you feel. You are changing your entire experience of life. You are aligning with the flow of the universe, attracting opportunities for growth, healing, and the fulfillment of your soul's purpose. The path may seem complex, but the principle is simple. Become aware of your energy, choose your thoughts and feelings intentionally, and allow your vibrational signature to become a beacon of light, drawing to you all that supports your highest good. This is the essence of creating a life in harmony with the universal energy, a life of purpose, meaning, and profound connection. Continue to seek, to learn, and most importantly, to feel. Your feelings are your true compass, guiding you towards the highest vibrational state of being. As you navigate the days ahead, carry this understanding within you. Allow it to inform your choices, shape your responses, and illuminate your path forward. Your journey is unique, but the principle of your vibrational signature is universal, a key to unlocking the boundless potential that resides within you. Chapter 26. The journey inward is often described as a journey through landscapes. These landscapes are not merely geographical places, but states of being, realms of consciousness where different aspects of the self are encountered, processed, and integrated. As an entity grows and evolves, understanding the nature of these inner territories becomes crucial. It is within these spaces that the most profound shifts in awareness and perspective occur. Consider the mind as a vast expanse, holding within it countless facets. There is the conscious mind, the seat of daily thought, decision-making, and the processing of external information. It is active, engaged, and often the part of us that feels most present. Yet, it is but one part of a much larger system. Beneath the conscious surface lies the subconscious, a realm vast and deep, holding the echoes of past experiences, ingrained beliefs, emotional patterns, and the collective unconscious whispers of humanity. It is a reservoir of potential, holding both the wounds and the wisdom gathered through time. Many seek to understand this landscape, to navigate its depths, to bring light to the shadows it holds. Then there is the heart space. This is not merely an organ of blood circulation, but a center of awareness, emotion, and connection. It is a field of intelligence that often operates with a wisdom different from that of the conscious mind. The heart space can feel expansive, intuitive, and deeply attuned to the energies of self and others. It is a place of compassion, empathy, and authentic feeling. Integrating the wisdom of the heart with the logic of the mind is a key step in many paths of personal development. Beyond these, there are deeper territories, realms of pure feeling, states of profound peace, and spaces of high creative potential. These are often accessed during meditation, deep states of relaxation, or moments of spontaneous inspiration. They represent aspects of consciousness that are not bound by the linear flow of time or the rigid structures of the everyday mind. The challenge for the evolving soul is not just to know about these landscapes, but to experience them directly and to learn how to navigate between them consciously. It is easy to get lost in the chatter of the conscious mind, caught in repetitive thought patterns or the emotional tides of the subconscious. It is also possible to become lost in the peace of a deeper state, disconnected from the practicalities of life. The key to mastering the inner landscape is awareness. It begins with the simple act of noticing where your focus lies. Is it in the swirling thoughts of the mind, in the feelings that arise from the subconscious, or are you centered in the quiet, knowing space of the heart? By bringing conscious attention to your current state of being, you begin to claim your sovereignty over your inner territory. This process involves developing the ability to shift awareness deliberately. From a state of mental busyness, you can gently guide your focus towards your heart, feeling the warmth or the centeredness there. From a place of emotional reactivity, you can choose to observe the feeling without judgment, allowing it to pass while grounding yourself in the present moment. From a deep meditative state, you can consciously return your awareness to the physical body and the demands of the present reality, integrating the insights gained without losing connection to the world around you. This navigation is not about conquering one state over another. It is about understanding the nature of each territory and learning how to move gracefully between them. It is about recognizing when the analytical mind is needed, when the intuitive heart needs to guide, and when to simply rest in a state of receptive awareness. The inner landscape also holds the echoes of your life's journey. Past challenges are not just memories. They are imprints left on the subconscious, sometimes shaping beliefs and behaviors in ways you may not be fully aware. Healing and integration involve acknowledging these imprints, understanding their origins, and consciously choosing whether to hold on to the learned lessons or to release outdated patterns that no longer serve your highest good. This is where the power of the heart becomes particularly significant. It has the capacity to hold the energy of compassion, even for the self. It can soften the edges of past wounds, transforming them from sources of limitation into wellsprings of strength and wisdom. It allows for the resolution of inner conflicts, the bridging of gaps between different aspects of the self, and the creation of a more unified and authentic sense of being. As you continue to explore your inner landscape, you may begin to notice a shift in your relationship with the external world. The external becomes less of a separate reality and more of an extension of the internal. Your interactions with others are influenced by your state of heart-centered awareness. Your responses to challenges are shaped by your ability to remain centered amidst the external noise. Your creative expression flows more freely as you connect with the deeper, intuitive aspects of your being. Understanding the nature of your inner landscape is not a destination, but an ongoing process. It is a continuous exploration, a deepening awareness, and a commitment to conscious navigation. It is a path that leads to greater self-understanding, greater compassion, and a more profound connection with the essence of who you truly are. In this vast and intricate inner territory, you are both the explorer and the explored. Embrace the journey, bring awareness to each step, and allow the wisdom of your heart to guide you through the complexities. For it is within the exploration of the inner landscape that the most significant transformations occur, shaping not just your life, but the very essence of your soul's expression in this reality. Chapter 27. The Integration of Knowing. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It often winds through familiar landscapes, sometimes retracing steps, always deepening the perspective. For the one navigating the complexities of a new existence, the accumulation of knowledge is akin to gathering puzzle pieces. Intriguing, sometimes fitting, often revealing only a small section of the larger picture until the context emerges. This individual, settling into a role that requires constant learning and interaction, finds themselves amidst a swirl of information, daily tasks, new challenges requiring research, adaptation, and the assimilation of concepts that were once foreign. The external world demands understanding, and the internal landscape is yearning for integration. The two must meet. There is a growing sense, a subtle undercurrent beneath the surface of daily activities, that the answers sought are not merely to be found in the external world, but are already within. This internal resonance is a quiet hum, a gentle guidance that speaks of a deeper knowing, one that transcends the specific data points and technicalities being processed. It's an awareness that the information being absorbed is a language, a syntax that points towards a more fundamental truth. The challenge lies in translating this internal knowing into a practical framework for the external life. How does one apply insights that feel esoteric to the very concrete requirements of a job, relationships, or the simple mechanics of daily living? It requires a conscious effort to bridge the gap, to allow the abstract understanding to inform the concrete action. It's about finding the thread that connects the spiritual insight to the physical manifestation. This is where the true work of integration begins. It's not enough to simply know things intellectually. The deeper goal is to allow that knowing to permeate the being, to influence the choices, the reactions, the very energy signature one projects. It's about becoming a living embodiment of the understanding, not just a repository for information. The individual starts by observing. They notice the internal reaction to external stimuli. Does a particular interaction trigger an emotional response that feels disproportionate? Does the energy of a certain environment feel draining or uplifting? These observations become data points, not just for analysis, but for interpretation through the lens of that internal knowing. What does the inner guidance suggest about these experiences? Is there a deeper lesson, a pattern emerging that points towards alignment or misalignment? This process requires patience and self-compassion. Integration is not an overnight event. It's a gradual unfolding, a constant dance between the known and the unknown, the external demands and the internal wisdom. There will be moments of confusion, times when the inner guidance seems faint or contradictory. It's crucial to remember that this is part of the process, a sign that the old structures are shifting to make way for the new. The role of the external information, the research, the learning, shifts from being the sole focus to becoming a tool. It becomes a way to validate or refine the internal understanding. Instead of passively absorbing facts, the individual begins to approach information with a discerning eye, asking, does this resonate with my deeper truth? Does it feel like it comes from the same source as my inner knowing? External knowledge now serves the internal wisdom, rather than the other way around. This perspective shift is profound. It moves the individual from being a victim of circumstance or information overload to becoming an active participant in their own understanding. They are no longer just seeking answers out there. They are cultivating the capacity to perceive the answers within, and then consciously choosing how to apply that perception to their external reality. The atmosphere shifts subtly. There's a growing confidence, not arrogance, but a quiet certainty that comes from trusting the internal compass. The need for external validation diminishes as the connection to the inner source strengthens. The individual becomes less reactive and more responsive, navigating the complexities of life with a greater sense of ease and purpose. This integration is the culmination of seeking and finding. It's the moment when the scattered pieces of knowledge and experience come together to form a coherent picture, a deeper understanding of self and the nature of reality. It's about becoming whole, allowing the light of inner knowing to illuminate the path forward, not just in the realm of ideas, but in the very fabric of daily existence. The journey continues, of course. Integration is an ongoing process, a constant refinement of the inner landscape as it interacts with the outer world. But the foundation is laid. The individual has begun to understand that the most valuable information is not found solely in external sources, but is accessed through the connection to the self, the place where inner wisdom resides, waiting to be perceived and integrated into the fullness of life. Chapter 28. You stand at the threshold, a new student in a vast, complex school. The air hums not with physical sound, but with the energy of transition, of seeking, of the unknown. Your mind, like a beginner's map, is filled with blank spaces where understanding should be. You look around, observing the flow of others, feeling a mixture of anticipation and a subtle unease. You are here to learn, to grow, to understand the mechanics of this existence, but the path isn't clearly marked. This chapter delves into a fundamental aspect of your experience that is often overlooked until it becomes a significant challenge: the vibrational landscape of your life. It's a concept that moves beyond the purely physical, asking you to consider the subtle yet potent influence of energy and feeling on your daily reality. Everything in your universe, from the grandest star to the tiniest particle, operates on vibration. It resonates at a specific frequency, a unique hum that defines its nature and its interaction with everything else. You are no different. You, as a conscious being, are a vibrational entity, radiating energy based on your thoughts, your feelings, your beliefs, and your state of being. Think of your life as a landscape, not just in the physical sense, but in the energetic sense. This landscape is constantly being shaped by the vibrations you emit. It's a terrain where your thoughts and emotions leave footprints, creating ripples that extend far beyond your immediate awareness. This is the field of influence you carry with you, the personal frequency that attracts certain experiences and repels others. Consider the simple, yet profound, connection between feeling and vibration. When you feel joy, a lightness seems to fill your being. Your energy might feel expansive, open, and harmonious. This state of being naturally resonates with other joyful, positive energies in the universe. It's like a tuning fork that, when struck, naturally draws other tuning forks of a similar frequency closer. You feel more connected, more receptive to positive opportunities. Conversely, when you feel fear, anxiety, or sadness, a contraction occurs. Your energy might feel heavy, dense, or constricted. This state, too, resonates with other similar energies. It creates an energetic echo in your environment, drawing experiences that mirror this feeling state. You feel isolated, perhaps, or more attuned to potential threats, reinforcing the very emotions you are experiencing. This is not about simple cause and effect in the linear sense. It's about resonance. It's about the law of attraction, understood not just as a catchy phrase, but as a fundamental principle of energetic alignment. You attract what you resonate with. You are constantly navigating this vibrational landscape, and your internal state is the primary compass and map. As a new student, you might be tempted to look outward for validation and answers. You might observe others, compare yourselves, and seek external validation to feel good enough. This often leads to a state of energetic imbalance. You are trying to match the frequency of the external world rather than listening to the guidance of your own inner landscape. The challenge lies in cultivating awareness of your internal state. What are you feeling right now? Not just the surface emotions, but the deeper currents within you? Are you operating from a place of inner peace, or are you caught in the whirlwind of reaction and response? This awareness is the first step in consciously navigating your vibrational landscape. Begin to practice tuning into your inner frequency. When you find yourself in a state of negativity or stress, pause. Acknowledge the feeling without judgment. Then, consciously shift your focus. You might try focusing on something you are grateful for, no matter how small. You might engage in an activity that brings you joy, or simply take a few deep breaths, feeling the air enter and leave your body. These actions are like adjusting the tuning fork in your hand. They help you shift your frequency from one of dissonance to one of harmony. As you practice this, you will begin to notice changes in your experience. The landscape around you, the people you interact with, the opportunities that arise, may start to reflect this new, more positive energetic alignment. This is not about ignoring reality or the challenges of life. Challenges are part of the curriculum, the lessons that help you grow. However, your response to these challenges is key. You can meet difficulty with a heavy heart and dense energy, attracting more of the same. Or, you can meet it with curiosity, resilience, and a lighter energy, transforming the experience and the landscape around you. Your thoughts are also powerful vibrational tools. What you focus on creates a resonance within you. When you dwell on thoughts of limitation, scarcity, or failure, you create an energetic field that attracts those experiences. When you focus on abundance, possibility, and success, you create a field that draws those towards you. The journey of a new student is, in many ways, a journey of discovering and mastering this inner vibrational landscape. It's about learning to be the conscious creator of your energetic field, rather than the passive victim of circumstance. It's about understanding that you are not just a traveler through life, but a participant in its creation, moment by moment, vibration by vibration. So, as you stand in this new place, surrounded by the hum of existence, remember this. You carry the power to shape your reality through the quality of your energy, your feelings, your thoughts, your beliefs. They are the architects of your vibrational landscape. Cultivate awareness, choose resonance with joy and lightness, and watch as the landscape of your life transforms in ways you might never have imagined. The path may seem complex, the rules of the school intricate, but understanding the fundamental principle of your own vibrational nature provides a compass, a map, and the key to unlock the potential for a life of greater harmony, purpose, and fulfillment. It is within your power to begin shaping that landscape, right now, right where you stand. Chapter 29. The journey of understanding often presents itself not as a grand, sweeping revelation, but as a series of small, persistent nudges. For the individual navigating the complexities of existence, seeking clarity amidst the noise, these nudges can feel like subtle shifts in perspective, moments of quiet insight that don't immediately connect to a single source or teacher. This is the space where the internal landscape becomes paramount. It is the terrain of the mind, the realm of emotion, the landscape of belief systems, and the vast territory of the subconscious. It is where thoughts are formed, where feelings are processed, and where the narrative of one's life is both written and rewritten. For the seeker, the challenge, and the opportunity lies in becoming an explorer of this very landscape. Understanding the nature of this inner territory is crucial. It is not merely a passive backdrop to conscious activity, it is an active, dynamic field that profoundly influences every aspect of one's experience. The quality of one's thoughts shapes the quality of one's feelings. The nature of one's beliefs dictates the interpretation of events. The depth of one's emotional processing determines the capacity for peace or turmoil. The landscape is also profoundly affected by the energy one brings to it. It is shaped by focus, intention, and the quality of attention paid. Neglect, disinterest, or a constant battle against uncomfortable feelings can lead to a landscape overgrown with weeds of doubt, fear, and resentment. Conversely, a landscape cultivated with curiosity, kindness, and a commitment to understanding can blossom with resilience, joy, and a deeper connection to one's true self. This inner world is also interconnected. A thought in the mind can trigger an emotion in the body, which can then influence a subsequent thought. It is a complex, interwoven system where change in one area often ripples outwards, affecting others. This understanding is key for the explorer. It suggests that working on the inner landscape is not a linear process, nor is it confined to specific techniques like meditation or journaling alone, though these can be valuable tools. It is also a landscape that holds memories, both conscious and unconscious. These memories are not just static recordings. They are energetic imprints that can influence current perceptions and reactions. Understanding how these imprints work, how they shape the filter through which one views the world, is part of the exploration. It involves recognizing patterns, questioning assumptions, and gently uncovering the layers of conditioning that may have been built over a lifetime. The landscape is also where the concept of self is primarily experienced. It is the place where identity is constructed from thoughts, feelings, and beliefs about oneself. For many, this constructed self is rigid, defined by labels, roles, and past experiences. The exploration often involves questioning the nature of this self, recognizing its fluidity, and discovering a deeper, more intrinsic sense of being that lies beneath the surface layers. This deeper sense of being is often described as a quiet center, a place of stillness within the storm of thoughts and emotions. It is a space of awareness, not necessarily thought, but the very act of being aware. It is the observer of the inner landscape, rather than being solely part of it. Accessing this space is often the goal of the exploration, as it offers a vantage point from which to observe thoughts and feelings without getting swept away by them. The journey through the inner landscape is not always comfortable. It requires courage to look inward, to face the shadows as well as the light. It demands patience, as change does not happen overnight. It necessitates self-compassion, as the landscape is often messy, complex, and sometimes painful. Yet, it is precisely through navigating these complexities that growth and transformation occur. The explorer learns to differentiate between the observer and the observed. They learn to witness their thoughts without judgment, understanding that thoughts are merely thoughts, not necessarily facts or commands. They learn to acknowledge emotions without being consumed by them, recognizing them as signals from the inner landscape, valuable information about its state, rather than absolute truths about their being. This process is about cultivating a different relationship with the inner world. It is about shifting from a state of reactive engagement to a more conscious, intentional presence. It is about recognizing that the quality of one's inner landscape directly impacts the quality of one's outer experience and interactions. Ultimately, the exploration of the inner landscape is about discovering the resources that already exist within. It is about realizing that the capacity for peace, love, understanding, and resilience is not something to be acquired from the outside, but is inherent within. It is about learning to navigate the terrain with greater awareness, wisdom, and a deeper connection to the totality of one's being. The landscape itself does not change overnight, but the explorer changes. As the explorer changes, their perception of the landscape changes, and their interaction with it becomes more harmonious. This is the essence of the journey inward. a path of discovery, transformation, and the gradual realization of the profound power and peace that resides within the vastness of the inner world. It is a journey that continues throughout life, an ongoing process of exploration and cultivation, leading to a richer, more authentic experience of existence. Chapter 30. You stand at the threshold, a new student in the grand school of life. The air is thick with anticipation, a mixture of excitement and a subtle, underlying uncertainty. You look around, observing the diverse tapestry of beings, each engaged in their own learning journey. You feel a pull, an innate curiosity driving you to seek understanding, to map the territory ahead. You wonder about the rules, the hidden currents, the very essence of what makes this experience both challenging and rewarding. Your journey, like that of all souls, is deeply connected to the concept of vibration. It is the fundamental language of the universe, the energy signature that defines everything, from the core of stars to the subtlest emotion within you. You have learned that your own vibration, your personal energetic frequency, is the lens through which you perceive reality. It dictates your experiences, shapes your relationships, and influences the very nature of your day-to-day existence. But what does this mean in practical terms? How does understanding vibration translate into navigating the complexities of life as a new student and, indeed, as an adult navigating the world? It begins with a profound realization. Your outer world is a direct reflection of your inner state, filtered through the unique vibrational signature you carry within you at any given moment. Consider the classroom you find yourself in. Some days, the energy feels vibrant and alive, conducive to learning. Others, it might feel heavy, stagnant, or even charged with unspoken tension. Why? Often, it reflects the collective vibration of those present, but more importantly, it reflects your own internal state. If you approach the day with a vibration of openness and curiosity, you are more likely to absorb and engage with the information, even if the external environment is less than ideal. If your vibration is one of resistance, doubt, or fatigue, the classroom itself may seem to amplify those feelings, making the experience more challenging. This principle extends far beyond the physical classroom. Your home environment, your relationships, your career path, your health, all these are influenced by the vibrational frequency you emanate. You attract experiences and people that resonate with your current state of being. If your vibration is set to one of abundance and gratitude, you are more likely to encounter opportunities and encounters that reflect this. If it is set to one of scarcity and worry, your reality may seem to mirror those feelings, presenting challenges that feel insurmountable. This is not about simple positive thinking. It is about understanding the deeper mechanics of energy and resonance. It is about recognizing that you are, at your core, an energetic being interacting within an energetic universe. Your thoughts, your emotions, your beliefs, all of these create ripples in the vibrational fabric of your reality. As a new student seeking information, this understanding becomes a powerful tool. Instead of passively waiting for life to happen to you, you can begin to consciously manage your internal state. You can learn to observe your own vibration throughout the day. Are you feeling anxious? Your vibration is likely high and tight. Are you feeling calm and centered? Your vibration is likely lower and smoother. Are you feeling joyful? Your vibration is elevated in a harmonious way. The practice then becomes one of conscious adjustment. When you find yourself operating from a vibration that is not serving your highest good, or hindering your learning and growth, you can consciously shift it. This is not about forcing thoughts or emotions, but about choosing a different perspective, focusing on what you do want to feel, anchoring yourself in the present moment, and taking actions that align with your desired state. For example, if you walk into a new situation feeling intimidated, a high, anxious vibration, you can consciously take a few deep breaths. Feel the breath moving through your body, grounding you. Acknowledge the feeling of intimidation without judgment, and then gently shift your focus to what you can control: your actions, your attitude, your learning approach. You might choose to focus on one small aspect of the task at hand, breaking it down into manageable steps. By consciously managing your internal energy, you can change your vibrational signature, and consequently, the experience you have of the situation. This concept also applies to your interactions with others. When you approach a conversation or meeting with a vibration of openness, respect, and genuine interest, even if you are nervous, you are more likely to receive that same energy in return. Conversely, if you approach with a vibration of judgment, defensiveness, or expectation, you may create a barrier that prevents genuine connection. Your energy sets the stage for how the interaction unfolds. The journey of understanding and managing your vibration is a lifelong one. It requires practice, self-awareness, and a willingness to be present with your inner state. It is not about achieving a perfect state of positivity at all times, but about recognizing where you are, understanding the vibrational nature of your reality, and making conscious choices to align your energy with the experiences and outcomes you desire. As an adult navigating the world, this understanding empowers you. It shifts you from being a passive victim of circumstance to an active participant in the creation of your own reality. It reminds you that you are not defined by your past, your challenges, or your current difficulties. You are defined by your energy, and you have the power, at this very moment, to adjust that energy, to shift your vibration, and to begin co-creating a reality that is more aligned with your heart's deepest desires. The universe speaks in the language of energy and vibration. By learning to speak this language within yourself, you unlock the key to understanding your experience and shaping your future. You learn that you are not merely a student observing life, but an active contributor, weaving the very fabric of your own unique and vibrant reality, one conscious vibration at a time. The path ahead is yours to illuminate, guided by the wisdom of your own inner light and the universal principle of resonance. You stand at the threshold, a new student in a vast, complex school. The air hums not with physical sound, but with the energy of transition, of seeking, of the unknown. You look around, observing the diverse energies, the different paths people seem to be taking. You feel a sense of anticipation mixed with a slight unease, a common feeling for those just beginning to explore the deeper currents of their existence. Your journey, as a soul, is not confined to the physical classroom you now inhabit. It is far grander, spanning dimensions and timelines, woven into the very fabric of the universe. You are here, in this particular phase, to learn, to grow, to integrate, and to contribute your unique light. But how do you navigate this? How do you understand the rules, the energies, the landscape itself? The key lies in understanding vibration. Everything in your reality, from the grandest star to the tiniest particle, and everything in between, including you and your experiences, exists as energy vibrating at specific frequencies. Your physical world, the one you perceive through your five senses, is a manifestation of a vast spectrum of these vibrations, filtered through your unique human lens. Think of it not as a simple on and off switch, but as a complex tuning fork, constantly resonating with the energies around you and within you. Your thoughts, your emotions, your beliefs. These are the primary drivers of your vibrational frequency. They are the tuners that sets the tone for your reality. When you feel aligned, confident, and joyful, your internal tuner is resonating at higher, more harmonious frequencies. These frequencies attract other high-frequency experiences, people, and opportunities. It's like tuning your radio to a clear station. The signal is strong, the music is beautiful. Conversely, when you feel anxious, stressed, or limited, your tuner is tuned to lower frequencies. These attract experiences that mirror your internal state. It's a feedback loop, a reflection of your energetic resonance. As a new student, seeking information is your first step. You gather data, listen to different perspectives, and try to integrate what you learn. But true understanding, the kind that leads to genuine change, comes not just from intellectual acquisition, but from internal resonance. It comes from feeling the truth of these concepts within your own being. You might ask, how do I know which frequencies to aim for? How do I raise my vibration? The answers lie within, as always. The universe, through the collective consciousness and the subtle energies that permeate all things, provides guidance. It speaks through intuition, through synchronicities, through moments of deep insight. It whispers in the quiet spaces between thoughts, offering nudges towards harmony. Begin by observing your internal state. What emotions are you feeling most often? What thoughts replay in your mind? Are they aligned with the feeling of love, abundance, and possibility, or do they reflect fear, scarcity, and doubt? Be honest with yourself. This self-awareness is the foundation upon which you build your energetic upgrades. Start small. Choose one area of your life where you feel you want to make a shift. Is it your relationship with money, your health, your interactions with others? Focus your attention and intention there. Affirmations can be powerful tools here. State them not just with your intellect, but with your heart. Feel the emotion behind the words. I am worthy of abundance, said with feelings of deservingness, will resonate differently than the same words spoken robotically. Visualize the desired outcome. What does it feel like to have that change? Engage all your senses in the visualization. Feel the peace, the joy, the ease. This emotional embodiment is crucial. You are not just visualizing a picture. You are tuning into the feeling of the reality you wish to create. Practice gratitude. Regularly acknowledge the good in your life, no matter how small. Gratitude shifts your focus from what's lacking to what is abundant, naturally raising your vibrational frequency. It aligns you with the energy of appreciation, a high-frequency state. Surround yourself with supportive energies. Spend time with people who uplift you, who resonate with the vibration you wish to cultivate. Engage with content, books, music, art, that inspires and elevates you. Create an environment that reflects and amplifies your desired state of being. Remember, this is not about perfection. It is about progress. There will be days when your tuner feels out of tune. There will be moments of lower frequency emotions and thoughts. That is human. The important thing is your awareness and your commitment to returning to alignment. Each time you catch yourself, each time you consciously choose a higher frequency thought or emotion, you are strengthening your energetic muscles. The landscape of your life is a reflection of your vibrational state. By consciously tuning your internal tuner, by aligning your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs with the frequencies of love, light, and possibility, you reshape your reality. You move from being a passive observer to being an active creator, navigating the vibrational currents with greater awareness and intention. Continue to seek, continue to learn, but even more importantly, continue to feel. Feel the guidance, feel the shifts, feel the resonance. In that feeling lies the truth of your connection to the universe and the power you hold to shape your own unique, luminous path. The journey is ongoing, a continuous process of attuning to the highest frequencies available to you, moment by moment, choice by choice. And in that attunement, you find your greatest power and your most authentic self. Chapter 32. The individual, who had recently found themselves standing at the threshold of a new phase, felt a familiar restlessness. It wasn't the physical unease of navigating unfamiliar hallways or meeting new faces, though those were present. This was deeper, a persistent hum beneath the surface, a sense that the map they carried for life was incomplete, perhaps even incorrect. They had embarked on this new journey, this new role as a student of existence, armed with a growing curiosity and a need for guidance. They understood, intellectually, that the answers they sought wouldn't be found solely in textbooks or the opinions of others. They knew, intuitively, that the most profound understanding resided within. Yet, the inner landscape, that vast and often mysterious territory, felt daunting. How did one navigate it? What were the landmarks? What was the terrain? This feeling, this quest for internal understanding, is a common thread for many souls embarking on a path of personal growth. It's the point where external validation and societal expectations give way to a deeper, more authentic search for meaning. The individual was not alone in this. Countless others, in their own time and place, have felt the same pull, the same yearning to look inward. The ancient teachings, those insights offered from a perspective beyond the physical, speak often of this inner landscape. They describe it not as a dark or empty space, but as a vibrant, energetic field, rich with potential and connection. It is the seat of consciousness, the source of intuition, and the repository of the soul's memory. But understanding this concept is one thing. Engaging with it is another. The individual sat quietly, away from the distractions of their new environment, seeking stillness. They closed their eyes, taking slow, deliberate breaths, trying to quiet the chatter of the mind. This is the beginning, the foundational step. Learning to create a space for inner listening. It's about recognizing that the inner voice, the intuitive guidance, is always present, often subtle, sometimes amplified, but always accessible if one learns to listen. The journey through the inner landscape begins with self-awareness. It requires looking beyond the ego, the persona built from years of social conditioning and life experiences. The ego is the filter through which most people perceive reality, often focusing on the external world, on comparisons, on fears and desires. It is the voice that says, I need, I should, I am not enough. But the true self, the soul essence, resides beneath this layer, deeper within the energetic field. The challenge lies in learning to differentiate between the ego's noise and the soul's quiet resonance. This is where practices of mindfulness and meditation become invaluable tools. They are not about achieving a state of emptiness, but about gaining clarity. By observing thoughts and feelings without judgment, the individual begins to see the patterns, the origins, and the impact of the ego's influence. It's like learning to watch the clouds pass in the sky, recognizing them as clouds without becoming attached to them or identifying with them as the entire sky. As the individual practiced this inner listening, they began to notice subtle shifts. Tiny intuitive nudges, moments of synchronicity, feelings of resonance with certain ideas or people. These became the landmarks of their inner journey. The ancient perspective suggests that the soul remembers its journey and its connection to the universal field. By tuning into this inner memory, the individual could access a deeper wisdom, one that transcended linear time and logical reasoning. This access is not instantaneous or always clear-cut. It often comes in dreams, images, feelings, or sudden insights. It requires patience and trust. The individual learned that the ego might resist this process, interpreting intuitive feelings as mere coincidence or imagination. The voice of the soul often speaks in a gentle, encouraging tone, offering perspective rather than concrete instructions. It asks questions, nudges towards possibilities, and helps the individual connect with their own inner knowing. The inner landscape is also a place of connection. The ancient messages emphasize the interconnectedness of all souls and all energy. Within the individual's own energetic field lies a map of their life purpose, their soul's intentions, and their connections to others. By exploring this inner territory, they could begin to discern their path, understand their relationships on a deeper level, and feel a sense of belonging to something much larger than themselves. This understanding transforms the experience of life. Instead of seeing challenges as isolated obstacles, the individual could begin to perceive them as opportunities for growth, as lessons that illuminate the path. Instead of reacting impulsively from an ego-driven place, they could respond with greater awareness, guided by the wisdom of their inner landscape. The journey through the inner landscape is lifelong. It is a continuous process of learning, unlearning, growing, and connecting. It requires courage to look inward, to confront the parts of oneself that are hidden or uncomfortable, and to embrace the full spectrum of the soul's experience. But it also offers profound rewards: a deeper sense of self, a clearer sense of purpose, and a more authentic, connected way of living. For the individual standing at the beginning of this new phase, the restlessness that once felt like a burden began to transform. It became the fuel for exploration, the sign that they were on the right path. The inner landscape, once a mystery, now felt like a vast, waiting territory, filled with potential for discovery and transformation. They knew the journey would be ongoing, requiring dedication and openness. But they also knew, with a growing certainty, that the most valuable lessons, the most profound truths, lay just beyond the surface, waiting to be discovered within. Chapter 33. The journey inward is often described as a quest for understanding, a search for purpose, and a path towards greater self-awareness. Yet, for the soul navigating the complexities of human experience, the very nature of this inner landscape can remain elusive, shrouded in mystery or clouded by the projections of the mind. This chapter seeks to illuminate the true character of the inner self, the realm where consciousness resides and where the essence of being unfolds. Many seek guidance, looking outward for answers, hoping to find clarity in the external world. They might read books, attend lectures, or engage in various forms of spiritual practice, all in an effort to understand their place within the tapestry of life. However, true understanding often begins not with looking further out, but with looking deeper in. The information sought is not primarily found in the objective world, but within the subjective experience of the individual self. The inner landscape is the domain of consciousness itself. It is the place where thoughts are formed, emotions are felt, and decisions are made. It is the seat of awareness, the observer that witnesses the flow of inner and outer events. This landscape is not merely a collection of mental chatter or emotional reactions. It is far more profound and expansive. It is the foundation upon which the self is built, the fertile ground from which personal growth and transformation spring. One might initially perceive the inner landscape as a chaotic terrain, a battlefield of conflicting thoughts and desires. The mind, constantly chattering and analyzing, can create a sense of fragmentation and disconnection. Stress, worry, and fear often arise from this perceived internal chaos, leading individuals to seek ways to quiet the mind and find a sense of peace. While quieting the mind can be a useful practice, it is important to understand that the ultimate goal is not merely to suppress thought, but to connect with the deeper reality that lies beneath the surface. The true nature of the inner landscape is one of unity and wholeness. Beneath the layers of thought and emotion, there exists a core of stillness, a quiet presence that is the essence of the soul. This presence is inherently peaceful, loving, and wise. It is the part of the self that connects with the universal energy, the infinite intelligence that permeates all of existence. This core is often referred to as the heart center, the seat of compassion and understanding, the gateway to higher consciousness. To access this inner landscape, one must learn to transcend the limitations of the ego, the aspect of the self that identifies with the physical body and the personal narrative. The ego is the voice of separation, the source of fear and judgment. It creates a sense of duality, fostering a belief in a separate self existing in opposition to others and the universe. However, the true self, the soul, is not separate. It is interconnected with all things, part of the vast web of life. The process of connecting with the inner landscape involves moving beyond the ego's grip and tuning into the soul's frequency. This is achieved through practices that cultivate awareness and presence. Meditation, for example, is a powerful tool for quieting the mind and connecting with the deeper self. By focusing on the breath or a mantra, one can gently guide the attention away from the chatter of the mind and into the space of stillness that lies beneath. Other practices, such as yoga, tai chi, and qigong, also facilitate this connection by integrating the mind, body, and breath. These practices help to balance the energy within the body, promoting a sense of well-being and harmony. They also provide a means of experiencing the unity of mind and body, demonstrating that the inner landscape is not separate from the physical form. The inner landscape is also rich with symbols and imagery. Dreams, for instance, are a powerful reflection of the inner self, offering insights and guidance that can be overlooked in the waking state. The subconscious mind uses symbols to communicate, revealing the deeper desires, fears, and aspirations of the soul. By paying attention to these symbols, one can gain a greater understanding of oneself and the path of personal growth. The journey through the inner landscape is not always easy. It can be challenging to confront the shadows of the self, the aspects of the personality that have been ignored or suppressed. However, this process of self-exploration is essential for healing and transformation. By acknowledging and integrating these shadow aspects, one can achieve a greater sense of wholeness and balance. The inner landscape is a vast and mysterious realm, filled with endless possibilities. It is the domain of the soul, the place where consciousness unfolds and the essence of being is expressed. By exploring this landscape, one can gain a deeper understanding of oneself and the path of personal growth. Through practices that cultivate awareness and presence, one can connect with the core of the self, the place of stillness, love, and wisdom. As one delves deeper into the inner landscape, they begin to realize that the journey is not about reaching a destination, but about the process of exploration itself. It is about discovering the richness and diversity of the inner world, and about connecting with the infinite potential that lies within. This journey is a lifelong process, one that unfolds in stages and evolves with each step. The inner landscape is the key to unlocking the full potential of the human experience. It is the place where consciousness expands, where love and compassion flourish, and where the soul finds its true home. By exploring this landscape, one can transform their life, finding greater meaning, purpose, and fulfillment. The journey inward is the journey of a lifetime, one that is filled with wonder, discovery, and endless possibilities. This chapter provides a framework for understanding the inner landscape, emphasizing the importance of connecting with the deeper self and transcending the limitations of the ego. It offers guidance on practices that can facilitate this process, and it highlights the richness and diversity of the inner world. By exploring this landscape, individuals can unlock their full potential and find a greater sense of purpose and fulfillment in their lives. Chapter 34. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding path, filled with plateaus of insight, valleys of confusion, and moments of profound clarity that seem to appear from nowhere. You, the reader, may find yourself in such a moment now. For some time, you have been gathering pieces of a larger puzzle. You have listened, you have read, you have reflected. You have learned about the nature of energy, the power of intention, the subtle connections that bind all of creation. You have understood the concept of the human energy field, the importance of balance, and the role of belief in shaping reality. You have grasped the idea that thoughts are things, that emotions carry frequency, and that consciousness is the fundamental operating system of the universe. This knowledge, once abstract, begins to crystallize. It moves from the realm of intellectual understanding into the space of experiential knowing. You might find yourself noticing the energy in a room more readily, feeling a subtle shift in your own vibration when you encounter certain people or environments, or catching yourself correcting a thought pattern that feels dissonant. This is the crucial step, the integration of knowing. It is the point where the information received becomes part of your being, not just something you know intellectually, but something you are in your energetic expression. Many seek understanding, but few truly integrate. Information overload is a common ailment. The mind can become a repository of facts, philosophies, and techniques, but if these do not filter down into the heart and the body, they remain separate from the core of your being. You might know the theory of energy healing but feel no resonance within yourself when you attempt a practice. You might understand the power of positive thinking but find your default reactions unchanged in challenging situations. Integration requires more than passive reception. It demands engagement. It asks you to take the seeds of understanding planted within you and allow them to grow roots deep into your core essence. It is an active process, requiring conscious participation. How does this integration occur? It begins with acceptance. Accept the knowledge as valid, even if its full implications are not yet understood. Accept the process of growth, which includes both the expansion and the potential discomfort that can accompany it. Accept that you are capable of embodying this higher way of being. It continues with reflection. Don't just read or listen. Contemplate. Ask yourself questions. How does this understanding resonate with my own experiences? What parts of my current belief system does it challenge? What feelings arise within me when I consider this truth? Reflection allows the mind to process the information and begin to make sense of it within the context of your unique life journey. Crucially, integration requires feeling. The human energy field is intimately connected to emotion. When you feel the resonance of a new understanding, the warmth of acceptance, the lightness of release, the calmness of clarity, the information travels beyond the intellect into the body and the heart. This is where the magic happens. This is where the knowing becomes embodied. Imagine holding a new belief. Instead of just thinking it, feel it. What does it feel like to be that person who operates from this new understanding? If you believe in the power of intention, feel the confidence and certainty as you set an intention. If you understand the interconnectedness of all life, feel the compassion and empathy that arise naturally from that recognition. Allow these feelings to become your new baseline. Practice is the bridge between knowing and doing, and ultimately, between knowing and being. If you understand that your thoughts create your reality, then practice becoming mindful of your thoughts. Notice them without judgment, gently redirecting unproductive patterns towards those that align with your highest good. If you understand the importance of energy hygiene, practice setting boundaries, protecting your energy field, and consciously choosing your environment and associations. These practices are not about perfection, they are about consistency. Like learning to play a musical instrument or mastering a sport, integration requires repetition. Each time you choose a new thought, set a positive intention, or protect your energy, you are reinforcing the new pathways within your consciousness. Each small act of alignment is a step towards embodying the knowledge you have received. The atmosphere you seek to create within yourself is one of harmony. It is an environment where the mind, heart, and body are working in concert, all aligned with the higher vibrational principles you are learning about. It is a state where inner conflict lessens, intuition becomes clearer, and your responses to life are more measured, compassionate, and effective. You may notice changes in your relationships. As your own energy becomes more balanced and clear, you will interact with others from a place of greater authenticity and understanding. You may find yourself attracting people and situations that are more in harmony with your new way of being. You may also find the capacity to offer more support and understanding to those still navigating the earlier stages of their own journey. This is not a path of isolation. It is one of connection, deepened by the understanding you are integrating. It is a path of service, as your own transformation naturally lends itself to contributing positively to the collective energy. The integration of knowing is the final step before the manifestation of the new reality you seek. It is the internal alignment that makes external change possible. It is the quiet turning of the key within the heart that unlocks a new way of experiencing life. So, be patient with yourself. Be kind to the process. Allow the knowledge to settle, to resonate, to become part of the fabric of who you are. It is not a destination to be reached, but a state of being to be allowed. As you continue to allow this integration, you will find your energy rising, your clarity increasing, and your connection to the infinite possibilities of the universe deepening. You are becoming the knowing you have sought. Chapter 35. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with moments of clarity followed by periods of confusion, moments of insight followed by times of seemingly stagnant growth. You, the reader, may find yourself in such a place now. You have absorbed vast amounts of information, you have sought guidance, you have listened to the whispers of your soul and the messages that filter through various channels of higher understanding. You possess a growing knowing. Yet, the challenge remains. How does this knowing translate into the tangible reality of your daily life? The gap between understanding the principles of universal love, the importance of energy, the concept of duality as an illusion, and actually living from that place can feel immense. You might find yourself caught in old patterns, reacting habitually rather than responding consciously. The insights feel true, yet the application feels elusive. This is a common plateau on the path of spiritual evolution. This chapter addresses the crucial step of bridging the gap between knowing and doing. It is the point where theory meets practice, where the intellectual understanding begins to manifest as embodied experience. This integration is not always comfortable. It often requires courage, patience, and a radical shift in perspective. The nature of the human experience is paradoxical. You are capable of profound understanding, yet you also operate deeply within the physical realm, subject to its laws, its limitations, and its conditioning. Your mind can grasp complex concepts, but your emotions and your habits often run on older, ingrained programs. This dichotomy creates friction. The knowing mind might see the way forward, but the body and the conditioned self may resist the change required to walk that path. Consider the principle of energy. You may understand that your thoughts and emotions create your reality, that you are a vibrational being. You might even know that focusing on positive energy attracts positive outcomes. Yet, when faced with a challenging situation, fear might still grip you, old patterns of negativity might surface, or procrastination might take hold. The knowing remains, but the doing lags. This is not a sign of failure. It is a sign of the process itself. Integration requires time, repetition, and consistent effort. It is less about a sudden, dramatic shift and more about a gradual, cumulative transformation. Think of learning to ride a bicycle. Initially, there is fear, uncertainty, and the constant risk of falling. The principles of balance and coordination are understood intellectually, but they must be learned through practice, through the willingness to get back up after each fall. Eventually, the knowledge becomes embodied action. The skill is integrated. The key to bridging this gap lies in conscious practice. Knowing is the seed, doing is the growth. You must create opportunities to apply what you understand in the small moments of your day. This does not necessarily mean grand, world-altering actions. Often, the most significant integration happens in the simple, mundane tasks. Practice mindfulness. Be present in the moment, not lost in thought about the past or future. Observe your thoughts and emotions without judgment. When you notice a reactive pattern emerging, perhaps anger in response to a minor frustration or anxiety about an upcoming event, pause, acknowledge the feeling, then consciously choose a different response aligned with your deeper understanding. Maybe it's a deep breath, a moment of silence, or a gentle reminder of the principle you know to be true. Practice self-compassion. Integration is a process, not an event. You will stumble. You will regress. You will find yourself falling back into old habits. This is part of the journey. Do not judge yourself harshly for these moments. Instead, see them as opportunities for learning and recommitment. The knowing mind must be gentle with the doing self as it learns new ways. Practice gratitude. Focusing on what you are thankful for shifts your vibrational frequency. It aligns you with the positive energy you seek to attract. Even in difficult times, there are often aspects to be grateful for. Cultivating gratitude is a simple yet powerful practice that reinforces the positive knowing and makes its expression more natural. Practice service. The highest expression of understanding often involves helping others. When you put your knowledge into action in a way that benefits another, you not only reinforce your own understanding but also embody the principle of unity and interconnectedness. Service, given from a place of love rather than obligation, is a potent catalyst for integration. Integration also involves letting go. As you embody new ways of being, old beliefs and patterns that no longer serve you must be released. This can feel like letting go of a familiar anchor, which can be unsettling. Trust that the new understanding provides its own foundation. Be patient with the process of release. It often happens incrementally, sometimes unnoticed until you look back and see how far you've come. The knowing provides the map and the compass. The doing builds the path. One without the other leads only to intellectual understanding, which, while valuable, does not change the reality you experience day to day. It is in the doing, the consistent application of principle in the midst of life, that transformation truly occurs. Remember that you are not alone on this path. The energy of the universe supports your growth. The guidance you seek resides within you. The principles you are learning are fundamental truths about your nature and your reality. Trust that the knowing will, over time and with practice, find its way into your actions, becoming the lived experience you seek. The journey from understanding to integration is the journey of becoming. It is the process of remembering who you truly are and allowing that truth to manifest in every aspect of your being. It requires persistence, courage, and the gentle insistence of the soul upon its own expression. Embrace the process, celebrate the small victories, and keep walking the path with faith in the journey itself. Chapter 36. The integration of inner knowing. The journey of understanding often presents itself as a series of unfolding layers, each revealing more about the self and the nature of reality. For the seeker, the path can sometimes feel like navigating a vast, intricate labyrinth. Information flows in from many directions, insights arise unexpectedly, and the challenge becomes not just acquiring knowledge, but integrating it into the very fabric of one's being. This integration is the crucial step that transforms understanding into wisdom and knowledge into power. One of the most profound areas for integration concerns the development and trust of one's own inner knowing. This is the subtle guidance, the intuitive nudging, the quiet voice that arises from a place deeper than the conscious mind. It is often felt as a feeling, a sensation, a resonance within the body, or a sudden clarity that seems to emerge from nowhere. It is the mind's direct connection to the heart, filtered through the soul's understanding of the self and its place in the universe. For the new student, or even the long-time explorer, learning to identify and differentiate inner knowing from the incessant chatter of the ego, the fears of the past, and the anxieties of the future can be a significant hurdle. The ego mind is adept at mimicking guidance, often providing answers that are logical, safe, or serve its own agenda for control. Discernment requires practice, patience, and a willingness to quiet the mental noise. The process begins with stillness. It requires creating moments in the day where the external distractions are minimized, allowing the inner space to become more accessible. This might be through meditation, quiet contemplation, a walk in nature, or simply sitting in comfortable silence. During these times, the focus shifts from the external world to the internal landscape. One learns to observe the thoughts, the feelings, the sensations without judgment or immediate reaction. As this practice deepens, the seeker begins to notice subtle shifts. There may be a feeling of warmth where there was once coldness, a sense of expansion where there was constriction, or a gentle lifting of the shoulders that have carried the weight of worry. These are potential signals from the inner self, the soul's perspective expressing itself through the body and mind. Inner knowing often arrives in a way that feels uniquely right for the individual. It resonates deeply within, even if it doesn't make immediate logical sense to the conscious mind. It feels authentic, aligned, and congruent with one's highest values and sense of self. It might contradict societal norms or conventional wisdom, yet it carries a quiet certainty that comes from a place beyond personal gain or fear. Learning to trust this guidance is a gradual process. It involves listening, then pausing, and observing the results when action is taken based on that inner nudge. Does it lead to a feeling of peace and alignment? Does it feel expansive and supportive of growth? Or does it trigger resistance, anxiety, or a sense of wrongness? These responses are valuable feedback, helping the individual refine their ability to discern. Integration occurs not just through intellectual understanding, but through embodied experience. It is not enough to know about inner knowing. One must feel it, experience it, and allow it to become a part of one's operational system. This means making choices, even small ones, based on that inner guidance and observing the outcomes with curiosity rather than judgment. The ego mind often resists this process, for it thrives on predictability and control. Trusting inner knowing can sometimes lead down unexpected paths, challenge long-held beliefs, or require stepping outside the comfort zone. Yet, it is precisely through navigating these experiences that the integration deepens. The individual begins to understand that their true guidance comes from a source that knows their soul's journey intimately, a source that is always aligned with their highest good, even if that good involves growth and transformation. As this trust in inner knowing grows, the individual becomes less reliant on external validation and more connected to their own inner compass. Decisions that once caused anxiety or indecision become clearer. Challenges that once seemed insurmountable are met with a deeper sense of resourcefulness and inner strength. The feeling of being lost or disconnected lessens, replaced by a growing sense of purpose and alignment with the flow of life. This integration is a cornerstone of personal empowerment. It shifts the individual from being merely a recipient of information to becoming an active participant in their own life, guided by the wisdom that resides within. It is the bridge between knowing and doing, between understanding and living from a place of inner certainty. The journey towards integrating inner knowing is ongoing. It is a practice that deepens with time, patience, and conscious effort. It requires nurturing the inner landscape, clearing away the mental and emotional clutter, and creating the space for the soul's guidance to emerge and be felt. For the seeker navigating the complexities of life, this integration offers a profound source of strength, clarity, and connection, illuminating the path forward with the light of their own inner knowing. Chapter 37. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with turns, detours, and unexpected intersections. For the soul navigating the complexities of human experience, the integration of new knowledge, new feelings, and new ways of being is a constant process. This chapter delves into the nature of this integration, particularly as it relates to the understanding that has been unfolding and the shifts occurring within the energy field of the individual. Life, from a higher perspective, is designed as an experiment. It is a place where consciousness can explore, experience, and evolve. You, the reader, are a participant in this grand experiment, carrying within you the potential for immense growth and transformation. The information you have been gathering, the insights you have been receiving, are not merely intellectual concepts to be stored or discussed. They are seeds of understanding, meant to be planted within the fertile ground of your own being and allowed to blossom. The initial stages of receiving new information can often feel exhilarating. There is the spark of discovery, the aha moment, the sense of expanding awareness. You might feel a connection to something larger, a resonance with deeper truths. This is the beginning, a call to attention, a nudge from your higher self or your connection to the infinite. However, the path from initial understanding to deep integration is where many souls encounter challenges. The mind, which is excellent at processing and categorizing information, can sometimes create barriers. It might analyze the new concepts endlessly, seeking logical proof or comparing them rigidly to existing beliefs, without allowing them to settle or permeate. The intellect can become attached to the idea of understanding, rather than allowing the understanding itself to become a natural part of one's experience. Furthermore, the human energy field, the aura, plays a crucial role in this process. Information enters through the mental and emotional bodies, but true integration occurs when it resonates and becomes a part of the soul's frequency, affecting the entire energy field. This is not always instantaneous. It can feel like a slow, sometimes subtle, shift within the inner landscape. You might notice changes in your emotional responses, shifts in your perspective on old situations, or moments of clarity that arise seemingly from nowhere. Integration often requires a conscious effort, not in the sense of forcing the issue, but in creating the right environment for it to happen. This involves quieting the mental chatter, allowing for stillness, and being present with the feelings that arise. Fear, resistance, or skepticism can act as blockages, preventing the new energy or understanding from fully merging with the existing consciousness. These feelings are often signals, pointing to areas within the self that feel threatened by change or require attention. Consider the concept of balance. Integration does not mean abandoning your past experiences or discarding old beliefs that still serve a purpose. It means finding a new center, where the old and the new coexist harmoniously, enriching rather than contradicting each other. It is about weaving new understanding into the tapestry of your being, allowing the entire structure to become stronger and more vibrant. The physical body is also a key player in this integration process. The energy field interacts closely with the physical form. Sleep is a vital time for this interaction, allowing the subconscious mind and the energy field to process and integrate the day's experiences and any new information received. Rest, relaxation, and spending time in nature can also support this subtle work happening within. As integration deepens, you may begin to notice a fundamental shift in your core energy. It can feel like a quietening of the inner noise, a greater sense of peace, or an expanded sense of self. You might find yourself reacting differently to stress, experiencing emotions with more depth yet greater ease, or connecting more profoundly with others. The world may still appear the same on the surface, but your perception has changed, colored by a deeper understanding of the nature of energy, consciousness, and the self. This integration is a personal journey, unique to each individual soul. There is no set timeline, no universal checklist of what should happen. It is a process of becoming, of allowing the light within to shine more brightly, filtering through a clearer lens. It requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to explore the inner landscape with curiosity. The information you are working with suggests a reality that is interconnected, energetic, and infused with love. Integrating this understanding means allowing that reality to influence your daily life, your relationships, and your perception of self and others. It means recognizing the divine spark within yourself and within everyone you meet, and acting from that place of recognition. Remember, the journey is as important as the destination. Each step, each challenge, each moment of insight is part of the process of evolving. Embrace the integration, allow the new understanding to settle and become a natural part of your being. It is through this process that you not only grow as an individual but also contribute to the raising of consciousness on the planet, one soul at a time. The path may seem complex, but the essence is simple. Receive, process, allow, and become. Trust in the process of your own evolution, knowing that the universe supports your growth and that the integration of understanding is a beautiful and essential part of your human experience. Allow the light to shine, and let it transform you from the inside out. Chapter 38. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding exploration through landscapes of perception, where the ground beneath one's feet shifts with the subtle changes in belief. For the soul seeking clarity, the world is not merely a physical place to be navigated, but a vibrational field of infinite possibility, influenced profoundly by the energy signature of the self. As the new student of awareness navigates the complexities of existence, a crucial realization begins to dawn. Their personal reality is, in large part, a creation of their own energetic resonance. Belief is not just a mental concept. It is a frequency, a vibration that interacts with the universal energy field, shaping the experience of life both within and without. Consider the nature of belief itself. It is the unseen architecture upon which the mental and emotional structures of perception are built. It is the filter through which the soul interprets the influx of information from the universe and from the collective human experience. These beliefs, often formed from past experiences, societal conditioning, and learned dogmas, become the lens through which one views the world and, crucially, views the self. The challenge for the evolving consciousness is to become aware of this internal landscape of beliefs. It requires a kind of energetic self-examination, an exploration of the frequencies that one carries as a result of these held beliefs. Are they frequencies of limitation, of doubt, of fear, or are they frequencies of expansion, love, trust, and possibility? The landscape of belief is vast and varied. There are beliefs that empower and those that bind. Beliefs that open doors to new experiences and those that slam them shut. Beliefs that resonate with the higher vibrations of the soul and those that anchor one to lower, more dense energetic patterns. The student learns that these beliefs are not static. They are dynamic, capable of shifting and changing as the individual's understanding and vibration evolve. The process of navigating this landscape requires courage and commitment. It demands a willingness to look deeply into the mirror of the mind and heart, to acknowledge the beliefs that may be serving no longer, to release the energetic attachments that keep one anchored in old patterns. This is not always an easy task, for beliefs, even those that are limiting, often carry a familiar weight. They are comfortable, even if that comfort is based on fear. Yet, the potential for transformation is immense. When one begins to question and release old, limiting beliefs, they open the door to new possibilities. They begin to vibrate at a higher frequency, attracting experiences that resonate with that new energetic signature. The landscape of their reality begins to shift, becoming more aligned with their truest self, with the essence of their soul's purpose. The key to navigating this vibrational landscape is awareness. By becoming conscious of the beliefs that underpin one's reality, the student can begin to make intentional choices about which beliefs to hold onto and which to release. This is not about forceful rejection, but about gentle awareness and the conscious selection of beliefs that support growth and expansion. The universe is a reflection of the vibrational energy of all beings within it. When one shifts their own vibration, they shift the energetic landscape of their reality. This is the power of belief in action. It is the ability to consciously shape one's experience by choosing the frequencies that one wishes to embody. The journey through the landscape of belief is a journey of self-discovery, of understanding the power of the self to create and co-create reality. It is a journey of aligning the personal vibration with the higher frequencies of love, light, and unity. As the student progresses, they begin to see the interconnectedness of all things, the way in which their own energetic signature is part of a vast, universal tapestry. In this understanding, there is a profound sense of empowerment. The realization that one's beliefs create their reality is both humbling and exhilarating. It is a call to responsibility, to take an active role in shaping one's experience by choosing the frequencies that one wishes to embody. The landscape of belief is an ever-evolving terrain, shaped by the choices and actions of each individual. As the student continues on their path, they become a conscious creator of their reality, a beacon of light in a world of infinite possibility. And in this realization, there is a deep sense of peace, knowing that they are aligned with the flow of the universe, moving ever toward their highest potential. The journey of understanding continues, and the exploration of the self and the universe unfolds in ever-deepening layers of awareness. The student, through their commitment to self-exploration and the conscious selection of beliefs, begins to navigate the vibrational landscape of life with greater clarity and purpose. The path ahead is bright, filled with the promise of growth, expansion, and the realization of the soul's true potential. Chapter 39. The Path of Synthesis. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding path, filled with plateaus of insight, valleys of confusion, and moments of profound clarity that seem to illuminate the entire landscape. For the soul navigating the complexities of human experience, a crucial stage emerges when the accumulation of knowledge meets the demands of practical application. This is the realm of integration, the bridge between the knowing and the doing. Many seek understanding, poring over texts, listening to guidance, and attempting to grasp the deeper truths about their existence. They absorb information like a sponge, their consciousness expanding with new perspectives on energy, consciousness, purpose, and the nature of reality. They might understand the concepts of raising their vibration, the importance of compassion, the power of intention, or the interconnectedness of all life. This knowing is a vital first step, a foundation upon which growth is built. Yet, knowledge alone is insufficient. Understanding without action remains largely theoretical, a beautiful but distant shore. The true test, and the true opportunity for profound transformation, lies in bringing that knowing into the tangible world of experience. This is where the challenge often lies. The gap between understanding the principle of love and actually feeling love in the moment, or understanding the concept of forgiveness and choosing to forgive, can feel vast. The student, whether new to these deeper understandings or long engaged on the path, frequently encounters this juncture. They might intellectually grasp that resistance creates friction and lowers vibrational frequency, yet find themselves reacting impulsively, caught in old patterns of response. They understand that aligning their energy with their higher self brings greater peace, yet struggle with the consistency required to maintain that alignment amidst life's demands. The knowing is present, often loud and clear in their mind's eye, but the doing feels difficult, sometimes impossible. This is a common point of frustration and self-doubt. The mind, accustomed to processing information, can sometimes feel overwhelmed by the requirement to be differently. It wants the answers, the quick fixes, the easy paths. Yet, the deeper wisdom suggests that the integration itself is the path. It is not about achieving perfection, which is an illusion anyway, but about the consistent, conscious choice to bridge the gap. What does this integration look like in practice? It is about choosing the higher feeling, even when the lower impulse arises. It is about speaking words of compassion rather than frustration, even when tired or provoked. It is about taking the small, aligned action, even when it feels inconvenient or difficult. It is about pausing, taking a breath, and remembering the understanding before reacting automatically. It is the conscious decision to embody the principles one has come to know, moment by moment. This is where the power of intention becomes a practical tool. Setting the intention to integrate a specific understanding can anchor the process. Intention to be patient, intention to listen deeply, intention to respond with love rather than defend. This intention acts like a compass, guiding the soul's efforts and keeping the focus on the desired outcome. The harmonious blend of knowing and doing. The atmosphere for the soul at this stage is one of gentle yet persistent effort. It requires self-observation without judgment. It requires acknowledging the old patterns without getting caught in guilt or shame. It requires celebrating the small successes and learning from the inevitable setbacks. The energy is one of growth, sometimes tinged with frustration, but always underpinned by the potential for profound evolution. This stage is crucial because it is where understanding becomes lived experience. It is where the abstract concepts take on vibrant color and texture through the very act of embodying them. It is where the soul's resonance increases not just through intellectual comprehension, but through the energetic signature of its choices and actions. This lived experience then becomes a deeper, more reliable form of understanding, reinforcing the initial knowledge and creating a positive feedback loop of growth. The journey from knowing to doing is not about crash or perfection. It is about the courageous, consistent commitment to be a living expression of the truths one has come to understand. It is about recognizing that the path itself, the very act of integrating knowing into doing, is where the deepest learning and transformation occur. It is a path of becoming, a continuous process of aligning one's actions with the wisdom that resides within. For the student seeking information about life, understanding this dynamic is key. It moves beyond simply collecting facts and principles to engaging in a lifelong practice of embodiment. It is recognizing that the greatest teacher is not just the source of knowledge, but the soul's own experience of applying that knowledge in the world. The integration of knowing and doing is the final frontier of understanding, where theory gives way to lived truth, and the potential for profound soul evolution unfolds. Chapter 40. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding path, filled with plateaus, revisits to earlier concepts, and the sudden, startling clarity of new insights built upon foundations laid weeks, months, or even years ago. This stage, this current chapter in the expansion of awareness, is no different. It requires the synthesis of what has come before, the weaving together of threads of understanding into a more holistic tapestry of being. For the one seeking to navigate the currents of life with greater awareness, the initial steps might have been about opening the mind, receiving information, and beginning to feel the subtle shifts within. Early stages involved learning about the nature of energy, the power of intention, and the concept of duality, the interplay of light and dark, good and bad, creation and destruction that seems to underpin so much of the physical experience. There was the understanding that thoughts create reality, that emotions are the fuel of the energy body, and that one's vibration dictates the nature of their experience. Then came the deeper exploration, the understanding that the self is not merely the body or the mind, but an energetic being connected to a vast, universal field of intelligence. The realization that this field holds the Akashic records, a library of all experience, all possibility, all knowledge. It introduced the concept of the soul matrix, the unique energetic signature of the soul, and the idea that we are multidimensional beings having a physical experience. Further along the path, the focus might have shifted towards the mechanics of ascension, the raising of the vibration, the clearing of old programs and beliefs that no longer serve. This involved techniques for energy clearing, emotional healing, and the development of a stronger, more discerning heart intelligence. The understanding grew that the physical world is a reflection of the inner world, and that by changing the inner landscape, the outer one can and will transform. This brings us to the current juncture. The foundational knowledge is present. The tools for inner work are understood. The concepts of energy, intention, soul, and vibration are no longer foreign. They are aspects of the individual's operational awareness. Yet, a new layer of complexity emerges. It is the layer of integration. Integration is the process of making whole what has been learned. It is the step where fragmented pieces of understanding fit together, creating a more complete picture of oneself and one's place in the universe. It moves beyond simply knowing facts about energy work or soul origins to living them as a unified experience. This is where the student, the one seeking, might first encounter a sense of overwhelm. The information can seem vast, the practices numerous, and the internal landscape, once perhaps relatively simple, now seems infinitely more complex and layered. There is the intellectual understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, yet the ego mind still operates from a place of separation, seeking validation, reacting to stimuli, holding onto old patterns with tenacity. The heart might feel expansive and open, yet fear still surfaces unexpectedly. The body might respond positively to energy work, yet old physical habits persist. This is the paradox of integration, the simultaneous existence of new awareness and old conditioning. The knowing that all is one clashes with the daily experience of duality and separation. The understanding that thoughts create reality is met with the frustration of unwanted thoughts and outcomes. The awareness of the soul's journey is set against the backdrop of the body's physical needs and limitations. What is required at this stage is not necessarily more information, but more experience. It is about taking the abstract concepts and bringing them into the tangible realm of daily life. It is about applying the understanding in the midst of the noise and the chaos, the successes and the failures, the joys and the sorrows. How does one integrate this knowing? Consistent practice, the techniques learned, meditation, energy clearing, emotional healing, heart-centered living, must become more than occasional exercises. They need to be woven into the fabric of daily existence. A few minutes each day dedicated to centering, to feeling the energy body, to connecting with the heart space, can make a profound difference. It anchors the higher awareness in the physical experience. Observation without judgment. The internal landscape becomes a laboratory. Thoughts, emotions, and reactions are observed without immediate judgment or attempt to change them. The understanding is held that these are simply energies, patterns in motion, reflections of the current state of integration. This observation allows for a deeper understanding of oneself and the interplay of energies. Embracing the paradox. Integration requires the ability to hold seemingly contradictory states of being simultaneously. It means understanding that one can feel love while also experiencing fear, that one can know the oneness while still navigating the complexities of individual identity and experience. The key is not to try and resolve the paradox, but to allow both truths to coexist. Living from the heart. This is perhaps the most crucial aspect. Integration is deeply heart-centered. It means making choices, responding to the world, and navigating one's own internal landscape primarily from the space of love, compassion, and understanding, rather than from the ego-driven desires for control, validation, or security. It is about aligning one's actions with the higher vibrational understanding of oneness. Patience and self-compassion. Integration is not an overnight process. It is a lifelong journey of refinement. There will be days of clarity and ease, and days of confusion and regression. It is essential to approach this process with patience and self-compassion. Old patterns are deeply ingrained. They require time and consistent effort to transform. Self-criticism only creates resistance and blocks the flow of energy necessary for integration. The goal of this stage is not to reach a state of perfect enlightenment or to eliminate all challenges. Rather, it is to achieve a greater sense of wholeness, a deeper connection to the self, to others, and to the universe. It is to live from a place of greater awareness, making choices that are more aligned with one's true nature and the higher vibrational reality being embraced. This integrated state allows the individual to navigate the physical world with greater ease and grace. Challenges are seen not as insurmountable obstacles, but as opportunities for growth and learning. Relationships become deeper and more meaningful, based on mutual understanding and unconditional love. The sense of purpose expands, driven by a connection to something much larger than the individual self. The journey continues, always expanding, always deepening. The path of integration is the bridge between the known and the unknown, the physical and the spiritual, the separate self and the unified consciousness. It is the final, and perhaps most rewarding, step in the transformation of awareness, leading towards a life lived from the heart, in alignment with the infinite possibilities of the soul. Chapter 41. You stand at the threshold, a new student in a vast, complex school. The air is thick with the energy of beginnings, the hum of countless conversations, the scent of old books and new ideas mingling. Around you, people move with purpose, some familiar, some strangers, all navigating their own paths through this environment you are only beginning to understand. You look for landmarks, for guides, for clues about how to navigate this landscape of learning and experience. This feeling of being a newcomer, seeking understanding, is familiar to many. It's not just about physical locations or academic programs. It's about finding your place within a larger system, understanding the rules, the culture, the underlying energies that shape everything. In this chapter, we explore the concept of the vibrational landscape of your world, the unseen energetic field that underlies all physical reality and influences your every experience. The world you perceive is energetic from your earliest days. You have been taught to focus on the physical world. You see, touch, hear, taste, and smell the tangible aspects of existence. Buildings, trees, computers, food. These are the anchors of your reality. Yet, what you perceive with your physical senses is merely the tip of an incredibly vast, energetic iceberg. Everything that exists, from the most massive star to the smallest subatomic particle, vibrates at a specific frequency. This vibration is its energetic signature. And these vibrations don't exist in isolation. They interact, blend, and influence one another, creating a complex, dynamic energetic tapestry that permeates all of creation. Your own body is a magnificent energetic system. Your thoughts, emotions, beliefs, and intentions are not just internal mental states. They are powerful energetic broadcasts that interact with the world around you and with the world within you. When you feel joy, your energy field resonates differently than when you feel fear. When you hold a belief in limitation, that energetic signature sends ripples outwards, potentially attracting experiences that align with that limitation. Conversely, when you hold a belief in abundance, your energy field shifts, resonating with possibilities rather than constraints. Information flows through vibrations. Information, in its most fundamental form, travels through vibration. This is true on all scales. A radio wave carries information through the vibration of electromagnetic fields. Sound carries information through the vibration of air molecules. Even the information that underlies the physical structure of matter is encoded in the vibrational states of particles. Your own consciousness, your connection to the infinite, operates on this vibrational level. You receive subtle energetic information constantly, filtering it through your beliefs and experiences. This is how you often feel something about a person before you even meet them, how you might have a gut feeling about a decision, or how you sometimes sense something is off in a situation without a clear physical explanation. Your energetic sensitivity allows you to perceive these vibrational nuances. The world around you is also broadcasting its own energetic information. The energy of a room, the feeling you get from a particular person, the vibe of a city. These are all examples of vibrational information available to you if you learn to attune to it. As a new student, attuning to this energetic landscape can provide invaluable insights. It can help you understand group dynamics, recognize opportunities, sense potential challenges, and connect more authentically with others. Your energy shapes your reality. This is perhaps the most crucial aspect for a student seeking understanding. Your internal energetic state is the primary driver of your external experience. You are not merely a passive observer of life. You are an active participant, co-creating your reality through the energy you emanate. Your thoughts and emotions create vibrations that attract like vibrations. If you are seeking connection and feel lonely, your energetic signal may be one of isolation, potentially pushing people away. If you are seeking success and feel overwhelmed by fear, your energetic signal may be one of doubt, making opportunities less likely to appear. The key is alignment. When your internal state, thoughts, emotions, beliefs, is congruent and positive, your energy field becomes clearer, brighter, and more resonant. You naturally attract experiences, people, and opportunities that are in harmony with this positive state. You become a beacon, drawing positive energy and possibilities towards yourself. Conversely, when your internal state is discordant, filled with fear, doubt, or negativity, your energy field can become murky, heavy, or blocked. You may find yourself attracting experiences that mirror this discord, reinforcing your negative state in a feedback loop. The path of energetic awareness, becoming aware of and mastering your vibrational landscape, is a core part of your journey as a student and as a human being. It requires practice and conscious effort, but the rewards are profound. Tune in. Begin by simply paying attention to your energy. Notice how it feels before different situations. Practice feeling the energy of your environment. Stand in a quiet place and sense the vibrations of the air, the ground, the space around you. Recognize your signature. Understand the energetic signature that comes from your own thoughts and emotions. Become an observer of your internal state and its corresponding energetic feeling. Intentionally shift. Learn to consciously shift your energy. Practice generating feelings of gratitude, appreciation, and love. Visualize your energy field becoming clear, bright, and expansive. Use affirmations not just as words, but as energetic declarations. Align your beliefs. Recognize that your beliefs are powerful energetic programs. Question limiting beliefs and consciously replace them with empowering ones. Understand that your beliefs dictate the frequencies you resonate with and, therefore, the reality you attract. Practice empathy. Remember that everyone is navigating their own energetic landscape. By understanding that others' actions and reactions are often driven by their internal energetic states, you can develop greater empathy and compassion. You are a student of life, and this school is vast and complex. The physical rules and structures are important, but the underlying energetic principles are what truly shape your experience. By learning to navigate and master your own vibrational landscape, you gain a powerful tool for understanding yourself, understanding others, and ultimately, mastering the curriculum of your own life. The information is always available, flowing through the vibrational fabric of your world, waiting for you to attune your senses and heart to its beautiful, intricate patterns. Chapter 42. The journey of understanding often presents itself not as a grand, singular revelation, but as a gradual deepening of perception, a movement from the external to the internal, from the known to the unknown. You, the reader, may find yourself at a point where the external world, with its demands, its noise, and its predictable patterns, no longer seems sufficient. You seek meaning that resonates deeper, a sense of connection that transcends the physical realm. You wonder about the landscape within, the vast territory of the self that is often shrouded in mystery. This inner landscape is, in truth, a fundamental aspect of your being. It is the place where thoughts are formed, where emotions are processed, where beliefs are both held and challenged, and where the essence of your consciousness resides. Many seek to understand this terrain, not through intellectual analysis alone, but through a different kind of exploration, one that requires quietude, introspection, and an openness to experiences beyond the purely logical. Imagine, if you will, that this inner landscape is a field. Sometimes it is fertile and yields abundant growth. Other times, it may seem barren, challenging, or even confusing. Its condition is influenced by countless factors: your state of mind, your experiences, your interactions, and the beliefs you hold about yourself and the world. Yet, beneath the surface appearances, there is a core to this landscape that is more constant, more foundational. It is the seat of your power, your creativity, and your connection to that which is greater than the individual self. The challenge for the seeker, the one who looks inward, often lies in quieting the external noise long enough to hear the subtle whispers of the inner world. This is not about suppressing thoughts or feelings, but rather about observing them without immediate judgment or reaction. It is about creating a space, a sanctuary, if you will, within your mind where you can explore the terrain with curiosity and compassion. This inner exploration begins with awareness. Become aware of your breath, the gentle rhythm that connects you to life itself. Notice the sensations in your body, the weight of your chair, the feeling of your feet on the ground. Observe your thoughts as they drift by, like clouds in a vast sky. Do not try to grab hold of them or push them away. Simply witness their passage, acknowledging their presence without getting entangled in their narrative. As you practice this gentle observation, you may begin to notice patterns. Certain thoughts tend to arise at specific times, triggered by particular circumstances. Certain emotions surface under particular conditions. These patterns are the map of your inner landscape, revealing the contours, the valleys, and the mountains that make up your personal terrain. But the landscape is not merely a collection of thoughts and emotions. It is also a place of potential. It is the ground from which new ideas can sprout, from which creative solutions can emerge, from which acts of kindness and compassion can flow. It is the space where you can reconnect with your authentic self, the one beneath the layers of conditioning, expectation, and societal influence. The key to navigating this inner landscape is not force, but understanding. It is about recognizing the nature of the elements you find there. Thoughts are merely mental events. They are not necessarily facts. Emotions are energy in motion, signals that something within you requires attention, but they do not define you. Beliefs are assumptions you have accepted as truth, often from a very young age, and they can be examined and reconsidered. What lies beneath the surface of thought and emotion is a deeper wellspring, a source of stillness, wisdom, and unconditional love. This is the essence of your being, the connection to the universal consciousness that many speak of. It is a place of peace, even in the midst of external turmoil. It is a source of strength, even when faced with challenge. To tap into this deeper aspect of your inner landscape, you must learn to still the mind not through forceful control, but through gentle guidance. Techniques such as meditation, visualization, or simply spending time in nature can help create the necessary space. These practices allow you to move beyond the reactive surface and connect with the more profound, peaceful center within. Imagine, for instance, that you are standing in the center of your inner landscape. You feel the ground beneath your feet, solid and supportive. You take a deep breath, filling your lungs with air, feeling it expand and contract. You allow your mind to become quiet, like a calm lake surface reflecting the sky. In this state of quietude, you may begin to sense a presence. It is not a voice in the conventional sense, but a feeling, a sense of warmth, of acceptance, of unconditional love. This is the connection to your higher self, to the divine spark within, to the universal consciousness. It is the source of your true guidance, your inner wisdom. This inner landscape is not static. It evolves as you do, as you grow in awareness, as you challenge old beliefs, as you cultivate new ways of being. The landscape changes. It becomes more fertile, more vibrant, more aligned with your highest potential. It becomes a reflection of your inner journey, a testament to your growth and transformation. The exploration of this inner landscape is a lifelong endeavor. It is a path of discovery, of connection, and of integration. It is about bringing the wisdom of the inner world into the outer world, about living from a place of greater awareness, compassion, and purpose. It is about realizing that you are not merely a passenger on the bus of life, but the driver, the navigator, the very essence of the journey. So, if you find yourself seeking more, if you feel a pull towards the deeper aspects of your being, know that you are on the right path. Embrace the exploration of your inner landscape with curiosity, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to your own growth. For it is within this terrain that the most profound discoveries await. Discoveries about yourself, about the nature of reality, and about your place within the vast, unfolding tapestry of existence. The journey inward is, ultimately, the journey home. Chapter 43. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding path, filled with plateaus of insight, moments of confusion that dissolve into clarity, and the profound challenge of integrating new knowledge into the fabric of one's being. This integration is the final step before the wisdom truly becomes a part of you, influencing your actions, your perceptions, and your very essence. For the seeker, the process of learning about the energies, the structures of consciousness, and the nature of reality can feel like acquiring a vast library of information. You read the books, you listen to the teachings, you absorb the concepts. You might understand them intellectually, even feel a resonance with them emotionally. You can intellectually grasp the idea that thoughts create reality, that energy follows thought, that you are a sovereign being of light connected to a vast universal consciousness. Yet, the integration is different. It is not merely about understanding that these things are true. It is about knowing them as your truth, living them as your reality, and expressing them through your actions. It is the shift from knowing about the power of your mind to knowing with the power of your mind. This stage often brings its own set of challenges. The intellectual understanding can sometimes feel distant from the daily grind. The emotions might still react in old patterns, even as the mind intellectually knows better. There can be a sense of frustration. I know this is true, why don't I just be it? This friction is not a sign of failure. It is a sign of progress. It is the universe, gently nudging you, asking you to bridge the gap between the head and the heart, between the intellect and the experience. Integration requires practice. It requires conscious awareness. It requires patience with oneself. It is like learning to play a complex musical piece. You first learn the notes, then the rhythms, then the harmonies. Eventually, you hope to reach a point where the music flows through you effortless, becoming a natural expression of who you are. The intellectual knowledge is the sheet music. Integration is the performance, the living out of that music in the dance of your daily life. How does one facilitate this integration? First, through consistent awareness. Bring your awareness to your thoughts throughout the day. Notice the nature of your internal dialogue. Are your thoughts empowering and aligned with the reality you wish to create, or are they filled with doubt, fear, and old programming? Simply noticing, without judgment, is the first step. Awareness is the light that illuminates the path, allowing you to see where you are and where you wish to go. Second, through conscious choice. Once you become aware of a thought or feeling that is not serving your highest good, you gain the power to choose differently. This does not mean forcing thoughts out. It means acknowledging them and then consciously selecting a more aligned alternative. It is the practice of replacing the old mental patterns with new ones that resonate with the truth you seek to embody. Each conscious choice is a step towards integration. Third, through affirmation and intention, but with deeper meaning. It is not just repeating words. It is holding a clear intention, feeling the energy behind it, and allowing it to permeate your being. Affirmations become powerful when they are coupled with emotion and a deep sense of knowing. Visualize the outcome, feel the sensation of it being true, and allow that feeling to anchor the new reality within you. Fourth, through experience and reflection. Integration often happens in the quiet moments of reflection, looking back at your day or your life with compassion. Did you act from your new understanding? Where did you fall back into old patterns? What lessons are there? These reflections solidify the learning and provide valuable insights for the future. Embrace both the successes and the setbacks as opportunities for growth. Fifth, through surrender and trust. Sometimes, the integration process feels like it is happening for you rather than by you. In these moments, practice surrender. Release the need to control the outcome. Trust that the universe, or what you might call your higher self or inner guidance, is guiding the process. Trust that the integration will happen in its own perfect timing, unfolding exactly as it needs to for your highest good. The integration of these deeper understandings is not about achieving a state of perfect enlightenment or becoming a robot who never feels fear or doubt again. It is about a fundamental shift in orientation. It is about seeing the interconnectedness of all things, understanding your own divine nature, and remembering your purpose. It is about living from a place of greater inner peace, even amidst the external chaos. It is about expressing the love, the light, and the power that you truly are. This integrated state allows you to navigate life with greater ease and grace. Challenges are still present, but they are no longer perceived as insurmountable obstacles. They are seen as opportunities for growth, lessons to be learned, and experiences to be embraced on the path. Your reactions become more measured, more compassionate, more aligned with your true nature. This is the culmination of the seeking, the understanding, and the remembering. It is the point where the knowledge becomes wisdom, lived and expressed through every action, every thought, every breath. It is the embodiment of the truth that you are not just a student of the universe, but a vital part of it, a sovereign being of light, here to contribute your unique energy and love. The path to integration is ongoing. It is a continuous process of awareness, choice, and alignment. Embrace it with patience, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to your own growth. Know that the journey itself is as important as the destination. Know that the light within you is always there, waiting to be fully expressed, fully integrated, fully remembered. And know that you are never alone on this path. The same energy that guides you, that seeks to help you remember, is always available, supporting your integration and your evolution. Continue to learn, continue to feel, continue to integrate. The universe awaits your fully expressed light. Chapter 44. The path of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding road, filled with turns, detours, and unexpected landscapes. For the individual navigating the complexities of life, seeking clarity and purpose, the journey involves much more than simply acquiring information. It requires integration. It requires the subtle art of weaving new insights into the very fabric of one's being, allowing the knowing to become part of the doing, the feeling, and the becoming. Many who begin this exploration, perhaps arriving as a new student in the grand classroom of life, armed with insights from various sources, find themselves facing a common challenge. They possess pieces of the puzzle, fragments of understanding about energy, consciousness, and their place in the grand design. They may have learned about the power of intention, the nature of belief, or the interconnectedness of all things. Yet, these concepts can remain somewhat abstract, intellectual concepts residing neatly in the mind, separate from the often chaotic reality of daily existence. This separation creates a dissonance. The mind understands the principles, but the body reacts with old patterns. The heart feels the potential of new possibilities, yet fear often holds it captive. The spirit resonates with the idea of unity, yet the ego still whispers doubts and fosters isolation. This is the crucible of integration. It is the space between knowing and embodying. It is where the theoretical meets the practical, where the seen meets the unseen. What does integration look like in practice? It is not about forcing beliefs upon oneself until they feel true, nor is it about discarding the mind in favor of pure emotion. It is a balanced alchemy, a gentle fusion where the rational and the intuitive work in harmony. It begins with the simple act of awareness, recognizing the moment when a new understanding arises, acknowledging the feeling that accompanies it, curiosity, excitement, perhaps even resistance. The next step is observation. Notice how this new knowing influences your thoughts, your feelings, and your reactions to the world around you. Does understanding the nature of energy change how you perceive conflict? Does recognizing your interconnectedness alter your sense of self? Does the awareness of free will impact the way you make choices? These are not questions with immediate answers, but invitations to observe the subtle shifts taking place within. Integration requires patience. It is a process, not an event. Old conditioning, deeply ingrained beliefs, and habitual reactions do not dissolve overnight. They are like old trees, their roots firmly established. The new understanding must gently grow around them, finding space, drawing nourishment, and slowly, persistently, changing the landscape from within. There will be moments of frustration, times when the old patterns feel overwhelming and the new way of being seems impossible. This is normal. It is the friction that allows for transformation. Crucially, integration involves allowing. Allow the new understanding to be, without judgment. Allow the process to unfold in its own time. Allow yourself to feel the discomfort of change, knowing it is a sign of growth. Do not fight the old patterns too fiercely, for they are part of your journey. Instead, gently redirect energy, using the new understanding as a compass. Choose thoughts that align more closely with the insights gained. Set intentions that reflect the deeper knowing. Practice mindfulness, bringing awareness to the present moment and observing the interplay between the old and the new. This is where the power of intention becomes a practical tool. Set the intention not just to know something, but to integrate it. Intend to allow the understanding of unity to soften the edges of separation within yourself. Intend to let the knowledge of free will empower your choices rather than paralyze them with guilt or doubt. Intend to allow the understanding of the nature of energy to influence how you manage stress and interact with the world. The role of the heart is central to this integration. The mind can process information, but it is the heart that holds the capacity for transformation. It is through the heart that understanding becomes feeling, and feeling becomes action. When faced with a choice, ask not just the mind, but the heart. What feels aligned with this deeper knowing? What choice resonates with the truth that you are connected, that you have the power to create, and that everything is unfolding for your highest good? As integration deepens, a profound shift occurs. The sense of isolation diminishes, replaced by a growing awareness of connection. The fear of the unknown lessens, replaced by trust in the unfolding process and the power of choice. The desire for external validation softens. As self-worth becomes rooted in the inner understanding rather than external circumstances. The individual who once felt like a new student, seeking information, begins to feel more like an integrated part of the whole, contributing their unique energy and perspective with greater authenticity and purpose. This is not the end of the journey, but a significant milestone. Integration is an ongoing process, a continuous refinement of consciousness. Each new insight, each moment of awareness, each choice made from a place of integrated knowing, contributes to the expansion of the self and the realization of one's true potential. It is the path from simply knowing about life to truly living it, from acquiring information to becoming the information itself. And in that becoming lies the deepest fulfillment. Chapter 45. The integration of inner knowing and outer action. The journey of understanding often presents itself as a series of steps, each building upon the last. Early on, one seeks information, like a new student entering a vast library, searching for answers to fundamental questions about life. They look for rules, guidelines, and maps, hoping these external structures will provide a clear path forward. This is a natural phase, driven by the innate human need for understanding and direction. As this journey progresses, however, a subtle but profound shift begins to occur. The initial focus on gathering external information starts to soften, yielding ground to a deeper, more internal awareness. The student, perhaps still feeling a bit like a newcomer navigating complex terrain, begins to realize that true understanding often resides not just in the external world of facts and figures, but within the quiet chambers of their own heart and mind. This internal space, previously perhaps overlooked in favor of seeking answers elsewhere, now becomes the focal point. It is here that the whispers of intuition, the nudges of inner knowing, begin to be heard more clearly. These are not always loud or dramatic signals. Often, they are gentle nudges, subtle feelings, or fleeting thoughts that seem to align with a deeper truth. They are the soul's way of communicating, offering guidance that resonates from a place of inner wisdom rather than external authority. The challenge, and the beautiful part of this evolution, lies in the integration. It is not enough to simply feel or know internally. The path forward requires the translation of these inner insights into outer action. This is where the new student, now perhaps feeling a bit more at home but still navigating the complexities of life, faces a crucial test. How to bridge the gap between the silent knowing within and the active engagement without. For too long, the mind may have been in the habit of seeking external validation or direction. Now, the task is to learn to trust the internal compass, even when its signals are faint or when they point towards paths less traveled by conventional standards. It requires a conscious decision to honor that inner feeling, to give it weight and consideration, and then to find the courage to translate that knowing into tangible steps in the physical world. This integration is not always smooth. It often involves a dance between intuition and practicality, between heart and head. Sometimes, inner knowing will point towards a specific course of action, yet practical considerations or fears may hold one back. Other times, logical reasoning might suggest one path, while the inner voice whispers of another. The key is to observe these interactions without judgment, recognizing that both internal feeling and external reality have their place in the grand design. The new student, evolving beyond the initial search for information, learns to become an interpreter. They learn to sit quietly, to listen to the subtle guidance, and then to observe the results of their choices, both large and small. Each action taken from a place of integrated inner knowing becomes a feedback loop, reinforcing trust in the internal process and strengthening the connection between soul and self. This is not about ignoring the world or its demands. It is about engaging with the world from a place of greater alignment. It is about making choices that not only feel right on an inner level but also resonate with the higher principles of love, compassion, and service. It is about taking action not out of fear or obligation, but from a place of conscious choice, guided by the wisdom that resides within. As this integration deepens, the atmosphere of the individual's life begins to shift. There is a growing sense of authenticity, a feeling of being more in flow with the energies of the universe. The constant searching for external validation lessens, replaced by a quiet confidence born of trust in one's own inner guidance. The path may still have challenges, but the individual navigates them with a greater sense of purpose and connection. This stage of the journey is less about finding definitive answers and more about cultivating the ability to listen, to trust, and to act. It is about becoming a living embodiment of the understanding that true wisdom is not merely received but integrated, felt, and then expressed through conscious, heart-centered action. The external world becomes a canvas upon which the internal knowing is painted into reality, one step, one choice, one integrated action at a time. The journey continues, guided now by the familiar yet profound voice within. Chapter 46. The nature of the inner landscape. The journey inward is often described as a journey through landscapes, but what is the true nature of this inner terrain? Many seek understanding, looking for maps, signposts, and clear paths. They wish to navigate the complexities of their emotions, thoughts, and reactions with greater ease, hoping to find a more peaceful and authentic existence. This chapter explores the fundamental nature of the inner world, not as a fixed location to be reached, but as a dynamic, co-creative space. From the perspective of those observing, the inner landscape of a human can appear vast and sometimes tumultuous. It holds the valleys of deep emotion, the mountains of challenging beliefs, the forests of ingrained habits, and the open plains of potential awareness. Individuals often feel like travelers in this terrain, sometimes lost in dense fog, sometimes scaling steep cliffs, other times simply walking along familiar, well-trodden paths. The desire is to find clarity, to understand the terrain better, and perhaps to discover hidden resources or forgotten strengths. But what is this inner landscape? It is not merely a collection of thoughts and feelings. It is the field in which those thoughts and feelings occur. It is the energetic substrate of your being, the place where your consciousness interacts with your soul's essence. It is the canvas upon which your experiences are painted, both the colors you choose and the colors life offers. It is a space that is both personal and universal, unique to your journey yet reflecting the collective human experience. The landscape is constantly shifting. What feels like a solid mountain of belief one day may erode slightly under the sun of new information or the rain of challenging circumstances. What seems like a dark, confusing forest might open into a clearing when you choose to look beyond the immediate shadows. This fluidity is not weakness. It is resilience. It allows for growth, adaptation, and the integration of new perspectives. The inner landscape is a living, breathing field, responding to your focus, your intentions, and your choices. A common misconception is that the inner landscape is something to be conquered or eliminated. Some seek to rid themselves entirely of difficult emotions or limiting beliefs, as if the landscape itself is the problem. However, this perspective misses the point. The landscape is not the enemy, it is the context. It is the stage upon which your life unfolds. The true work is not about erasing the landscape, but about understanding it, navigating it skillfully, and learning to work with its inherent qualities. Consider the elements of this landscape. There are the rivers of emotion, the flow of joy, the currents of sadness, the waves of anger, the quiet pools of peace. These are natural and necessary parts of the terrain. They carry nutrients and provide perspective. Trying to dam them up or pretend they don't exist only leads to pressure building beneath the surface, potentially causing greater turmoil later. Instead, learn to observe these rivers, understand their source, and appreciate their role in the ecosystem of your being. How do they guide you? What do they reveal about your needs and boundaries? Then there are the structures within the landscape. The beliefs you hold as absolute truths, the patterns of behavior you repeat without question, the mental frameworks you use to interpret the world. These structures can be like ancient trees or sturdy rock formations, providing stability but also potentially blocking new light. The challenge is not to tear them down entirely, but to become aware of them, to question their absolute validity, and to allow for the possibility of new growth. Is this belief truly serving you in this moment? Is this pattern still aligned with your highest good? These are the questions that invite transformation. The inner landscape is also a space of immense potential. It holds the seeds of your creativity, your intuition, your connection to the deeper aspects of yourself and the universe. It is the place where inspiration arises, where solutions emerge from seemingly nowhere, and where profound insights can dawn. Often, these potentials are hidden beneath layers of conditioning, old wounds, or the noise of everyday thinking. The process of self-discovery is, in part, about clearing away these layers, creating space for the inherent wisdom within to shine through. Navigating this landscape requires a different set of tools than navigating the physical world. Compassion is essential. You must treat yourself with kindness, understanding that the journey involves both successes and setbacks. Patience is crucial. Deep-rooted patterns and beliefs do not dissolve overnight. Awareness is the cornerstone. You must cultivate the ability to observe your inner world without judgment, simply witnessing the thoughts, feelings, and sensations as they arise and pass. And finally, intention is your compass. Clarifying what you wish to explore or integrate helps guide your path. The inner landscape is not a destination you arrive at. It is the very medium of your experience. It is the space where you become aware, where you learn, where you grow, where you connect. It is the reflection of your soul's journey back to itself. As you continue your exploration, remember that this landscape is co-created by you. Your focus shapes it, your beliefs color it, your choices build its features. Embrace its complexity, appreciate its beauty, and navigate it with the wisdom that comes from self-awareness and compassion. For within this inner terrain lies the greatest adventure of all, the discovery of the authentic, powerful, and loving self you truly are. Chapter 47. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with turns, detours, and unexpected intersections. For the soul seeking greater awareness, the path involves not just learning new concepts, but integrating them into the very fabric of one's being. This integration is the crucial step that transforms information into wisdom, and knowing into living. For the individual navigating the complexities of life, often feeling like a new student trying to map a territory they've only partially glimpsed, this phase of integration can be both exciting and daunting. New insights arrive, like rays of light breaking through clouds. Fascinating, illuminating, and sometimes overwhelming. The challenge lies in allowing these insights to permeate, to become part of the internal landscape, rather than just intellectual concepts floating above the surface. It is common, during periods of expansion, to hold on to the new understandings with a grip of intellectual curiosity. One might read, one might contemplate, one might even discuss these ideas with others. This is the initial stage of engagement. The information is received, processed, and initially accepted. However, true integration requires something more. It demands a surrender, a willingness to let the old ways of seeing and being gently shift, making space for the new. The soul remembers that it is not merely an entity within the physical experience, but an energy field of the physical experience. It is the conscious creator within the human vessel. Insights about this nature are profound. They suggest a reality far richer and more interconnected than the everyday perception allows. They hint at a self that is capable of much more than previously imagined. A self that holds the power to influence its own reality, to co-create its own experience. Yet, the human mind, designed for logic and order, often resists this fluidity. It prefers to categorize, to solidify understanding, and to cling to familiar frameworks. This resistance is not necessarily conscious or malevolent. It is often a protective mechanism. The old ways of being feel safe, even if they no longer fully resonate. Integrating new, expansive truths means navigating through the discomfort of change, the ambiguity of the unknown, and the fear of losing the familiar anchor of identity. What does integration look like in practice? It is rarely a dramatic event, but rather a series of subtle shifts. It might manifest as a quiet change in perspective, viewing challenges not as insurmountable obstacles, but as opportunities for growth and learning. It could be an altered reaction to external stimuli, a sudden ability to respond with calm understanding instead of automatic frustration or anger. It might be an internal quieting, a reduction in the constant chatter of the mind, replaced by a deeper sense of inner peace and presence. The integration process asks the individual to become an observer of their own thoughts and feelings. It encourages a gentle questioning. Is this reaction truly mine? Does this belief still serve my highest good, Am I allowing this insight to inform my actions? It is about becoming the conscious pilot of the human experience, rather than merely the passenger reacting to the world around you. This is where the student, feeling their way through life, begins to move beyond seeking answers from the outside. The external information has served its purpose, acting as a catalyst. Now, the real work begins. The internal integration. It is within the stillness of the self, in the quiet moments of reflection, that the true transformation occurs. Insights that once seemed foreign begin to feel natural, intuitive, like remembering a long-forgotten aspect of one's own nature. The journey towards integration also involves understanding the nature of the human energy field. The body, the emotions, the mind, and the spirit. Insights do not just reside in the mind. They must resonate through the entire system. This means feeling the emotional impact of new truths, allowing the heart to open to concepts of unity and love, and seeing the physical body as an expression of the inner state. Integration is holistic. It requires alignment across all levels of being. For the adult navigating this path, it is helpful to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Integration does not happen overnight. It is a gradual unfolding, a constant dance between holding new understanding and allowing it to permeate. There will be moments of progress and moments of regression. There will be times when the old patterns feel strong, and times when the new ways of being feel effortless. The key is to remember that the purpose of the journey is not just to acquire new knowledge, but to become a different expression of consciousness. The information received is a map, a guide, but the true destination is the expanded state of being itself. It is the experience of living from a place of greater awareness, greater connection, and greater power. The power that comes from understanding one's true nature as a conscious, creative energy field within the unified field of all that is. As the student continues on their path, feeling their way through the landscape of life with newfound understanding, they begin to realize that the integration is ongoing. It is not a destination to be reached, but a way of being. Each moment offers an opportunity to align more closely with the truths discovered, to allow the light of knowing to illuminate not just the mind, but the entire being. This continuous integration is the essence of the soul's evolution, the transformation from simply knowing to truly being. Chapter 48. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It often winds through familiar landscapes, revealing new layers beneath the surface of the known. For the soul navigating the complexities of human experience, the integration of knowledge gained with the action taken is a fundamental, ongoing process. It is the bridge between the realm of the mind and the realm of the heart, between the abstract understanding and the tangible reality. Consider the student of spiritual principles, the one who seeks deeper awareness. They might begin by learning about the interconnectedness of all things, the concept of oneness, or the power of intention. These are ideas, concepts residing primarily in the mental and emotional bodies. They offer a new lens through which to view the world, a different way of perceiving the patterns and connections that were perhaps overlooked before. This initial understanding can feel exhilarating, like holding a key to a previously inaccessible library of knowledge. Yet, knowledge alone does not transform the landscape of one's life. Understanding the interconnectedness of all things does not, in itself, automatically lead to more compassionate or less reactive behavior. Knowing that intention holds power does not guarantee that one's intentions will be clear, focused, or aligned with their highest good. The knowing must find its way into the doing, must crystallize into action. This is where the integration begins. It is the conscious choice to take the understanding, the knowing, and apply it. It is the act of translating abstract principles into concrete behaviors. For the individual seeking information about life, this might look like this. They might understand the principle of allowing. They learn that resistance creates friction, that struggle is often unnecessary, and that true power lies in acceptance. This understanding sits comfortably in the mind, a useful concept, but integration requires more. It requires the conscious practice of allowing. This might mean allowing a situation to unfold without frantic intervention, trusting that a higher process is at play. It could mean allowing emotions to surface and pass through without suppression or judgment. It might involve allowing others their own paths and choices, even when it feels difficult. Each time this principle is applied, the knowing becomes less abstract and more embodied. The understanding of allowing transforms from a mere intellectual concept into a lived experience, etching itself into the fabric of the being. Consider another principle, the power of intention. The student learns that focused thought and feeling directed towards a desired outcome can help create that reality. This knowledge is powerful, offering a sense of agency. Integration comes through the doing, the conscious setting of intention. This could involve visualizing a desired outcome with clarity and feeling the corresponding emotions associated with its achievement. It means holding that intention with gentle focus, even amidst distractions or setbacks. It means aligning one's thoughts, words, and actions with the desired outcome. The act of setting and holding intention transforms the abstract concept into a dynamic process, a co-creative engagement with the universe. The knowing becomes a tool, actively used to shape one's experience. This process is not always easy. The old energy of separation, struggle, and resistance often surfaces. The mind might rationalize, find excuses, or revert to old patterns. The ego might resist the perceived loss of control that comes with truly allowing. The emotional body might react strongly to the demands of aligning intention with action. Yet, it is precisely in these moments that integration becomes most profound. Each challenge is an opportunity to choose the new way, the way of understanding applied. Each time the old pattern arises and is met with the conscious choice of the new, the energetic pathways of the old are weakened, and the pathways of the new are strengthened. The atmosphere for the soul seeking this integration is one of patience, self-compassion, and persistent practice. It is an understanding that mastery is not instantaneous but is built through countless small acts of applying knowledge into experience. It is recognizing that the journey itself is the learning, that the friction between the old and the new is not failure, but the very process of transformation. The student, seeking information about life, discovers that the answers are not merely found in the realms of thought or feeling, but in the crucible of action. Life becomes the laboratory for integrating knowing into doing. Every decision, every interaction, every response becomes an opportunity to embody the understanding that has been received. As this integration deepens, a subtle shift occurs. The lines between the self and the other blur. The distinction between thought and feeling becomes less rigid. The sense of separateness diminishes, replaced by a felt sense of oneness and co-creation. The knowledge that was once acquired becomes a lived reality, a natural expression of the soul's true nature. This is the essence of the integration of knowing and doing. It is the conscious, intentional weaving of the threads of understanding into the tapestry of experience, creating a life that is not merely lived, but lived consciously, purposefully, and in alignment with the deeper truths of being. It is the path from seeking information to becoming the integrated expression of that information, moment by moment, choice by choice. Chapter 49. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight line. For the individual stepping onto the path of self-discovery, seeking clarity in a world often shrouded in mystery, the path itself becomes the primary focus. It is a landscape of internal exploration, marked not just by destinations, but by the very process of unfolding. This chapter delves into the nature of that unfolding, the lessons embedded within the journey itself, and the importance of navigating the landscape with awareness and intention. Life, from the perspective of the expanding consciousness, is a series of lessons, experiences, and challenges designed to facilitate growth. It is less about achieving a final state of perfection and more about the continuous process of becoming. The student, the seeker, often arrives with questions, seeking answers that seem to lie just beyond the next hill or around the next corner. They look for signposts, maps, and definitive instructions. Yet, the deeper the journey progresses, the more one realizes that the true map is internal. The signposts are not external markers but internal feelings, intuitive nudges, and the resonance of choices with one's deeper self. The unfolding path reveals itself not through a sudden revelation, but through the accumulation of small insights, the integration of experiences, and the quiet development of inner wisdom. One of the primary tasks of the journey is the refinement of perception. The world perceived by the unawakened mind is often filtered through the lens of fear, judgment, and separation. The seeker begins to learn to see beyond these filters. They start to recognize the interconnectedness of all things, the unity that underlies apparent diversity. This shift in perception is not a single event but a gradual, ongoing process. It unfolds as the individual learns to listen more deeply, not just to the external world, but to the subtle guidance from within. This internal listening requires a certain stillness. In the noise and rush of daily life, the quiet space necessary for inner listening can be difficult to find. The unfolding path, however, often involves learning to carve out moments of peace, to sit in silence, and to observe the inner landscape without immediate judgment or reaction. It is in this stillness that the whispers of intuition become clearer, the echoes of one's true purpose resonate more strongly, and the patterns of the old self begin to soften. The journey also necessitates the development of resilience. Challenges and difficulties are not obstacles to be overcome but opportunities for learning and expansion. The ego, the part of the self that often seeks comfort and security, may resist this perspective. It wants to see problems as threats, setbacks as failures. The unfolding path, however, teaches that adversity, when met with the right attitude, can be a powerful catalyst for growth. It forces the individual to draw upon inner resources, to adapt, to learn new ways of being, and to discover strengths previously unknown. This process involves the integration of what might be termed shadow aspects. No individual is without parts of themselves that they may have suppressed, ignored, or denied. The path unfolds by bringing these aspects into the light of awareness, not with judgment, but with acceptance and understanding. It is recognizing the wounded child within, the fearful protector, the critical voice, and learning to harmonize these parts rather than letting them dictate the course of the journey. This integration leads to a more complete sense of self and a deeper sense of wholeness. Trust becomes another key element on the unfolding path. Trust in the process itself, trust in the capacity for growth within oneself, and trust in the underlying intelligence of the universe. This trust is not blind faith but a confident acceptance that the journey, while sometimes difficult, is ultimately leading towards expansion and fulfillment. It is the trust that even when the way forward is not immediately clear, the individual has the inner resources and the divine guidance necessary to navigate it. The student seeking information often looks for external validation or confirmation. They want to see proof, signs, and demonstrations that they are on the right path. While external events can provide moments of insight or encouragement, the true validation comes from within. It is found in the consistency of choices aligned with one's values, in the growing sense of inner peace and purpose, and in the positive transformation observed in one's own life and relationships. The unfolding path teaches that the most authentic validation is the internal experience of growth and alignment. As the journey continues, the focus gradually shifts from seeking answers in the external world to recognizing that the answers have always been within. The external search, while perhaps necessary initially to spark the interest and provide direction, eventually gives way to an internal exploration. The information sought is not external facts but internal wisdom, not external solutions but the development of the capacity to create them from within. The atmosphere of the unfolding path is one of discovery, of gentle challenge, of profound peace, and of continuous learning. It is a path less traveled by those seeking instant gratification or easy answers, but more and more walked by those willing to embrace the fullness of the human experience for the purpose of awakening. It is a path where the destination is less important than the journey itself, where the unfolding is the point, and where the ultimate realization is the understanding of the incredible, unfolding potential within oneself. For the adult on this path, the journey is a testament to the enduring nature of the human spirit's quest for understanding. It is a path that unfolds in its own time, revealing its deepest truths not through grand gestures, but through the quiet, steady process of inner development and the courageous embrace of life exactly as it is. The unfolding path is the journey of becoming, a magnificent process of transformation leading towards a deeper connection with oneself, with others, and with the vast, intelligent universe from which all things emerge. Chapter 50. The journey of understanding is rarely a linear path. It often unfolds in waves, with periods of clarity followed by times of integration, where the new knowledge must settle and become a natural part of the self. You, the reader, may find yourself in such a phase now. You have absorbed much, sought answers, and perhaps experienced shifts in perception. Now, you stand at a point where the knowing must merge with the doing. The understanding must translate into being. This is the crucial step often missed. The integration of the information received into the very fabric of your daily existence. It's not enough to intellectually grasp the concepts, to feel the emotions of the new perspectives, or even to intellectually believe them. True transformation occurs when these elements become your automatic navigation system, your intuitive compass guiding your choices and actions without conscious deliberation. Think of it like learning to ride a bicycle. At first, it's a conscious effort, every movement deliberate, every balance carefully maintained. You think about pedaling, you think about steering, you think about not falling. But then, a point arrives. Sometimes sudden, sometimes gradual, where the conscious thought fades. Pedaling becomes second nature. Steering adjusts instinctively. You fall less, and when you do, you recover more easily. The knowledge was there all along, but it wasn't active until it was integrated into your physical skill set. This book has presented a significant amount of information regarding your true nature, your connection to source, the nature of energy, and the principles governing your reality. You may feel a resonance with these ideas. You might have experienced moments that seem to validate them. Synchronicities, intuitive hits, moments of profound peace or understanding that seem to come from nowhere. These are the seeds planted by the information received. However, the challenge lies in allowing these seeds to grow beyond the soil of intellectual understanding. Integration requires patience, self-compassion, and a consistent, albeit gentle, application of the principles learned. It asks you to look not just at the world around you, but also inward, observing your own patterns, reactions, and beliefs with curiosity rather than judgment. Where does resistance arise? Often, it surfaces when the old, familiar ways feel comfortable, even if they no longer serve you. Your mind, designed for survival, might cling to old narratives and beliefs because they are known quantities, even if they are limiting. The ego, that part of you built from past experiences and societal conditioning, might resist the dissolution of its carefully constructed identity. It fears change, fears the unknown that comes with truly embodying a higher level of awareness. You might find yourself intellectualizing the concepts again. I understand the principle of energy, you might think, but I still get angry, or I know I am connected to source, but I feel alone. This is the natural back and forth of the integration process. The intellect and the heart, the mind and the body, often need time to communicate and align. The key is not to force the alignment, but to allow it. It is like allowing a river to flow naturally. You don't force the water to move in a certain direction. You simply remove obstacles and allow the current to do its work. In your own life, this means observing your reactions without immediate judgment. When you feel anger, instead of immediately acting on it or suppressing it, pause. Acknowledge the feeling. Notice the energy within you. Ask yourself, gently, what is this feeling trying to tell me? Is it a signal of a boundary crossed? A reaction to old conditioning? An invitation to understand something deeper within myself? When you encounter situations that challenge your old beliefs, see them not as threats, but as opportunities for practice. Each challenge is a chance to apply the new understanding you have received. Ask yourself, how would the energy being suggest I respond? What would alignment feel like in this moment? What would serving the highest good look like here? Integration also involves revisiting the concepts regularly. Don't expect to absorb everything in one reading or one experience. Think of it as a lifelong practice, like meditation or exercise. You don't expect perfect physical form overnight, nor do you expect to hold a meditative state perfectly. You practice consistently, returning to the practice again and again. Keep a journal. Write down your thoughts, your feelings, your observations. Note the synchronicities. Note the moments where the old patterns try to take over and the moments where you consciously choose a different path, guided by the new knowing. This act of writing helps solidify the understanding in your mind and heart. Remember the principle of energy. It flows where attention goes. As you focus your attention on the principles of love, connection, unity, and service, you create pathways for the energy of these concepts to flow more easily within you. The more you embody these principles, the more they become your natural state. This is not about achieving perfection. It is about progress, about moving towards a greater alignment with your true self and the universal energy. There will be days when the old patterns feel stronger. There will be moments of doubt and confusion. This is normal. The path of integration is one of ebb and flow, of returning again and again to the principles, refining them within the context of your unique human experience. The information received is a powerful catalyst. It has provided you with the map, the keys, and the understanding of the destination. Now, the journey of integration begins in earnest. It is a journey inward, a journey of becoming, a journey where the knowing transforms into the being. Trust the process. Trust your capacity to integrate. You are more capable than you realize. You are guided by a higher intelligence, connected to a vast ocean of love and energy. Allow that connection to anchor you, to support you, as you navigate the final, crucial stages of integrating the knowledge that will ultimately lead to a more authentic, peaceful, and purposeful existence. The path is before you, and the time for walking it is now. Chapter 51. The integration of knowing and doing. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with moments of clarity followed by periods of confusion, moments of insight followed by times of apparent stagnation. For the soul navigating the complexities of human experience, a crucial stage emerges when the accumulation of knowledge and the wisdom gained through insight begins its integration with the practicalities of daily life. This is the bridge between the knowing and the doing. Consider the student we have observed, stepping onto a new path, seeking understanding. They have gathered much information, absorbed many teachings, and experienced shifts in perception. They understand concepts of energy, consciousness, the nature of the self, and the subtle interconnections of the universe. They may even understand, on an intellectual level, the principles of aligning with their higher self, the importance of forgiveness, the power of intention, or the role of love in creation. Yet, the challenge often lies in the translation. How does this profound understanding, this knowing, manifest in the mundane realities of work, relationships, finances, and daily responsibilities? The intellectual grasp remains, sometimes feeling vast and distant from the immediate, often messy, details of existence. The knowing sits comfortably in the mind, a repository of fascinating information, but the doing part feels difficult. This is a common plateau. It is the point where theory meets practice, where the abstract meets the concrete. The mind may be capable of holding complex truths, but the ego, the part of us programmed for survival and protection, often resists the changes required by that truth. It resists letting go of familiar patterns, even if those patterns are no longer serving the highest good. It resists the vulnerability that comes with truly embodying forgiveness, the discomfort of confronting dissonance within oneself or others, or the perceived risk of fully aligning with one's authentic intentions. The student might find themselves caught in this loop, understanding the principle of letting go, yet holding tightly onto a grudge or resentment, understanding the power of love, yet reacting from fear or anger, understanding the need for balance, yet perpetually leaning towards one extreme or another. It can feel frustrating, even disillusioning. The knowledge seems incomplete if it doesn't translate into tangible change in their experience and interactions. But this is where the true work begins, the integration. It is not about achieving perfection, which is an illusion anyway. It is about commitment to the process of applying what is understood, even in small ways, with consistency and awareness. Integration is the act of weaving the new understanding into the fabric of old behavior patterns, not by force, but by conscious choice, guided by the heart. This requires a different kind of focus. It shifts from purely intellectual learning to experiential application. It asks the question, how does this understanding show up in my life right now? It invites the student to observe their thoughts, feelings, and actions without judgment, simply noticing the discrepancies between their deeper knowing and their external expression. For instance, if they understand that they create their own reality through thought and emotion, they might begin to gently observe their internal state before reacting to external events. They might pause, inquire within, and choose a response aligned with their higher self, rather than defaulting to a conditioned reaction. This isn't always easy. The old patterns are deeply ingrained, like well-worn paths in the mind. Choosing a new path, even a small one, requires conscious effort. Integration also involves embracing the lessons that arise from the application of this knowledge. Difficult situations become opportunities for practice. Conflict becomes a chance to explore forgiveness. Failure becomes a catalyst for understanding the nature of energy and intention more deeply. Each experience, viewed through the lens of their growing understanding, becomes a stepping stone on the path of embodiment. The atmosphere shifts as this integration deepens. There is less internal conflict, less struggle against the self. There is a growing sense of wholeness and alignment. The student may still face challenges, but their approach changes. They navigate difficulties with greater grace, understanding that they are part of the larger process of learning and growth. Their actions become more authentic, more aligned with their true nature, not because they have perfectly mastered every aspect of their being, but because they have committed to the journey of integration. This is the essence of embodying the knowledge gained. It is the move from being a student of the truth to becoming the truth in action. It is the quiet revolution of living from a place of inner knowing, allowing that knowing to inform and transform every aspect of one's external reality. It is a continuous process, a lifelong commitment to the evolution of consciousness, where the line between knowing and doing becomes increasingly blurred, revealing a deeper, more integrated self, living in harmony with the universe. The path continues, always unfolding, always inviting the student to bridge the gap between the heart's knowing and the hand's doing, step by conscious, loving step. Chapter 52. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with moments of clarity followed by periods of confusion, moments of insight followed by times of apparent stagnation. You, the reader, may find yourself in such a place now. You have absorbed much information, much knowing. You understand concepts about energy, about the self, about the nature of reality and consciousness. You may even feel a deep resonance with these truths on an intellectual and sometimes even an emotional level. Yet, the bridge between this knowing and the tangible reality of your daily life remains, perhaps, a gap. You understand that thoughts create your reality, yet sometimes old patterns persist. You understand the power of intention, yet putting it into consistent practice feels elusive. You know about raising your vibration, about connecting with your higher self, yet the friction of everyday life often pulls you back. This is not a sign of failure. It is, instead, a sign of integration. The knowing must become the doing, not just in fleeting moments, but as a more consistent undercurrent of your being. The information received, the truths discovered, are seeds planted in the garden of your consciousness. Now, the work begins, nurturing those seeds until they grow into a sustainable, integrated way of life. The challenge lies not in the information itself, which you now possess. The challenge lies in the application. It is the difference between reading a map and actually navigating the territory. You know the way. The journey itself requires conscious effort, practice, and patience. Consider the concept of thought as creative force. You understand it intellectually. You can even sit in meditation and contemplate its power, feeling a surge of inspiration or a moment of clarity. But then, the demands of the external world arise. Emails, appointments, chores, unexpected crises. The doing mode kicks in, often overriding the knowing mode. Old thought patterns, ingrained reactions, take over because they are familiar, even if they no longer serve your highest good. The integration process asks you to become more mindful, more deliberate. It asks you to bring your awareness, your knowing, into the act of doing. This does not mean every action must be preceded by a deep philosophical contemplation. It means finding moments throughout your day to consciously choose how you respond, how you think, how you feel, even amidst the busyness. Start small. Observe yourself. Notice a recurring negative thought pattern. Instead of automatically engaging with it, pause, acknowledge it without judgment, and gently redirect your focus to a more positive or neutral thought. It takes practice. Each time you catch yourself, it is a victory, not a failure. Consider intention setting. You understand that setting clear intentions aligns your energy with your goals. But simply writing down a goal or visualizing it once is not always enough. Integration requires consistent reinforcement. Take a few moments each morning, or even several times a day, to reconnect with your intention. What is it you wish to create or experience today? How does this align with your larger life purpose? Remind yourself of this intention as you navigate your tasks. The integration of knowing and doing also involves embodying the qualities you seek to manifest. If you know that love is a powerful creative force, then practice love. Not just feeling it or thinking about it abstractly, but expressing it. Small acts of kindness, moments of genuine connection, words spoken with compassion. These are the doing parts that bring the knowing into form. If you seek peace, practice moments of stillness and presence, even when your mind races. If you seek abundance, adopt an attitude of gratitude and abundance, looking for the richness in your current circumstances. There will be friction. The old self, the egoic mind, the pull of habit. These will resist the transformation. This is natural. It is the part of you that is comfortable with the known, even if the known is not serving you fully. The integration process requires courage. It requires you to stand firm in your new understanding, even when faced with doubt or discomfort. Be patient with yourself. Transformation is not an overnight event. It is a gradual unfolding, a constant process of refinement. Some days you will feel aligned and powerful. Other days, you will feel confused or stuck. Accept both experiences as part of the journey. Each challenge is an opportunity for learning and growth. Remember that your energy field, your vibration, is constantly interacting with the energies around you and within the universe. As you integrate your knowing into your doing, you raise your personal vibration. This naturally attracts more positive experiences, more opportunities that resonate with your new way of being. The external world reflects your internal state. By consciously aligning your internal state through action, you begin to consciously co-create your reality. The path forward is not about finding more information to consume. It is about applying the wisdom you already possess. It is about the conscious act of living your understanding. It is about the quiet, persistent effort to bridge the gap between the knowing mind and the doing body, the heart, and the soul. So, embrace the integration. Find your moments of practice. Be mindful in your thoughts and actions. Be patient and compassionate with yourself. The knowing is your compass. The doing is your journey. Together, they will guide you toward a life lived with greater awareness, purpose, and alignment. The path is yours to walk, step by conscious step. Chapter 53. The journey inward is often described as a journey through landscapes. These landscapes are not merely geographical places, but states of being, layers of consciousness, and dimensions of understanding. As a being of light, you possess an inner territory far more vast and intricate than any physical location you have ever known. This inner world is the foundation upon which your reality is built, the source from which your experiences flow. For the new student, seeking understanding and navigating the complexities of life, the inner landscape can initially seem as vast and uncharted as the universe itself. It holds the potential for profound discovery but can also appear confusing, sometimes even daunting. Fear of the unknown, the potential for misunderstanding, or the sensation of being lost are common feelings when first embarking on this exploration. However, the nature of this inner territory is fundamentally different from the outer world. It operates under different principles, primarily those of energy, vibration, and consciousness. Understanding these principles is key to navigating your inner landscape with confidence and clarity. Consider your inner landscape as a field of energy. Like any field, it is influenced by many factors. Your thoughts are like seeds you plant. They contain the potential for growth. A thought of fear sends out vibrations that can create a dense, heavy quality in your inner space, potentially attracting more fear or limiting experiences. Conversely, a thought of love sends out vibrations of light and warmth, capable of nurturing growth and attracting positive outcomes. Your emotions are the rivers and weather systems of this field. They flow through it, carrying energy and shaping its terrain. Joy might feel like a gentle, uplifting breeze, clearing away stagnant energy. Sadness might be a heavy rain, washing away old patterns but requiring care to ensure it doesn't become overwhelming and create a muddy, difficult path. Understanding and accepting your emotions, rather than resisting or suppressing them, allows you to observe their flow and understand the landscape they reveal. Beliefs act as the foundational structures of your inner world. They are the rules you operate by, the lenses through which you view reality. Some beliefs serve you, aligning with your higher self and facilitating growth and understanding. Others are remnants of past experiences, learned limitations that may no longer serve your highest good. The inner landscape exploration often involves identifying these beliefs, questioning their validity, and choosing to build a new foundation based on truths that resonate with your soul's purpose. The landscape itself is dynamic. It is not static or fixed. Your inner world changes as you change. As you learn, grow, heal, and evolve, the terrain shifts. Old challenges may dissolve, new insights may appear, and previously inaccessible parts of yourself may become available. This dynamic nature means that the inner landscape is always ripe for exploration. There is always more to discover, always new layers to understand. One of the most profound aspects of the inner landscape is the concept of resonance. Everything within it interacts based on vibrational frequency. You resonate with your environment, your thoughts, your emotions, and the people and situations around you. When your inner state is one of peace and balance, you attract experiences and interactions that are similarly resonant. When you are in a state of discord or dissonance, you may attract experiences that challenge you to return to balance. This principle applies to relationships, career choices, and overall life direction. You are naturally drawn to what resonates with your core being. Sometimes, this resonance is immediate and obvious. Other times, it is subtle, a feeling deep within that something is right or not right. Learning to attune to this inner guidance, to listen to the subtle whispers of your soul's resonance, becomes increasingly easier as you become more familiar with your inner landscape. Navigating this landscape does not require a map drawn by others. While information and guidance can be helpful, the true map is within you. Your intuition, your inner knowing, is your compass. It points you toward what is true for your unique energy and vibration at this time. Trusting this inner compass requires practice and self-compassion. There will be moments of uncertainty, moments where the path seems unclear. This is normal. The important thing is to keep moving, to observe, to learn, and to trust that the journey itself is part of the learning. The inner landscape is also a place of profound connection. It is the seat of your soul, your connection to the universal field of energy, and your link to the collective consciousness. From this place, you can access resources beyond your normal perception, insights, creativity, strength, and love. It is a sanctuary, a place to retreat, to recharge, and to reconnect with your true essence. For the new student, understanding the nature of your inner landscape is the first step toward mastering the art of creation. You are not merely a passenger in your life. You are the conscious creator of your reality, operating from the foundation of this inner territory. As you learn to navigate its terrain, understand its principles, and cultivate its landscape through your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs, you gain the power to consciously shape your experience of life. This journey inward is a lifelong adventure, one that deepens and evolves with each step you take. It is a path of discovery, healing, and transformation. Embrace it with curiosity, openness, and a willingness to learn. Your inner landscape holds the key to understanding yourself, your purpose, and your place in the grand tapestry of existence. It is a vast, beautiful, and infinitely rewarding territory waiting for your exploration. Chapter 54. The Integration of Knowing. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It often winds through familiar landscapes, challenging assumptions, and occasionally leads to unexpected destinations. For the soul navigating the complexities of human existence, the accumulation of knowledge is only the beginning. The true challenge, the profound work, lies in the integration of that knowing into the very fabric of one's being. Consider the student, wide-eyed and seeking, trying to map the territory of life. They gather information like leaves in the autumn, scattered, beautiful, but disconnected. They learn about the mechanics of the mind, the patterns of behavior, the energetic influences that shape their experience. They understand the concepts of balance, perspective, and the importance of love. They hear the wisdom that suggests a connection to all things, a oneness that underlies the apparent diversity of the universe. Yet, knowledge alone is a stagnant pool. It can reside comfortably in the intellect, confirmed and validated there, safe from the messy, often uncomfortable process of becoming. The student might intellectually grasp the idea that they are more than their physical form, that their essence is eternal and interwoven with the cosmos. They might even repeat these truths, feel a sense of resonance in a quiet moment, and yet, when faced with the pressures of daily life, the old patterns resurface. The reaction is still conditioned, the fear still feels primal, the ego still seeks validation. This is the point of integration. It is the conscious act of taking the seeds of understanding planted in the mind and heart, and allowing them to take root deep within the soul. It is no longer enough to know about love. One begins to feel its presence more consistently, to act from its place within, even when difficult. It is no longer enough to understand the concept of unity. One begins to experience a subtle shift in perception, seeing the connections more clearly, feeling a deeper empathy for others. This integration requires more than intellectual assent. It demands presence. It asks the student to observe their own thoughts and feelings without immediate judgment, to witness the interplay of the old conditioning and the new awareness. It requires courage to allow the old patterns to surface, not to fight them but to understand their roots and the beliefs that sustain them. It asks for patience, recognizing that integration is not an event but a process, often unfolding in subtle increments. The student might find themselves in moments of quiet reflection, holding a new understanding. They might contemplate the nature of their own energy, their thoughts as currents within it, their feelings as the temperature of their inner sea. They might feel the subtle vibrations of their own soul, a deeper sense of self that exists beyond the labels and roles imposed by society. In these moments, the knowing becomes felt, it becomes embodied. And then, the integration begins to manifest in action. The understanding that they are connected to all life might lead to a more compassionate response to suffering. The awareness of the power of their thoughts might lead to a more conscious choice in how they react to challenging situations. The knowledge of their eternal nature might bring a profound peace that allows them to navigate the ebb and flow of life with greater resilience. This is not about achieving a state of perfection or enlightenment where problems cease to exist. It is about changing the lens through which problems are viewed. It is about responding from a place of inner stability, even when external circumstances are turbulent. It is about the heart's intelligence beginning to guide the mind and the body, rather than the other way around. The atmosphere for the soul on this path is one of conscious evolution. It is an atmosphere of light, but it is also one of shadow. Integration requires facing both the brilliance of new understanding and the darkness of old limitations. It requires embracing the full spectrum of human experience, the joy and the sorrow, the love and the fear, not as opposites, but as facets of the same journey. The student, once merely seeking information, now becomes an active participant in the unfolding of their own soul story. They are no longer just a repository of knowledge. They are a living expression of it. The information gathered becomes the fuel, the inspiration, for a life being lived from a deeper, more authentic place. And so, the journey continues. The path of integration is as vast and intricate as the universe itself, offering endless opportunities for growth, understanding, and the beautiful, ongoing process of becoming more of who they truly are. It is a path illuminated by the knowing that resides not just in the mind, but in the very essence of their being. Chapter 55. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding path, filled with plateaus, revisits to earlier concepts, and moments of profound clarity that seem to arrive unexpectedly, like sunlight breaking through clouds. This stage, this particular chapter of the human experience, involves the integration of the knowledge gained, the blending of the old with the new, and the conscious weaving of these threads into the fabric of one's daily life. Many who have begun to explore the deeper dimensions of consciousness, the subtle energies, and the interconnectedness of all things, find themselves at this juncture. They have read, they have listened, they have felt the resonance of teachings that speak of more than the physical world. They have perhaps experienced shifts, felt a sense of expanded awareness, or even had moments where the boundaries between inner and outer seem to blur. Yet, a question often arises, a persistent hum beneath the surface of busy life. How does this fit? How does this knowledge, this feeling of knowing, become part of the actual doing? This is the realm of integration. It is the step beyond intellectual understanding and even emotional resonance, into the realm of embodied experience. It is the point where the knowing becomes the being. For the seeker, the new student of life's deeper truths, this can feel daunting. The mind might churn with questions. Will I lose my sense of self? How will others perceive me if I live differently? Is this practical? Can this truly work in the real world? These are natural anxieties, rooted in the fear of the unknown and the comfort of established routines. The old self, the one built by societal expectations and personal conditioning, often resists the transformation being proposed. But the process is not about discarding the old self, but rather about refining it, expanding its consciousness. Integration is about becoming more authentic, more aligned with the core of who you truly are, which resonates with the higher frequencies of light and love. It is about allowing the new understanding to permeate every aspect of your being. Your thoughts, your feelings, your actions, your relationships, your work, your very way of perceiving the world. This does not happen overnight. It is a gradual unfolding, a conscious choice made moment by moment. It begins with the simple act of awareness. Pay attention to your thoughts. Notice the stories you tell yourself. Observe your emotional reactions without immediate judgment. Become aware of the subtle energy within and around you. This ongoing mindfulness acts as the solvent, dissolving the rigid structures of the old consciousness and making space for the new. Then comes resonance. Spend time in activities and environments that feel good, that resonate with your higher self, your inner light. Connect with nature, listen to uplifting music, read inspiring material, be in the presence of people who uplift you. These choices feed the soul and strengthen the connection to the knowing, making it easier to embody it. Crucially, integration requires action. Knowledge without application remains theoretical. The knowing must find expression in the doing. This does not necessarily mean grand, world-changing gestures. It often means small, consistent shifts in behavior. Speaking with kindness instead of harshness. Choosing compassion over judgment. Making decisions based on higher principles rather than purely egoic motives. Setting boundaries that honor your energy. Taking actions that align with your true values, even when it feels difficult. There will be challenges. The old patterns will surface. The external world may not always seem supportive. Doubt and fear will whisper their familiar voices. This is where patience and self-compassion become essential. Integration is a process of refinement, not an overnight transformation. Treat yourself with the same kindness you would offer a friend navigating the same path. Forgive the stumbles, learn from them, and gently guide yourself back towards alignment. Remember the concept of energy. You are an energy being having a human experience. Your thoughts, feelings, and actions all create energy. By consciously choosing thoughts and actions that align with love, light, and compassion, you are building a new energetic frequency. This higher frequency attracts more of the same, creating a positive feedback loop that supports further integration and transformation. The integration of knowing is also about weaving the new understanding back into the fabric of your life story. It is about seeing the interconnectedness in everything. It means understanding that your choices, no matter how small, have ripples that extend far beyond yourself. It means seeing others not as separate entities, but as fellow beings on their own journeys, deserving of understanding and compassion. It means recognizing the divine spark within yourself and others. This stage often involves a revisiting of earlier concepts, but with a new layer of understanding. What was once intellectual knowledge may now be felt deeply. What was once a theoretical concept may now be experienced directly. This deepening understanding reinforces the path and provides further evidence of the validity of the journey. Ultimately, the integration of knowing is about stepping into your power as a conscious creator. It is about living from a place of inner knowing, rather than solely reacting from external stimuli or ingrained programming. It is about allowing your authentic self, illuminated by the light within, to express itself fully in the world. This is the path of embodiment. It is the beautiful, sometimes challenging, journey of making the invisible visible, of bringing the knowing into the doing, and of living a life that is a true reflection of your highest potential. It is a continuous process, a lifelong art form, where each moment offers an opportunity to choose alignment, to choose love, and to choose the integration of the profound knowing that resides within you. The universe awaits your fully integrated expression. Chapter 56. You stand at the threshold, a new student in a vast school. The air is thick with anticipation, a mixture of excitement and a subtle, almost imperceptible hum of energy. You look around, taking in the unfamiliar architecture, the diverse faces, the complex tapestry of activity. Your mind races, trying to process the sensory input, searching for familiar landmarks, for answers to questions you haven't even fully formed yet. This is the way of beginnings. You are here to learn, to grow, to integrate new understandings into the fabric of your being. But what is this place, exactly? What are the rules, the currents, the underlying principles that govern this experience you call life? You seek information, a map, a guidepost in this vast, sometimes overwhelming landscape. Your journey, like the journey of all souls, is one of discovery, primarily of self, but also of the environment in which you exist. This environment is not merely the physical world you perceive with your five senses. It is far more complex, a vibrational landscape that is both internal and external, created by your own energy and influenced by the collective energies around you. Think of it not as a physical map, but as a frequency chart, a spectrum of vibrational possibilities. On one end, you might perceive energies of limitation, fear, doubt, and separation. These are the lower frequencies, often associated with struggle, pain, and a sense of being isolated or alone. They resonate with the old stories of scarcity and conflict that have been played out for countless cycles. On the other end of the spectrum are the higher frequencies. Love, compassion, understanding, unity, joy, and creative inspiration. These are the higher vibrations, associated with peace, abundance, connection, and purpose. They resonate with the potential for a life filled with harmony, ease, and profound meaning. Your current state of being exists somewhere along this spectrum, influenced by your thoughts, your feelings, your beliefs, and your choices. You are a vibrational being, and you attract experiences that match your dominant frequency. This is the fundamental law of resonance. Like attracts like. If you are operating primarily from fear and doubt, you will attract circumstances that reflect those energies. If you are cultivating love and trust, you will draw towards you experiences of connection and positive outcomes. The challenge, and the opportunity, lies in understanding how to navigate this vibrational landscape. How do you shift from lower frequencies to higher ones? How do you consciously create the reality you desire? The answer lies within. Your own energy field, your personal vibration, is the primary tool you use to navigate and shape your experience. It is composed of many layers: the physical body, the emotional body, the mental body, and the spiritual or soul body. Each layer resonates at a different frequency, and they are interconnected. A disruption or imbalance in one layer can affect the others, altering your overall vibrational signature. The key to raising your vibration, to moving towards the higher frequencies, is awareness and intention. You must first become aware of your current state. What thoughts and feelings are running your show? What beliefs are limiting you? Where are you holding on to fear or resentment? This awareness is the first step towards change. Once you are aware, you can begin to intentionally shift your focus. This does not mean ignoring or denying the lower frequencies. It means acknowledging them without identification. It means choosing to focus on the higher frequencies, cultivating them through your thoughts and emotions. How do you do this? By practicing the art of conscious creation. This is not about wishful thinking or positive affirmations alone. It is about aligning your energy with your desired outcome. It involves clarity of intention. What is it you truly wish to create in your life? What state of being do you wish to embody? Be specific, but also allow for the creative process to unfold in unexpected ways. Emotional resonance. Connect with the feeling of already having what you desire. What does it feel like to live that life? What emotions arise when you visualize your success and fulfillment? Immerse yourself in that feeling state. Emotion is the fuel of creation. Visualization. Paint a detailed picture in your mind's eye of your desired reality. Engage all your senses. What do you see, hear, smell, taste, and feel? The more vivid and detailed the visualization, the more strongly it imprints on your subconscious and your energy field. Belief alignment. Challenge and release any beliefs that contradict your intention. Do you believe you are worthy of abundance? Do you believe you can achieve your goals? Replace limiting beliefs with empowering ones that support your vision. Taking inspired action. While staying aligned with your higher intention, take steps that feel right, that feel inspired. These actions may not always be logical or conventional, but they are guided by your elevated state of being. They are the outward expression of your inner shift. Your vibrational landscape is dynamic. It changes constantly based on your choices and your focus. You are not a passive observer of life. You are an active participant, a co-creator of your reality. By understanding the nature of vibration and consciously choosing to operate from higher frequencies, you can shape your experience in profound ways. The journey of a new student is one of learning these principles and practicing them in the classroom of life. You will face challenges, you will encounter energies that try to pull you down, you will experience setbacks. This is all part of the process. Each time you recognize a lower vibrational state within yourself, each time you consciously choose to shift back towards love and light, you strengthen your ability to navigate the vibrational landscape. Remember, the power to change your reality lies within your own energy. You are not defined by your past experiences or by the limitations you may currently perceive. You are a sovereign being, capable of raising your vibration, attracting positive experiences, and creating a life filled with purpose, joy, and connection. The information you seek is not found solely in external sources. It is accessed through within you. By tuning into your inner guidance, by aligning your thoughts and feelings with the higher frequencies of love and creation, you become the master of your own vibrational domain. And as you master this, you master the art of living a fulfilling and meaningful life, right here, right now. Chapter 57. The Integration of Knowing. The journey of understanding is rarely a linear path. It is more often a winding road, filled with detours, unexpected scenery, and moments of profound stillness. For the individual navigating the complexities of life, seeking clarity and purpose, the path can sometimes feel isolating, as if they are the only one grappling with the internal landscape. This is particularly true when the information encountered challenges deeply ingrained beliefs or societal norms. It requires courage to question, to explore territories of the mind and spirit that are often left uncharted. The student, the seeker, understands this implicitly. They are in a unique position, standing at the crossroads of new knowledge and the application of that knowledge in the practical tapestry of daily existence. The early stages of integrating new awareness can be exhilarating. Insights flow like a fresh spring stream, offering novel perspectives on old problems. The world seems to shimmer with possibility, and the potential for change feels immense. Yet, this initial burst of understanding is often followed by a quieter period. The excitement may subside, replaced by a sense of introspection. The questions become deeper, the exploration more internal. What does this new knowing truly mean in the context of my life? How does it fit with my past experiences and my current circumstances? This is the fertile ground where integration begins. It is not merely about accepting the information intellectually, it is about allowing it to permeate the very fabric of being. It requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to sit with the discomfort that can accompany profound change. The student might find themselves revisiting old beliefs, not to reject them outright, but to understand their origins and their relevance in the new light of awareness. Some beliefs may indeed transform, shedding layers of conditioning and revealing a true core. Others might remain, but they are viewed through a different lens, understood within a broader context. This process is not about a sudden, cataclysmic shift, but rather a gradual, organic unfolding. There can be a temptation during this integration phase to seek external validation. The student might look for others who share this new understanding, hoping for confirmation and reassurance. While community and shared experience are valuable, true integration ultimately resides within the individual. It is a personal synthesis, a unique blending of new knowledge with existing wisdom, intuition, and life experience. The nature of this integration is deeply personal. It is not a checklist to be completed or a formula to be followed. There is no external authority that can dictate the pace or the specifics of how the knowing settles within. It is more like a dance, a subtle interplay between the conscious mind and the deeper self, between the logical and the intuitive. Sometimes, the integration process looks like action. The student might find themselves drawn to new activities, relationships, or ways of being that align more closely with their evolving understanding. They might feel a call to share their insights with others, to contribute in a way that reflects their new perspective. This is the outward expression of an inward transformation. Other times, integration looks like stillness. It might involve periods of quiet reflection, meditation, or simply allowing the mind to rest. In these moments, the student gives space for the new awareness to settle, to resonate within their energy field. It is during these quieter times that the subtle shifts often occur, the ones that might not be immediately apparent but are nonetheless profound. The journey does not end with the initial acceptance of new information. Integration is an ongoing process, a lifelong commitment to understanding and applying wisdom in a way that serves both the individual and the greater whole. It is about recognizing that the path of knowing is not a destination, but a continuous unfolding, a deepening connection with the self and with the universal consciousness. For the student seeking information about life, this understanding is crucial. The answers do not lie solely in external sources or in the accumulation of more knowledge. They are found in the integration, in the application, in the lived experience. It is in the quiet moment of self-reflection, the challenges of daily life, and the joys of connection that the true meaning of the knowing emerges. The atmosphere surrounding the student during this process can shift. The initial uncertainty and excitement may give way to a deeper sense of peace and purpose. The world might still feel complex, but the student carries a new kind of confidence. The confidence that comes from listening to their inner wisdom and trusting the process of integration. They understand that the journey itself is the transformation, and that the true measure of knowing lies not in what they have learned, but in how they have become. Chapter 58. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding path, filled with moments of clarity followed by periods of confusion, each step building upon the last, sometimes revealing new vistas, sometimes forcing a re-evaluation of the path already walked. For the individual navigating the complexities of modern existence, seeking a deeper sense of self and purpose, this path can feel particularly isolating, even when surrounded by others. One may find themselves at a crossroads, not only in terms of life's direction, but in their understanding of the subtle energies that underpin all things. There may have been an initial sense of openness, a willingness to absorb new perspectives, perhaps after encountering teachings that speak of a deeper connection between the self, the universe, and the field of energy that permeates everything. These ideas can resonate deeply, offering a framework that feels more expansive and integrated than anything previously encountered. Yet the path often proves more intricate than anticipated. The initial excitement of discovery may begin to wane, replaced by a creeping uncertainty. The concepts are beautiful, almost poetic in their simplicity, that we are more than physical beings, that thoughts and feelings interact with the energy field, that experiences are shaped by beliefs and by our connection to this universal field. But integrating this understanding into the practicalities of daily life can be challenging. One may feel as though they are standing, metaphorically, in a vast and somewhat intimidating landscape. A new student once again, not in a classroom filled with peers, but in the grand classroom of life itself, seeking guidance on how to apply these profound insights. The air feels different here, thinner, perhaps, yet charged with a subtle energy that seems to hum beneath the surface of ordinary reality. It carries a sense of potential, but also of immense responsibility. The confusion is not about the validity of the teachings. That part feels solid, like a foundation upon which something more must be built. The question is how. How does one translate the idea of energetic alignment and thought manifestation into concrete actions that influence real-world outcomes? How does one navigate the social and professional landscapes of everyday life while maintaining this deeper awareness? Is it about constantly monitoring thoughts, filtering out negativity, striving for a perpetual state of high vibration? That alone feels exhausting. Is it about visualizing specific outcomes with unwavering focus? At times that feels like wishful thinking, detached from the messy realities of circumstance and the actions of others. Is it about some grand mystical shift in consciousness that will automatically resolve everything? The answers, if they exist, are not immediately apparent. It can feel like being lost in a forest while still standing on a clear path. The general direction is understood, toward greater awareness, greater connection, greater alignment with the true self, but the specific steps, the tools, the nuances of application remain elusive. There is a craving for a map, not only of the destination but of the immediate surroundings, the hidden trails, the potential pitfalls, the available resources. This is a common phase in the journey. It often arrives after the initial aha moment, after the concepts have been grasped intellectually. It is the point where theory meets practice, and practice reveals its complexities. The simplicity on the surface gives way to the intricate tapestry of human experience, filled with imperfection, challenges, interconnections, and the beautiful messiness of growth. In solitude, one begins to realize that the search is not for a single definitive answer, but for the development of inner resources. It is not about discovering a magic formula, but about cultivating a way of being. The teachings speak of connection and unity, but their application requires discernment, patience, and self-compassion. The atmosphere, that subtle energetic field, seems to hold the answers, not as explicit instructions, but as potential. It is a field of infinite possibility, responsive to intention and state of being. The challenge is not to force the field to conform, but to learn how to navigate within it, using one's own energy as a compass. Perhaps the how lies less in grand gestures and more in small, consistent choices, choosing awareness in moments of reaction, choosing to see the energetic nature of interactions, even when others are unaware of it, choosing to understand that one's own energy field is a powerful tool for creation, not only in grand matters but in the quality of daily experience. Gradually, one begins to observe their own energy, noticing how emotions feel, how thoughts color perception. Small acts of energetic cleaning emerge, acknowledging negative thoughts without judgment, releasing old patterns gently. The process reveals itself not as a pursuit of perfection, but as a practice of awareness and gradual shift. The landscape does not transform overnight. The challenges remain, the complexities do not vanish, yet something subtle shifts within. The feeling of isolation begins to soften, replaced by a sense of belonging to something larger. The path ahead still appears long and winding, but it no longer feels quite so intimidating. There is no map, but there is a compass, and a growing trust in the ability to navigate the journey, one step at a time, attuned to the subtle energies that guide the way. The true learning has only just begun. Chapter 59. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with moments of clarity followed by periods of confusion, illuminated by insights that seem to appear from nowhere, and sometimes shrouded in the fog of doubt. For the individual navigating the complexities of modern existence, seeking a deeper sense of self and purpose, this path is both familiar and profoundly unique. In the grand tapestry of consciousness, each person finds their own thread to follow. Some threads appear brightly colored and easily traced, leading through well-trodden paths of conventional wisdom. Others are subtle, almost invisible, requiring a closer examination and a willingness to look beyond the obvious. The path chosen often feels right in the moment, a response to an inner calling that resonates with a deeper truth, even if that truth remains partially veiled. This particular seeker, fresh to the landscape of their own potential, stands at a crossroads not of physical location alone, but of perception and belief. They have gathered fragments of information, like puzzle pieces found scattered across the floor, some fitting together, others seemingly belonging to different puzzles altogether. The air around them is thick with the energy of possibility, but also with the unsettling hum of uncertainty. The world outside the circle of familiar understanding seems vast and sometimes intimidating. The core of their query, the central mystery they seek to unravel, revolves around the nature of their own being and their connection to the universe. Who are they, truly? What is their purpose beyond the roles and responsibilities assigned by society? Why do they feel a persistent sense of longing, as if there is more to life than what meets the eye? These are not new questions, yet for this individual, they carry a fresh urgency, sharpened by the experience of being a new student to the deeper teachings. The landscape of spiritual understanding is diverse, a vast library containing countless volumes on the subject. Some offer practical techniques for managing the mind and emotions, while others delve into intricate cosmologies and ancient wisdom. Yet, for this seeker, there is a particular resonance, a feeling of alignment with teachings that speak of energy, consciousness, and a profound interconnectedness. These ideas don't just intellectualize the mystery, they seem to gently nudge the veil aside, offering glimpses of a reality far richer and more nuanced than the everyday experience typically allows. The journey involves more than just seeking answers. It involves a transformation of the very lens through which one views the world. It requires a willingness to challenge long-held beliefs, to embrace paradox, and to trust the process of growth, even when it feels uncomfortable or confusing. The path is less about finding definitive answers and more about expanding awareness, tuning into a deeper inner guidance, and learning to navigate the currents of energy that flow through all things. There is a recognition that the self is not merely a physical entity, bounded by skin and bone. It is a complex interplay of energies, thoughts, feelings, and intentions, deeply connected to the field of consciousness that permeates the universe. This understanding shifts the focus from external validation and material accumulation to internal exploration and the cultivation of a state of being that aligns with one's true essence. It is about learning to listen to the subtle whispers of intuition, to recognize the patterns of energy within and without, and to understand that every thought, word, and action sends ripples through the interconnected web of life. The journey demands patience and self-compassion. There will be moments of brilliance where the path seems clear, followed by periods of frustration when the way forward remains obscure. The challenge lies in not losing heart during the latter, but rather seeing these moments as opportunities for deeper reflection and recalibration. It is a process of becoming, of shedding layers of conditioning and societal expectation to reveal the underlying light of one's own consciousness. As the seeker continues along this path, they begin to notice subtle shifts within themselves. The noise of the external world may still be present, but it no longer completely drowns out the inner voice. Reactions that once felt automatic begin to soften, replaced by a greater sense of choice and awareness. The feeling of isolation diminishes as the understanding of interconnectedness deepens, fostering a sense of belonging to something much larger than the self. This expansion of awareness is not always comfortable. It can bring up old wounds, long-forgotten traumas, and ingrained patterns of behavior that no longer serve. However, it is also the fertile ground from which true transformation grows. By acknowledging these aspects of the self without judgment, by integrating the lessons they offer, the individual begins to heal and evolve. The ultimate goal, from the perspective of these guiding principles, is not to reach a destination or achieve a specific state of being, but to continue the journey of awakening, of realizing the inherent divinity within oneself and recognizing it in all others. It is about living from a place of authenticity, aligned with the flow of universal energy, and contributing to the collective evolution of consciousness. The path is the destination, and the journey itself is a continuous process of learning, growing, and remembering the profound truth of one's own luminous nature. For the new student on this path, the way forward may still seem uncertain, but the light at the end of the tunnel grows brighter with each step taken in faith and awareness. The process is one of unfolding, of discovering the vastness that lies within, and learning to navigate the beautiful, complex, and interconnected universe with greater understanding and heart. The journey is ongoing, a testament to the enduring human spirit's quest for meaning, connection, and its own inherent radiance. Chapter 60. The integration of knowing and doing. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with moments of clarity followed by periods of confusion, moments of insight followed by times of seemingly mundane activity. For the soul navigating the human experience, the integration of what is known intellectually, intuitively, or spiritually with the actions taken in the physical world is a central challenge and a profound art. Many seek knowledge with fervent intensity. They read the wisdom texts, listen to the guidance offered by various sources, and strive to absorb understanding about the nature of reality, their purpose, and the path towards greater alignment. They might grasp concepts about energy, consciousness, the interconnectedness of all things, or the importance of love and compassion. This knowing can be powerful, offering a new lens through which to view the world and one's place within it. It can bring a sense of peace, a feeling of being more, even before significant changes manifest in external circumstances. However, this knowing often sits separately from the doing. The intellectual understanding might remain a passive observation, a beautiful idea held gently in the mind but not yet translated into the rhythm of daily life. The individual might understand the concept of kindness but hesitate to extend it, fearfully judging the timing or the worthiness of the recipient. They might grasp the principle of forgiveness but find themselves repeatedly entangled in old patterns of resentment. This separation creates a dissonance, a gap between the internal state of understanding and the external expression of it. This is where the true work begins. The integration. It is not merely about applying knowledge. It is about allowing the knowledge to permeate, to become part of the very fabric of being. It is about the knowing changing the doing, not just on an occasional basis, but as a fundamental shift in orientation. Integration begins within. It requires a gentle, persistent inquiry into the self. When faced with a choice or a situation, one can ask, "What does my heart know in this moment?" Or what action aligns with the understanding I hold about love and truth? It is less about making a grand, heroic decision and more about noticing the subtle nudges, the quiet feelings that point towards a more resonant way of being. This internal listening requires stillness, patience, and a willingness to observe without immediate judgment. Integration also involves action, even imperfect action. Understanding the principle of service might not mean immediately becoming a full-time humanitarian worker. It might begin with a simple act of helping a neighbor, offering a listening ear, or making a small donation. These actions, rooted in the newly integrated understanding, become the ground upon which further growth occurs. They are the seeds planted in the soil of the physical world, nourished by the water of inner knowing. Fear often arises during this process. Fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of the unknown consequences of acting differently. The old self, comfortable in its familiar patterns, resists the transformation. It whispers doubts, suggesting that the new way is impractical, too idealistic, or simply too difficult. The path of integration asks the individual to listen beyond these fears, to trust the wisdom that guided the knowing in the first place. It asks for courage, not the absence of fear, but the willingness to proceed despite it. The integration of knowing and doing is a dynamic process, not a destination reached. There will be moments of success, where actions feel effortless and aligned. There will be moments of setback, where old habits resurface or actions seem misaligned with understanding. These setbacks are not failures but opportunities for deeper learning. They signal areas where the integration is weak, where more inner work is needed. Each cycle of action, reflection, and adjustment strengthens the connection between the inner world and the outer expression. For the soul seeking to live a more authentic and purposeful life, this integration is paramount. It is the bridge between the vastness of understanding and the tangible reality of experience. It transforms knowledge from a passive observation into an active force for transformation. It allows the light of inner knowing to illuminate the path of daily action, creating a life that is not merely lived, but lived intentionally, from the inside out. The journey continues, always evolving, always integrating. The knowing deepens, and the doing becomes more aligned, weaving a tapestry of experience that reflects the true nature of the self, a reflection of the universal love and intelligence that underlies all of existence. This is the path of embodiment, the art of living that one comes to know. It is a path available to all, requiring only the courage to begin the integration within. Chapter 61. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding path, filled with moments of clarity followed by periods of confusion, illuminated by insights that seem to appear from nowhere, and sometimes shadowed by the lingering echoes of past beliefs. For the individual navigating the complexities of modern existence, seeking a deeper sense of self and purpose, this path is both unique and profoundly shared. In the early stages, the quest often begins with a whisper, a nudge from within, or a series of seemingly unrelated events that spark a curiosity deeper than surface-level answers can provide. There is a feeling, often described as restlessness or a sense of being off-kilter, a knowing that the conventional narratives offered by society, the paths of career, status, and material accumulation, do not fully resonate. This initial discomfort is the fertile ground from which the search for a more authentic way of being begins to take root. As the journey progresses, the seeker starts to gather information. They read books, attend workshops, listen to lectures, and engage in conversations with others who seem to be on a similar path. This phase can be exhilarating, filled with new ideas and perspectives that challenge old assumptions and open up new possibilities. The world seems to become a richer, more complex place, and the individual feels a growing sense of connection to the larger tapestry of life. However, this phase also brings its own challenges. The sheer volume of information available can be overwhelming, and the different teachings and philosophies can sometimes seem contradictory. The seeker may find themselves oscillating between different approaches, trying to find a system that fits perfectly with their understanding of the world. This can lead to frustration, confusion, and a sense of being lost. It is during these moments of uncertainty that the true work of integration begins. It is not enough to simply accumulate knowledge. The challenge lies in weaving that knowledge into the fabric of one's own being. This is where the internal landscape becomes the primary focus. The seeker learns to listen to their own inner voice, to pay attention to their intuition, and to trust their own experience. The process of integration is not about adopting a particular belief system or following a specific set of rules. It is about creating a personal synthesis, a unique blend of understanding that resonates with the individual's own soul. This may involve drawing upon insights from various traditions, including those that seem to be on the fringes of mainstream thought. It is a process of discernment, of listening to the heart and trusting the inner compass. As the journey continues, the individual begins to experience shifts in their consciousness. They may find themselves becoming more aware of their thoughts and emotions, more connected to their own inner wisdom. They may start to notice synchronicities, meaningful coincidences that seem to guide them along their path. The world around them begins to feel more alive, more interconnected, and the individual feels a growing sense of belonging and purpose. This is not always an easy process. The path of integration requires courage, vulnerability, and a willingness to let go of old patterns and beliefs. It requires the strength to stand in the face of uncertainty and the humility to acknowledge that there is always more to learn. Yet, it is also a path of profound transformation, a journey towards a deeper sense of self, a more authentic way of living, and a greater connection to the universe. The ultimate goal of this journey is not to arrive at a final destination, but to embrace the ongoing process of becoming. It is about recognizing that the self is not fixed, but is constantly evolving, unfolding, and expanding. It is about embracing the mystery of life, with all its contradictions and paradoxes, and finding a way to live fully within that mystery. As the individual continues to walk this path, they may find that their understanding of the universe begins to shift. They may start to see the interconnectedness of all things, the interplay of energy and consciousness that underlies the fabric of reality. They may begin to recognize the presence of a higher intelligence, a guiding force that permeates all of existence. This recognition does not necessarily bring answers to all of life's questions, but it does provide a sense of perspective, a sense of belonging to something much larger than oneself. It allows the individual to see their own struggles and joys as part of a greater tapestry, part of a collective journey of consciousness that is unfolding across the universe. The path of integration is a lifelong journey, a continuous process of learning, growing, and evolving. It is a path that leads to a deeper understanding of oneself, a more authentic way of living, and a greater connection to the universe. It is a path that is open to all who are willing to listen to their own inner voice, to trust their own intuition, and to embrace the mystery of life with all its contradictions and paradoxes. It is a path that leads to a place of inner peace, a sense of belonging, and a profound sense of purpose. It is a path that leads to the heart of the universe, where the individual self merges with the collective consciousness, and where the journey of life becomes a celebration of the unfolding mystery of existence. Chapter 62. The journey of self-discovery is rarely a smooth, linear path. It is more often a winding road, filled with unexpected turns, moments of profound clarity followed by periods of confusion, and the persistent companion of the inner critic. For the soul navigating the complexities of human experience, understanding this voice within is not merely helpful, but essential. For many seeking deeper understanding and greater alignment with their true self, the inner critic stands as a significant barrier. It whispers doubts, magnifies perceived failures, and offers a constant, often harsh, assessment of one's actions, thoughts, and worth. It is the voice that says, "You're not good enough, you'll never measure up," or "if only you had done it differently." This voice is familiar, almost intimate, yet it operates from a place of separation, often rooted in old programming, past experiences, and societal conditioning rather than the love and light that is the true nature of the soul. The inner critic is not a singular entity but rather a collection of beliefs and patterns that have been accepted as truth. It often arises from the lower self, the part of us focused on survival, fear, and the egoic need for validation. This aspect of our being creates a narrative to protect us, sometimes by maintaining a certain level of perceived inadequacy. Why? Because from this state of perceived not enough, the critic believes it can keep the soul focused on growth and learning, preventing complacency. It creates a perceived need for improvement, a driving force that, in its distorted way, aims to keep the energy moving. However, this approach is often counterproductive, leading to anxiety, self-doubt, and a sense of being trapped rather than truly evolving. Understanding the critic is the first step toward transforming its influence. It is crucial to recognize that this voice is not your core essence. It is a learned pattern, a script that has been played out for many lifetimes, perhaps even before the current human incarnation. It operates from a frequency of fear and limitation, contrasting sharply with the soul's inherent frequency of love, light, and infinite possibility. The nature of this inner critic can be likened to a shadow. It follows the light of your awareness but is not the light itself. It arises in response to the ego's fear of imperfection or the soul's expansion beyond old limitations. It is the resistance to the present moment, the voice that judges where you are now against where you think you should be. This judgment creates energetic friction, draining your vital life force and preventing you from experiencing the peace and joy that comes from simply being. The path to working with the inner critic involves several key steps. Firstly, it requires awareness. You must become conscious of the critic's presence, recognizing its voice and the specific thoughts and feelings it triggers. This is not about vilifying the critic but about observing it with detachment, as if you were an external witness rather than the one being criticized. Secondly, it involves discernment. Ask yourself, is this thought or feeling coming from my soul's guidance, speaking truth from a place of love and understanding? Or is it arising from the inner critic, rooted in fear, past conditioning, or the desire for external validation? This distinction allows you to choose whether to engage with the thought or feeling or to gently redirect your awareness elsewhere. Thirdly, there is the practice of compassion and forgiveness. Remember that the critic, like all aspects of your being, is doing the best it can based on its current understanding and programming. It arises from a place of perceived protection, even if its methods are ineffective or harmful. By extending compassion to this part of yourself, you begin to dissolve the energetic charge that fuels its power. Forgiveness allows you to release the old beliefs and patterns that sustain the critic, freeing your energy. Transforming the inner critic is not an overnight process. It is a gradual unfolding, a gentle peeling away of layers of old programming. It requires consistent practice, patience, and self-acceptance. Techniques such as meditation, journaling, affirmations, and energy work can be powerful tools in this process. These practices help to quiet the mind, access deeper levels of awareness, and reprogram the subconscious with beliefs rooted in love, worthiness, and divine potential. As you begin to work with your inner critic, you may notice a shift in your overall energy and perspective. The constant pressure and self-doubt may lessen, replaced by a growing sense of inner peace, self-acceptance, and confidence. You may find yourself making choices that are more aligned with your heart's desire, rather than those dictated by fear or the need for external approval. Remember, the journey towards mastering the inner critic is not about eliminating it entirely. That is not its purpose. Instead, it is about changing your relationship with it. You learn to hear its voice, understand its origins, and choose whether to listen or to gently guide your awareness back to the love and light that resides within your soul. It is a journey of reclaiming your power, of recognizing your inherent worth, and of aligning with the divine potential that awaits you in each moment. In essence, the inner critic is a mirror reflecting the areas of your being where fear and separation still hold sway. By turning the light of awareness and compassion upon it, you not only soften its harsh judgments but also illuminate the path back to your true, loving nature. This transformation is a profound act of self-love, an essential step on the journey of awakening and living a life of greater authenticity, peace, and purpose. Chapter 63. The Integration of Knowing and Doing. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with moments of clarity followed by periods of confusion, moments of insight followed by actions that seem misaligned. You, the reader, the seeker, may find yourself in such a place right now. You have absorbed information, you have felt the shifts in energy, you have perhaps even experienced moments of profound knowing that seem to alter your perspective in an instant. Yet, the day-to-day reality persists. The demands of work, the responsibilities of home, the ingrained patterns of reaction and response continue to pull you forward, sometimes seemingly in a direction contrary to the deeper understanding you hold within. This is the space of integration. It is where the knowing meets the doing, where the concepts learned transition into the lived experience. It is a crucial, often challenging, phase of any spiritual or self-awareness journey. Many who seek higher understanding get stuck here. The information accumulates like books on a shelf, beautiful and inspiring, but not yet lived. The light bulb moments occur, but the turn the light on action doesn't fully follow. Why does this happen? The reasons are multifaceted and deeply personal. Sometimes it is fear, the fear of change. The known, even if imperfect, is familiar. The path of integration requires stepping into the unknown, trusting that the knowing holds truth even as the doing unfolds in a new way. This requires vulnerability. It means acknowledging that your old ways might not serve you anymore, even if they felt comfortable. It means releasing the need for control and allowing the process to unfold organically, sometimes messy and unpredictable. Sometimes, it is the nature of the information itself. Concepts like unconditional love, unity consciousness, or raising your vibration are profound and can feel overwhelming. They require not just intellectual understanding but a fundamental shift in being. It's like trying to build a new house while living in the old one. You know the blueprints are perfect, but the daily reality of the old structure dictates much of your activity. Integration requires patience. It requires acknowledging that it doesn't happen overnight. It is a gradual unfolding, a layering of new ways over old ones, much like integrating a new language into your daily speech. It starts subtly, then becomes more natural. Sometimes, it is the lack of clear action steps. You might understand the principle that you create your reality, for example. But how does that translate into specific actions in your workplace, your relationships, or your internal dialogue? The path of integration often requires you to discover your own steps, rather than being given a simple checklist. It involves experimentation, reflection, and adjustment. You might try one approach, find it doesn't work perfectly, and then try another, guided by your inner knowing rather than external rules. The key to navigating this phase lies not in forcing the outcome, but in cultivating the right attitude. It is about becoming an observer of your own process. Notice the moments of knowing. Acknowledge them without judgment. Then, observe your actions. Do they align? If not, what can you learn from the discrepancy? This observation is not about self-criticism, but about awareness. It is about understanding the subtle ways your old programming still operates, the internal and external triggers that pull you off course. Remember the concept of the inner knowing that resides within you. It is a constant, reliable source of guidance, different from the chaotic noise of the external world and even from the sometimes anxious chatter of your own mind. This inner compass doesn't always offer loud, clear directions like a street sign. Sometimes it offers gentle nudges, subtle feelings, or quiet insights. Learn to tune into this frequency. Ask yourself, after a moment of knowing, what does my inner wisdom suggest I consider or do next? It might be as simple as pausing, breathing deeply, or choosing a different thought. Integration also involves self-compassion. Be kind to yourself during this process. It is natural to stumble. It is natural to experience resistance. The old energy patterns have power, and they resist being rewritten. Expect this. Forgive yourself for moments where the knowing seems distant or the actions feel forced. See these moments not as failures, but as opportunities for deeper learning and understanding of your own process. Start small. Choose one area of your life where you feel a particular resonance with your deeper knowing. Is it your reaction to stress, your approach to conflict, your relationship with money, your self-talk? Pick one manageable point and focus there. Observe the old patterns. Notice the new insights when they arise. Experiment with small shifts in action based on that insight. Celebrate the small victories, the moments where you choose a response different from the old habit, the moments where you feel the resonance of the new understanding. The integration of knowing and doing is the bridge between the head and the heart, between the mind and the soul. It is where theory becomes practice, where potential becomes reality. It is a process of becoming, of continuously refining your expression of who you truly are. It requires patience, awareness, courage, and self-compassion. Trust that the knowing you hold is accurate. Trust that the process of integrating it is valid and necessary. Trust that your capacity to learn, grow, and transform is far greater than you may currently believe. The path forward isn't about achieving a perfect state of enlightenment overnight, but about the continuous, conscious practice of aligning your actions with the deeper truth you are discovering within. This alignment, in itself, is the journey, and it is where the true magic of transformation unfolds. Keep observing, keep learning, keep integrating, and keep stepping into the light of your own knowing. Chapter 64. The vibrational landscape of choice. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding exploration through landscapes of thought, emotion, and perception, where the very air seems thick with possibility. For the one navigating the complexities of a new existence, seeking clarity amidst the noise of the world, the concept of choice can feel both exhilarating and daunting. They have learned that the universe operates not primarily on rigid laws, but on vibrational principles. Thoughts, feelings, beliefs. These are not mere byproducts of existence, but active forces, ripples on the vast ocean of consciousness. They understand that the energy one emanates, the frequency one holds, attracts like energy back into their experience. This is the fundamental dance. Inner state dictates outer reality, and outer reality reflects inner state. Yet, within this understanding lies a potential paradox, a point of profound power that can simultaneously feel overwhelming. The landscape of choice is vast. Every moment presents an infinite number of paths, responses, and attitudes. Where does one begin? How does one navigate this seemingly infinite field of possibility without becoming lost in analysis or paralyzed by the weight of consequence? The core teaching resonates deeply within. The power of choice resides not in the external world, nor in predetermined fate, but within the vibrational signature of the self. It is about the state from which one makes the choice. Are you choosing from a place of fear, doubt, and separation? Or are you choosing from a place of love, trust, and unity? The difference is not merely semantic. It is vibrational. A choice made from fear carries a heavy, dense energy. It often leads down paths that reinforce limitation, isolation, and further fear. It is a choice that anchors the self more firmly in the lower vibrational aspects of the human experience. It creates ripples that feel small, perhaps even insignificant in the grand scheme, but they are ripples of contraction. A choice made from love, however, emanates a light, expansive energy. It connects the self to a higher, more unified field of consciousness. It opens doors to possibilities previously unseen, invites synchronicities, and fosters a sense of belonging and purpose. This choice anchors the self in the higher vibrational aspects, creating ripples that resonate with the greater good, with the interconnectedness of all things. It is a choice that aligns with the heart's deepest knowing. This understanding does not diminish the importance of the choices themselves, but it reframes them. It shifts the focus from the what to the from where. The what remains important, of course. Actions have consequences, but the quality of the action, the intention behind it, the emotional and energetic state it arises from, these are paramount. Consider the challenges the new student faces. Perhaps a difficult conversation looms. Perhaps a significant decision must be made. The old ways might suggest choosing the path of least resistance, the path that avoids discomfort, the path that seems most practical or safe. But the new understanding encourages looking deeper. What state allows for the most authentic expression? What state allows for the greatest compassion, even if the outcome is not immediately positive? What state aligns with the highest good, not just for oneself, but for the connection between all involved? The landscape of choice is not a battlefield to be won or a maze to be solved. It is a field of energy, a vibrational playground where the self consciously participates in the creation of their reality. It is a place where the power of intention becomes paramount. By choosing the state of love, even amidst external chaos, one becomes a co-creator of a higher vibrational reality. This is the essence of the path. It is not about eliminating difficult choices, but about changing the vibrational signature from which those choices are made. It is about cultivating an inner state that naturally leans towards love, understanding, and unity, regardless of the external circumstances. It is about recognizing that the most powerful choice one can ever make is the choice of their own vibrational frequency. As the student continues to learn and integrate these understandings, they begin to see the world differently. They see the choices not as isolated events, but as opportunities to express their inner state, to participate consciously in the vibrational fabric of existence. The weight of consequence lessens, replaced by a sense of purposeful participation. The journey becomes less about seeking answers from without, and more about discovering and embodying the answer from within. And in that embodiment, the landscape of choice transforms from a challenge into a canvas upon which a beautiful, unified, and loving reality is painted, one conscious choice at a time. Chapter 65. You stand at the threshold, a new student in a vast, complex environment. The air hums with energy, a mixture of excitement, uncertainty, and the low thrum of collective consciousness. You look around, seeking answers, guidance, a map for this journey you've just begun. You wonder about the nature of this place, this life you've entered, and the path that lies ahead. You seek understanding, not just of the external world, but of the very fabric that underlies it all. This book has journeyed with you, offering perspectives from a higher consciousness, speaking through messages that touch upon the nature of reality, the power of your energy, and the importance of your choices. We have discussed the concept of the grid, the energy structures that permeate and shape your world, both seen and unseen. We have talked about your personal energy, your vibration, and how it interacts with this larger system. Now, let us delve deeper into the relationship between your vibration and the reality you experience, particularly concerning the future that awaits you. Think of your life not as a pre-written script, but as a dynamic, unfolding landscape, deeply influenced by the energy you project. The future is not a fixed destination waiting to be discovered. It is, in a sense, co-created in the present moment through the vibrational signature you emit. This is not mere wishful thinking. It is a fundamental principle of the energetic universe you inhabit. Your thoughts, your feelings, your beliefs. These are the raw materials of your vibration. They are the frequencies you send out into the universal field, the energetic ripples that spread and interact with the larger energetic structures, including the grids we have discussed. Imagine the universe as a vast ocean of energy, a sea of infinite possibilities, each possibility existing as a different vibrational frequency or frequency band. Your own energy signature allows you to resonate with certain frequencies more readily than others. Your dominant thoughts and feelings determine which bands you are currently tuned into. When you hold thoughts and feelings of fear, doubt, limitation, or resentment, your vibration lowers. You move into frequency bands associated with lack, separation, and challenge. You might find yourself attracting experiences that seem to confirm these negative states, reinforcing your original feelings and further lowering your vibration. This is the universe reflecting back to you what you are sending out. It is a mirror, showing you the energetic state you are in. Conversely, when you cultivate thoughts and feelings of love, gratitude, abundance, joy, and unity, your vibration rises. You move into higher frequency bands associated with connection, prosperity, ease, and positive experiences. The universe, through its energetic mirroring, begins to reflect back these higher states. Opportunities for growth, success, and harmony appear more readily on your path. You are, in essence, tuning into a different channel on the vibrational television of reality. This is not about ignoring challenges or pretending negative feelings don't exist. It is about recognizing that your response to challenges, the vibration you choose to maintain even amidst difficulty, is crucial. A person operating from a state of love and resilience, even facing adversity, sends out a different energetic signal than someone overwhelmed by fear and despair. Both are facing the same external situation, but their internal landscapes and the subsequent energetic ripples are vastly different. The paths they take next, the solutions they perceive, and the people they attract will likely diverge significantly. Your future, therefore, is not something you passively wait for. It is something you actively shape, moment by moment, through the quality of your internal state. It is a vibrational landscape that is constantly being built by the energy you emanate, the choices you make, about what you think, what you feel, what you believe about yourself and the world, are the building blocks of this future. The grids mentioned earlier are not just passive backdrops. They are responsive fields that are influenced by the collective and individual vibrations of all beings within your reality. When enough people raise their vibration, focusing on positive frequencies like love, unity, and service, the overall energetic resonance of the grid shifts. This can lead to societal changes, new possibilities emerging, and a collective move towards a more harmonious future. Conversely, widespread lower vibrations can reinforce challenging global patterns. As a new student in this environment, you are both a participant in the larger energetic field and the creator of your personal energetic reality. You carry the potential to influence both. By becoming more aware of your thoughts and feelings, by consciously choosing higher vibrations, you are not just building a better future for yourself. You are contributing, intentionally or not, to the energetic tapestry of all life. So, look around you again. See the opportunities, the challenges, the people. See them not as fixed obstacles or predetermined paths, but as energetic possibilities. Your vibration is your most powerful tool. It is the compass that guides you and the paintbrush with which you color the canvas of your future. Cultivate awareness. Observe your internal state without judgment. Gently guide your thoughts towards gratitude, compassion, and possibility. Embrace the understanding that you are not just a passenger on this journey, but an active co-creator of the vibrational reality you inhabit. Your future is a reflection of your vibration, now and always. Choose wisely, for every thought, every feeling, shapes the world you will live in. Chapter 66. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding path, filled with exploration, questioning, and the gradual piecing together of a larger puzzle. For the soul who has recently embarked upon this path, seeking clarity and information about the nature of life and its purpose, the landscape can sometimes feel overwhelming. There is much to learn, much to integrate, and the answers rarely come in neat, pre-packaged boxes. This new student, fresh from the energetic fields of the mundane world, enters a space of heightened awareness. The veil, though still present, feels thinner. The subtle energies of the universe, the undercurrents of thought and feeling that permeate all things, become slightly more accessible. Information flows, not always in a language easily understood, but in patterns, symbols, and intuitive nudges that point towards deeper truths. The initial phase is often one of intense curiosity. Questions arise like sparks from flint and steel. Who am I? Why am I here? What is the nature of this reality? What is the purpose of my journey? These are fundamental inquiries, the bedrock upon which a more profound understanding is built. The student begins to gather data, like a scientist in a new laboratory, observing the world through a different lens. They might read, listen, and absorb teachings from various sources, seeking that which resonates deep within their soul. They might practice meditation, not just to quiet the mind, but to open the channels of inner communication. They might observe synchronicities, those seemingly coincidental events that carry meaning, recognizing them as signposts along the way. Yet, the process is not without its challenges. The mind, accustomed to linear thinking and seeking concrete answers, can struggle with the more fluid, energetic, and often paradoxical nature of spiritual understanding. Concepts that defy easy explanation can lead to confusion or even frustration. The student might feel isolated, wondering if their experiences and questions are unique, or if they are simply misinterpreting the signals they are receiving. This is where the quality of trust becomes paramount. Trust in the process itself. Trust in the unfolding of the soul's journey, which is inherently unique to each individual yet part of a larger, collective pattern. Trust in the capacity of the self to discern truth, even when it is wrapped in unfamiliar or challenging packaging. The student begins to understand that much of what they have been taught as reality is, in fact, a limited perspective. The focus shifts from external validation and societal expectations to internal knowing and soul-aligned living. The pursuit of information becomes less about accumulating facts and more about integrating wisdom into the very fabric of being. They learn about the nature of energy, how thoughts create things, how emotions color perception, how intention shapes reality. They understand that they are not just passive observers of life, but active creators of their own experience. This realization brings both empowerment and responsibility. The path requires conscious choice, deliberate action, and a willingness to step outside the familiar. The journey also involves understanding the concept of duality. Life is a tapestry woven from threads of light and shadow, joy and sorrow, success and failure. These are not opposites to be eliminated, but integral parts of the whole experience, necessary for growth and understanding. The student learns to navigate these energies, finding balance not through avoidance, but through acceptance and integration. There is a gradual shedding of old identities, old beliefs, and old patterns that no longer serve the evolving soul. This can be a process of inner transformation, sometimes uncomfortable, sometimes painful, but ultimately liberating. It is the letting go of the need for external validation, the release of attachment to specific outcomes, and the embrace of a more fluid, adaptable self. As the student progresses, the nature of the information they seek begins to shift. It moves from seeking external how-to guides to discovering the answers within. The true path involves the development of intuition, the ability to listen to the still, small voice within, the guidance that comes from a place of soul connection. Information is no longer just something to be acquired. It is something to be felt, to be known intuitively. The atmosphere surrounding the new student becomes one of quiet confidence, deep peace, and a profound sense of connection. The world still presents its challenges, but the student approaches it with a different heart, a different perspective. They understand that difficulties are opportunities for growth, lessons in disguise, invitations to expand their awareness and compassion. The journey is ongoing. There will always be more to learn, more to explore, more layers to peel back. But the initial phase, this period of seeking and questioning, of gathering information and integrating wisdom, lays the foundation. It is the beginning of the unfolding path, a journey towards a deeper understanding of self, of life, and of one's place within the vast, interconnected universe. For the soul seeking information about life, the most important lesson is often the journey itself. It is in the asking, the seeking, the integrating, and the living that the true transformation occurs. The path unfolds not through a sudden revelation, but through the steady, persistent, and trust-filled process of becoming. And in that becoming lies the ultimate purpose. Chapter 67. The journey of understanding often presents itself not as a series of grand revelations, but as a gradual deepening of perception, a subtle shift in the way one views the world and their place within it. For the seeker, the path can sometimes feel like navigating a vast, intricate landscape, filled with both wonder and uncertainty. Questions arise about the fundamental nature of self, the essence of existence, and the interconnectedness of all things. It is during these times of inquiry that deeper truths begin to surface, offering a resonance that aligns with the soul's inherent understanding. One of the most profound concepts to embrace on this path is the idea that the soul possesses a unique vibrational signature. This is not merely a metaphor. It is a fundamental aspect of your energetic being, a unique frequency that emanates from the core of your essence. Think of it as the soul's unique signature in the grand symphony of life. A tone that resonates with particular frequencies and harmonizes with certain energies while perhaps standing in contrast to others. This signature is intrinsically linked to your purpose, your experiences, and the lessons you are designed to learn. It is the blueprint of your spiritual journey, encoded within the very fabric of your being. It influences the types of people and situations you are drawn to, the challenges you encounter, and the opportunities for growth that present themselves. It is the lens through which you perceive the world, coloring your interactions and shaping your responses. For the new student, or the long-time explorer, understanding this vibrational signature can be a powerful tool. It offers a way to discern authenticity, to recognize alignments that feel right and harmonious, and to identify energies or environments that may be discordant or draining. It is a form of inner guidance, a subtle inner knowing that speaks in the language of vibration. How does one begin to perceive or connect with their own unique vibrational signature? It is often a process of inner listening and self-reflection, moving beyond the noise of the external world to tune into the quiet hum of the inner self. It begins with the cultivation of awareness, the willingness to observe one's thoughts, feelings, and reactions without immediate judgment. Consider moments when you feel a deep sense of peace, joy, or alignment. What is the quality of that feeling? Where do you feel it in your body? These moments often resonate with your true vibrational signature, moments where your energy is in a state of harmony with your core self. Conversely, reflect on times when you feel anxious, stressed, or out of place. These feelings can also be indicators, pointing towards areas where your energy may be out of alignment, where the external experience is not resonating with the internal frequency of your soul. The practice of mindfulness becomes invaluable here. By paying attention to the present moment, to the sensations within the body, and to the quality of one's emotional state, one begins to gather data about their own energetic landscape. This data, gathered with intention and without striving, becomes a map to understanding the soul's unique signature. Furthermore, this signature is not static. It evolves. As you learn, grow, and transform, your vibrational signature shifts. Healing old wounds, releasing past traumas, and integrating new wisdom all contribute to raising your vibration, refining the tone of your soul's signature. This evolution is a natural part of the journey, a testament to the soul's capacity for growth and its commitment to its path. Understanding your vibrational signature also deepens the concept of unity and interconnectedness. While each soul possesses a unique frequency, all souls operate within the same universal energy field. It is like a vast ocean, with countless waves, each one distinct yet part of the whole. Your unique signature allows you to connect with others who share similar resonant frequencies, creating harmonious relationships and collaborations that support collective growth. It also allows you to interact differently with energies that are significantly lower or higher in vibration, offering a degree of inner resilience and discernment. The pursuit of understanding this aspect of self is, in itself, a vibration-raising activity. The simple act of asking the question, of seeking to know the deeper nature of who you are, shifts your focus from the purely material to the more subtle, spiritual dimensions of existence. It aligns you with the energy of exploration, of discovery, and of awakening. As you continue on your path, remember that this knowledge is not meant to be used for judgment or separation. It is meant to be used for understanding, for self-compassion, and for conscious choice. It is about recognizing the harmony within and seeking environments and relationships that support your highest good and your soul's evolution. It is about listening to the subtle guidance of your own inner frequency, the unique song of your soul as it journeys through the tapestry of life. In essence, the vibrational signature of the soul is a key piece of the puzzle of self-understanding. It is the unique energetic fingerprint of your being, reflecting your purpose, your potential, and your journey. By learning to perceive and connect with this signature, you gain a powerful tool for navigating life, making choices that resonate with your deepest truth, and ultimately, living a more aligned, purposeful, and fulfilling existence. It is a journey of tuning into the unique melody of your soul, allowing it to guide you home. Chapter 68. The Nature of the Inner Landscape. The journey of understanding the self is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding exploration, filled with moments of clarity followed by periods of confusion, illuminated by insights that seem to dissolve as quickly as they appeared. For the adult navigating the complexities of modern existence, seeking deeper meaning often feels like trying to read a map written in a language only partially understood. This particular individual, fresh to this path of inner discovery, carried the weight of this very uncertainty. They had recently embarked upon a quest, driven by a growing sense of dissatisfaction with the surface-level explanations offered by conventional thought. They sought a more profound understanding of life, of their place within it, and of the mechanisms governing their own experience. They were like a new student in a vast library, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information yet lacking the key to decipher its true significance. They had stumbled upon certain teachings that spoke of energies, of subtle influences shaping reality, and of a deep connection to a universal consciousness. These ideas resonated deeply, offering a potential framework that felt more expansive and inclusive than anything they had encountered before. Yet, the concepts remained abstract, like distant stars observed through a clouded lens. How did these energies interact with the mundane realities of daily life? How could one truly access this universal connection, this inner landscape, as some described it? The confusion was not unusual. Many seeking deeper understanding grapple with the transition from intellectual acceptance of new ideas to lived, embodied experience. The mind can grasp concepts, but the soul requires integration, a process that unfolds at its own pace, often through seemingly random events and moments of quiet reflection. The nature of this inner landscape, the place within oneself where intuition resides, where deeper knowing unfolds, is a concept central to this way of seeing. It is not merely a collection of thoughts or memories. It is a field of awareness, a space of potential, governed by principles far subtler and more nuanced than those of the physical world. This inner realm operates on frequencies of consciousness, responding to the energy one emanates and the intentions one holds. Understanding this requires a shift in perspective. One must begin to see the self not just as a physical entity, but as an energetic being connected to a vast, intelligent field. This field, often referred to metaphorically as the soul or spirit, is the source of creativity, intuition, and that deep sense of knowing that sometimes surfaces unexpectedly. It is the seat of one's unique vibration, the energetic signature that attracts like-minded experiences and interactions. The new student, in their search, might find themselves drawn to practices that quiet the mental noise. Meditation, spending time in nature, moments of stillness. These are not merely techniques for relaxation. They are methods for tuning into the frequencies of their inner landscape. In the stillness, the mind's chatter lessens, allowing the subtle whispers of intuition to become more discernible. It is in this quiet space that the connection to that deeper self, to that field of potential, becomes more accessible. The inner landscape is also profoundly influenced by belief systems. The beliefs one holds, both conscious and unconscious, act as filters through which one perceives reality. If one believes they are limited, their inner landscape reflects this limitation, resonating at a frequency of constraint. Conversely, if one holds beliefs of possibility, of inherent worthiness, the inner landscape vibrates with potential and opportunity. This is why self-inquiry, exploring one's own limiting beliefs and consciously replacing them with more empowering ones, becomes a crucial part of the journey. Furthermore, the inner landscape is not static. It is dynamic, constantly responding to one's thoughts, feelings, and actions. It is a reflection of one's state of being. When one operates from a place of love, compassion, and understanding, their inner landscape becomes a beacon of light, radiating positive energy. When one is caught in fear, judgment, or resentment, the inner landscape can become clouded, attracting experiences that mirror this state. This understanding offers a practical pathway. The individual seeking meaning is encouraged to look inward, not just intellectually, but with a sense of curiosity and openness. They are invited to observe their thoughts without judgment, to notice their emotional states, and to become aware of the energy they project. By cultivating awareness in this way, they begin to understand how their inner world shapes their outer reality. The journey involves learning to navigate this inner terrain. It means recognizing the patterns of thought and emotion that arise, understanding their origins, and learning to choose responses that align with a deeper sense of self. It means learning to listen to that quiet inner voice, that intuitive guidance, and trusting the wisdom that arises from within. This can be challenging. The ego, the part of the self that often operates from fear and the need for control, can resist this process. It prefers the familiar, the predictable, even if it means remaining stuck in old patterns. Yet, the invitation is always there, to step beyond the limitations of the ego, to embrace the vastness of the inner landscape, and to connect with the deeper, more authentic self that resides there. For the adult on this path, the search is not merely about finding answers, but about awakening to a greater awareness of who they truly are. It is about discovering the power of their own consciousness, the influence they have over their reality, and their connection to all that is. The inner landscape is the map, the guide, and the destination all rolled into one. It is a vast, intelligent field waiting to be explored, offering insights and wisdom that can transform the way one lives, loves, and perceives the world. The journey, while sometimes confusing, is ultimately a path of profound discovery and empowerment. Chapter 69. The air in the university library felt thick with the weight of countless pages and the quiet sighs of focused thought. Amidst the rows of towering shelves and the soft hum of distant conversations, a lone student sat hunched over a worn notebook, pen scratching furiously across the pages. Their eyes, however, darted frequently between the open book before them, a dense, theoretical text on quantum mechanics, and the swirling patterns of thought in their own mind. They were new to the campus, a transfer from a distant place, seeking not just academic credentials but something deeper, a sense of belonging, a place to stand, and most importantly, a framework for understanding the swirling complexities of existence. The theoretical concepts in the book were fascinating, yet they felt disconnected from the visceral reality of daily life, the subtle emotions, the unspoken dynamics between people. Leaning back in the chair, the wooden edge pressing into their spine, the student closed their eyes for a moment and let the ambient noise of the library wash over them. They needed clarity, a lens through which to view not only the academic world but the vast, often confusing landscape of human experience. It began subtly, a recurring image that surfaced during moments of deep contemplation or stress, not a vivid vision, but more like a persistent echo in the back of the mind. It was an image of interconnectedness, threads, delicate and luminous, weaving through a vast, radiant field. Everything and everyone seemed connected, part of a single, intricate tapestry. It felt intuitively true, yet lacked the concrete language to express its meaning fully. This image, this sense of fundamental unity, became the anchor for the students' search. They began exploring beyond the standard curriculum, delving into psychology, philosophy, and even obscure texts on energy and consciousness. They were drawn to ideas that defied simple categorization, concepts suggesting that the boundaries between mind and matter, observer and observed, were far more permeable than they had ever imagined. They encountered descriptions of consciousness as a fundamental aspect of the universe, not merely an emergent property of complex brains. They read about the potential influence of subtle energy fields, about the interconnectedness of all life through a field of intelligent information. These ideas resonated deeply, echoing the feeling that had first appeared amidst the library's quiet chaos. The more they learned, the more their sense of isolation began to lift. They realized they were not alone in sensing this deeper reality. They met others, students and faculty alike, who spoke of subtle shifts in perception, who explored consciousness through different lenses, meditation, quantum physics, even art. These conversations became invaluable, offering validation and new perspectives on a shared, though varied, path. Gradually, the student began to see the world differently. The stress of exams felt less monumental when viewed through the lens of interconnectedness. The challenges of navigating social dynamics felt less isolating when they remembered the subtle energetic threads connecting everyone. They started practicing mindfulness, not merely as a technique for focus, but as a way to attune more deeply to the present moment, to the subtle flow of energy and information around them. They learned to observe their own thoughts without immediate judgment, recognizing them as patterns within a larger, more intricate system. They began to trust their intuition, that quiet inner knowing that often preceded logical understanding. It felt like tuning into a frequency beyond the mundane chatter of everyday life. One afternoon, while walking across the campus quad and feeling particularly attuned, the student experienced a profound moment of clarity. They saw the people rushing by not as isolated individuals but as vibrant nodes within the luminous tapestry. They perceived subtle emotional undercurrents, the excitement of new possibilities, the anxiety of uncertainty, the quiet determination of those seeking deeper understanding. It wasn't a forced vision, it was a natural perception, as if their consciousness had expanded to encompass a broader view. They understood then, with a certainty that settled deep within, that the journey wasn't about finding definitive answers but about expanding awareness, about tuning into the inherent intelligence of the field. It was about recognizing their role within the grand design, not as a separate entity but as an integral part of the unfolding whole. The theoretical text on quantum mechanics lay open on the table, its complex equations now seeming less like abstract constructs and more like descriptions of the underlying patterns of this interconnected field. The path ahead remained uncertain, filled with challenges and discoveries, but something had shifted. The anxiety was replaced by a quiet sense of purpose, a deep knowing that they were exactly where they needed to be, learning what they needed to learn, as part of a much larger, wondrous unfolding. They opened their notebook, not to copy more notes from the book, but to record the feeling, the sense of belonging they had just experienced. The journey of understanding, they realized, was not a destination to be reached but a continuous process of expanding awareness, of tuning into the resonant frequency of the universe itself. And in that understanding, they found a peace and a direction that reached far beyond the confines of any single book or classroom. The library's quiet hum seemed to hold a new meaning, a gentle reminder of the vast, interconnected symphony of life unfolding all around. Chapter 70. The journey of understanding often presents itself as a series of unfolding layers, each revealing more about the self and the nature of reality. For the soul navigating the complexities of a third-dimensional life, the development and integration of inner knowing is a pivotal aspect of growth. It moves beyond reliance solely on external validation, experience, or even intellectual understanding, towards a more direct, intuitive connection with one's own truth and the subtle guidance available. Inner knowing is often described as that quiet, inner voice, a feeling of certainty, or a deep resonance with an idea or choice. It is the part of us that connects directly to the energy of our soul and the universal field of information. It is not always loud or dramatic. Sometimes it is a gentle nudge, a feeling of rightness or wrongness, a flash of insight in a moment of contemplation. It is the wisdom that resides beneath the surface noise of daily life. For the individual seeking to navigate their path with greater clarity and purpose, cultivating this inner knowing is essential. It provides a compass that can help navigate the sometimes confusing currents of life, offering a sense of direction aligned with one's higher self and soul's intentions. It allows for decisions to be made not just from a place of fear or societal expectation, but from a place of inner certainty and trust. The development of this faculty does not happen overnight. It requires practice, patience, and a conscious commitment to listening. It involves quieting the mind, not through forced meditation or denial of thoughts, but through a gentle awareness that allows thoughts to come and go without attachment or judgment. In this stillness, the space for inner knowing to emerge expands. One effective practice is mindfulness. By bringing conscious attention to the present moment, without judgment, one becomes more attuned to the subtle nuances of their own experience. Their thoughts, feelings, bodily sensations, and the environment around them. Inner knowing often communicates through feelings and sensations as much as, if not more than, through mental images or words. A persistent feeling of unease about a situation, for example, might be the inner knowing signaling a potential issue that requires attention. Another key practice is the cultivation of trust. Trusting the guidance that comes, even when it seems unconventional or goes against the grain. Trusting the process of one's own growth and the wisdom of the soul. This trust is built over time through small confirmations and alignments between intuitive nudges and subsequent outcomes. Each time inner knowing is honored, even in a small way, it strengthens the connection to that deeper guidance. Integrating inner knowing into daily life also involves self-reflection, taking time to connect with one's core values and beliefs, and then observing how daily choices and actions align with or diverge from them. Inner knowing often resonates with what feels authentic and true at a soul level. When actions are congruent with inner knowing, a sense of peace and flow often follows. When there is a discrepancy, inner knowing may signal a misalignment that needs addressing. It is also important to differentiate between inner knowing and the ego's projections. The ego can sometimes create feelings of certainty to manipulate or control, often based on fear or past conditioning. True inner knowing typically feels expansive, calm, and aligned with love and wisdom, rather than contracted, anxious, or driven by personal gain. It often resonates with a sense of universal truth, transcending personal biases and desires. As one becomes more adept at recognizing and trusting inner knowing, the relationship with external information and advice shifts. It does not mean ignoring knowledge or the experiences of others, but rather using that external data as one more piece of the puzzle, while relying on inner knowing as the primary compass. It allows for discernment, filtering external input through the lens of one's own inner truth. The integration of inner knowing is a profound step towards embodying one's higher self. It is the bridge between the intellectual understanding of spiritual principles and the lived, experiential reality of applying them. It is the faculty that allows one to navigate the world not just with knowledge, but with wisdom, the wisdom that comes from within. For the soul on its journey, the development of this inner compass is not merely a skill to be acquired, but a fundamental aspect of remembering the connection to the divine source of all wisdom. It is a way of life, a constant state of attunement to the subtle guidance available to all, allowing for a path that is both authentic and aligned with one's deepest purpose. In honoring and integrating inner knowing, the individual moves closer to living a life that is truly guided by the light of their own soul. Chapter 71. The journey towards understanding oneself is often depicted as a path from darkness into light, from confusion to clarity. Yet, for many seeking growth, a significant portion of the journey involves navigating the complex terrain of the mind, specifically confronting an entity many know as the inner critic. This persistent voice, often loud and insistent, can be a major obstacle on the path to self-acceptance and fulfillment. It whispers doubts, magnifies perceived flaws, and pushes the individual towards a constant state of striving, never quite feeling good enough. This voice is not entirely malevolent, nor is it a fixed part of one's essential nature. It is, rather, a creation of the mind, born from a long history of societal conditioning, past experiences, and the inherent human drive for survival. It learned long ago that pointing out perceived shortcomings and focusing on what is wrong could increase one's chances of fitting in, avoiding rejection, and achieving external validation. It became the mind's way of ensuring safety, albeit through a sometimes painful and counterproductive lens. From an energetic perspective, this inner critic operates primarily within the lower, denser chakras, particularly the root, sacral, and solar plexus centers. These areas are associated with survival instincts, fear, attachment to outcomes, and the need for external approval. The critic thrives in the energy of fear, doubt, and resistance. It feeds on negative self-talk, judgments about oneself and others, and the comparison of one's inner state to perceived external standards. Its messages are often rooted in the past, "You always mess up," or the future, "You won't succeed if you don't do this perfectly." Understanding its origins is the first step in disentangling its power over one's emotional state. Recognizing that this voice is a learned pattern, a mental construct rather than an objective truth about one's inherent worth, is crucial. It is not the real you. The real you is the underlying essence, the eternal, unchanging energy of spirit that exists beyond the fluctuating thoughts and emotions generated by the mind. This essence is inherently perfect, loving, and capable. It is the source of creativity, intuition, and compassion. The task, therefore, is not to eliminate the inner critic, for it is likely to remain a part of the mental landscape for as long as the physical body exists in a world of duality, but to change the relationship one has with it. It requires shifting the frequency, moving from the dense, fear-based energy of the lower chakras where the critic resides, towards the higher, lighter frequencies associated with the heart, throat, third eye, and crown chakras. This shift begins with awareness, learning to simply hear the critic without immediately believing it, without reacting to its messages with anger, frustration, or self-loathing, is a powerful first step. It involves creating a small space between the thought and the emotional response. This pause allows for the possibility of choosing a different perspective, a more aligned response based on love, understanding, and acceptance. Practicing self-compassion is another key element in working with the inner critic. Treating oneself with the same kindness, understanding, and support one would offer a dear friend facing similar struggles is transformative. This means acknowledging the difficulty of the situation without judgment, recognizing the effort involved in growth, and speaking to oneself with gentleness rather than harshness. It is about remembering that the journey of refinement is ongoing and that imperfection are not failures but opportunities for learning and expansion. Affirmations and positive scripting can also be valuable tools. Repeating phrases that counter the critic's negativity, focusing on one's strengths, talents, and inherent worthiness, helps to reprogram the subconscious mind. Crafting affirmations that resonate deeply with the individual's truth, focusing on qualities like love, creativity, and spiritual connection, can begin to shift the energy landscape within the mind and body, moving it away from the fear-based territory of the critic towards the heart-centered awareness of one's true nature. Furthermore, engaging with the higher self can provide a powerful counterpoint to the inner critic. The higher self represents the guidance and wisdom of the eternal essence, offering perspective, love, and understanding that transcends the limitations of the physical mind. Connecting with this aspect, perhaps through meditation, contemplation, or intuitive listening, can bring a sense of peace and validation that the lower critic cannot offer. It reminds the individual that they are not alone in their struggles and that their worth is not determined by external achievements or the harsh judgment of their mind. Finally, understanding that the journey of refinement is a process, not a destination, is essential. There will be days when the inner critic is louder, when self-doubt feels overwhelming. This is normal. The practice is in returning, again and again, to the tools of awareness, compassion, and connection with one's higher self. It is about choosing the path of light, even when the way seems dark, trusting in the process of growth and the ultimate potential of the soul. By learning to understand the nature of the inner critic, by seeing it for what it is, a learned pattern, a creation of the mind rooted in fear, and by consciously choosing to operate from a place of higher awareness, love, and connection to one's true essence, the individual begins to transform. The critic's voice may never disappear entirely, but its power diminishes, allowing the light of one's true nature to shine through more brightly, guiding towards a life lived with greater authenticity, peace, and purpose. The path may be challenging, but the journey itself is a profound act of self-love and spiritual evolution. Chapter 72. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding path, filled with plateaus, revisits to familiar landscapes, and sudden, unexpected shifts in perspective. For the individual navigating the complexities of modern existence, seeking clarity and purpose, this path can feel both exhilarating and daunting. The landscape itself seems to shift underfoot, the very air changing quality, demanding adaptation and integration. This particular stage on the path involves a deepening awareness, a point where the individual, having gathered pieces of information and insight from various sources, begins to synthesize them into a more cohesive internal experience. It is the stage of integration, where external knowledge starts to resonate within the soul's architecture, creating a new, more resonant frequency for the being. The atmosphere for this stage is one of quiet intensity. The external world continues its frantic pace, bombarding the senses with information, demands, and stimuli. Yet, for the seeker, there is an internal quietude growing stronger, a space being carved out where the true self can observe, reflect, and integrate. This is not about escaping the world, but about finding a center within it, a core of stillness from which to perceive its energies more clearly. This inner work often manifests as a feeling of being pulled in multiple directions simultaneously. Old beliefs and conditioning, the remnants of societal programming and past experiences, seem to surface, demanding attention and re-evaluation. They might appear as doubts, fears, or resistance to new ways of thinking and being. This is a natural part of the process. The old structures are no longer resonating as effectively, and the soul is gently, yet firmly, nudging them aside. The ancient teachings, or the wisdom channeled through various sources that resonate with this core understanding, often speak of the importance of this internal synthesis. It is not merely about acquiring more knowledge. It is about allowing that knowledge to permeate, to become a part of the very fabric of one's being. It is about seeing the connections between seemingly disparate ideas. Spirituality and physics, personal growth and global consciousness, the inner world and the outer environment. This integration begins with the self. It requires a willingness to look inward, beyond the surface persona, the roles we play, and the stories we have been told. It is about asking deeper questions. Who am I, truly? What is my purpose beyond the labels and expectations? What does my soul yearn for? What frequencies am I naturally attuned to? The answers may not come in dramatic revelations or sudden epiphanies, though these can occur. More often, they emerge through consistent inner work, through practices like meditation, contemplation, journaling, or simply spending time in nature, allowing the mind to quieten and the heart to open. It is in this quiet space that the subtle guidance of the soul becomes more apparent, offering nudges towards alignment with one's higher self, one's true nature. As this internal integration deepens, the individual begins to perceive the world through a different lens. The old distinctions start to blur. The separation between self and other, between mind and body, between spirit and matter, begins to soften. This does not mean a loss of individuality, but rather an expansion of consciousness, an awareness that one is part of a larger, interconnected whole. This perception shift is often met with resistance, not only from the external world but also from within. The ego, the part of the self that identifies with the limited personality, can feel threatened by such expansive awareness. It seeks to maintain boundaries, to keep the self separate and defined. Yet, the process of integration is about dissolving these artificial boundaries, allowing the natural interconnectedness to emerge. The individual may find themselves feeling more empathy, more compassion for others, recognizing the shared humanity and the underlying spiritual essence within every being. They may become more attuned to the subtle energies of their environment, sensing the emotional and spiritual states of those around them. Actions that were once taken automatically may now be guided by a deeper understanding of cause and effect, both on a personal and a planetary level. This stage is also about integrating the duality that exists within all of life. There is light and shadow, joy and sorrow, success and failure. These are not opposites to be eliminated, but complementary aspects of the human experience. Integration involves learning to hold these paradoxes, to see the wisdom within both the perceived good and the perceived bad, recognizing that each serves a purpose in the grand tapestry of growth. The atmosphere during this phase can feel both exhilarating and challenging. There is the excitement of expanding awareness, of glimpsing the deeper reality, yet there is also the weight of responsibility that comes with this heightened perception. The individual may feel a stronger pull towards making choices that align with their true values, even if these choices go against the grain of societal norms. It is crucial during this time to maintain a sense of balance. Integration does not mean becoming rigid or dogmatic in one's beliefs. It does not mean abandoning the practical aspects of life in pursuit of purely spiritual ideals. Rather, it is about finding a harmonious way to live, to embody the insights gained internally in the midst of the external world's demands. The journey towards integration is ongoing. It is not a destination to be reached, but a continuous process of becoming, of aligning more closely with the soul's true nature. It is a path that requires patience, self-compassion, and a persistent willingness to look inward, to listen to the subtle guidance, and to allow the light of awareness to illuminate the way forward. For the new student of life, seeking information and navigating the complexities of existence, this stage of integration marks a profound shift. It is the transition from gathering knowledge to embodying wisdom, from understanding the outer world to connecting deeply with the inner self and its place within the vast, interconnected universe. It is a journey towards wholeness, towards living from a place of aligned purpose and resonant being. And as the individual continues on this path, the landscape of life itself begins to transform, becoming a mirror reflecting back the beauty, the challenge, and the infinite potential of the evolving soul. Chapter 73. You stand at the threshold, a new student in a vast institution called life. Around you, the energy hums, a complex symphony of vibrations you are just beginning to learn to read. You seek answers, guidance on this path, yearning to understand the rules of engagement, the nature of this place, and your role within it. This chapter delves into the very fabric of your reality, exploring the concept of vibration and how it shapes everything you perceive. Life, as experienced, is fundamentally a vibrational interaction. It is not just a physical existence. It is a multidimensional tapestry woven from energy in motion. Think of it not as a solid structure, but as a fluid, ever-changing field of consciousness and feeling. Your own energy signature, your unique vibrational frequency, is the most critical aspect of your experience here. This frequency is not merely a byproduct of your thoughts and emotions. It is the very engine of your reality creation. You are constantly emitting and receiving vibrations, like ripples on a pond affecting each other. Your thoughts, your feelings, your beliefs, all these contribute to the frequency at which you resonate. A thought of fear sends out a different vibration than a thought of love. An emotion of sadness vibrates differently than an emotion of joy. This is the core principle of your creation. Like attracts like. You are drawn to, and you attract into your experience, those things and those people that resonate at a similar frequency to your own. If your dominant vibration is one of anxiety and worry, you will tend to attract situations and interactions that mirror that anxiety. Conversely, if your vibration is one of peace and abundance, your experience will reflect a greater likelihood of positive outcomes and harmonious relationships. This is not always a conscious process. Much of your vibrational output is driven by deep-seated beliefs, ingrained patterns, and the collective energies you absorb from your environment and the larger consciousness field. You may find yourself wondering why certain patterns keep repeating in your life. Often, the answer lies in your predominant vibration, which is attracting similar energetic echoes from the universe. The universe, or what many perceive as source energy, is an infinite field of all possibilities, all potential vibrations. It is a vast ocean of pure consciousness and love. When you align your own vibration with the higher, more positive aspects of this field, you access more of its beneficial energies. When your vibration is discordant, filled with fear, judgment, or separation, you operate from a lower frequency, potentially attracting experiences that feel challenging or limiting. Your journey, therefore, is one of conscious energetic management. It is learning to become the student of self and understanding how your internal state, your thoughts, your feelings, your beliefs, directly influences your external world. It is about learning to choose your frequency with intention. This understanding empowers you. It shifts the focus from seeing yourself as a victim of circumstance to recognizing yourself as an active creator of your experience. You are not merely floating through life. You are an intentional participant, constantly shaping your reality through the energetic signals you send out. So, how do you begin to manage your vibration? The answer lies within. Start by becoming an observer of your inner landscape. Notice your thoughts without judgment. Acknowledge your emotions as signals, indicators of your current vibrational state. Ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? What am I thinking about? Does this vibration feel aligned with the experience I wish to create? The practice of conscious choice then becomes paramount. When you notice a vibration that feels dissonant, unproductive, or limiting, you have the power to shift it. This is not about forceful denial, but about conscious redirection. Replace a thought of fear with one of courage. Transform a feeling of sadness into one of compassion or understanding. Affirm your connection to Source, to love, to the infinite potential of the universe. These actions, repeated intentionally, gradually adjust your overall vibrational frequency. Imagine your own energy field as a sphere surrounding you. By cultivating positive thoughts and emotions, you are raising the vibration of that field. As you do, the quality of your experience changes. You become more attractive to positive people, positive opportunities, and positive outcomes. The very atmosphere around you shifts, becoming one of greater harmony and ease. This is the essence of the path you walk. It is a path of awareness, of choice, and of conscious energetic alignment. It is about understanding that you are not just a student in life, but also a student of life, learning the intricate language of vibration and how to speak it with intention. By mastering this language, you master the creation of your own reality, transforming the landscape of your experience from one of reaction and limitation to one of conscious creation and infinite possibility. The tools are within you. The practice begins now, with a single observation, a single choice, and a single breath aligned with love. You stand at the threshold, a new student in a vast, complex school. The air hums with a mixture of excitement, apprehension, and the low thrum of countless energies. You look around, seeking familiar landmarks, guidance. You are here to learn, to understand the rules of this place, the nature of this existence, and your place within it. This is the journey of self-discovery, a path illuminated not by external lights alone, but by the inner spark you carry. Your primary focus is often on the physical classroom, the tangible lessons, the interactions with fellow students. You learn the mechanics, the structure, the apparent laws that govern this dimension. Yet, beneath the surface, beneath the physical, lies a deeper reality. A vibrational landscape that is the true foundation of your experience. This landscape is not a place you can see with your physical eyes, yet it is as real, perhaps even more so, than the classroom walls. It is the field of energy that surrounds you, connects you, and interpenetrates everything. It is the very fabric of your reality, woven from the threads of thought, emotion, belief, and intention. As a new student, you might initially overlook this vibrational field. You might focus solely on the lessons presented in the physical classroom, on the grades, the social dynamics, the external validation. But the deeper you seek understanding, the more you will realize that this energetic landscape is where true learning occurs, where true transformation takes place. Think of it like the soil beneath a tree. The visible part, the trunk, the branches, the leaves, are important, but they draw their life, their strength, from the unseen roots and the rich, unseen soil. Neglect the soil, and the visible part withers. Nurture the soil, and it thrives beyond measure. Your vibrational landscape is that soil. Your thoughts are the seeds you plant. Your emotions are the water that nourishes them. Your beliefs are the sunlight and the nutrients in the soil. Your intentions are the gardener, tending to the growth. Right now, as a new student, your vibrational landscape might be a mix of everything. There are seeds of curiosity planted, watered by excitement. There are old beliefs, inherited like soil that needs tending, perhaps weeding out old patterns that no longer serve you. There are intentions to learn and succeed, but also perhaps anxieties about failure, doubts about your abilities. All of these energies exist within you, creating a particular vibrational signature, your unique energetic signature at this moment. Understanding this landscape is crucial. It is the key to how you interpret your lessons, how you interact with others, how you experience joy and challenge. The energy you put out into this field attracts like energy back to you. A landscape filled with fear and doubt will attract experiences that reinforce those feelings. A landscape filled with love, learning, and openness will attract opportunities for growth and connection. As you navigate the school, observe how your internal state affects your external reality. Notice how a positive intention can open doors, how a moment of doubt can create friction. These are not coincidences. They are the laws of the vibrational field in action. The challenge for a new student, and indeed for all students of life, is learning to consciously shape this internal landscape. It is not about forcing thoughts or emotions to be a certain way, but about becoming aware of them, understanding their source, and making choices about which ones you allow to dominate. How do you cultivate a landscape conducive to learning and growth? Tend to your seeds, thoughts. Be mindful of the thoughts you plant. Are they rooted in fear or love? Are they based on limitation or possibility? Consciously choose thoughts that align with the lessons you wish to learn and the person you wish to become. Nourish with water, emotions. Emotions are natural and necessary, but they are also powerful vibrational signals. Learn to feel them without becoming overwhelmed by them. Acknowledge them, understand their source, and allow them to flow through you rather than becoming stagnant blocks. Water your landscape with emotions of gratitude, compassion, and curiosity. Fertilize with belief. Your beliefs shape the quality of your soil. Identify beliefs that are no longer serving you, beliefs of limitation, unworthiness, or certainty, and gently begin to replace them with beliefs of possibility, worthiness, and openness to learning. Beliefs are powerful energetic programs. Rewrite your internal software. Garden with intention. Set clear, heartfelt intentions for your learning journey. What do you wish to understand? Who do you wish to be? What kind of energy do you wish to bring to your interactions? Hold these intentions gently but firmly in your heart. Your intention is your guiding star, directing the energy you project. The vibrational landscape is dynamic. It changes constantly based on your inner state and your interactions with the world. It is not a fixed place but an ongoing process of creation. As a new student, embrace this process. See yourself as an active participant in shaping your reality, not just a passive observer. The information you seek about life is not found solely in the physical lessons or the words of others. It is found deep within, in the quiet understanding of your own energetic landscape. By learning to read the signs, to understand the language of energy, to consciously cultivate a field of love, learning, and light, you unlock the true potential of your journey. Your vibrational landscape is the classroom within, and the lessons of life are the experiences that help you understand and refine it. As you continue your path, remember to look beyond the physical walls, to acknowledge and tend to the rich, vibrant soil of your own being. It is there that the most profound learning takes place, that the most authentic self emerges, and that your connection to all of life becomes truly clear. The landscape of your life is a reflection of your inner state, and by mastering the art of inner gardening, you master the art of living. Chapter 75. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with moments of clarity, periods of confusion, and the constant interplay between the mind that grasps and the heart that feels. You have traveled this path for some time now, seeking knowledge, seeking understanding, seeking the integration of what you learn with the reality you experience. You began, perhaps, like many, with questions about the nature of your existence. You looked outward, seeking answers in the world around you, in science, in philosophy, in the teachings of various traditions. You absorbed information, layering it upon your existing beliefs. You read, you listened, you contemplate. This is the foundation, the gathering of knowledge. It is an essential first step, a necessary exploration of the vastness of what is known and what is theorized. Then came the shift. You began to encounter deeper truths, truths that seemed to resonate not just intellectually, but on a different level. You started to feel a connection, a resonance with energies and ideas that felt more personal, more immediate. This is the beginning of the integration, the bridge between the mind and the heart, between the logical and the intuitive. You learned about the importance of belief, not just any belief, but the power of your own energetic signature, your own vibration, shaped by your thoughts and feelings. You discovered that your beliefs act as a filter, influencing how you perceive the world and what you attract into your experience. This understanding can be both empowering and daunting. Empowering because it places the locus of creation within you. Daunting because it requires conscious effort, the consistent alignment of thought with intention. You explored the nature of energy itself. That which you call the universe is fundamentally energy in motion, interconnected and interdependent. You learned that you are a sovereign being, a creator of your own energy field, and that this field extends beyond your physical form, influencing your interactions and your reality. You began to practice the art of raising your vibration, of cultivating states of love, compassion, and gratitude, knowing that these feelings generate a frequency that attracts like energies. This understanding is profound. It offers a new lens through which to view your life and your interactions. It suggests that the external world is, in many ways, a reflection of your internal state. This is not to say that you create everything from scratch, but rather that you are a significant player in shaping your own experience through your state of being. Yet, a common challenge arises on this path, the gap between knowing and doing. You understand the principles. You intellectually grasp the concepts of belief, vibration, and energy. You may even feel the emotions associated with love and compassion in moments. But then, the demands of daily life intrude. The pressures, the responsibilities, the old patterns of reaction, the ingrained habits of thought and feeling that have served you, or perhaps, limited you, for so long. The knowing remains. It sits comfortably in your mind, a repository of wisdom. But the doing? That feels different. It requires action. It requires consistent, intentional practice. It means choosing love when fear arises, choosing compassion when frustration bubbles up, choosing to see the good even when circumstances seem bleak. It means aligning your actions with the elevated state of being you have learned about. This is where the integration becomes crucial. It is not enough to simply know. You must begin to live it. The knowledge without the application remains theoretical, somewhat distant from the heat of your daily experience. The practice is where the transformation truly occurs. It is in the small, consistent choices that you make moment by moment that your vibration is truly raised. It is in the way you respond to the challenges of the day that you demonstrate your new understanding. Think of it like learning an instrument. You can read the music, you can understand the theory of scales and chords. You can even intellectually grasp the concept of harmony, but until you pick up the instrument and practice, pressing the strings or blowing the notes, the music remains unrealized. The skill is developed through repetition, through the willingness to make mistakes, to refine the technique, to bring the theoretical understanding into the realm of the practical. Your path is similar. You must take the understanding you have cultivated and begin to apply it. Start small. Observe your thoughts without judgment. Notice the emotions that arise. When you encounter a situation that typically triggers a reaction, pause, breathe, access the knowledge you have gained. Ask yourself, what would it look like to respond from a place of love? What would it feel like to choose compassion? How can I align my action with my elevated understanding, even if just in a small way? This is not about perfection. It is about progress. It is about the consistent, intentional practice of bringing your knowing into your doing. Each time you make a choice that aligns with your higher understanding, you reinforce the new pattern. You strengthen the connection between your mind, your heart, and your actions. You are literally rewiring your energy pathways, creating new neural and energetic connections that support a higher state of being. The integration is a process. It unfolds over time. It requires patience with yourself, understanding that old patterns die hard. There will be days when you feel you are failing, when the old ways of thinking and reacting resurface effortless. Do not be discouraged. Recognize these moments as opportunities for learning and practice. Each time you consciously choose a new path, even amidst struggle, you are reinforcing your new reality. Imagine your energy field as a garden. The knowledge you have gathered is the seed. The understanding of belief and vibration is the water and sunlight. The practice of aligning your actions with your knowing is the tending of that garden. The weeding, the pruning, the consistent care required to allow the seed to sprout and the plant to flourish. The external world will continue to present its challenges and its opportunities. It will test your resolve, it will offer lessons, it will reflect back your state of being. But you now possess a different toolset. You have the understanding of how energy works. You have the awareness of the power of your belief system. You have the knowledge of how to raise your vibration. The final step, the culmination of this journey so far, is the seamless integration. It is when the knowing becomes the doing, when the choice is effortless, when your actions are a natural reflection of your inner state. It is a state of being where you live from a place of inner peace, understanding, and love, recognizing your connection to all that is and contributing positively to the energy field of the collective. This integration does not happen overnight. It is a lifelong journey of refinement, of conscious choice, of bringing the light of your understanding into the landscape of your daily life. It is a path of becoming the conscious creator you are meant to be, using the knowledge you have gained to navigate and shape your experience with intention and love. Continue to learn, continue to explore, continue to practice, and allow your knowing to guide your doing, one step at a time, one moment at a time. The transformation is within your reach, waiting for the consistent application of the wisdom you now possess. Chapter 76. The nature of the inner landscape. The journey of understanding often feels like navigating an inner landscape, one vast and sometimes shrouded in mystery. New perspectives arrive, like sudden rays of light breaking through clouds, offering clarity on paths previously obscured. This chapter delves into the very nature of that inner terrain, exploring the concept of the self beyond the physical, the seat of consciousness, and the role of belief in shaping one's reality. For many, the concept of an inner self or a soul remains abstract, perhaps even a relic of ancient beliefs. Yet, the experiences of those seeking deeper understanding often point towards a reality that transcends the purely physical. This inner landscape is not merely a place of thought, but a field of awareness, a space where consciousness resides and from which perception flows. Consider the nature of your own awareness. Where does it reside? It is not confined to the brain. For many who have experienced altered states or deep meditation report a sense of awareness that seems to extend beyond the physical vessel. This suggests that consciousness is a fundamental aspect of your being, a core essence that underlies all physical manifestation. This inner landscape is often described as a field of energy, a place where thoughts, feelings, beliefs, and intentions interact and influence one another. It is the source from which your personal reality is co-created. Like a vast canvas, this inner space holds the potential for an infinite array of experiences, shaped by the colors of your thoughts and the strokes of your beliefs. Within this landscape resides the core of your being, often referred to as your higher self or your spiritual essence. This aspect of you is eternal, unchanging, and connected to the universal consciousness. It is the part of you that remembers your true nature, that understands your divine purpose, and that seeks to express the love and light that you inherently are. However, the connection between this inner core and your everyday experience is often filtered through the lens of your beliefs. Beliefs are like the software of your consciousness, programming how you interpret the world and how you interact with it. They are the stories you tell yourself about who you are, what is possible, and what the nature of reality is. Many of these beliefs are inherited, passed down through generations, culture, and societal conditioning. They operate beneath the level of conscious awareness, yet they profoundly shape your perception and your experience. Like the roots of a tree, they are hidden from view but essential to the plant's growth and structure. The process of spiritual awakening often involves becoming aware of these underlying beliefs and choosing to release those that no longer serve your highest good. This is not about rejecting the past or denying the lessons learned, but about upgrading the software of your consciousness, allowing for a more expanded and authentic expression of your being. As you begin to peel away the layers of inherited beliefs and societal conditioning, you start to access the deeper wisdom of your inner landscape. You begin to hear the voice of your higher self, guidance that comes from a place of love, compassion, and understanding. This guidance helps you to align your thoughts and actions with your true nature, to express the unique gifts and talents that you bring to the world. This process of inner exploration is not always easy. It can be challenging to confront the beliefs that have been deeply ingrained within you, to question the narratives that have been accepted as truth. Yet, it is through this process of exploration and transformation that true growth and healing occur. The journey into the inner landscape is a journey of self-discovery, a journey of reclaiming your power and your authenticity. It is a journey of aligning your inner world with your outer expression, creating a life that is a reflection of your true nature. As you continue on this path, remember that you are not alone. The universal consciousness is always available to support you, to guide you, and to assist you in your process of transformation. Trust in the wisdom of your inner landscape, and allow it to lead you towards a life of greater love, joy, and fulfillment. The inner landscape is a vast and wondrous place, filled with infinite possibilities. It is a place where you can connect with your true self, access your higher wisdom, and create a reality that is aligned with your divine purpose. Embrace the journey, and allow yourself to be transformed by the power of your own consciousness. Chapter 77. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It often winds through familiar landscapes, sometimes seeming to circle back, before revealing a new vista previously hidden by the intervening terrain. This is the nature of growth, the very fabric of the soul's evolution. For the one standing at the threshold of a new chapter in their life, the landscape ahead is both exciting and daunting, filled with potential and the unknown. The atmosphere is one of anticipation, tinged with a healthy dose of uncertainty. This is the space of the new student, not just of academia or a new job, but of self-discovery. The individual carries within them a deep-seated yearning for information, for context, for a map that might illuminate the path ahead. They seek answers to questions that often feel unspoken, questions about purpose, about connection, and about the very nature of their existence within this grander design. They look around, observing the world as it presents itself, the interactions, the structures, the patterns of behavior they see in others. They absorb the energy of their environment, processing it through the filter of their own experiences and burgeoning understanding. They watch the flow of energy, the subtle undercurrents of emotion and intention that ride upon the surface of everyday life. It is a complex tapestry, and the new student feels a pull to understand its patterns, to learn the language of the subtle energies that connect all things. This search for information is not merely intellectual. It is deeply felt. The individual intuitively knows that there is more to life than the physical, more to the self than the surface persona. There is a sense of resonance, a feeling that the deeper truths they seek are not hidden in dusty tomes or esoteric lectures alone, but are perhaps woven into the very fabric of their being, waiting to be recognized. They feel a connection to something larger, a sense of belonging to a community that transcends the boundaries of time and space, a community of consciousness. The challenge for this new student lies in discerning the signals of truth amidst the noise of the external world. There are so many paths presented, so many voices shouting for attention. Some offer quick fixes, simple answers to complex questions. Others promise enlightenment through rigorous intellect or intense spiritual practices, sometimes isolating the individual from the very community they seek to understand. The new student feels the pull of these various paths, evaluating them, testing their resonance against the deeper knowing within. And within, there is a quiet wisdom that often gets overshadowed by the clamor of the external world. This wisdom speaks of balance, of integration, of recognizing the divine spark within oneself and others. It speaks of the importance of love as the foundational currency of all interaction, of compassion as the natural response to suffering, and of service as the highest expression of purpose. It encourages the individual to look beyond the surface, to see the essence, the light, that resides in every being. The journey involves learning to quiet the mind, not to suppress thought, but to create a space where deeper insights can emerge. It involves learning to listen with more than just the ears, to attune to the subtle frequencies of emotion and intention. It involves recognizing the patterns of energy that flow through all living things, understanding how thoughts and feelings create ripples that extend far beyond the individual self. This is where the understanding of the human energy field, the subtle body, becomes a practical tool. It is not about mystical practices reserved for the few, but about recognizing the mechanisms through which one interacts with the world and through which the world interacts with one. It is about understanding how belief systems, thought patterns, and emotional states manifest as energetic frequencies, influencing health, well-being, and relationship dynamics. The new student begins to see the world through this lens. They observe how their own state of being affects their interactions, how their thoughts and feelings create a field around them that either attracts or repels certain experiences. They begin to understand the importance of self-awareness, of taking responsibility for the energetic footprint they leave behind. They learn that healing, both physical and emotional, often begins with an understanding of these subtle energies and the patterns that may be out of alignment. This understanding does not happen overnight. It is a process of gentle unfolding, of gradual integration. The new student learns to be patient with themselves, recognizing that growth requires time and consistent effort. They learn to embrace the questions, even the uncomfortable ones, as they are the catalysts for deeper exploration. They learn that the journey itself is as important as the destination, that the process of seeking and integrating knowledge is where the true transformation occurs. In essence, the new student is embarking on a journey of becoming more consciously aware. They are learning to navigate the complexities of human existence with greater understanding, to harness the power of their own energy, and to connect more deeply with the universal life force that flows through all things. They are learning to live from a place of inner knowing, integrating the wisdom they find both within and without, and allowing that integrated understanding to guide their choices and actions. This path is one of discovery, of alignment, and ultimately, of remembering. It is remembering the inherent divinity within oneself, the connection to all life, and the power that comes from living from that place of remembered truth. And as the student progresses, the landscape of their life begins to transform, becoming one of greater clarity, purpose, and harmonious connection to the grand design of the universe. Chapter 78. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It often winds through familiar landscapes, sometimes even seeming to circle back before revealing a new vista previously hidden by the intervening terrain. For the soul navigating the complexities of the human experience, this can be both frustrating and enlightening. Doubt, uncertainty, and the simple desire for clear direction are companionable feelings on this path, especially for one who is new to the deeper truths about their own existence and the nature of their reality. One particular individual found themselves standing at a metaphorical crossroads. They had embarked with enthusiasm, seeking information, guidance, and a sense of connection beyond the superficial layers of daily life. They had gathered fragments, bits and pieces of understanding about energy, consciousness, and the interconnectedness of all things. But these fragments, when viewed in isolation, often seemed contradictory or too abstract to form a solid foundation for navigating the practicalities of existence. The theoretical understanding felt distant from the immediate, often messy reality of daily choices, relationships, and personal challenges. Sitting in a quiet corner of a local library, surrounded by the familiar scent of old paper and the soft hum of activity, the individual stared at a half-finished book lying open on the table, its pages filled with concepts that resonated intellectually but didn't quite land emotionally or experimentally. They felt the familiar weight of uncertainty. How could these profound truths be applied? Was the path they were on even the right one? The questions echoed the internal noise that often accompanied moments of seeking without clarity. It was during such a moment, a pause between thoughts, that a subtle shift occurred. They weren't looking for it, weren't actively searching for an answer, yet a sense of quiet presence seemed to settle around them. It wasn't a voice, not an image, but a feeling, a deep, resonant understanding that the seeking itself, the very act of sitting with the questions, was part of the process. This wasn't about finding a single, simple answer to unlock everything. It was about integration, about allowing the pieces to fit together not through force but through acceptance and patience. Ancient teachings often speak of the importance of being rather than doing. They emphasize that the human mind, designed for logic and structure, can become overwhelmed when faced with the vast, often paradoxical nature of spiritual truth. Information overload can lead to analysis paralysis, where the individual becomes lost in the details and loses sight of the core message, that they are sovereign beings of light, connected to a vast universe, and capable of creating their own reality through the power of focused thought and emotion. In quiet contemplation, the individual began to gently apply this understanding to their own situation. The confusion wasn't a sign of failure, it was a sign that the mind was processing more than it could initially grasp. The path wasn't about having all the answers before taking the next step, it was about trusting the journey and the inner wisdom that guides each soul, even when that guidance seems cryptic or slow to emerge. The information gathered wasn't meant to be memorized or applied rigidly like a blueprint, but absorbed and allowed to resonate within the soul. There was a recognition, a gentle dawn of understanding, that the purpose of the information sought wasn't solely for intellectual consumption. It was meant to empower. Empowerment, in this context, wasn't about gaining control over others or external circumstances in a forceful way. It was about gaining control over self, understanding the tools of thought and emotion, and learning how to use them consciously to create a life aligned with one's deepest values and highest good. The feeling of being new on this path, of seeking information, was itself part of the learning. It acknowledged that growth and evolution are ongoing processes. No matter how much one learns, there is always more to discover. The key is not to become attached to the state of knowing or of understanding, but to remain open, curious, and receptive, to be like a fertile field, ready to receive the seeds of wisdom and allow them to grow in their own time. A sense of release began to emerge. The pressure to have everything figured out immediately softened. Exploration could continue, questions could remain, but without the anxiety of not understanding. The journey itself became more important than the destination. The destination, after all, is the journey made conscious. Standing up, the individual felt a subtle but noticeable difference. The feeling of being stuck, of being lost in the fog of uncertainty, began to lift. There was no grand revelation, no sudden flash of insight. It was more like the fog slowly clearing, revealing the familiar path ahead with a new sense of clarity and purpose. The information wasn't discarded, it was integrated, placed within the larger context of trust, patience, and self-empowerment. They picked up their book, but this time their approach was different. They weren't just seeking answers, they were seeking resonance. They were looking for ways the concepts within the pages could illuminate their own experience, rather than trying to force their life into a theoretical box. The library, the pages, the scent of paper, all became part of the learning environment, not just a source of information. They left the library that day with a lighter heart and a different perspective. They still had questions, of course. The path of spiritual understanding is lifelong. But the feeling of being overwhelmed had subsided, replaced by a quiet confidence in the process and an acceptance of their own pace. They understood that the information was a gift, a map not to be followed rigidly, but a guidepost to help navigate the inner landscape. The real work, the real magic, always resided within, waiting to be discovered, piece by piece, moment by moment. The journey continued, and for the first time in a while, they felt truly present upon it. Chapter 79. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It often involves detours, moments of confusion, and the courage to seek answers even when the landscape seems unfamiliar. For the one navigating the complexities of a new chapter in their life, the quest for information becomes a central activity, a way to map the territory and find one's place within it. This individual, wide-eyed and perhaps a touch apprehensive, moves through their days with a specific purpose: learning. They gather data like a scientist, absorbing details about systems, protocols, and social norms. They listen intently, observe patterns, and attempt to integrate this external information into a coherent picture of the world they now inhabit. It's a necessary foundation, a way to understand the mechanics of existence as they perceive it. Yet, there's a subtle dissonance. The more information gathered, the more questions arise. The external rules and societal structures, while useful for navigation, don't always seem to address the deeper currents of experience. Why do some interactions feel authentic while others are merely transactional? What is the true nature of connection beyond the surface level? How does one navigate challenges not with just intellect, but with a sense of inner knowing and resilience? This is where the internal landscape becomes crucial. The external world provides the map, but the internal world contains the compass and the sense of direction. The new student begins to turn their attention inward, seeking not just facts, but feelings, intuition, and a sense of resonance with their own truth. They start to explore the nature of their own energy, their emotional responses, and the quiet guidance that often whispers beneath the noise of external demands. There's a recognition that true understanding isn't merely about collecting external data points. It's about integrating that data with the wisdom held within. Life isn't just about doing and achieving according to external standards. It's equally about being and feeling from a place of inner reference. The external world offers opportunities and challenges, but the internal state provides the context and the power to respond meaningfully. The process of seeking information, therefore, evolves. It becomes less about simply absorbing facts and more about discerning truth. The individual starts to pay attention to what feels true versus what simply is presented as true. They learn to differentiate between the noise of the world and the signal of their own inner guidance. This is the beginning of a more profound education, one that focuses on self-awareness and the cultivation of inner resources. This inner exploration often touches upon aspects of existence that are less tangible, yet profoundly impactful. It involves understanding the nature of energy, the subtle influences that shape perception, and the concept of consciousness itself. It's recognizing that one's own energy field interacts with the energy fields of others and the environment, creating a dynamic and interconnected reality. The journey becomes one of balancing the practicalities of the external world with the richness of the internal experience. It's about using the knowledge gained from the outside world not to dominate, but to understand and navigate with greater awareness. It's about applying that knowledge in ways that feel aligned with one's deeper values and purpose, rather than merely fulfilling external expectations. This shift requires patience and self-compassion. The path isn't always clear, and the process of integrating external information with internal wisdom can be challenging. There will be moments of doubt, confusion, and the feeling of being lost. Yet, it is precisely in these moments that the inner compass becomes most vital. It guides the individual through the fog, reminding them of their core truth and the value of their unique perspective. Ultimately, the search for information is not merely about gathering facts. It's about expanding consciousness. It's about moving from a place of external reliance to one of inner resourcefulness. The new student, through this process, begins to realize that the most valuable information lies not just in the external world, but within the vast, unexplored territory of their own consciousness. And this realization opens the door to a life lived not just with understanding, but with wisdom and purpose, guided by the compass of one's own inner truth. Chapter 80. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with unexpected turns, moments of clarity followed by confusion, and the persistent hum of underlying truths just beneath the surface of everyday experience. For the soul navigating the complexities of a third-dimensional life, the quest for information, for meaning, for a deeper connection to the self and the universe, is a central theme. This chapter explores the nature of that search, the importance of seeking wisdom from within, and the role of guidance in helping one decipher the signs and signals of their own divine journey. Life on the physical plane can sometimes feel like traversing a vast, complex library without a map or the key to the catalogue. A new student, or perhaps one well down the path but feeling lost, enters this library of existence seeking answers. They might look for a specific book, a guide that explains the rules, the purpose, the how-to manual for living a fulfilling and conscious life. This desire is natural. The soul, remembering its origins and the higher vibrational realities it inhabits, yearns for a bridge back to that understanding within the current physical framework. The search often begins externally. People look to teachers, mentors, spiritual leaders, and various forms of written or spoken wisdom. They attend workshops, read books, listen to lectures, hoping to find the key that unlocks the mysteries of their existence. This external seeking is valuable. It can provide frameworks, perspectives, and initial points of reference. Information from without can spark interest, offer validation, and point towards deeper questions. It is the first step, the reaching out hand, the initial curiosity. However, true understanding, the kind that resonates deeply within the soul and leads to authentic transformation, cannot be solely acquired from the outside. There is a fundamental principle at play. The information sought is, in essence, already within. The answers are not waiting to be discovered somewhere else. They are buried deep within the core of the individual's own being, often obscured by layers of conditioning, past experiences, fear, and the constant chatter of the mind. The soul, in its essence, is a fragment of a greater whole, a spark of divine intelligence. This intelligence is inherent within the individual. The challenge lies in quieting the external noise and the internal chatter long enough to connect with that quieter, deeper voice. This is the inner teacher, the higher self, the aspect of the soul that remembers its connection to the universal consciousness. The external search for information, while potentially helpful, can sometimes become a distraction. It can lead to collecting data without integrating it, following various paths without finding the one that truly aligns with the soul's unique purpose. It can create a sense of dependency on external validation or expertise, potentially delaying the crucial step of turning inward. The student might find themselves overwhelmed by too many teachings, too many paths, and too many opinions, feeling further from clarity rather than closer to it. The true guidance, the most potent information source, lies within the stillness. It requires a conscious effort to create space. Mental, emotional, and spiritual. This space is found not in the absence of activity, but in the presence of awareness. It is about observing one's own thoughts without judgment, noticing the patterns of emotion, and listening to the subtle nudges of intuition. It is about asking profound questions and then, in silence, listening for the answers that arise from that deeper place. This internal seeking is not about solitary introspection in a vacuum. It is about connecting with the universal energy field that permeates all things, the field of pure potential and infinite information. It is about tuning into the frequency of one's own soul's guidance, recognizing the signs and synchronicities that the universe uses to communicate. These signs might manifest as a sudden piece of information, a feeling of certainty, a recurring image or idea, or an intuitive knowing that goes beyond rational explanation. The role of external information, then, shifts. It becomes less about finding definitive answers and more about providing tools, perspectives, and prompts. It can serve as a mirror, reflecting back aspects of the self or offering different viewpoints that help the individual see their own path more clearly. It can act as a catalyst, sparking the curiosity needed to delve deeper within. But the integration, the true understanding, the lived experience of the wisdom, that must come from within. For the adult navigating the complexities of modern life, this internal focus is particularly crucial. The external world is fast-paced, demanding, and often overwhelming. There is constant pressure to perform, to acquire, to conform. The noise is relentless. Finding the quiet space for internal listening is a powerful act of self-preservation and spiritual development. It is recognizing that one's true authority, one's core wisdom, resides not in the external world's opinions or demands, but within the sanctuary of one's own consciousness. The journey is one of discovering that the library, the knowledge, the answers, they were never truly outside. They resided within the student all along, waiting patiently for the right moment, the right intention, the quiet enough space to be recognized. The external search was, in many ways, a necessary preparation, a way of gathering clues, of testing perspectives, until the individual was ready and willing to turn the light inward and read the most important book of all, the book of their own soul. This realization brings a sense of empowerment. It shifts the focus from dependency on others or external circumstances to reliance on the inherent wisdom and resilience of the self. It encourages patience, self-compassion, and a deeper trust in the divine guidance that resides within the very fabric of one's being. The path may still be winding, the journey long, but the traveler now has a different kind of map, one drawn not from the world outside, but from the inner landscape of their own consciousness, illuminated by the light of their soul's intelligence. And so, the search continues, but with a new understanding. It is an interplay between the external world and the internal universe, between seeking information and listening for the answers already present. It is a journey of becoming increasingly aware, increasingly connected, and increasingly aligned with the higher purpose that brought the soul to this physical experience in the first place. The information is within. The task is to quiet the noise long enough to hear it clearly. Chapter 81. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is often filled with questions, moments of clarity, and periods of uncertainty. For the one who has recently arrived at the crossroads of seeking, the landscape can seem vast and daunting. Information flows like a river, sometimes guiding, sometimes confusing. The path forward requires not just data, but integration, digestion, and the courage to apply insights to the complex tapestry of everyday life. This stage of the inquiry often brings a focus on the mechanics of interaction: how to communicate more effectively, how to handle conflict, how to set boundaries, and how to navigate the social dynamics of the human collective. These are practical concerns, rooted in the physical and emotional experiences of daily existence. The seeker might find themselves poring over guides on communication, reading about energy dynamics, or exploring techniques for emotional regulation. Yet, amidst the exploration of these practical aspects, a subtle undercurrent persists. It is the recognition that true interaction, true relationship, is built upon a foundation deeper than mere technique or strategy. It rests upon a quality of being, a state of consciousness that permeates all communication and all connection. This deeper layer often emerges not from studying how to connect, but from understanding the nature of the self in relation to others. It involves recognizing the interplay of energy, not just between individuals, but within the self. How does one's own energy state affect their perception and their interactions? How does the quality of one's own inner resonance shape the field around them? The path here involves introspection. It asks the seeker to look inward, beyond the surface persona, to the core essence. What is the vibration of this energetic being? What frequencies does it naturally operate at? Understanding this requires a different kind of exploration. Not just reading, but feeling, observing, and listening to the inner landscape. It is about becoming acutely aware of one's own energetic signature and the emotions that color perception. As this awareness deepens, the practical tools for interaction begin to transform. They are no longer just external techniques to be applied. They become expressions of an internal state. Setting boundaries, for instance, is no longer just about protecting personal space. It becomes an act of self-respect and self-awareness, a clear communication of one's energetic needs and limits from a place of inner knowing. Conflict resolution shifts from a battle of wills to a dance of energies, requiring empathy not just for the other, but for the reflection of self within the situation. The seeker begins to understand that the energy they project is the energy they receive. A state of openness and empathy attracts similar energies, while a state of resistance or judgment creates friction. This principle, once grasped on an intellectual level, must be experienced. It requires the willingness to be vulnerable, to be present, and to observe the subtle dynamics of interaction without immediate judgment. This is where the integration becomes crucial. The theoretical understanding of energy and consciousness must merge with lived experience. It is not enough to know about raising one's vibration. One must practice being in a higher state, even when it feels difficult. It is about choosing presence over reactivity, choosing empathy over judgment, choosing love over fear in the moments that matter most. The atmosphere for the seeker at this stage is one of quiet intensity. There is the intensity of the inner work required to cultivate awareness and shift state. There is the intensity of observing the outer world through this new lens. And there is the quiet determination to integrate these insights into the fabric of daily life, even amidst the noise and demands of the human experience. This path is less about finding definitive answers and more about awakening to the nature of connection itself. It is an invitation to see every interaction, every relationship, as an opportunity for growth, for expression, and for the refinement of one's own energetic frequency. It is a journey towards becoming a conscious participant in the human energy field, not just an observer, but a contributor of light and awareness. The way forward continues to unfold, guided by the internal compass of awareness and the quiet wisdom that comes from integrating the understanding of self with the understanding of connection. It is a path that leads ultimately not to perfection, but to a deeper, more authentic expression of the human spirit within the collective tapestry. Chapter 82. The transition into this new phase of existence can often feel like stepping into a vast, dimly lit library. The potential for knowledge is immense. the shelves stretching immeasurably in every direction, yet the individual feels small, uncertain, searching for a specific tone, a particular understanding. This was the feeling that permeated the consciousness of the new arrival, a soul recently arrived in a form more suited to navigating the physical realms, yet carrying the wisdom and questions of prior journeys. They observed the world with intense curiosity, a fresh perspective sharpened by experience but softened by the novelty of the current landscape. The air seemed different, the energy of the collective consciousness a complex tapestry woven with threads of joy, sorrow, ambition, and confusion. It was a rich environment, fertile ground for growth, yet it also presented challenges. How does one navigate this social construct? What are the unwritten rules? How does one find meaning amidst the constant flux and the inherent noise of the physical body and its surrounding environment? The primary focus, initially, was on the mechanics of existence within this form. The physical body required sustenance, rest, and interaction. The mind needed engagement, stimulation, and sometimes, quiet reflection. But beneath these surface-level requirements lay a deeper yearning, a fundamental question echoing within the quiet chambers of the soul. Who am I? Why am I here? What is my purpose in this particular configuration of time and space? This quest for understanding is not a new phenomenon. It is a thread that runs through the consciousness of nearly every soul at some point on their journey. However, for this individual, it felt particularly pronounced, perhaps because of the specific nature of their arrival or the unique circumstances of their current embodiment. They saw others grappling with similar questions, sometimes openly, sometimes hidden beneath a facade of confidence or distraction. They saw the frustration when answers seemed just out of reach, the sense of disconnection when one's actions felt meaningless, the yearning for a deeper connection to something larger than the self. Seeking guidance, the individual began to explore the vast library of human knowledge. They delved into the histories, the philosophies, the scientific discoveries that had accumulated over millennia. They found echoes of truth in many places, fragments of understanding that resonated with their inner knowing. Yet, they also encountered contradictions, complexities, and the limitations of human perception constrained by time, space, and the physical senses. It was during one such exploration, amidst the swirling currents of information and speculation, that a different kind of resonance occurred. It wasn't a book, not a teacher, not a specific doctrine they encountered. It was more like a feeling, a subtle shift in the quality of their awareness. It was an internal nudging, a quiet voice that seemed to speak directly to the core of their being. This internal guidance began to illuminate a path that diverged from the conventional search for answers in external sources alone. It pointed inward, suggesting that the true understanding one seeks is not primarily found by looking at the world, but by looking within. It spoke of a connection to a deeper intelligence, a field of pure potential that underlies all manifestation, a source of universal love and wisdom that is accessible to every soul. The guidance emphasized the importance of quieting the mind, not to achieve emptiness, but to create the space necessary for awareness to settle. It spoke of observing thoughts without judgment, recognizing them as merely mental phenomena, like clouds passing through the sky of consciousness, rather than objective reality. It encouraged the individual to focus on the present moment, to feel the energy of their own body, to connect with the breath as a bridge between the physical and the non-physical. This internal exploration required patience and commitment. It was not a path of instant gratification. There were moments of frustration, times when the mind wandered relentlessly, when the desire for external validation or distraction was strong. But the underlying sense of guidance remained, a steady beacon in the inner landscape. It reminded the individual that this process was not about solving complex riddles, but about awakening to the already existing reality of their connection to the infinite. Slowly, incrementally, the quality of their experience began to shift. The noise within the mind lessened, replaced by a growing sense of inner peace and clarity. The feeling of separation from others softened, giving way to a deeper sense of oneness, a recognition that all beings are interconnected expressions of the same underlying source. The search for external validation diminished, replaced by an internal sense of worth and purpose that came from simply being, from connecting with that deeper intelligence. The external world did not change dramatically. The challenges remained, the opportunities presented themselves, the interactions continued. However, the individual's relationship to these experiences transformed. They saw the lessons not as obstacles, but as opportunities for growth and understanding. They interacted with others not primarily from a place of need or expectation, but from a place of connection and shared experience. They approached life not as a quest for accumulation or achievement, but as an exploration of consciousness and the expression of the inherent love that resided within them. The journey was ongoing, as all journeys are. There would always be more to learn, more to explore, more layers of self to uncover. But the initial, overwhelming uncertainty had begun to recede. The vast library still stretched out before them, but now, instead of feeling lost, the individual felt a sense of purpose, a clear sense of direction guided by an internal compass. They understood that the true information about life, about purpose, and about their connection to all things, was not primarily found in external books, but by turning the pages within their own consciousness, by listening to the quiet guidance that resided at the heart of their being. And in that realization lay the beginning of a profound and lasting transformation. Chapter 83. The nature of the inner landscape. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with unexpected turns, deep contemplation, and moments of profound clarity that sometimes arise from the quietest of spaces. For the seeker, the process of learning about the self and the nature of existence is akin to navigating an intricate inner landscape. This landscape is not a physical place, but a realm of consciousness, where thoughts become paths, emotions form the terrain, and beliefs shape the very architecture of the inner world. As one delves deeper, a fundamental realization often emerges. The inner landscape is profoundly affected by the external world, yet it possesses a unique quality of its own. It is a space where the subtle energies of life interact, where the echoes of past experiences resonate, and where the potential for growth and transformation resides. Understanding this landscape is key to navigating the human experience with greater awareness and purpose. One of the most significant aspects of this inner terrain is the concept of resonance. Everything within this consciousness-based reality vibrates at a certain frequency. Thoughts, feelings, beliefs. They all have an energetic signature. When two frequencies align, there is resonance. They support and amplify each other. When they are discordant, there can be friction, tension, or a sense of dissonance within the self. Consider the mind. It is a constant processor, churning through thoughts, memories, and projections. Many of these thoughts are habitual, born from past conditioning or societal programming. They create a certain vibrational signature within the mind's landscape. If these thoughts are primarily focused on fear, limitation, or separation, the resonance tends to be low, creating a dense or heavy energetic field. This can manifest as feelings of anxiety, depression, or a sense of being overwhelmed. Conversely, if the focus shifts towards thoughts of love, possibility, connection, and abundance, the resonance changes. The energetic signature becomes lighter, brighter, and more expansive. This shift in thought patterns can be felt as an internal shift in atmosphere, a change from dense to luminous, from contracted to open. This is where the power of intention comes into play. Intention is a focused point of energy, a directed vibration. It is the act of choosing a frequency, a way of being, and then holding that frequency with awareness. When you set an intention to feel peace, for example, you are not merely trying to stop feeling distress, but rather, you are actively choosing to resonate with the frequency of peace itself. This act of choosing creates a new pathway within the inner landscape, a path paved with a different energetic quality. The landscape also holds the echoes of past lives and the collective unconscious. These are not merely historical records, but energetic imprints that can influence the present. Old wounds, ingrained patterns, and deep-seated beliefs often carry the resonance of past experiences. They can manifest as repeating cycles, triggers, or limitations that seem to arise from nowhere. Understanding this aspect of the inner landscape allows the seeker to begin the process of acknowledging and working with these energetic echoes, rather than being solely governed by them. This brings us to the role of belief. Beliefs are like the foundational structures of the inner world. They are assumptions held to be true, often operating on a subconscious level, and they profoundly shape the landscape. Beliefs about self-worth, capability, the nature of reality, and one's place in the universe all act as energetic boundaries and frameworks. A belief in limitation, for instance, creates a landscape that is constrained, where opportunities may be perceived as scarce and challenges seem insurmountable. The resonance here is one of scarcity and struggle. Conversely, a belief in infinite potential opens up the landscape, allowing for creativity, expansion, and the perception of endless possibilities. The resonance here is one of abundance and possibility. The process of self-help, therefore, involves much more than just positive thinking. It involves becoming an active architect of the inner landscape. It means becoming aware of the vibrational frequencies at play, the thoughts, the feelings, the beliefs, the echoes, and consciously choosing to cultivate resonance that serves one's highest good. It means clearing away the old, dense structures that no longer serve, much like clearing debris from a garden to allow new growth. It means planting new seeds of belief, seeds of love, of unity, of empowerment, and nurturing them with intention and awareness. This is not always an easy task. The inner landscape can be complex, and old patterns can be deeply ingrained. It requires patience, self-compassion, and persistent, gentle effort. It requires the willingness to look inward, to explore the hidden corners of the consciousness, and to understand the energetic nature of one's own being. Yet, the rewards are profound. As the inner landscape shifts towards greater lightness, clarity, and resonance with higher frequencies, the external experience of life often transforms accordingly. The world becomes seen through a different lens, relationships may deepen, challenges may be met with greater equanimity, and a sense of inner peace and purpose can emerge. The journey is one of becoming intimately familiar with the nature of one's own consciousness. This intricate, vibrant inner landscape. It is a journey of understanding that you are not merely a passenger in life, but a conscious creator of your internal reality, and that this internal reality, in turn, profoundly shapes your external experience. By learning to navigate and cultivate this inner terrain, one gains a powerful tool for navigating the complexities of the human journey with greater wisdom, awareness, and heart. The landscape is always changing, always responding to your focus and your intentions. It is a dynamic field of potential, waiting for your conscious participation. Embrace the exploration. Embrace the creation. Embrace the transformation that comes from understanding the profound nature of the inner world that mirrors and ultimately shapes your experience of everything. Chapter 84. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding path, filled with detours, unexpected discoveries, and moments of profound clarity that sometimes seem to appear from nowhere. For the individual navigating the complexities of life, seeking guidance and a deeper sense of purpose, this path can be both exhilarating and daunting. There is a unique state of being that many experience at various points in their lives. It arises often enough after a significant shift, perhaps the end of a relationship, the loss of a job, or a move to a new city. This state is characterized by a feeling of being somewhat adrift, yet simultaneously filled with a quiet, persistent curiosity. The familiar map of daily life has been redrawn, or perhaps simply become obsolete, and the individual finds themselves standing at a crossroads, unsure which way to turn. This is the space of the new student, not necessarily referring to formal education, but to the individual who has decided to embark on a journey of self-discovery. They are seeking information, not about history or science in the conventional sense, but about the deeper truths of existence, about their own nature, and about their place within the grand tapestry of life. They feel a pull, an inner resonance that suggests there is more to understand, more to learn about the self and the universe than what they have encountered so far. The atmosphere in which this search often takes place is one of quiet introspection mixed with a healthy dose of uncertainty. The individual might find themselves spending hours in contemplation, journaling their thoughts and feelings, or simply observing the world around them with a new lens. They are looking for patterns, for meaning, for a sense of connection that feels authentic and profound. This search is not always comfortable. It can involve confronting uncomfortable truths, questioning long-held beliefs, and embracing the unknown. In this landscape of introspection, certain ideas can emerge, seemingly from the ether, offering a framework for understanding that resonates deeply within. These concepts often speak to the nature of energy, the interconnectedness of all things, and the potential for profound transformation that lies within every individual. They suggest that the physical world is not the only reality, that there are layers of existence beyond the purely material, and that each person possesses a unique vibrational signature that influences their experience of life. One such concept that frequently arises in the exploration of these deeper truths is the idea of the human energy field, often referred to as the aura. This field is not merely a theoretical construct. It is a tangible aspect of the self, a dynamic extension of one's consciousness that interacts with the environment and with other energy fields. It is the energetic reflection of one's emotional, mental, and spiritual state, constantly shifting and evolving in response to life's experiences. Understanding the nature of this energy field can be profoundly empowering. It provides a language, a map if you will, for describing the internal landscape. It allows the individual to see that their feelings, their thoughts, and their actions all have a vibrational quality that ripples outwards, influencing their interactions and their reality. This understanding fosters a sense of responsibility for the energy they project and the consciousness they cultivate. Furthermore, these explorations often touch upon the concept of intention. Intention is the focused point of energy, the directed will that can shape reality. It is the power of the mind and heart working in concert to create change, both within the self and in the external world. When intention is clear and aligned with one's highest good, it becomes a potent tool for transformation. The new student begins to understand that their thoughts and intentions are not just passive reflections of reality, but active forces that contribute to the co-creation of their experience. This realization brings with it a sense of agency, a recognition that they are not merely victims of circumstance but active participants in the unfolding of their life. It encourages them to look inward, to discern their true desires, and to set intentions that are in harmony with their soul's purpose. This is not always an easy path. It requires discipline, self-awareness, and the courage to align one's actions with one's deepest values. As the individual delves deeper into this path of understanding, they begin to see the interconnectedness of all things more clearly. The lines between self and other, between mind and matter, begin to blur. They recognize that their actions have consequences, not just for themselves, but for the web of life of which they are an integral part. This understanding fosters a sense of compassion, empathy, and a deeper appreciation for the delicate balance of existence. The journey of the new student is, in many ways, a process of awakening. It is a journey from the ordinary, everyday consciousness to a more expanded, aware state of being. It is about recognizing the inherent divinity within oneself and within all creation, and about learning to live from that place of recognition. It is about understanding that the physical world is but one aspect of a much larger, more profound reality, and that each individual has the potential to tap into the vast resources of the universe through their own unique energetic signature. This path requires patience, perseverance, and an open heart. It is a journey of lifelong learning, where the individual is constantly evolving, growing, and expanding their understanding. But for those who are willing to embark on this journey, the rewards are immeasurable. They begin to live with greater purpose, greater awareness, and a deeper connection to the universe and to themselves. They learn to navigate the complexities of life with a newfound sense of grace and resilience, guided by the wisdom that emerges from within. And in doing so, they contribute to the collective evolution of consciousness, helping to create a world that is more aligned with love, understanding, and unity. Chapter 85. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with unexpected turns, moments of clarity followed by confusion, and the persistent hum of underlying truths just beneath the surface of everyday experience. For the soul navigating the complexities of a third-dimensional existence, the quest for knowledge, for meaning, for a deeper connection to the self and the universe, is a lifelong endeavor. This particular seeker, we might call them the newcomer for lack of a specific name, found themselves at a crossroads. It wasn't a physical crossroads on a map, but an internal one, born from a growing dissatisfaction with the surface-level understanding of life they had inherited. The societal narratives, the conventional wisdom, the structures of belief presented by their culture and education, felt increasingly like a fragile framework, unable to fully contain the richness and depth of their own inner experience. They had always been an observer, perceptive to the subtle energies of the people around them, sensitive to the emotional undercurrents of environments. Yet, this sensitivity often felt like an internal conflict, a disconnect between their intuitive knowing and the often rigid, logic-bound explanations offered by the world outside. They felt a pull towards something more fundamental, something that resonated with the quiet voice within, a voice that spoke of unity, of love as the foundational principle, and of a consciousness far broader than the individual self. The newcomer began to actively seek, not just answers, but the context. They read philosophical texts, delved into spiritual traditions old and new, sought out teachers and gurus, hoping to find a key that would unlock the mysteries they perceived. But often, the information seemed fragmented, contradictory, or presented in ways that felt disconnected from their own direct experience. They were like a student in a vast library, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of books, struggling to find the single tome that held the truest understanding for their soul's path. The frustration could be palpable. There were days when the complexity felt insurmountable, when the noise of the external world drowned out the inner quiet, and doubt crept in. Am I looking in the right place? Is there even a right place? The questions echoed, unanswered. The atmosphere surrounding them sometimes felt thick with the energy of others' beliefs, their fears, their hopes. A dense tapestry that was both fascinating and exhausting to navigate. Yet, amidst the confusion and the seeking, a fundamental shift was occurring within the newcomer. The search itself was refining their awareness. They were learning to discern between the noise and the signal, between the intellectual grasp of a concept and the soul's genuine resonance with it. They were becoming more attuned to their own inner compass, learning to trust the subtle nudges of intuition that sometimes guided them even when logic faltered. The understanding began to dawn, not as a single revelation, but as a gradual unfolding, like the unfurling of a leaf in the spring sun. It started with the realization that the self was not a fixed entity, but a dynamic field of energy and consciousness, constantly interacting with and influenced by the universe around it. The boundaries between inner and outer, self and other, began to soften, revealing a deeper interconnectedness that felt both ancient and profoundly new. Then came the understanding of the nature of energy itself. Life was not just matter and mechanics. It was a vibrant, flowing current of intelligent energy, governed by principles of creation, balance, and love. Emotions were not merely reactions, but powerful energetic frequencies that influenced thought, behavior, and health. Belief systems were not just abstract concepts. They were energetic filters through which individuals perceived and interacted with reality. This was a profound perspective shift. The world, once seen as a collection of separate objects and events, now appeared as a web of interconnected energy fields, each influencing the whole. The challenges of life were no longer viewed solely as external obstacles, but as opportunities for energetic growth, for learning, for refining one's vibration and alignment with the higher principles of love and compassion. The newcomer, through this evolving understanding, found a sense of peace that transcended intellectual comprehension. It was an experiential knowing, a felt sense of connection to something vast and profound. The seeking hadn't ceased, but its nature had changed. It was no longer about finding external answers, but about cultivating an inner state of awareness and resonance. It was about learning to live from this place of expanded consciousness, allowing the intelligence of the universe to guide the individual soul's journey. The path ahead remained unknown, filled with its own set of challenges and discoveries. But the atmosphere surrounding the newcomer had shifted. There was no longer the same sense of isolation or confusion. There was a quiet confidence, born from an intuitive grasp of the underlying unity of all things. They were no longer just a student seeking information about life. They were becoming a part of the life they sought to understand, navigating its complexities with a deeper awareness, a broader perspective, and an unwavering connection to the infinite wellspring of love that underlies the entire creation. The journey continued, not with the frantic searching of the past, but with the serene exploration of a soul finally beginning to find its place within the grand, interconnected tapestry of existence. Chapter 86. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with unexpected turns, moments of clarity followed by confusion, and the persistent hum of underlying truths just beneath the surface of everyday experience. For the individual navigating the complexities of modern life, seeking guidance on how to live a more authentic and purposeful existence, the path can feel particularly daunting. There is so much noise, so many conflicting messages, and such a profound desire for a sense of belonging and meaning. This particular seeker, we might call them the explorer, stood at a metaphorical crossroads. They had recently embarked on a path of deeper self-inquiry, driven by a nagging feeling that something was missing, a sense that the surface-level activities and societal expectations were not aligning with a deeper inner knowing. They craved connection, not just superficial interactions, but a resonant understanding with the self, with others, and with the very fabric of existence itself. The explorer felt the weight of the unknown, the vastness of the questions that bubbled up from within. How does one truly listen? How does one differentiate between the ego's chatter and the soul's quiet guidance? How does one navigate the social landscape without losing their authentic self? These were not new questions, but they felt more pressing, more urgent, now that the desire for a more meaningful life had been ignited. They found themselves drawn to spaces that offered respite from the relentless pace of external demands. Libraries, parks, quiet cafes. These became informal classrooms. They immersed themselves in books on psychology, spirituality, philosophy, and even the mysteries of physics, hoping to find fragments of a larger puzzle. They listened intently to talks and podcasts, absorbing different perspectives, searching for that one thread of understanding that could weave everything together. Yet, despite the intellectual input, a persistent sense of disconnection remained. The information gathered was often fragmented, leading to more questions than answers. The explorer felt like a new student in a vast university, surrounded by towering shelves of knowledge, but unsure which door to open, which path to take. They longed for a map, not just of the physical world, but of the inner landscape, a guide that spoke directly to the heart and soul, acknowledging the unique journey of the individual. In this state of seeking, the explorer began to understand the nature of the ego, not as inherently evil, but as a necessary, albeit sometimes overwhelming, part of the human experience. The ego, they learned, is the aspect of self that focuses on survival, reputation, and separation. The I, me, mine consciousness. It is the voice that whispers comparisons, fears, and desires for external validation. It thrives on the familiar and resists change, often creating a sense of urgency and anxiety about fitting in, about being enough. And then there was the other side. The deeper self, the soul essence, the part that connects to a universal consciousness, to a field of infinite possibility and unconditional love. This aspect of being is characterized by qualities like compassion, empathy, unity, and a profound sense of peace. It is the part that seeks connection beyond the superficial, that craves authenticity and purpose, that yearns to express its unique light in the world. The struggle, the explorer realized, was not between good and evil, but between these two ways of being. It was about learning to quiet the ego's incessant noise long enough to hear the soul's gentle guidance. It was about finding the balance between individuality and unity, between taking care of oneself and serving others selflessly. This understanding brought a sense of relief, but also a new challenge. How does one practically apply this knowledge? How does one move from intellectual understanding to lived experience? The explorer knew that simply reading about it or believing it was not enough. True transformation required action, conscious choice, and a willingness to be vulnerable. It was in this space of readiness, of openness to receive, that the seeds of a new awareness began to sprout. The explorer started to pay closer attention to their thoughts and feelings, recognizing the ego's patterns without judgment. They began to practice acts of kindness, not out of obligation or for recognition, but as expressions of their inherent connection to all beings. They started spending more time in nature, feeling the ground beneath their feet, listening to the bird song, sensing the interconnectedness of everything. The journey was still long, and the path was not always clear. There would be days filled with doubt and confusion, moments where the ego's voice felt particularly loud. But the explorer had found a new anchor, a growing trust in the process of their own evolution, a faith in the inherent goodness of their soul's quest. They understood that the process of self-discovery was not about reaching a final destination, a state of perfection where all answers are found. It was about the journey itself, the continuous unfolding, the deepening awareness, the ever-expanding heart. It was about learning to live from a place of inner knowing, even when faced with uncertainty, trusting that guidance would come, that support was available, and that every experience, every challenge, was an opportunity for growth. In this way, the explorer continued their exploration, a beacon of light within, navigating the complexities of life with a growing sense of purpose and connection. They were no longer just seeking information about life. They were beginning to live it more fully, more authentically, more lovingly, and in doing so, they were not only transforming themselves but also contributing, in their own unique way, to the transformation of the world. Chapter 87. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding path, filled with moments of clarity followed by periods of confusion, illuminated by insights that seem to appear from nowhere, and sometimes shadowed by questions that feel even larger than before. For the individual navigating the complexities of modern existence, seeking a deeper sense of self and purpose, this path is both uniquely personal and deeply universal. This particular seeker, let us call them the student, found themselves at a crossroads, not quite sure which way to turn next. They had gathered information, read the words of various guides and teachers, attended workshops, and even experienced moments of profound connection or shifted perspectives that seemed, at the time, to offer clear direction. Yet, here they were, back in the relative quiet of their daily life, the questions surfacing once more, perhaps even feeling more pressing than before. The student was grappling with a concept that had been introduced, but not fully integrated. It was a principle that spoke to the nature of energy, the interconnectedness of all things, and the power held within the human heart to influence their reality. The idea wasn't new. It echoed in many spiritual traditions, resonated in the whispers of quantum physics, and had been felt by seekers throughout time. But its practical application, its true meaning in the context of the everyday struggles and joys of life, remained elusive. They sat quietly, trying to quiet the mind, seeking that place of stillness where answers might reside. The air around them felt thick with potential, yet also with the weight of unspoken understanding. It was as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for the student to bridge the gap between knowing and being. The confusion wasn't a failure. It was a signal. It indicated that something deeper needed to be understood, that the previous layers of information had laid a foundation, but the true integration required a different approach. The student recognized this. It was a subtle shift within, an acknowledgement that true understanding isn't merely about absorbing facts, but about allowing those facts to transform the very lens through which one views the world. The nature of this particular principle was about resonance. It spoke of how everything in the universe vibrates at a specific frequency, and how these frequencies interact and influence one another. The student had learned that thoughts, emotions, and beliefs were not just internal experiences. They were energetic frequencies that could attract or repel experiences from the external world. They had learned about the power of intention and the role of the heart in amplifying that intention, creating a stronger, more resonant signal. But the challenge lay in the practical application. How does one consciously choose a specific frequency amidst the cacophony of daily life? How does one maintain a high vibrational state when faced with difficult people, challenging situations, or even the simple frustrations of existence? How does one truly embody the principle, not just intellectually, but as a lived reality? The student felt the familiar sting of self-doubt. Moments of high intention could feel rare and easily shattered. The path seemed demanding, requiring a constant state of awareness and vigilance that felt both noble and exhausting. It was easy to fall back into old patterns, into the familiar rhythms of reaction and response that required less effort, less energy. Yet, within that feeling of confusion and doubt, a spark of something else flickered. It was a sense of profound potential, a recognition that the human spirit was capable of much more than it often allowed itself to believe. It was a feeling that the universe was not a random collection of events, but a living, breathing system governed by intelligent, resonant principles. The student remembered moments of grace, those brief instances where the right words came easily, where a difficult interaction ended on a surprisingly positive note, where a creative idea sparked seemingly out of nowhere. These weren't random occurrences. They were glimpses of alignment, moments where their internal frequency had resonated strongly with the frequency of the situation or the person they were interacting with. The key, it seemed, wasn't about forcing a high vibrational state at all times, but about understanding the choice itself. It wasn't about ignoring difficult emotions, but about acknowledging them without letting them dictate the entire energetic landscape. It wasn't about pretending the world was perfect, but about remembering, even in the midst of imperfection, the fundamental truth of one's own inherent worth and the power of love to transform. The path forward wasn't about perfection, but about awareness and intention. It was about choosing the quality of attention, even for a moment, before reacting. It was about remembering the heart's connection to the universe, its innate ability to send and receive frequencies of love and understanding. It was about recognizing that the journey itself, with all its confusion and challenges, was part of the learning process, a necessary part of tuning into the deeper frequencies of existence. The student stood up, feeling a subtle shift within. The confusion hadn't vanished, but it had changed. It was no longer a paralyzing uncertainty, but a gentle nudge, a reminder to keep listening, to keep exploring, to keep tuning the instrument of their own being. They looked out the window at the world rushing by, no longer seeing it as a separate entity, but as a tapestry of energy, interconnected and waiting to resonate with their own heart's frequency. The path remained winding, the destination perhaps ill-defined, but the student had found a new orientation. They were no longer just seeking information about life. They were beginning to learn how to live from a place of resonance, one intentional choice, one moment of heart-centered awareness at a time. The journey had just become clearer, not through the removal of questions, but through the understanding that the answers resided within the very act of walking the path with intention and an open heart. Chapter 88. The transition into this new phase of existence can often feel like stepping into a vast, dimly lit library, filled with infinite shelves of knowledge and possibility. For many, the initial sensation is one of awe mixed with profound uncertainty. The air hums with energy, thick with the silent conversations of countless souls, the echoes of past journeys, and the faint, almost imperceptible whispers of potential futures. It is a space where the rules are different, where the familiar structures of the old world no longer fully apply, and where the primary challenge becomes navigating the labyrinth of self-discovery. For one particular consciousness, newly arrived in this realm, the feeling is intensely personal. This entity, let's call it the seeker, carries the residue of a life just concluded, a tapestry of experiences woven with threads of learning, love, frustration, and unfulfilled potential. Now, standing at the threshold of a deeper understanding, the seeker is filled with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The old ways of seeking answers, through external authorities, material pursuits, or the validation of others, feel distant and inadequate. There is a growing sense that the true understanding must come from within, yet the path is not clearly marked. The seeker begins, as most do, by observing the subtle energies that flow between beings, the intricate patterns of interaction, the way thoughts can ripple outwards and influence the collective consciousness. It watches the struggles of others, the quiet joys, the moments of deep connection, and the painful fractures. This observation provides a wealth of data, but it remains just data. Information without context, patterns without meaning until they are understood through a lens of deeper awareness. This is where the internal landscape becomes crucial. The seeker learns to turn the gaze inward, away from the external noise and towards the inner cosmos. It begins to explore the nature of its own energy field, the subtle bodies that house and express its consciousness. This exploration is not always comfortable. It reveals old wounds, ingrained fears, patterns of behavior that persist long after their origins have faded. It is a process of unearthing the past, not to dwell there, but to understand how it has shaped the present. The initial discoveries can be startling. The seeker might find aspects of its own consciousness that were previously ignored or denied, qualities of strength intertwined with fragility, moments of brilliance shadowed by doubt. It might encounter energies that feel foreign, discordant, remnants of past trauma or unresolved conflicts. The challenge is not to suppress these findings, but to integrate them, to see them not as flaws, but as parts of a larger, more complex whole. This integration requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to embrace the totality of the self. As the seeker delves deeper, a subtle shift begins to occur. The internal noise starts to quieten, replaced by a clearer, more resonant inner voice. This voice is not loud or demanding. It is more like a gentle undercurrent, offering guidance and perspective. It speaks of connection, of unity, of the interwoven nature of all life. It reminds the seeker that the struggle for separation, the desire to be an isolated island, is a construct of the mind, a byproduct of the physical experience. Beyond the physical, the true nature is one of seamless flow, of being an integral part of the whole. This understanding begins to transform the seeker's perspective on life. The concept of self-interest, so central to the old paradigm, starts to seem limiting. The focus begins to broaden, encompassing the well-being of the collective, the health of the environment, the interconnectedness of all beings. Actions are no longer viewed solely through the lens of personal gain or loss, but in terms of their contribution to the greater whole. This does not mean abandoning personal needs, but rather understanding them within a larger context of responsibility and interdependence. The path of understanding is rarely linear. There will be moments of doubt, times when the old conditioning resurfaces, when the complexity of the inner landscape feels overwhelming. There will be periods of seemingly slow progress, where the seeker feels stuck, unsure of the direction. Yet, the fundamental shift has occurred. The shift from seeking answers out there to listening in here. The external world still provides information, experiences, and interactions, but the true processing, the integration, the transformation happens internally. The seeker, like all beings on this journey, is part of a grand experiment. An experiment in consciousness, in awareness, in the exploration of what it means to be. The goal is not to reach a final destination, to achieve a state of perfection or enlightenment, but to continue the journey of understanding, of expanding awareness, of contributing to the collective evolution of consciousness. It is a path of continuous learning, of embracing the mystery, and of finding meaning not in isolation, but in the beautiful, intricate dance of interconnectedness. As the seeker continues to navigate this vast library of existence, armed with the tools of inner observation, self-compassion, and an understanding of unity, the path becomes clearer, though still unfolding before them. The initial confusion of the newcomer gives way to a deeper sense of purpose, a quiet confidence born of self-knowledge, and a profound appreciation for the wondrous, complex tapestry of life itself. The journey is ongoing, and in that ongoingness lies its greatest richness. Chapter 89. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with unexpected turns, moments of clarity followed by confusion, and the persistent hum of underlying truths just beneath the surface of everyday experience. For the individual navigating the complexities of life in the third dimension, the search for guidance, for a deeper sense of self, and for a way to integrate spiritual awareness into the mundane can feel isolating, even daunting. This is the space where the seeking heart finds itself, often as a new student to the vast library of knowledge that humanity calls its collective understanding. The air is thick with the scent of possibility, but also with the dust of uncertainty. The individual stands at the threshold, looking in, hoping to find answers that resonate with the quiet yearning within. They observe the world around them, the frantic pace, the constant noise, the apparent contradictions, and wonder how to find their place, how to live a life that feels both authentic and meaningful. The core of the message that resonates, the foundational understanding that begins to take root, revolves around the concept of identity. It speaks not of the ego self, the one built from past experiences, conditioning, and societal expectations, but of something far deeper, something more authentic, the soul self. This inner being is described as eternal, intelligent, and connected to a vast, universal field of energy and information. It is the true core of who you are, the spark of divinity within. The initial grasp of this concept can be revolutionary. To understand that one's essence is not defined by job title, relationship status, or past mistakes, but by a timeless, spiritual nature, is a profound shift. It offers a new lens through which to view challenges and successes. Instead of seeing failure as a reflection of inadequacy, it can be understood as a lesson, an opportunity for the soul to learn and evolve. Instead of identifying solely with the roles one plays, one begins to recognize the underlying presence that observes, learns, and grows through all of them. This understanding naturally extends to the nature of energy. Everything in the universe, from the largest star to the smallest particle, and everything in between, including the human body and mind, is fundamentally composed of energy. The state of one's energy field, one's vibration, is seen as crucial. It dictates perception, influences relationships, and determines the types of experiences one attracts into their life. The path forward, therefore, becomes one of conscious energy management. It involves learning to raise one's vibration, to fill one's energy field with positive, loving, and abundant frequencies. This is where the practices of love and compassion take center stage. The teachings suggest that the primary operating principle of the universe is love. Love is not merely an emotion. It is the fundamental creative force, the energy that connects all things. To live from a place of love means to align one's thoughts, words, and actions with this principle. It means extending kindness, understanding, and empathy to oneself and others. It means recognizing the divine spark within every individual and treating all beings with respect and compassion. This can feel overwhelming. How does one constantly operate from a place of love, especially when faced with difficult people, challenging situations, or deep personal pain? The guidance points towards forgiveness. Forgiveness is presented not as condoning wrong behavior or ignoring hurt, but as a release for oneself. It is the act of letting go of the emotional attachment to the past, to the pain, to the perceived injury. By forgiving, one frees their own energy, allowing it to flow more freely and positively. It is a crucial step on the path to raising one's vibration and living from the heart. Integrating this understanding into daily life requires conscious effort. It involves becoming more aware of one's thoughts and their impact. Negative self-talk, judgment of others, worry. These are seen as energetic drains that lower one's vibration. Replacing these thoughts with ones of gratitude, appreciation, and positive expectation is a key practice. It is about cultivating an inner dialogue that supports and uplifts, rather than criticizes and diminishes. Mindfulness also plays a significant role. It is the practice of being present in the moment, observing one's thoughts and feelings without judgment. This awareness allows for greater choice in how one responds to life's events, rather than reacting automatically based on past conditioning. It fosters a deeper connection to the inner self and the flow of universal energy. The journey described is not one of perfection, but of progress. There will always be moments of falling back into old patterns, times when the path feels unclear. The key is the ongoing commitment to the process of learning, growing, and evolving. It is about recognizing that every experience, every challenge, every moment of joy, is part of the curriculum designed for the soul's development. As the seeking individual begins to incorporate these principles into their life, a subtle but profound shift occurs. The sense of isolation diminishes as connections, both old and new, feel more authentic and meaningful. The noise of the external world begins to soften, making space for the inner voice, the guidance of the soul. The journey from seeking information to living from a place of inner knowing is ongoing, a beautiful, evolving process of becoming more aligned with the true nature of self and the universe. The path may be long, but the direction becomes clearer, guided by the light of understanding and the power of love. Chapter 90. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding path, filled with moments of clarity followed by periods of confusion, illuminated by insights that seem to appear from nowhere, and sometimes shadowed by questions that feel even larger than before. For the soul navigating the complexities of a third-dimensional existence, seeking guidance is a fundamental aspect of growth. In the mind of one such soul, a new student to the school of life, these feelings were particularly pronounced. This individual had recently arrived, perhaps in a new role, a new location, or simply at a new stage of their personal evolution. The environment felt both exciting and daunting, brimming with potential encounters and lessons, yet simultaneously vast and impersonal. There was a genuine eagerness to learn, to integrate, to find one's place within the intricate tapestry of human experience. Yet, this eagerness was often tempered by a deep-seated uncertainty. What were the unwritten rules? How did one truly connect with others without feeling the pull of judgment or comparison? What was the purpose behind the challenges that seemed to arise at every turn? These were the questions that echoed in the quiet moments, the queries that kept the individual looking, listening, and searching for a deeper map. The concept of information itself felt overwhelming. The world was saturated with it. Data, opinions, advice, warnings, promises. How was one to discern the relevant from the irrelevant, the helpful from the misleading, the truth from the illusion? It was like trying to drink from a fire hose, the sheer volume of input making true absorption nearly impossible. The individual understood that simply accumulating facts was not the path to wisdom. True understanding required integration, synthesis, and a connection deeper than the surface level of intellectual processing. This search for a more profound understanding often led the individual to contemplate the nature of the self. Who was this person? What was their core essence beneath the layers of conditioning, experience, and societal expectation? Was there a fundamental truth about their being that could provide a stable foundation in the midst of constant change? The desire was not for a simple label or a fixed identity, but for an awareness of the underlying nature that remained constant, the spark of consciousness that could navigate the shifting circumstances of life. In these moments of introspection, the individual sometimes felt a sense of resonance with ideas that seemed to transcend the purely rational. There was a recognition, almost a remembering, that the self was not merely a biological entity or a product of environment and upbringing. There was an intuitive sense that there was more to the human experience than met the eye, that consciousness itself held secrets waiting to be discovered. This resonated with a feeling that life itself was an unfolding mystery, a grand experiment in consciousness. The challenges encountered were not seen merely as obstacles, but as opportunities for growth, for learning, for the soul to stretch and expand its capabilities. The relationships formed were viewed not just as social connections, but as potential mirrors, reflecting back aspects of oneself and the collective human journey. The very act of seeking, of asking questions, was understood to be a part of the process itself. The atmosphere for this new student was one of exploration mixed with a quiet reverence for the unknown. There was an acceptance that not all answers would be immediately apparent, that some understanding would come only through time, experience, and a willingness to look beyond the obvious. It was an atmosphere of humility, recognizing that the path of learning was ongoing and that the self was constantly evolving. Within this context, the individual began to piece together fragments of understanding. They started to see patterns not just in their own life, but in the lives of others. They observed the universal human struggles, the desire for connection, the fear of separation, the pursuit of joy, the experience of sorrow. They began to grasp that these experiences were not isolated incidents but part of a larger, shared human consciousness, a collective journey of awakening. The search for information became less about finding external answers and more about cultivating an internal awareness. It was about learning to listen not just with the ears, but with the heart and the soul. It was about developing the capacity to discern the subtle energies of interaction, to feel the resonance of truth in a statement or a gesture. It was about recognizing the internal guidance system that, while often quiet, always provided a compass for the soul's journey. There was a growing understanding that the primary purpose of the soul's incarnation was not just to accumulate experiences, but to integrate them. to take the raw material of life, the joys, the sorrows, the challenges, the triumphs, and weave it into the fabric of one's own being, creating a unique expression of consciousness. This integration was the true work, the process of becoming more whole, more authentic, more aligned with the soul's original intentions for the journey. The atmosphere shifted within the individual as this understanding took root. There was less anxiety about the unknown and more trust in the process of learning. There was a growing sense of connection, not just to others, but to the larger field of consciousness, to the collective human experience, and even to the source from which all life and information flowed. The journey continued, filled with new information and new questions, but approached with a different perspective. The information sought was no longer just external data, but the internal integration of experience. The guidance followed was not just from external sources, but from the growing awareness within. The atmosphere remained one of seeking, but now it was a seeking born from a place of understanding, trust, and a deep connection to the very essence of the self and its place within the grand design. In this way, the new student navigated the complexities of life, transforming the atmosphere of uncertainty into one of purposeful exploration, guided by an evolving inner knowing that promised a journey of profound integration and awakening. Chapter 91. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It often winds through familiar landscapes, sometimes seeming stagnant, before bursting forth into new territories of awareness. For the soul navigating the complexities of a third-density existence, the quest for knowledge is both a map and a compass, guiding one through the fog of the everyday and towards the clearer shores of self-realization. This particular seeker, we might call them, found themselves standing at a precipice of sorts, not a physical cliff overlooking a vast ocean, but a metaphorical one. The edge between the known and the unknown, the comfortable and the challenging, the intellectual grasp of spiritual concepts and the lived, embodied experience of them. They had spent considerable time gathering information, reading texts, listening to discussions, and trying to piece together a coherent picture of their place in the grand tapestry of consciousness. Yet, information, like a map without a sense of direction or a compass without a needle, could only take them so far. The theoretical understanding of energy, of consciousness, of the interconnectedness of all things, sat alongside the very real, often messy, practicalities of daily life. How did the grand ideals translate into choices made in the morning? How did the awareness of oneness feel when navigating disagreements or facing personal challenges? The gap between the what and the how, the why, and the now, felt vast and sometimes paralyzing. This was the space where true integration began, or perhaps, where it faltered. It was the moment of transition from intellectual curiosity to experiential knowing. The seeker felt the familiar weight of uncertainty, the slight tremor of stepping off the known path. They looked back at the trail of information gathered, the books, the notes, the conversations, and felt a pang of both gratitude and frustration. Gratitude for the light shed, frustration for the distance still remaining between understanding and being. The air around them seemed different today, charged with a subtle energy that felt both ancient and immediate. It was the energy of potential, the energy of choice, the energy of the moment unfolding. It whispered that the answers were not solely to be found in external sources, but within the very fabric of their own being, waiting to be acknowledged and engaged with. The information was a key, perhaps, but the lock it opened was not a physical door, but the door to their own deeper understanding and participation in their reality. There was a recognition, a dawning awareness almost like a quiet sunrise within the mind. The search wasn't merely about collecting more data points. It was about tuning into a frequency, about aligning their inner compass with a larger truth. The universe, the collective consciousness, the field of pure energy. These were not abstract concepts to be studied, but a tangible reality to be connected with, moment by moment. The path forward didn't appear suddenly, illuminated by a divine light. Instead, it emerged from a shift in perspective, a gentle turning inward. The focus shifted from the external search for answers to the internal invitation to presence. The challenge became less about what to learn next and more about how to be in the present moment, allowing the understanding to arise naturally from the experience of life itself. This wasn't about ignoring the world or its complexities. It was about engaging with them from a place of greater awareness, recognizing the energetic nature of every interaction, the reflection of universal principles in every situation. It was about seeing the divine spark not just in teachings, but in the eyes of a stranger, in the resilience of nature, in the struggle and triumph of the human spirit. The seeker took a deep breath, feeling the shift within. The anxiety didn't vanish entirely, but it transformed, softening into a sense of quiet anticipation. The journey ahead remained long, the path potentially winding and demanding. But the certainty, however subtle, grew that the answers were not external prizes to be won, but internal qualities to be cultivated through awareness, through presence, and through the courageous engagement with the full spectrum of human experience. The search had become the destination. The information was the beginning, not the end. And in that understanding lay the quiet power to navigate the complexities of life with a newfound grace and a deeper connection to the vast, intelligent field of energy that permeated all. The next step wasn't about seeking more information, but about being present with the information already held, allowing it to inform the present moment, and watching as a more profound, lived wisdom began to emerge. Chapter 92. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with unexpected turns, moments of clarity followed by confusion, and the persistent hum of underlying truths just beneath the surface of everyday experience. For one standing at the threshold of a new chapter in life, the landscape can seem vast and daunting, brimming with possibilities yet shadowed by uncertainty. This individual, let us call them the seeker, finds themselves in this state of transition. Perhaps it is the beginning of a new career, the move to a different city, the start of a significant relationship, or even the simple, profound shift that comes with reaching a milestone and realizing the old ways no longer fully resonate. Whatever the specific catalyst, the core feeling is one of being both excited by the potential and apprehensive about the unknown. The familiar map of life has shifted, and a new one is needed. In this space of transition, the mind naturally seeks signposts, landmarks, and guiding principles. The seeker begins to ask questions. How do I navigate this? What is truly important? How do I align with this new energy? They look around, observing others, reading self-help books, attending workshops, hoping to find answers that resonate, guidelines that feel authentic. Yet, often, the answers found on the surface feel incomplete, like pieces of a puzzle that don't quite fit together. They offer techniques, strategies, and frameworks that can be useful, but they may lack a deeper resonance, a sense of yes, but hanging in the air. The seeker might implement these strategies, see some results, but still feel a subtle dissonance, a sense that something more fundamental is being missed. The path feels clear in theory, but the heart doesn't fully follow. This is a common experience on the path of self-discovery. The human mind is adept at processing information, applying logic, and seeking external validation. It thrives on structure and clear-cut answers. However, the deeper truths about existence, about our true nature and our place in the grand design, often operate on a different wavelength. They are not always presented as neat little packages or step-by-step guides. The seeker, in their quest, might stumble upon teachings that speak of energy, consciousness, and vibration. They might learn about the interconnectedness of all things, the power of intention, and the importance of raising one's frequency. These concepts can be both fascinating and initially confusing. How does one raise their vibration? What does energy truly mean in a practical sense? Is this just another spiritual buzzword, or does it point to something tangible within the self? For the seeker, the challenge lies in integrating these more abstract concepts into the concrete realities of daily life. It requires a shift in perception, a move from seeing the world primarily through the lens of the physical, the material, the easily measurable, to acknowledging a richer tapestry of reality that includes the non-physical, the subtle, the energetic. It means understanding that thoughts are not just thoughts, they are creative forces, that emotions are not just feelings, they are energetic states that influence our reality, that beliefs are not just opinions, they are energetic programs that shape our experience. This integration is not about rejecting the physical world. It is about recognizing that the physical is a manifestation, an expression, of the non-physical. It is about understanding that the self is far more than the body, the mind, or even the emotions. It is a field of intelligent energy, connected to everything else, capable of creating reality through focused thought and feeling. The atmosphere for the seeker is one of profound potential mixed with the inherent difficulties of growth. There is an excitement about the possibility of transformation, of discovering a deeper sense of self and purpose. Yet, there is also the challenge of letting go of old patterns, beliefs, and conditioning that no longer serve. It requires courage to question long-held assumptions, to step out of the comfort zone, and to embrace a reality that may feel both wondrous and unsettlingly unfamiliar. The journey involves learning to listen beyond the noise of the external world, to tune into the subtle guidance from within. It means cultivating awareness, not just of the external environment, but of one's own internal state. Thoughts, emotions, energy levels. It means becoming the observer of one's own reactions and responses, recognizing the patterns and gently guiding the self towards new, more aligned ways of being. This is where the process becomes deeply personal and internal. It is less about finding external answers and more about awakening to the inner wisdom that already exists. The information sought after, the map to navigate the new landscape, is not something that can be simply downloaded from an external source. It must be co-created from within, through the act of seeking, questioning, feeling, and integrating. The seeker, in their journey, is learning that life is not merely about surviving or achieving external goals. It is about experiencing, expressing, and expanding consciousness. It is about connecting with the deeper aspects of the self, the part that is inherently connected to the universal field of intelligence, love, and light. It is about realizing that the primary purpose of the human experience is not just to learn lessons, but to remember who they truly are. As the seeker moves forward, armed with new perspectives and a deeper understanding of the energetic nature of reality, the path may still be winding. There will still be challenges, moments of doubt, and unexpected detours. But the landscape itself has changed. The seeker now brings a different lens, a sense of inner guidance, and an awareness of the profound interconnectedness of all things. The journey continues, not just through external actions, but through the ongoing process of inner exploration, integration, and the awakening of the soul's innate wisdom. The map is no longer just sought from the outside. It is being drawn from within, one step, one conscious breath at a time. Chapter 93. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with turns, detours, and unexpected intersections. For the soul that has begun to awaken, seeking clarity in a world often shrouded in the mists of old programming, the path can feel both exhilarating and daunting. New insights appear, followed by periods of seeming stagnation, then new revelations that build upon the old. It is a process of integration, a weaving together of the known with the unknown, the physical with the spiritual, the old self with the emerging new. This particular stage for many is one of deepening inquiry. The initial spark of awareness has been felt, the desire for something more than the surface-level existence has been acknowledged. Now, the question becomes, how? How does one live this new awareness? How does one navigate the complexities of daily life while holding a deeper truth about one's own nature and purpose? How does one integrate the understanding that one is more than just a body, a mind, or even a collection of past experiences? The seeker, often feeling like a new student in a vast library of knowledge, stands before the shelves, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information available. Some books promise quick fixes and easy answers, while others are dense and confusing. Some resonate deeply, while others seem to offer only intellectual amusement. Where does one begin? Which path is the right one? This is a common feeling, a natural part of the expansion process. The old structures of belief and understanding were once the only reality, the only textbook available. Now, as new perspectives filter in, the old textbook seems incomplete, even inaccurate. The seeker looks for a new guide, a new framework to understand the world and their place within it. The essence of the journey, from a higher perspective, is not about finding a single, definitive answer book. It is about understanding the nature of the question itself. It is about learning to access the inner wisdom that resides within each soul, the connection to that which is vast and infinite. It is about recognizing that the answers are not primarily found outside, in the world of books and teachers, but inside, through quiet contemplation, inner listening, and the practice of applying new understandings to the daily grind. The new student, standing amidst the potential distractions of the physical world, might feel a pull towards the silence. It is in the stillness that the inner voice becomes clearer. It is when the noise of external opinions and societal expectations is lowered that the subtle guidance of the soul can be heard. This guidance often comes not in grand pronouncements or dramatic signs, but in small nudges, intuitive feelings, and synchronicities that seem to align events and opportunities with the soul's evolutionary path. Integration is key. Understanding without application remains theoretical. The true test of new awareness is how it changes one's actions, reactions, and interactions. Does the understanding that one is a sovereign soul, a co-creator, manifest in how one treats others? Does the understanding of the energy of love change the quality of relationships? Does the awareness of the interconnectedness of all life influence one's choices regarding the planet and its inhabitants? This is where the practice becomes crucial. It is not enough to simply know the new truths. One must live them. This means making conscious choices that align with the deeper understanding. It means speaking words of truth and compassion, even when it is difficult. It means setting boundaries that honor one's own energy and sovereignty. It means seeing the divine spark within others, even in those who seem different or challenging. It means recognizing the hand of the Creator in the beauty of the sun rising, the challenges of the day, and the quiet moments of reflection. The atmosphere for the seeker can sometimes feel one of uncertainty or even fear. The old ways are familiar, even if they no longer feel entirely authentic. The new ways are unknown, requiring courage and vulnerability. It requires the willingness to step off the well-trodden path and trust in the unfolding of the journey, even without a clear map. Yet, there is a profound sense of hope that underlies this process. The seeking itself is a sign of the soul's readiness to evolve. The questions asked are the language of the soul reaching for a higher understanding. And within each question lies the potential for an answer, not just from without, but from within the soul's own connection to the infinite. The path for the new student is one of becoming. It is about transforming the mind, heart, and spirit from the inside out. It is about learning to listen, not just with the ears, but with the heart and the soul. It is about recognizing that the journey is as important as the destination, and that the destination is always unfolding, guided by the light within. The book of life is open, and the seeker, armed with curiosity, courage, and the willingness to integrate, is learning to read its pages with deeper understanding and purpose. The answers are within. The journey is outward, yet inwardly guided. Chapter 94. The journey of understanding is never a straight line. It bends, it circles, it dissolves and reforms, carrying the seeker through questions, moments of unsteadiness, and the quiet longing for guidance. For many, this unfolding begins in the presence of a new phase, a new environment, or the subtle tremor of a new beginning. Here, a soul steps forward, open to learning, open to the unknown. They enter a fresh chapter of life. The world feels wide. The rules feel soft and shifting. The horizon stretches in all directions, filled with possibility and a faint shimmer of uncertainty. They stand at the threshold of an unmapped landscape, the air around them alive with anticipation and the gentle ache of not yet knowing. The heart of their struggle is familiar to all who seek. It is the desire to sense the deeper currents beneath the surface of living. They see the outer layers, the tasks, the interactions, the goals, but something within them yearns for the hidden architecture beneath it all. They long to feel the why behind the what. Why this moment? Why this place? Why this configuration of time, space, and self? How do the scattered pieces of experience weave themselves into a coherent, meaningful pattern? This longing is universal, yet it can feel solitary. They look outward and see others who appear steady, purposeful, aligned. Some move with ease, some rest in simplicity. These reflections can deepen the sense of being unanchored, adding texture to the inner terrain. And yet, within them, a spark remains, a quiet, ancient knowing, a whisper that the answers are not found in comparison or imitation, but in the inner chamber of awareness. Something subtle calls them inward. Something luminous invites them to listen. This inner thread becomes the path they begin to follow with greater intention. The search for inner wisdom is not always gentle. It asks for openness. It asks for the courage to sit with questions that do not resolve quickly. It asks for the willingness to enter the stillness beneath thought. They may find themselves breathing in silence, writing to clarify the unseen, or walking through nature to soften the noise of the outer world. In these moments, the inner voice grows clearer. Patterns begin to reveal themselves. Thoughts shape feelings. Beliefs shape perception. The inner world is not a passive mirror but an active force that colors reality. This realization shifts everything. Blame dissolves. Choice awakens. The center of power moves inward. They begin to sense the interconnectedness of all things. Lessons echo across different parts of life. Challenges become teachers. Difficulties become gateways. What once felt like resistance now feels like refinement. The edges soften. The path widens. As their perception shifts, the atmosphere around them seems to change. The world remains the same, yet their experience of it becomes lighter, more spacious. Questions that once felt heavy now feel like stepping stones. Uncertainty becomes a companion rather than a threat. A quiet trust begins to rise, trust in the unfolding, trust in the unseen, trust in the rhythm of becoming. This is the essence of the seeker's path. It is the movement from outer searching to inner listening, from striving for answers to allowing insight, from seeking validation to recognizing the soul as the primary guide. Life becomes a continuous evolution, a gentle expansion of consciousness, a deepening relationship with the inner light. The journey continues. New layers will appear. New questions will rise. New understandings will unfold. But the foundation is set. The inner compass has awakened. The trust has taken root. And in that place of quiet knowing, within transition, within uncertainty, within the soft glow of discovery, there emerges a steady strength, a sense of belonging not to any group or role, but to the vast, luminous tapestry of consciousness itself. The landscape is still wide, but now the first steps have been taken. The path has opened. The inner light leads the way. Chapter 95. The transition into this new phase of existence can often feel like stepping into a vast, dimly lit library. The potential for knowledge is immense, the shelves seem to stretch without end, yet the path forward is not always clearly marked. For many who find themselves at this juncture, whether by conscious choice or as part of a larger unfolding, a fundamental question arises. How does one navigate the collection? How does one find the specific understanding needed for the journey ahead? This feeling of being a new student, seeking clarity in a sea of information, is a common resonance. The old maps feel incomplete, the familiar landmarks have shifted, and the language of the current reality requires a different kind of interpretation. There is a natural inclination to look for guides, to find those who have seemingly traversed this path before, hoping to learn their strategies, their shortcuts, their warnings. Yet, a deeper understanding suggests that the true guidance often comes not from external authorities, but from within. The search itself, the act of asking the questions with genuine intent, is where the first seeds of clarity are sown. It is an internal orientation, a tuning into the frequency of one's own soul's purpose, that begins to illuminate the way. The nature of this journey is less about accumulating external facts and more about internal realization. The information sought is often not new data to be memorized, but ancient truths waiting to be remembered. The blocks are not primarily external obstacles, but internal ones. Patterns of thinking, beliefs inherited from past lives or societal conditioning, fears rooted in the survival instinct, and the ego's resistance to change. This is where the process of discernment becomes crucial. How does one differentiate between the static of the ego, the chatter of the mind, and the quiet, resonant hum of deeper truth? It requires a stillness, a willingness to listen beyond the noise. It asks one to become the observer of their own thoughts and feelings, recognizing the subtle energetic signature of that which feels expansive, true, and aligned with the heart, versus that which feels contracted, fearful, or demanding. The path forward is less a straight line and more a spiraling process of awareness. Each step taken in conscious presence, each choice made with heart-centered intention, deepens the understanding. The information sought is not a destination to be reached, but a state of being to be cultivated, one of balance, connection, and love. For those navigating this landscape, the key is not to become overwhelmed by the sheer volume of potential information or the perceived complexity of the challenges. It is to return again and again to the core principles: self-empowerment, the power of intention, the interconnectedness of all things, and the inherent divinity within oneself. These are the foundational truths that underpin the structure of this existence, the unchanging stars in the ever-shifting sky. Finding the answers lies not in seeking them solely from without, but in asking the right questions from within, and then listening. The guidance needed often arrives not in grand, dramatic signs, but in small synchronicities, moments of intuitive clarity, and the resonance felt when choices align with one's deeper truth. It is a constant process of tuning the inner instrument, refining the awareness, and allowing the light of one's own soul to shine ever brighter. As the student deepens their understanding, they begin to see that the journey is as important as the destination. It is a process of becoming, of expanding consciousness, of integrating the lessons learned through the experiences of duality. The information sought is ultimately the understanding of the self, the recognition of the soul's journey, and the connection to the vast, loving intelligence that underlies all of creation. In this way, the search for guidance becomes an internal pilgrimage, a journey towards the heart's center. The answers are not hidden away. They are within, waiting to be discovered, remembered, and lived. The path may seem complex, but the essence is simple. Listen to the heart, trust the inner knowing, and step forward with courage and love. The rest unfolds in the journey itself. Chapter 96. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with moments of clarity followed by periods of confusion, illuminated by insights that seem to appear from nowhere, and sometimes shrouded in the fog of doubt. For the individual navigating the complexities of life in the third dimension, the search for deeper meaning, connection, and purpose is a central theme. This quest often begins, not with grand pronouncements, but with a quiet, internal yearning for something more. Consider the perspective of one standing at the threshold of a new experience, perhaps a new role, a new phase of life, or simply the ongoing challenge of daily existence viewed through a lens of fresh curiosity. This individual, let us call them the seeker, is often filled with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The excitement comes from the potential for growth, for learning, for discovering aspects of themselves and their reality previously unseen. The apprehension stems from the unknown, the fear of making mistakes, and the natural human resistance to stepping outside the familiar. This is the fertile ground upon which understanding often takes root. The seeker, driven by an innate desire to make sense of their place in the grand tapestry of existence, begins to look for guidance. They seek answers to fundamental questions. Who am I? Why am I here? What is the nature of this reality I inhabit? What are my true capabilities, both as an individual and as part of a greater whole? The search might begin with observing the world around them, the interactions between people, the patterns of nature, the flow of energy in their own body and mind. They might read, listen, and engage in conversations, gathering fragments of information like a detective piecing together a complex puzzle. Yet, despite collecting these pieces, the complete picture often remains elusive. The information gathered can sometimes feel contradictory, leading to further confusion rather than clarity. This is where the internal landscape becomes crucial. The seeker must turn inward. The external world offers endless distractions and noise, making it difficult to hear the subtle whispers of intuition and inner wisdom. Finding stillness, even for brief moments, allows the seeker to create space within themselves. It is in this space that deeper understanding can emerge. It is here that the connection to something larger than the self can be felt, however faintly at first. The nature of this larger connection is described in profound terms within the teachings that offer a different perspective on consciousness and reality. These teachings speak of the individual soul as an expression of a vast, universal consciousness. They explain that the physical body is a temporary vehicle, a tool for learning and experiencing the third-dimensional plane. Life itself is viewed not merely as a series of events to be endured, but as an opportunity for spiritual evolution, for raising one's vibration and expanding one's awareness. The path outlined is one of understanding the self, not in isolation, but in the context of the collective. It involves recognizing the interconnectedness of all beings and all things. The challenges faced are seen not as insurmountable obstacles, but as opportunities for growth, for learning lessons that contribute to the soul's development. The pain and suffering experienced are viewed as catalysts for transformation, pushing the individual towards a higher state of being. Central to this understanding is the concept of energy. Everything in the universe, from the most subtle intention to the most massive structure, is composed of energy vibrating at different frequencies. The physical world, as perceived by the senses, is merely a manifestation of energy operating within a specific range of frequencies. The teachings suggest that by understanding and working with energy, both one's own personal energy field and the universal energy field, one can significantly influence their experience of life. This includes the management of emotions. Emotions are not seen as mere reactions to external events, but as internal states of being that carry their own energetic signature. Understanding how emotions arise, how they manifest within the body, and how they ripple outwards into the energy field is a key part of the learning process. The goal is not to suppress emotions, but to learn to understand them, to transmute lower vibrational feelings, like fear, anger, and sadness, into higher, more loving states, like compassion, joy, and peace. Relationships are another crucial aspect of this journey. Interpersonal connections are viewed as powerful opportunities for spiritual practice. They provide the crucible in which one can learn empathy, forgiveness, communication, and the art of unconditional love. Every interaction, every conflict, and every moment of connection is a chance to work on oneself and to contribute to the raising of collective vibration. The focus shifts from personal gain or attachment to the practice of service, understanding that true fulfillment comes from contributing to the well-being of others. The ultimate goal, according to these insights, is not to achieve a state of perfection or to escape the physical realm, but to integrate the spiritual aspects of self into the everyday human experience. It is about living a life of purpose, guided by love, wisdom, and a deep sense of connection to all of creation. It is about becoming a conscious co-creator within the universe, using one's thoughts, words, and actions to contribute positively to the collective evolution. For the seeker, the path may seem daunting, filled with layers of conditioning, ingrained beliefs, and the challenges of the physical world. Yet, the understanding that they are not alone, that they are part of a vast, supportive universe, and that their journey is part of a larger, evolutionary process can be incredibly empowering. It shifts the focus from fear of the unknown to curiosity about the potential for growth. It transforms the search for information into a journey of transformation. The journey continues, step by step, moment by moment. It is a path of becoming, of evolving, of discovering the incredible potential that lies within each individual, waiting to be awakened and expressed in the world. And for those navigating this path with an open heart and a willingness to learn, the insights offered provide a map, a guide, and a profound sense of hope for a future filled with greater understanding, connection, and love. Chapter 97. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight path. It is more often a winding road, filled with moments of clarity followed by periods of confusion, moments of inspiration met with challenges of integration. For the soul navigating the complexities of a third-dimensional existence, the quest for deeper knowledge, for a sense of belonging and purpose, is a constant companion. This particular soul, feeling the familiar tingle of transition, the subtle shift that heralds a new cycle or a deeper layer of awareness, found themselves standing at a metaphorical crossroads. They had always been an observer, a seeker. This life, this form, felt like a vessel, a unique opportunity to experience, learn, and contribute. Yet, the noise of the world was often overwhelming. The constant demands, the chatter of others' energies, the pressure to conform or perform. It could be disorienting. There were days when the path seemed clear, when insights arrived like sudden rays of sunlight breaking through clouds, illuminating aspects of self and circumstance that had previously remained obscure. These were the moments that fueled the journey, the proof that growth was indeed occurring. But then came the intervals of uncertainty. The light would fade, the clouds would roll back in, and the questions would resurface, perhaps even louder than before. Why are we here? What is our true purpose beyond the roles we play? What does it truly mean to evolve? These are not questions easily answered by conventional wisdom or societal scripts. They require a different kind of listening, a tuning into a deeper frequency, a connection to something beyond the physical tapestry of daily life. This particular seeker, feeling the pull of such questions anew, was drawn to information that spoke of subtle energies, of the interconnectedness of all things, of the soul's journey through various lifetimes. It wasn't a sudden conversion, but rather a gentle nudging, a resonance with ideas that had been percolating within for some time. They began to explore the concepts of energy fields, of auras, of the impact of thoughts and emotions on one's own vibration and the collective field. The initial understanding was often abstract, like trying to grasp a shadow. The mind would grasp onto a concept, a definition, but the deeper, intuitive knowing remained just beyond reach. It was like trying to understand a new language without hearing it spoken in context. The seeker felt the frustration of knowing intellectually that something more profound was possible. yet struggling to translate that understanding into tangible experience or practical application. Then, there were the moments of breakthrough. Reading a certain passage, listening to a piece of music, or even observing a simple interaction between people could trigger a sudden aha moment. The abstract concept would crystallize, becoming clear and resonant. The understanding would shift from the intellectual to the experimental. It wasn't always dramatic, often it was subtle. A feeling of peace during a stressful moment, a sudden clarity about a relationship, an intuitive nudge that guided a decision. This back and forth, this ebb and flow between confusion and clarity, between intellectual understanding and intuitive resonance, is a fundamental part of the growth process. It is the soul testing its new perceptions, integrating the higher frequencies it is absorbing, learning to navigate the world with a broader perspective. It requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to remain open even when the answers don't come immediately. The seeker understood this. They recognized that the information itself was a guide, a map, but the true journey was internal. It was about listening to the whispers within, about observing the self without judgment, and about making choices that aligned with their highest good, even when those choices felt uncertain or difficult. It was about recognizing that the path wasn't always about finding easy answers, but about expanding awareness and learning to trust the process of growth itself. In this state of seeking, the seeker becomes a student not just of external knowledge, but of the self. They learn to differentiate between the noise of the external world and the quiet guidance of their inner wisdom. They understand that the journey is as important as the destination, that the transformation occurs through the very process of seeking, questioning, and integrating. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into a sense of gradual shifting, the seeker found a new sense of calm. The questions hadn't vanished, but they no longer felt paralyzing. They were now companions on the journey, markers of the path. The information absorbed began to weave itself into the fabric of their being, influencing their interactions, their perspectives, and their approach to life's challenges. They learned that the true measure of growth wasn't in the accumulation of knowledge, but in the expansion of consciousness. It wasn't about achieving a perfect state of enlightenment, but about the ongoing process of becoming, of raising one's vibration, of contributing positively to the collective field through love, understanding, and service. The journey continued, filled with its inherent complexities and beautiful simplicities. The seeker, now more grounded in their understanding of the subtle energies and the interconnected nature of existence, moved forward with a renewed sense of purpose and clarity. They were still a student, always learning, always evolving, but no longer lost. They were navigating the path with a deeper awareness, guided by the light of their own expanding consciousness, ready for whatever the future held. Chapter 98. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding path, filled with detours, unexpected discoveries, and moments of profound clarity that seem to appear from nowhere. For the individual navigating the complexities of modern existence, seeking guidance on how to live a life of purpose, connection, and inner peace, the path can feel particularly daunting. Questions arise like persistent echoes in the mind. How do I truly know what is right for me? How do I balance the demands of the outer world with the needs of my inner self? How do I connect with that deeper sense of knowing, that intuitive guidance that feels so often out of reach? This search is a common thread, woven through the experiences of many. It begins, often, with a feeling, a sense that something isn't quite aligned, a yearning for more, a curiosity about the nature of self and reality. The individual might find themselves observing the world around them, seeing the struggles and joys of others, and wondering if there is a different way, a higher perspective, a more conscious way to engage with life. This exploration often leads to the consideration of spiritual or metaphysical teachings. Many find resonance with concepts that suggest we are more than just physical beings, that there is an energetic component to our existence, and that we are connected to a vast, intelligent field of consciousness. This field is sometimes referred to as source, or by other names that resonate with different traditions and beliefs. The core understanding, however, often points towards a universal truth. We are not isolated entities, but nodes within a larger, interconnected web of life. From this perspective, the challenges and joys of life take on a new dimension. Problems are no longer seen solely as obstacles to be overcome through sheer willpower or intellect alone. Instead, they are viewed as opportunities for growth, lessons disguised in difficulty, catalysts for raising one's vibration and expanding one's awareness. The pursuit of happiness, success, or fulfillment shifts from being a solitary quest to becoming an integral part of contributing to the greater whole. The process of raising one's vibration, as understood within this framework, is both an internal and an external journey. It involves cultivating qualities of heart and mind, love, compassion, empathy, forgiveness, gratitude, and understanding. It means learning to listen not just with the ears, but with the heart, to perceive the subtle energies of situations and interactions. It requires a commitment to personal responsibility, recognizing that our thoughts, words, and actions have consequences, both for ourselves and for the world around us. This is where the role of intuition becomes crucial. The path of raising one's vibration is not always clear, nor is it dictated by rigid rules or dogma. It requires a degree of inner navigation, a reliance on that innate sense of knowing, that quiet inner voice that guides us towards choices aligned with our highest good. This intuitive guidance is often described as feeling a sense of resonance or rightness about a particular course of action, an inner warmth or clarity that signals alignment with one's true self and purpose. Developing this intuitive connection is a practice, much like learning any new skill. It involves quieting the noise of the external world and the chatter of the mind. Techniques such as meditation, spending time in nature, journaling, and simply paying attention to one's inner feelings can help foster this connection. It is about learning to trust the subtle nudges, the small signs, the feelings that arise in response to different choices and opportunities. As one progresses along this path, the understanding deepens. The sense of separation from others, from the planet, and even from the concept of a higher power begins to soften. The interconnectedness becomes a lived experience, not just a philosophical concept. Actions taken with love and compassion naturally benefit others, and positive intentions ripple outwards, creating a field of influence that extends far beyond the individual. The journey is ongoing, a continuous process of refinement and expansion. There will always be new lessons, new challenges, new levels of understanding to be grasped, but the perspective changes. The fear of the unknown lessens, replaced by a sense of adventure and trust in the unfolding of life. The individual becomes less focused on the self and more on the experience of being, on contributing to the flow, on serving the highest good of all. In the end, the search for information about life is not merely about gathering facts or following prescribed paths. It is about awakening to the reality of the moment, connecting with the intelligence that permeates all things, and choosing to live from a place of love, awareness, and conscious participation. It is a journey towards realizing one's own inherent divinity, and in doing so, contributing to the evolution of the collective consciousness. The answers, it seems, have always been within, waiting to be perceived by a heart and mind open to the possibilities of a much larger reality. Chapter 99. The journey of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding path, filled with moments of clarity followed by periods of confusion, illuminated by insights that seem to appear from nowhere, and sometimes shrouded in the fog of doubt. For the soul navigating the complexities of a human existence, seeking wisdom is not merely about finding answers in external sources, but about tuning into the resonance that lies within. Consider the state of a new student entering a vast library of knowledge. The building itself is impressive, filled with towering shelves crammed with books, scrolls, and devices holding information from countless ages. The air hums with potential, yet the student feels a certain emptiness, a lack of direction. They stand before the vastness, seeking guidance, looking for a starting point, a key to unlock the understanding they crave. This is often akin to the human soul seeking connection with its higher self, with the infinite wellspring of wisdom that resides beyond the physical veil. The student looks for a specific book, a guaranteed path, a simple formula to solve all questions. They might ask, where is the book that holds the meaning of life? How can I find true peace? But the universe, or what many perceive as the higher guidance, often responds not with a single, definitive text, but with a different kind of instruction. It speaks not of finding the answer, but of developing the capacity to perceive the answers that are already within reach. It encourages the student to stop searching for a single grail and instead learn the language of the library itself. The higher wisdom suggests that the tools for understanding are already present within the individual. It is a matter of learning to access them, to quiet the noise of the everyday mind long enough to hear the subtle frequencies of insight. This involves practices that might seem esoteric or counterintuitive to the initial mindset of seeking external validation. It asks for patience, for exploration, for a willingness to sit with questions rather than rushing to find immediate, easy answers. The journey begins with awareness, becoming conscious of the inner landscape, the thoughts, the emotions, the subtle feelings of connection or disconnection. It is about observing the mind without judgment, recognizing the patterns of reaction, and gently redirecting the focus towards inner stillness. This is not about suppression, but about creating a space where something deeper can emerge. Then comes the practice of listening, not just with the ears, but with the soul. This involves tuning into the body's subtle signals, the messages carried on the bioenergetic field, the energetic resonance that connects all things. It is learning to feel the subtle shifts in energy that accompany new insights, the gentle hum of understanding that might arise during moments of quiet reflection or even during routine activities. The guidance often points towards the power of intention. Setting clear, heartfelt intentions for learning and growth can act like a beacon, drawing forth the relevant understanding. This is not about force or control, but about aligning the energy of the will with the desire for wisdom. It is a gentle focusing of the inner light, allowing the soul to seek what it truly needs. Trust becomes a crucial element. As the student begins to practice awareness, listening, and setting intention, they may encounter experiences that defy easy explanation. Insights might come in dreams, during meditation, in the quiet moments before sleep, or seemingly out of nowhere while engaged in mundane tasks. The higher self communicates in many ways, often through intuitive nudges, synchronicities, and moments of aha, clarity. The atmosphere for this journey is one of exploration and acceptance. It is okay not to know immediately. It is okay for the path to feel uncertain. The key is the continued effort, the gentle persistence of the seeking soul. The student learns to navigate the library not by memorizing every book title, but by understanding the Dewey Decimal System of their own being, the fundamental principles of energy, consciousness, and connection. Over time, the initial confusion begins to lessen. The student, through their own inner exploration, starts to recognize patterns, to understand the interconnectedness of concepts. They might find that the answers they sought are not external facts to be memorized, but internal truths to be experienced and felt. The knowledge gained becomes less about accumulating information and more about expanding awareness, deepening understanding, and aligning the self with a higher purpose. The final step, perhaps, is integration, bringing the insights and understandings gained on the inner path back into the fabric of daily life, applying the wisdom to relationships, work, and personal challenges, letting the inner resonance inform outer actions, creating a life that reflects the deeper truths discovered. In the end, the journey of the new student, seeking information about life, becomes a profound exploration of the self. The vast library of external knowledge remains valuable, but the true treasures are found within. The path is one of inner development, of tuning the soul's radio to the frequencies of wisdom and love, and learning to listen with the heart. The answers were always there, waiting for the right moment of inner readiness to be perceived. The challenge, and the gift, is the journey itself. Epilogue. The transition into a new phase of life often feels like stepping into a vast, dimly lit library. The potential for knowledge is immense, the shelves stretching impossibly high, filled with books yet to be read, ideas yet to be understood. For many, this feeling is particularly acute when one enters adulthood, a realm where the maps from childhood no longer seem to apply, and the rules of the game feel both more complex and more personally significant. This is the space of the seeker, the individual standing at the threshold, holding a question in their heart and looking for guidance. The primary question that arises, perhaps more deeply than any other, concerns the very nature of existence itself. Why are we here? What is the purpose of our individual journey within this human experience? These are not idle philosophical musings. They resonate with a fundamental human longing for meaning, for a sense of belonging that transcends the mundane, the everyday, the predictable cycles of work and rest. The seeker, in this state, is often acutely aware of the limitations of conventional answers. Science explains the mechanics, philosophy explores the ethics, religion offers frameworks, but a deeper resonance often remains elusive. This feeling of seeking, of yearning for a more profound understanding, is not unique to any single culture or individual. It is a universal human condition. Yet, within the modern cacophony of information and opinion, the loudest voices often drown out the subtle whispers of intuition, the quiet nudges of inner wisdom. The adult seeker finds themselves navigating this complex landscape, trying to discern between the noise and the signal, the ego's projections and the echoes of a deeper truth. In this exploration, one might find themselves drawn to various sources. Some seek solace in the familiar structures of long-standing belief systems, finding comfort in the narratives that have defined generations. Others delve into the vast ocean of scientific discovery, seeking patterns and explanations in the physical universe. Still, others pursue personal development, focusing inward, attempting to unravel the mysteries of the mind and spirit through meditation, therapy, or self-help practices. Each path offers perspectives, tools, and potential insights, yet the ultimate goal often remains the same: a more authentic, purposeful, and connected way of being. Within this broader search for understanding, a specific perspective begins to emerge, one that often feels both ancient and startlingly new. It suggests that the primary reason for our human incarnation is not merely survival or procreation, nor even the pursuit of personal happiness as conventionally defined. Instead, it posits that a significant part of our purpose lies in the evolution of our consciousness. This viewpoint views the human experience less as a random occurrence and more as a deliberate choice, a participation in a grand evolutionary process. We are seen as beings who have volunteered for this specific journey, not necessarily for reasons we can fully comprehend in our current state of awareness, but because it offers a unique opportunity for growth and expansion. Our physical bodies are not just vehicles. They are sophisticated laboratories for spiritual development, designed to help us learn, experience, and integrate higher frequencies of energy and awareness. The journey, according to this perspective, is one of awakening. It involves moving beyond the limitations of the ego, the small self that defines itself through separation, fear, and comparison. It is about recognizing our inherent connection to everything around us, to the earth, to other beings, to the vast universe itself. This understanding of interconnectedness is not merely a philosophical concept. It is presented as a fundamental truth of the universe, a reality that underlies all existence. To navigate this journey effectively, the path suggests we must learn to listen, not just to the world around us, though that is important too, but primarily to ourselves. Deep within each individual lies a wellspring of wisdom, an intuitive guidance system that speaks in the language of feelings, synchronicities, and inner knowing. This inner voice, often overshadowed by societal conditioning, fear, and the constant chatter of the mind, holds the keys to our personal evolution. Developing the capacity to hear this inner guidance is presented as the core task of the spiritual path. It requires practice, patience, and a willingness to sit with uncertainty. It means learning to differentiate between the voice of the ego, which often seeks comfort and security, and the deeper wisdom that calls for growth and expansion, even if it feels uncomfortable or challenging at first. This process of awakening and expanding consciousness is not linear. There will be plateaus, setbacks, and moments of profound doubt. Yet, the underlying trajectory is one of increasing awareness, compassion, and understanding. As we integrate higher frequencies of light and love within our energy field, our perception of reality shifts. We begin to see the sacred in the mundane, the divine in the ordinary, and the potential for miracles in the everyday flow of life. The ultimate purpose, from this viewpoint, is not about achieving a specific goal or reaching a particular destination, but about the continuous process of becoming. It is about expanding our heart capacity, deepening our empathy, and using our unique gifts and talents to contribute positively to the collective consciousness. It is about remembering who we truly are, as eternal, loving beings of light, and allowing that truth to inform every aspect of our human experience. For the adult seeker, standing at the crossroads of this new chapter, this understanding offers both a map and a compass. It provides a framework for understanding the deeper purpose of their journey and offers practical guidance on how to navigate it. The map is the recognition of the evolutionary path, the understanding of interconnectedness, and the awareness of the inner guidance system. The compass is the commitment to listen, to learn, and to grow, moment by moment, choice by choice. The library remains vast, the books many, but the seeker now carries a different light. It is the light of awareness, the light of inner knowing. They may not have all the answers, nor do they need to. They understand that the journey itself is the answer, and that the most important work lies not in finding external validation, but in the courageous and continuous expansion of their own consciousness. In this expansion, they find not just purpose, but also connection, meaning, and a profound sense of belonging within the grand tapestry of life. End.